Yu Li was completely drained. After working late into the night, her body finally gave up when she turned off her computer at 4 in the morning. Her head hit the desk with a thud, and she was out like a light. But this wasn't ordinary sleep. When she opened her eyes again, everything felt wrong. Pain shot through her body like she'd been thrown down a hill covered in sharp rocks. Every bone seemed to ache. Confused, she blinked and found herself staring at an impossibly handsome man. His face was dangerously close, his deep eyes like black pools that could drown someone. His sharp eyebrows framed his face perfectly, and beads of sweat rolled down his temple, making him look like he'd just stepped out of a dramatic movie scene. Before Yu Li could figure out what was going on, he leaned in. His strong hands gripped her face, and he pried her lips open, his actions precise and firm. It was overwhelming. She couldn't think straight. Her brain screamed, "What's happening? Who is this man? And why does he feel so real?" Then a wild thought crossed her mind. Am I dreaming? Did I pass out from overworking, and now I'm in some crazy dream with a male model? If it was a dream, she might as well enjoy it. Throwing caution to the wind, she wrapped her legs around him, embracing the chaos. By the time the storm between them calmed, the man had gotten up and started dressing. His movements were quick but orderly, like someone used to discipline. He turned to her, his sharp features softened by guilt. "I'm sorry," he said in a low voice, his tone heavy with regret. "I couldn't control myself." Yu Li sat up, clutching her throbbing head. As she looked around, her heart sank. The walls of the room were old and covered with newspapers. The furniture was barely holding together. This wasn't her apartment. Wait, where am I? Panic swirled in her chest as fragments of memory poured into her mind. Slowly, it hit her like a ton of bricks. She wasn't in her world anymore. She had transmigrated into a book. The novel was called Soldier Brother Flirts. Yu Li remembered reading it before. It was a dramatic, romantic story about a noble soldier, Wu Guohua, and his perfect wife, Xia Yueying. And now, she was in the body of the novel's villain, Wu Guohua's ex-fiancée, a woman who was hated and shamed throughout the story. In the book, this version of Yu Li had been accused of cheating on Wu Guohua with his comrade, Lu Guanshan. She was caught in a compromising position, humiliated, and eventually died after drinking pesticide in despair. Her death ruined her family. Her father drowned while looking for evidence to clear her name, and her mother died of heartbreak. Yu Li's head spun as she recalled the tragedy. No. This can't be happening, she whispered. But the memories kept coming, filling her with fury. The truth in the novel was far from what people believed. The so-called perfect heroine, Xia Yueying, had been her best friend. But Xia Yueying secretly liked Wu Guohua and schemed to steal him. And the Wu family? They had staged the entire scandal to destroy her reputation and force her out of the engagement. Yu Li clenched her fists, her anger burning hot. So that's how it is, she muttered. These people are shameless. You think you can ruin my life? Not this time. As she fumed, the man who had been with her, Lu Guanshan, turned to face her. His expression was serious, and he stood stiffly, like a soldier prepared for punishment. Comrade, he began, his voice steady, I take full responsibility for what happened. Whatever you decide to do, I'll accept it. If you need to hit me, go ahead. He even leaned forward slightly, offering his cheek. Yu Li blinked in surprise. This guy is too honorable. She studied him closely. He had a strong jawline, deep-set eyes, and skin so smooth it seemed unreal. Even his posture was perfect. She realized with a pang of guilt that in the novel, Lu Guanshan was expelled from the army for this incident. Later, he died a hero saving someone's life. Turn around, she said quickly, trying to steady her voice. Let me get dressed first. Without hesitation, Lu Guanshan turned his back, standing as straight as a tree. From behind, he looked even more impressive, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and at least 1.88 meters tall. Yu Li glanced at him and thought, well, at least today wasn't a total loss. But just as she finished buttoning her shirt, the door slammed open. Wu Guohua's mother burst in, shouting at the top of her lungs. Yu Li! Did that beast hurt you? I'll teach him a lesson. The older woman swung a broom at Lu Guanshan, hitting him with surprising force. You shameless man! How dare you touch my son's fiancée? Before Yu Li could stop her, Wu Guohua's sister, Wu Tong, marched in with her arms crossed and a smug look on her face. "Well, Yu Li," she sneered. "You just can't control yourself, can you? Any man can have you, it seems. If I were you, I'd kill myself from the shame." Yu Li froze, her anger bubbling to the surface. She had spent years working like a servant for the Wu family, cleaning, cooking, and even emptying their chamber pots. And this was how they repaid her? Enough was enough. With a sharp glare, Yu Li lunged at Wu Tong, grabbing her hair and yanking her forward. "You think you can insult me and get away with it?" she snarled. Slap! Yu Li grabbed a shoe and struck Wu Tong across the face. "Shut your filthy mouth!" Yu Li shouted, her voice carrying through the room. "You dare tell me to kill myself? If anyone should be ashamed, it's you. Let me show you what happens when you mess with me." Outside, the commotion had drawn a crowd of villagers. Wu's mother seized the moment, shouting dramatically, "This girl is a disgrace. She ruined everything." Yu Li wasn't having it. She stomped over and kicked the old woman square in the behind, sending her sprawling to the floor. "Enough!" Yu Li roared, pointing a finger at her. "You people want to ruin my life? Think again. I'm not the weak woman you remember. From now on, I fight back." The villagers watched in stunned silence as Yu Li stood tall, her fiery gaze daring anyone to challenge her. Mother Wu's eyes went wide, and her face turned red with anger. She clenched her teeth and pointed a trembling finger at Yu Li. You dare hit me? And call me an old woman," she shouted. She was furious beyond belief. Yu Li had always been so respectful, serving her like a maid. She cooked, cleaned, and even emptied the urine bucket without a single complaint. And now, this same Yu Li dared to raise a hand against her? It was unthinkable. Mother Wu shook with rage and yelled, "Yu Li, you've gone mad. I'm your future mother-in-law. That wild man hurt you, and I stood up for you. But instead of thanking me, you hit me. Do you think Guohua will still want you after this?" At that moment, Wu Tong stormed in with her face swollen from Yu Li's earlier slap. She stomped over to stand by her mother, glaring at Yu Li with hatred. "You little tramp," she screeched. "You slept with some random guy, and now you have the audacity to hit me. Don't even think about marrying into our family. You're dirty, shameless, and disgusting. The Wu family doesn't want trash like you." The villagers who had gathered around to watch whispered among themselves. Everyone was shocked. Yu Li had always been known as a hardworking and respectful young woman. She cooked for the Wu family, cleaned their house, and even nursed Mother Wu when she was sick, all this before she was even married into the family. But now, the Yu Li they knew was gone. Yu Li's lips curled into a cold sneer as anger and frustration welled up inside her. She could feel the lingering resentment of the original owner of this body, the woman who had been wronged by these people. She clenched her fists and stepped forward, her voice sharp and fearless. "You two shameless fools. Wu Guohua has been fooling around with some woman in the army for ages, and you tricked me into staying here to serve your family like a slave. Do you take me for a fool? I've had enough. Say another word, and I'll skin the both of you alive." Mother Wu's heart skipped a beat. How did Yu Li know about Guohua's affair? He had told her it was a secret. If the news spread, it could ruin his military career and tarnish the Wu family's reputation in the village. "You're lying!" Mother Wu shouted, trying to cover up her guilt. "My Guohua would never do such a thing. He's been so good to you, but you're the one who brought shame on us by sleeping with another man." Before Wu Tong could join in, Yu Li grabbed a clump of mud from the ground and flung it straight into her face. Splat! It landed perfectly on Wu Tong's mouth, silencing her. The villagers gasped in shock. Yu Li pointed at them both and barked, "You two think you can walk all over me? Think again. Old woman, if you're so confident your son is innocent, why don't you swear on your life? Say it loud and clear in front of everyone, if Wu Guohua has been fooling around, may your entire family perish." Mother Wu's face paled. She couldn't do it. Instead, she grabbed a broom and charged at Lu Guanshan, shouting, "No matter what, you're the one who hurt Yu Li. I'm her elder, and it's my duty to punish you." But Lu Guanshan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly stepped forward. With one swift motion, he grabbed the broom from Mother Wu and yanked it out of her hands. She stumbled and fell to the ground. His tall, imposing figure towered over her as he spoke, his voice cold and firm. So, you admit it? Yu Li's engagement with your son is over, and you've been hiding the truth. Let me make this clear, Yu Li is now my fiancé. Whatever I do with her is none of your business. If you're not happy about it, let's call the police and settle this properly. Mother Wu's face turned ashen. Call the police? Absolutely not. If the authorities got involved, her schemes would be exposed, and the whole village would know she had drugged Yu Li. Seeing no other way out, she threw herself onto the ground, wailing dramatically. Oh, heavens! My poor son Guowa is fighting for our country, and this is what happens? He's being slandered by his own fiancée. I'm just a poor old widow trying to survive. Wu Tong joined in, shouting insults at Yu Li. But Yu Li wasn't done yet. She marched into the Wu family's house, yelling, "Everyone, come and see this. Be my witnesses today. Wu Guowa has been cheating, and his mother and sister have been living off me like leeches. From now on, I cut all ties with the Wu family." The villagers followed eagerly, watching as Yu Li stormed inside and began gathering everything she had ever brought into the house. Clothes she had bought for Mother Wu and Wu Tong? Taken. Pots, pans, spices, and even the broom? Into her bag. Mother Wu screamed, "You shameless thief! Don't touch my things." Wu Tong tried to grab a skirt from Yu Li, crying, "That's my dress. Give it back." But Lu Guanshan stepped in front of them, his tall, muscular frame blocking their way. The two women froze, too scared to challenge him. Then Yu Li walked outside, grabbed a hoe, and started tearing up the vegetable garden she had planted herself. With each swing, she destroyed the neatly planted rows and the sturdy fence she had built. Mother Wu collapsed to the ground, sobbing hysterically. "I can't live like this anymore. This girl is pure evil." Finally, Yu Li emerged from the house carrying a urine bucket. She smiled sweetly, dimples forming on her cheeks. "You two must be thirsty after all that screaming. Here, have a drink." With that, she poured the bucket over Mother Wu and Wu Tong. The foul smell hit them immediately, and they screamed in horror. The villagers burst into laughter, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yu Li swung her bag over her shoulder and walked off, her head held high. Lu Guanshan followed closely behind, his expression serious. "Comrade Yu Li," he said, "let's talk about our marriage." Yu Li had just smashed things at Wu's house, and her heartbeat was so fast from exhaustion. When she looked back, she saw the man holding her bag of things, standing under an old locust tree and looking at her quietly. This man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, was tall and handsome, and the sun shone on his well-defined face, making him look even cooler and more unrestrained. His peach blossom eyes seemed to be affectionate even when he wasn't smiling, and his thin lips and high nose, with a hint of unruly meaning at the corners of his lips, made him just what Yu Li liked. She bit her lip, thinking of the way he kissed her with sweat on his forehead on the bed, and couldn't help blushing. She quickly pretended to adjust her bangs to look at other places. This man looked handsome. But the most attractive thing about him was not his superficial handsomeness. Lu Guanshan noticed that she was a little shy, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. She looks really good like this. Although she is a country girl, her skin is as delicate as jade. She doesn't wear makeup, but she has black hair, white skin, peach cheeks and cherry lips. She has a natural beauty. Her eyes are clear and bright, just like a lake in spring, shining like gemstones. Lu Guanshan's eyes darkened. He thought of the time when he couldn't help but ravage her when he was confused. The feeling of being so full that he couldn't hold it in one hand could still make his mind shake. Yu Li's beauty is far more memorable than what you see on the surface. Comrade Yu Li, although what happened today was unexpected, since it has already happened, I am sorry for you. Wu Guohua is my comrade in arms. Before I came, I did hear that he seemed to have some contact with the daughter of the political commissar. Originally, I thought this was your private matter, but since you have already broken off the engagement with him, I hope you can consider me. My name is Lu Guanshan, I am 26 years old this year. I have no bad hobbies, and I am currently serving in the 761st Army in the South. I have never been engaged and have not had any contact with any female comrades. I have 2 relatives, my grandparents, at home, and they are very kind. If you agree, we can discuss marriage. Yu Li bit her lip slightly, thinking of her original situation in her mother's home. She was also a little hesitant. She needed a place to stay, but suddenly breaking off the engagement with Wu Guohua and marrying Lu Guanshan was a bit hasty. Seeing Yuli hesitate, Lu Guanshan quickly promised, "After marriage, you can live with me in the army, and I promise to treat you well." He admitted that he fell in love with Yuli at first sight. So even though she was suspicious of the Wu family, she didn't call the police. If she called the police, no matter how Yuli explained, it would affect her reputation. It would be better to get Yuli to break off the engagement with Wu Guohua and marry him. Facing Lu Guanshan's assurance, Yuli thought about it and answered directly, "Comrade Lu, although we are all ready, but marriage is a big deal, it's related to a lifetime. So I need time to think about it, can you give me some time?" Lu Guanshan nodded immediately, "Of course, then I will stay in the guest house in the town for one night today, and wait for your answer tomorrow." Yuli. One day, forget it, it's better than nothing. She has to go back to Yu's house to see the situation first. The two agreed that Lu Guanshan would send Yuli to the back of her mother's village and then handed her the big bag and turned to the town. Yuli walked all the way to Yu's house with the question of whether to marry Lu Guanshan in her mind. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, she heard a sarcastic voice, "Oh, who is this?" It turns out to be our sister-in-law. She still knows how to come back? I thought some people's butts grew in the Wu family. Yuli looked over and saw her eldest sister-in-law squatting at the door washing clothes, looking at her with a squint. The memories of the original body have almost merged into Yuli's mind, and some of her emotions have also been integrated. She has two brothers, both of whom are married and have children. The eldest sister-in-law Jiao Shuelian came into the family early, and her son is now 8 years old. She has a domineering and sarcastic temper. She has bullied the original body for many years. Yuli's mother protects her daughter, but she always quarrels with her daughter-in-law. Jiao Shuelian calls her family to fight. So Yuli is very afraid of her eldest sister-in-law. After the engagement, Wu Guohua's mother happened to be sick and needed someone to take care of her, so she often hides in the Wu family to avoid being scolded by her eldest sister-in-law. But every time she came back, Jiao Shuelian would be weird and say all kinds of bad things. Second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua was mild-tempered and gave birth to a daughter. Like Yuli, she was bullied by her eldest sister-in-law every day. According to the description in the book, after Yuli died, the whole Yu family was miserable. Yuli's parents died soon because of their daughter's death, and the eldest sister-in-law took control of the entire Yu family. Not long after, the second brother and sister-in-law's daughter Shi Liu died of high fever. The second sister-in-law couldn't get pregnant, so the eldest sister-in-law forced the couple to use all their money to support their son. She kept saying that in the future, her son Ban Deng would take care of her second uncle and aunt in their old age. But Yuli's eldest brother, second brother, and sister-in-law earned money all their lives, sold the land in the countryside, and sent Ban Deng to the city. After the eldest sister-in-law cheated them of all their savings, she told them arrogantly that Ban Deng was not a child of the Yu family at all, and it was absolutely impossible for them to take care of their family in their old age. The eldest brother died of anger on the spot, and the second brother and sister-in-law died of poverty and illness under the bridge. The eldest sister-in-law brought a bench to meet her father in the city. Thinking of this, Yuli wanted to kill Jiao Shuelian. Seeing that Yuli did not reply, Jiao Shuelian sneered again and again. Some people do bad things and dare not say a word when they return home. I have never seen such a shameless person, rushing to the man's house all day long, not doing the housework, not knowing how to take care of her nephew, all day long. Yuli stepped forward and kicked over Jiao Shuelian's laundry basin. Jiao Shuelian screamed like a lit firecracker, stood up and put her hands on her waist and cursed, "Yuli, you little bitch. What do you want to do? You want to rebel? Why are you kicking my laundry basin?" Yuli did not show any weakness, and went up to do it. "You are a bitch, your whole family is a bitch. I just got home and you are cursing and cursing, cursing your ancestors' legs. I tell you, Jiao Shuelian, don't be like a dog and think about biting people all day long. I tolerated you scolding me before, but from today on, if you dare to scold me again, I will flip your head over." Jiao Shuelian was so angry that she pointed her finger at Yuli. "How dare you scold me? I'm your elder sister-in-law. An elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Do you believe I will slap you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yuli's mother Chen Ailan came out of the house and looked at Jiao Shuelian coldly. "I'm still here. How dare you say that an elder sister-in-law is like a mother?" Lizzie kicked well. I was sewing the quilt in the house just now and heard your elder sister-in-law scolding. If she dares to scold you like this next time, call me and I will teach her a lesson for you. When Yu Li saw Chen Ailen, her heart ached and she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She instantly forgot all the unpleasantness. Mom. She walked up and didn't bother to care about Jiao Xuelian, who was livid behind her. She followed her mother into the house and said, while holding back her sadness, my engagement with Wu Guohua is cancelled. Chen Aihua was shocked and felt a little complicated. Why is it cancelled? My daughter is so good, why is it cancelled? Yu Li couldn't help but blush, threw herself into Chen Aihua's arms, and told her the general story. Chen Aihua was so angry that her heart was heaving. This old bastard surnamed Wu. I allowed you to help because I thought their family, with its widow and orphan, was having a hard time. How could they be so shameless? The marriage is called off. A family like this is not worthy of you. When Wu Guohua comes back, I'll ask your father and brother to beat him to death. But is that Lu Guanshan you mentioned reliable? Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix. According to Yu Li's idea, Lu Guanshan should be good. At least he is much better than Wu Guohua, so Wu Guohua has a sense of crisis. Moreover, Lu Guanshan's appearance and temperament are better than Wu Guohua by more than one level. The Lu Guanshan described in the book has almost no shortcomings except that he died early. He died early because he saved people. If she married him, she might be able to prevent the tragedy of an excellent young man. In addition, he is also experienced, and he is indeed good at sex. After thinking about it, there seems to be no reason to refuse. Yu Li's ears blushed, and she whispered, Mom. He said he will come to our house tomorrow to talk to you and Dad. Chen Ailen looked at her daughter and had an idea in her mind. In fact, after Yu Li and Wu Guohua got engaged, they only met a few times, and then Wu Guohua went to the army. In the past few years, Wu Guohua and Yu Li have not met. But Yu Li was growing up. She was only 17 when she got engaged. Now she is 20. Her skin is whiter and her eyes are prettier, like a flower bud blooming into a beautiful rose. But the most eye-catching thing is her figure. She is curvy and even the loosest clothes cannot hide her youthful beauty. Yu Li has never had such a shy look towards Wu Guohua. Maybe Yu Li likes this Lu Guanshan more. Chen Ailen is old now. She knows that the conditions between husband and wife are important, but the most important thing is to like each other. Only in this way can they be more tolerant of each other and live more comfortably. She patted Yu Li's hand. Then you should rest at home first. When Xiao Lu comes tomorrow, let your dad talk to him. You will know whether it is a mule or a horse after taking him out for a walk. Yu Li smiled with pursed lips. Chen Ailen made her another bowl of malted milk and asked her to drink it in the room before going out. Jiao Xuelian squatted at the foot of the wall and held her breath to eavesdrop. Her face was very ugly. The malted milk was given by Chen Ailen's nephew who worked in the city to honor his aunt. There were 2 packets in total, one of which was divided into 2 halves, one for Jiao Xuelian's son Ban Deng and the second daughter Shi Liu. Chen Ailen didn't drink the remaining packet very much, and often gave it to Shi Liu or Yu Li in private. This old man. He only knows how to favor his granddaughter and daughter. Jiao Xuelian did make trouble before, but Chen Ailen said that Ban Deng ate fast and liked to rush to eat. Every time the family ate eggs or meat, it was Ban Deng who ate more. As a result, even though the family was not rich, Ban Deng's face was almost like a steamed bun. He was too fat and it was not easy to lose weight. Can't drink too much malted milk. But Jiao Xuelian just wanted to spit and curse. What's wrong with being fat? The big fat boy is blessed. Lose his mother's weight. You have to eat good things. Eat more to become smart. On the contrary, how could Yu Li, the shameless one, and Shi Liu, the money loser, deserve to drink such a good thing as malted milk? Jiao Xuelian cursed in her heart, but the most important thing now was not this matter. She sneaked back to her room, her mind working quickly. The sister-in-law was beautiful, especially in the past 2 years, like a peach blossom on a branch, becoming more and more charming and sweet day by day. I don't know how many men have set their eyes on Yu Li. Especially there was a guy in her mother's village who said that if he could marry Yu Li, he would be willing to pay a betrothal gift of 200 yuan. But Yu Li had been engaged to Wu Guohua a few years ago. Now Yu Li broke off the engagement with the Wu family. If Yu Li was willing to marry that guy, wouldn't the 200 yuan betrothal gift belong to the Yu family? At that time, she, Jiao Shuelian, would grind the money into her own pocket even if she had to grind it bit by bit. Thinking of this, Jiao Shuelian immediately went back to her mother's house. Chen Ailan also hurried to find her husband. She had to tell him about her daughter's broken engagement. She had to go to the Wu family to ask for an explanation. Yu Li didn't know this. She felt sore all over. She packed up the things she brought back from the Wu family and quickly went to boil water to take a bath. After taking off her clothes, she found that her chest was covered with red marks. Her face was blushing. Thinking of Lu Guanshan's serious and solemn appearance when he was wearing clothes and his reckless appearance when he took off his clothes, she couldn't help but tremble. This man is really... You can't judge by appearance. After taking a bath and lying comfortably on the bed, Yu Li thought about one thing. At her age, it's time to get married. But before getting married, she also has to deal with her natal family's affairs. Especially if she marries Lu Guanshan and follows the army, she won't be able to reach the family's affairs. She has to find out as soon as possible who the bench of her eldest sister-in-law Jiao Shuelian's son belongs to. She must not let the Yu family be the scapegoat. Yu Li thought about it and fell asleep in a daze. Asterisk at the Wu family, Wu's mother and Wu Tong were splashed with urine, and they were so angry that they almost cursed Yu Li's ancestors. After the two of them hurriedly took a shower, they went to call Wu Guohua. Wu's mother lowered her voice and asked, "Didn't you say that no one knew? Why did Yu Li say that you were out, and then insisted on breaking off the engagement?" Wu Guohua was stunned and a little nervous, but the phone was monitored, so he could only say vaguely, "Mom, if she wants to break off the engagement, then break off the engagement. As long as the breakup is clean, it's fine." "What about that person? How is he now? Has he been caught cheating? Is there any evidence? Only if Lu Guanshan makes a mistake can his promotion be guaranteed." When it comes to this, Wu's mother is even more angry. They're going to call the police. If we make trouble again, he will call the police. What if he really calls the police and makes trouble to you again? Wu Guohua's expression was ugly, and he never thought how a simple thing could turn into this. According to Yu Li's temperament, she would not dare to show off her losses. After all, the reputation of the girl's family was at stake. Maybe even commit suicide. And Lu Guanshan is a very upright person. As long as he makes a mistake, no matter what the reasons are, he will bear the consequences. Why would Yu Li call the police with Lu Guanshan? How did you know about him and Xia Yueying? What was originally a sure thing turned out to be like this. Wu Guohua was a little irritated. "Mom, forget it, let's do this for now. As long as Yu Li is willing to break off the engagement, it's pretty good. You don't want to pursue it anymore. God is watching what you do. We have a clear conscience." The matter had come to this, and it could only be like this. Wu Guohua hung up the phone and went to the political commissar's house to knock on the window of the second bedroom. Soon, a young girl with fair complexion and delicate skin came out. With a smile on her face, she looked around coquettishly, with affectionate eyes. "Why are you here at this time?" Wu Guohua also laughed. "Yueying, Yu Li has proposed to break off the engagement. From now on, we can date each other openly. After a while, I will file a marriage application report and try to marry you as soon as possible." Xia Yueying's face was filled with surprise. Really? She had been looking forward to it for so long, and finally it was here. This book was written by her, but it is not false, but based on the real world. In the original world, Yu Li was lucky enough to marry Wu Guohua, and her life with the army was so happy that it made people jealous. She and Yu Li were classmates in elementary school, but they could only marry a man from the same village. Because they had no money, they were forced to sleep together by the village chief's son and were caught and raped. Their life was miserable. So she wrote herself as Yu Li's best friend, but it was her who Wu Guohua fell in love with. In this case, doesn't she believe that Yu Li will still be happy? In this life, she should be the happy one. Xia Yueying took the initiative to hold Wu Guohua's hand. "Guohua, you are so kind. But do you really like me instead of Yu Li? If one day she stands in front of you with me, are you sure you won't regret it?" How she hoped that one day she would see Yu Li in grief after being abandoned by Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua touched Xia Yueying's head. "Of course I choose you. How can Yu Li be as beautiful as you? When they got engaged, Yu Li was still a little bin sprout, fair and clean, but introverted and dull, and dared not say a word. Xia Yueying is different. She grew up in the same village as Yu Li, but after Xia Yueying's parents died last year, she came to the army to join her cousin's husband, who is also their political commissar Xiao. Xia Yueying is lively and moving, hot and active, and looks very feminine. She likes to wear tight skirts, which looks very seductive, which is incomparable to Yu Li's bin sprout. Wu Guohua kissed and touched her, and his heart had already fallen. He said with great certainty, Yueying, I am sure that I only like you. I like you more. He hugged Xia Yueying. The woman in his arms was shy and proud, but also faintly uneasy. She came to the station last year, but before coming, she found that Yu Li was different from the previous years. Her height suddenly jumped. She was only 1.58 meters tall, but in 2 or 3 years she grew to 1.65 meters. Her facial features became more and more stunning, and her breasts grew day by day. Yu Li often complained that her clothes were too small. But Yu Li couldn't come to the station. Xia Yueying hugged Wu Guohua's waist tightly. After she and Wu Guohua got the marriage certificate and had a child, Yu Li would never be able to snatch this man away again. No matter how beautiful Yu Li was, she was only worthy of marrying a farmer in the countryside. Yu Li's father was watering the fields. There has been little rain recently, and the corn and sesame in the fields have dried up and the leaves have drooped, affecting their growth. The eldest and second sons went to dig the river, the youngest daughter-in-law worked in the factory in the town, the eldest daughter-in-law helped Chen Ailan with housework at home, and the daughter helped at Wu's house. Yu Li's father Yu Jiefeng knew and agreed to her going to Wu's house. Because he used to have a good relationship with Wu Guohua's father, and now Wu Guohua is not at home, it's okay for Yu Li, as the future daughter-in-law, to help the future mother-in-law who is in poor health. In addition, the eldest daughter-in-law always dislikes Yu Li and quarrels at home, so Yu Jiefeng acquiesced to Yu Li going to the Wu family. But Chen Ailan suddenly appeared and told him about Yu Li's withdrawal from the engagement. Of course, she ignored the part about Lu Guanshan and only said that her daughter was almost bullied. Yu Jiefeng was immediately angry and threw the bucket in his hand. This Wu Guohua is simply a piece of shit. If it weren't for his father, I wouldn't even look at him. His mother really took my kindness for granted. Let's go, our daughter can't suffer this grievance for nothing. The couple immediately rushed to the Wu family. Wu's mother was still a little unwilling. Wu Tong cursed and cried, Mom. All our pots and pans were taken away by Yu Li, that bitch. Look at the house that was smashed inside and outside, how can we live here? We have to go and get them back, and we have to get back the wine and meat that were sent when we got engaged. Mother Wu gritted her teeth, this shameless thing. I saw that she was reluctant to work before. She really has other thoughts. No, Guohua said that it's over, I can't swallow this breath. You go out with me, let's publicize it to the outside world, saying that Yu Li is shameless and seduces people every day. We must ruin her reputation. Wu Tong has long been jealous of Yu Li's good looks, and immediately nodded, okay, let's go together. But as soon as he went out, he ran into Yu Li's parents. Chen Ailan went up and slapped him. Old bitch. My daughter treats you so well, but you were so sick last year that you couldn't walk. Was it my daughter who gave you medicine and boiled it for you? Your son is having an affair outside, and you just cancelled the engagement. Are you a human being? We have to go to the army to make a scene and ask for an explanation. Yu Jiefeng also had a cold face and smashed the ground with a hoe. When Brother Wu was still alive, I knew you were not a good woman and you dragged him down. I thought Guohua could be as good as his father, but it seems I was wrong. My daughter has been wronged in the past few years, and the engagement is cancelled. I will not ask you for compensation for Brother Wu's sake, but remember this. If I hear a bad word about my daughter, I will come to trouble your Wu family. The neighbors around heard the noise and rushed out immediately. One by one, they followed and pointed. Yes. Yu Li is such a good kid. Capable and pretty, what Guohua did is not authentic. If it were me, I would scold my son first. If you miss a girl like Yu Li, where else can you find one? Oh, Guohua's mother, did your son really find another one in the army? Since you broke off the engagement with Yu Li, I will introduce my nephew to Yu Li. Mother Wu was scolded until her face turned red. Indeed, everyone saw how Yu Li served her in the past. She couldn't even say it back, but she was holding her breath in her heart, and Wu Tong was also gritting her teeth in hatred. But for the reputation and future of Wu Guohua, how dare they scold each other? They could only keep apologizing. After Yu Jifeng and his wife had scolded enough, they announced loudly to everyone that Yu Li and Wu Guohua had completely broken off the engagement, and the two families had no connection from then on, and then they left. Mother Wu sat on the ground, dizzy and dazed. What a sin, what a sin! Then, she fainted from anger. Wu Tong was so scared that she screamed, "Mom! Mom!" After Yu Jifeng and his wife scolded her, they felt bad that they had made a mistake and let their daughter suffer for several years. "Alan, go cut some meat and make dumplings in the evening to nourish my daughter. I won't water the fields today. I'm going to the mountain to chop wood." Yu Jifeng said loudly. Chen Alan nodded. "Dad, I know, I'll go now." Who knew that Chen Alan had just walked to the supply and marketing cooperative when she met several women she knew who smiled warmly at her and came up to talk to her. "Oh, isn't this Yu Li's mother? How did I hear that your Yu Li and Wu Guohua broke off their engagement?" "You don't know. I have a younger brother who has always missed Yu Li, otherwise, I will bring him to your house tomorrow. Chen Alan, Yu Li is so beautiful, smart, and hard-working, she must marry into a good family. Let me tell you, a nephew of my aunt's family is so handsome, and he is from the city." Several people chattered around Chen Alan. She was in a very good mood, polite on the surface, but happy in her heart. "My pair is so good, even if the engagement is broken off, isn't it that someone will rush to propose marriage soon?" She happily cut the meat and promised two of them to bring the men to her home for a blind date tomorrow. Yu Jifeng also encountered problems. He first went to the field to get a bucket of water, but he was stunned when he got to the edge of the field. A tall, strong, and handsome young man was carrying a bucket of water to water his family's field. Yu Jifeng hurriedly shouted, Oh, young man! You watered the wrong field. This is my field." Lu Guanshan stopped and smiled at Yu Jifeng. "Uncle, I just happened to pass by and had nothing to do. I saw that the ground was dry and cracked, so I helped you water the ground. Helping others is a good virtue." As he said, he continued to fetch water from the river to irrigate the field. He looked strong and flexible. He lifted 2 buckets of water as heavy as a game, one by one, as if he had endless strength. Yu Jifeng carried 6 buckets of water in the time it took him to carry 2 buckets. After a while, the work in the field was almost done. The leaves of corn and sesame, which had absorbed enough water, gradually stood up. Lu Guanshan straightened his back and accepted Yu Jifeng's scrutiny while working. Yu Jifeng has lived for most of his life, what has he not seen? He almost guessed that this man might have some purpose. But since he wants to work, let him do it. Sure enough, Lu Guanshan was very active and finished watering the land of the Yu family, which originally needed to be watered for another 2 days, in more than an hour. Yu Jifeng widened his eyes. He had never seen such a fierce worker in his life. Such a person, no matter what he does, is estimated to be many times better than ordinary people. After watering the land, Yu Jifeng went to the back mountain to chop firewood, and Lu Guanshan immediately followed him. When Yu Jifeng was still chopping the first tree, he chopped down 6 trees in a row. "Uncle, is this enough?" Yu Jifeng was completely shocked. This guy is not only good-looking, but also works as hard as a tractor. At the beginning, he betrothed Yu Li to Wu Guohua because he admired the temperament of being a soldier. But in fact, every time Wu Guohua came back, he didn't like to work in the fields. Yu Jifeng remained alert, but the more he looked at Lu Guanshan, the more he felt that this young man was really capable. Lu Guanshan not only cut down the trees, but also cut them into pieces on the spot, split them, and neatly stacked them on the cart. Yu Jifeng was completely moved. He has been the pillar of the family all his life, and he has done the most dirty and hard work. Both of his sons are not as capable as him. But for the first time, someone is more capable than him, and he has become an assistant. But it must be said that having someone more capable than oneself, that sense of security is bursting. Yu Jifeng said without hesitation, "Young man, come to my house for dinner." Lu Guanshan nodded immediately, smiling undisguisedly, "Okay." He was so fast that he was afraid that the other party would regret it. Yu Li got up immediately when she heard the sound of adding dumpling fillings. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found that Ban Bench had slipped into her room again and rummaged around. She immediately clapped her hands and grabbed Ban Bench. "What are you doing?" Didn't I tell you not to just come into my room and rummage around? Ban Bench was very fat, his wrists were much thicker than Yu Li's, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. He kept struggling. My mother said, "You will get married sooner or later. At that time, your room will be mine. Aunts must love their nephews, and your things are mine. You are a money loser." Before Yu Li could do anything, Chen Ailen came in from outside and slapped Ban Bench on the butt. "Shut up. You stinky boy. How can you talk to your aunt? Apologize." Ban Bench refused to apologize and sat on the ground and cried loudly. It happened that Jiao Shuelian came back from her mother's house. As soon as she entered the door, she hugged her son in her arms with heartache and looked at Yu Li angrily. "As soon as you came back," Ban Bench cried. "Is this how you act as an aunt? Go out and ask, whose sister-in-law is like you?" Yu Li didn't argue with her. She got up and rushed into her room and started to rummage around. Jiao Shuelian panicked and quickly left her son to stop her. "What are you doing? Why did you enter my room and rummage around?" Yu Li sneered. "Your room is not for others to rummage around, so why do you teach your son to rummage around other people's things? Do you know what your son was rummaging through just now? He was rummaging through my underwear. He is already 8 years old, and you still don't teach him well. Do you want him to eat peanuts in the future? He keeps calling me and Liu a money loser, so what are you? Are you also a money loser in your mother's house?" Jiao Shuelian wanted to scold, but Chen Ailen shouted, "Jiao Shuelian, if you don't want to live anymore, go back to your mother's house." This time, Jiao Shuelian shut up. But she still didn't accept it in her heart. If it weren't for the last time when her brother from her mother's family came to the Yu family and made a fuss, and her sister-in-law from her mother's family had an opinion, she would have immediately asked her brother from her mother's family to come and do justice. Chen Ailen picked up the crying Ban Bench again. "Apologize. If you don't apologize to your aunt, don't even think about eating dumplings tonight." Ban Bench sobbed, and seeing that his mother couldn't support him, he could only apologize reluctantly. Yu Li looked at his appearance, and the more she looked, the more suspicious she became. She deliberately said, "Ban Bench, don't cry. The more you cry, the smaller your eyes become. Your father and mother's eyes are so big, and they have double eyelids. Why don't you look like them?" Jiao Shuelian was shocked. Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly grabbed Ban Bench's hand. "Let's go. Go back to the house." Yu Li sneered in her heart. Jiao Shuelian was guilty. She must find out the matter between Jiao Shuelian and Ban Bench. Chen Ailen sighed, and felt uncomfortable when she thought of Jiao Shuelian, the troublemaker. It was the second eldest daughter-in-law Wang Xinghua in the kitchen who smiled and said, "Mom, my little sisters, come in and make dumplings." The 5-year-old Liu also shouted in a coquettish voice, "Aunt, my mother said, let's eat meat dumplings tonight. After eating meat dumplings, you can be as beautiful as my aunt." This made everyone feel better immediately. Yu Li walked into the kitchen and touched Liu's head with a smile. Liu was very cute, white and tender like pearls, but a little thin, and Wang Xinghua was also gentle and lovely. The second brother's family would have been very happy. While washing her hands and making dumplings, Yu Li secretly made up her mind that this time, she would never let Liu get into trouble again. In the kitchen, Chen Ailen brought her daughter-in-law and daughter and quickly made the dumplings. Liu and Yu Li boiled water together, and everyone talked and laughed, and it was lively. More than 100 dumplings rolled into the water like big white geese. Yu Li's 2 brothers Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu also came back from work. Wang Xinghua hurriedly set up the table and brought out plates of dumplings. Chen Ailen was still looking outside. "Why hasn't your dad come back yet?" Jiao Shuelian took the child out, pretended that nothing happened, sat down and ate. Chen Ailen scolded, "Your dad hasn't come back. Don't move." The bench felt very aggrieved. "Grandma, I'm hungry." As he spoke, he grabbed a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Yu Tuanjie couldn't stand it anymore, so he went up and hit his son's hand with chopsticks. "Who taught you this? You look ugly, as if you haven't eaten. Grandpa hasn't come back yet. What's going on in a while?" Seeing her mother-in-law scolding her son and her husband beating her son, Jiao Shuelian was about to have a fit. But when he raised his head, he met Yu Li's eyes, which were clearly looking at the appearance of the bench. Jiao Shuelian felt cold and found a topic in desperation. "Mom, I have something to tell you. Didn't Lizzie break off the engagement?" There is a nice young man in my natal village who is willing to pay a gift of 200 yuan to marry Lizzie. Look, what if I ask him to come to my house tomorrow to see each other? Sample? Gao Shuelian waited for everyone's reaction with some pride. $200. Looking at several nearby villages, who can afford such a large sum of money? The Yu family is also an ordinary family, and they will definitely be tempted when they hear this betrothal gift. But Chen Ailan frowned. Such a colorful gift? Is there something shameful about his family? Yu Fendu also asked, whose son is he from? Gao Shuelian hesitated, the one behind my house whose surname is Liu. Yu Tuanjia glared, isn't that a murderer? He was in prison for 20 years and was only released last year. He must be almost 40. He is only 1.6 meters tall. Gao Shuelian quickly defended, he no longer kills people. He has changed. There is a 200 yuan gift. What's wrong with being 1.6 meters tall? Can't he also be 1.8 meters tall when he jumps? The Yu family all looked at Gao Shuelian. She knew she was wrong and wanted to make excuses. Chen Ailan said directly with a cold face, Gao Shuelian, don't force me to slap you. I think you are full, so you don't need these dumplings. Eat. Go back inside and eat your leftovers. Gao Shuelian held back and said nothing. But she thought bitterly in her heart that Yu Li would have to marry the prisoner surnamed Liu even if she didn't want to. Let Liu Makang throw 200 yuan on the table of the Yu family tomorrow. Yu Li would have to marry even if she didn't want to. Liu Maokang was the best at pestering people, and he had a bad temper, so everyone called him Liu Maokang. Before, he was afraid that Wu Guohua was a soldier, so he didn't dare to act rashly. But now that Yu Li and Wu Guohua have broken up, he naturally has to catch up and pester Yu Li. As long as he has 200 yuan to hold the Yu family, which young man in the neighborhood dares to snatch it from him? Thinking of the Yu family being pestered by Liu Maokang tomorrow, and Yu Li jumping up and down in anger, Gao Shuelian couldn't help but feel happy. Wait, this family bullied her and didn't let her eat dumplings, and they will definitely get retribution. Gao Shuelian brought the leftovers into the house, cursing, and didn't notice that someone from the Yu family had come outside. When Yu Jiefang brought Lu Guanshan in, everyone was a little surprised. Who is this? Chen Ailan stood up. Yu Jiefang smiled and said, this is Xiao Lu. He passed by our field and helped me with a lot of work. I invite you to our house for a meal. Most rural people are simple, let alone helping with work. Even strangers who pass by without working will ask if they want to eat at mealtime. Chen Ailan hurriedly and enthusiastically served dumplings. Lu Guanshan stood up and saluted in a standard way. Hello, everyone, my name is Lu Guanshan. I'm sorry to bother you. Almost all the eyes of the Yu family lit up, except for Bench, who lowered his head and secretly stuffed dumplings into his mouth. Shi Liu couldn't help but smile with curved eyes. Aunt, this uncle is as handsome as you. Yu Li was stunned. She stared at Lu Guanshan and almost dropped the chopsticks in her hand. Why is he here? Didn't it agree that she would let her think about it for a day? Why did he go directly to the field to help her father work? Yu Jiefang asked Lu Guanshan to wash his face and hands. His second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua handed him a large bowl of water. It's too hot outside. Look, your mouths are all dry and cracked. Drink some water and then sit down to eat dumplings. He smiled and reminded Shi Liu, your aunt is beautiful, and this uncle is handsome. Shi Liu nodded. Aunt, why is your uncle looking at you? Yu Li. Everyone looked over quickly, and Lu Guanshan felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to see Yu Li, but he couldn't help it. In the small farmyard, loofahs, beans, shallots, and grapes were planted. The family sat around a wooden table with several large plates of dumplings on the table. Yu Li sat quietly next to Shi Liu with bright eyes and white teeth, black hair and snowy skin, and a soft and quiet beauty. It was like a shy rose in the sunset, and the fragrance could be felt from a distance. After just one afternoon of not seeing each other, Lu Guanshan found that he actually had a feeling of missing her. I couldn't help wanting to see her again, wanting to be closer to her. Everyone was a little confused, and Yu Jiefang had almost guessed something. He had a very good impression of Lu Guanshan, and at this moment he felt that his daughter's fate might have come. Chen Ailan came out of the kitchen with dumplings, and Yu Jiefang gave her a look. Chen Ailan immediately understood, looked at Lu Guanshan, and couldn't help but smile. Put the dumplings in front of Lu Guanshan. Little Lu, don't be polite, just eat, we have enough dumplings today. Big brother Yu Tuanjie was curious. You know my sister? Lu Guanshan nodded and looked at Yu Li again, as if to ask her opinion on how to answer. Yu Li bit the tip of the chopsticks, her pink lips were a little hesitant, and she said carefully, well, I know him. He is Wu Guohua's comrade in arms. I met him once when I delivered something to the Wu family. Yu Tuanjie's face changed. Wu Guohua's comrade in arms? The comrade in arms of that unfaithful man. Lu Guanshan immediately explained, I am not very familiar with Wu Guohua. I just happened to be on a mission nearby, so I brought some things for him. I don't know much about Wu Guohua's situation in the army. But please rest assured, I will investigate it after I go back. If Wu Guohua has done anything to let Comrade Yu Li down, I will definitely seek justice for her. After all, Comrade Yu Li and I are acquainted. These words made the Yu family feel much more at ease. But Yu Li felt her heartbeat speed up. Especially when she heard him say the word acquaintance. Is that called acquaintance? That's negative distance contact. The meal was lively. Brothers Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu had endless things to say to Lu Guanshan, and Yu Li listened silently beside them. Originally, she thought her two brothers were quite smart people in the village. But now they are far behind Lu Guanshan. This man is not only extremely strong in bed, but also very good at the dinner table. On the surface, he passively answered the questions of the Yu family, but in fact, he was quietly guiding the two brothers of the Yu family to talk. He led the topic step by step without rushing, which not only made people feel happy to talk, but also made people feel that they were not satisfied and wanted to talk more. Fortunately, Lu Guanshan did not rashly mention marriage or anything like that. He said goodbye after dinner and said he had something to do in town. The Yu family naturally did not keep him. Yu Li looked up at him, and Lu Guanshan also glanced at her, and his eyes quickly moved away, but that glance seemed to carry many emotions. It even gave Yu Li a feeling that he was full of desire to invade. Her heart trembled, and she quickly turned around and pretended to work. Mom, let me wash the dishes. Jen Alan smiled gently. She had just had a private chat with her husband and found out that Lu Guanshan was such an excellent worker. He quietly found out who Yu Li's father was and went to the edge of the field to work and prove himself. With such thoughts, intelligence, strength, and hard work, it must be said that he is a good son-in-law candidate that the elders can't refuse. After being engaged to the Wu family for several years, Wu Guohua has never come to do any work for their family. He never greeted the Yu family on the phone. Yu Li, on the other hand, has made a lot for the Wu family. Lu Guanshan's words at the dinner table just now also let Yu Jiefang and Chen Alan roughly understand Lu Guanshan's background. Although his family didn't have much money, he was a good worker, looked so good, sensible and smart, and knew how to advance and retreat. He was definitely a good husband. Chen Alan also saw her daughter's abnormal silence, and her ears blushed, and she picked up a bowl casually. This bowl is the pickled vegetables your aunt brought a few days ago. Go give it back to her, Yu Li said, and took the bowl and walked out of the house obediently. After walking a few steps, she turned a corner and entered the corridor between the houses, and was suddenly pressed against the wall. The strong hormone smell of the man hit her face. His dark and deep eyes pressed against her, and his voice was low. Why didn't you dare to look at me just now? You didn't talk to me? Don't we know each other well enough? Yu Li's heart was pounding, and her almond eyes with mist looked at the man in front of her, and her cheeks quickly turned red like peach petals. I just... She tried to explain. But before she could think of an explanation, her lips were blocked. The man gently bit her tender and sweet lips, slowly prying open her pearly teeth, and then the attack suddenly became fierce. Yu Li whimpered twice and subconsciously hugged his powerful waist. Yu Li wanted to push him away. This was near their home. Rural people like to go out for a walk after a day's work. What if someone saw them? But this man had learned everything by himself and made rapid progress. His kissing skills were better than the first time. He had a refreshing pine scent on him. His big hands clasped her wrists and held Yu Li's soft body in his arms. Sometimes he was tough and sometimes he was gentle and affectionate, so that she wanted to fall unconsciously. Fortunately, Lu Guanshan restrained the urge to kiss him. Instead, he slightly left her lips and asked in a low voice, "Have you thought about it? Do you want to marry me? I'll give you my body, money, and everything. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will listen to you all my life. Yuli's heartbeat was thumping like it was exploding in her ears. She found that she had an irresistible fascination with Lu Guanshan, which burned more and more fiercely from a small flame. No, they just met for the first day, she must not fall for a man. So, she pinched herself quietly and tried to stand up straight. Hey, didn't I say it? Let me think about it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After that, she slipped out from under his arm and ran away. Lu Guanshan looked at Yuli's coquettish and shy back, reached out and touched his lips, and couldn't help smiling. She didn't agree to marry him. But she didn't push him away just now. The girl was shy and timid, but her lips were as sweet and tender as peach flesh. A trace of sweetness and softness spread in her heart, and the tall man who was always serious had a smile in his eyes and strode towards the town. No one can compete with him, Lu Guanshan, for this daughter-in-law. Yuli was in a trance that night. I even had a dream at night. I dreamed that Lu Guanshan appeared in my room somehow. He pressed her down on the bed and kissed her. His big hands unbuttoned her neatly. The atmosphere in the dream was ambiguous and hot. There were her teeth marks on his strong chest. Yuli couldn't help but gasp. When Lu Guanshan reached into her clothes, she finally couldn't help but wake up. When she opened her eyes, it was still dark. It was just a dream. Damn it! How could I have such a dream? Yuli's face was hot and she couldn't help getting up to wash her face. This season is indeed hot. Maybe it was the action of getting up at night that woke Chen Ailen up. She actually came here in the dark. Daughter, are you awakened by the heat? Mom will fan you. Chen Ailen sat down on the bed and fanned her with a cattail leaf fan. The cool breeze blew, and there were occasional cicadas outside the house. The moonlight sprinkled on Chen Ailen through the window, making her look more gentle and loving. Yuli's nose was sour. She was an orphan before she came here, so she worked hard and worked overtime, because she deeply understood that no one in the world could support her. But in this world, her parents love her very much, and this love is deep, heavy and soft. Perhaps the emotions of the original body also surged up. Yuli hugged Chen Ailen. Mom, you go to sleep, I'm so old, I can fan myself when I'm hot. But Chen Ailen didn't leave, though. How old are you? In my eyes, you are still a child. Mom will fan you, and I'll leave when you fall asleep. In terms of loving her daughter, Chen Ailen is very tough, and Yuli has never been able to beat her. The breeze swayed with the palm fan, and it hit Yuli's face again and again. She couldn't help crying and wiped it away quietly. Chen Ailen not only fanned her, but also patted her back gently. Not long after, Yuli really fell asleep comfortably. Her mother yawned and left quietly. Yuli dreamed again this time. In her dream, she could suddenly fly, and the whole person was lightly moving in the air with the wind. The big white clouds were right beside her, and she could touch them with her hands. As she flew, she suddenly saw a white jade palace built in the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist, and shining with golden light. She was almost in tears because of the beauty of this palace, and she couldn't help flying over to check it out. When she landed at the door of the palace, she found that the name of this palace was Pear Palace. There was even a fingerprint unlocking place at the door. She put her finger on it and the door opened immediately. A sweet female voice said, "Welcome back, Master." Master? Yuli was a little surprised. Walking along the gate, she found that it was beautiful inside. There were many pear trees planted in the yard. Strangely, some of them were snow-white pear flowers, while others had already produced big yellow pears. Going further in, there was a large study room and a large cabinet for Chinese herbal medicine. Yuli's eyes were full of surprises. She personally likes Chinese medicine very much. In her previous life, she also studied with an old Chinese medicine doctor for a period of time and learned some basic knowledge. In order to regulate the body of Wu Guohua's mother, the original body also asked around for folk prescriptions and learned a lot of Chinese medicine knowledge from a Chinese medicine doctor. The desire in her heart made Yuli couldn't help but pick up the book and read it. When she read it, she saw it was dawn, and Jiao Shuelian's voice scolding her son woke Yuli up. Yuli opened her eyes suddenly and found that she was holding a book in her hand. She was stunned, and almost understood that this pear palette should be a necessary space for time travelers. God is still okay. But this book must not appear inexplicably at home. Yuli was thinking that she suddenly appeared in the pear palace again. She quickly put the book away, and with a thought, she returned to her room. She got up quickly. Outside the house, Gao Shuelian hurried to the door of her grandmother's house and shouted loudly, "Mom! Ban Bench has a stomachache and is rolling around in pain. Did you not let me eat dumplings last night? Who put something in Ban Bench's bowl? Give me some money quickly, I will take Ban Bench to see a doctor." Ban Bench is her grandson after all. Chen Ailen came out immediately. Ban Bench was in pain and held his stomach and groaned. She frowned. "Why are you shouting so early in the morning?" "Ban Bench ate 30 dumplings last night, and I was afraid that he would eat too much, so I didn't dare to let him eat more. We all ate the dumplings, so why did anyone put anything in his bowl?" Ban Bench cried, "It hurts, Mom, Grandma, my stomach hurts, it hurts so much." Gao Shuelian said angrily, "Who knows? Anyway, in this family, there are people who dislike me and Ban Bench everywhere. There are so many people who eat for free, and they all wish that Ban Bench and I would die." She had a loud voice, and soon the neighbors next door leaned over to look over here. Chen Ailen was so angry that she couldn't stop talking. But the eldest brother Yu Tuanjie shouted, "Gao Shuelian, shut up!" Yu Li hurried over and said, "Ban Bench, open your mouth so I can see your tongue." She opened Ban Bench's mouth, looked at his tongue, checked his eyes, checked his complexion, touched his stomach, and she almost understood. Gao Shuelian was very unhappy and pulled her son over. "Yu Li, what are you doing? You still think that our Ban Bench stomachache is not severe enough? Is there any aunt like you?" Yu Li didn't bother to pay attention to her. She pulled Ban Bench over and massaged Ban Bench's stomach in a clockwise circle. Soon, Ban Bench farted several times in a row, and his stomachache was relieved a little. She pulled Ban Bench's hand again and gave him a massage. Ban Bench had a thick tongue coating and black under his eyes. It was obvious that he had eaten too much. Gradually, Ban Bench's stomachache was relieved and he stopped crying. Gao Shuelian was still not convinced. "No, the bench doesn't hurt now, but it might hurt later. Mom, you better give me some money and I'll take him to town to have a look." Yu Li rolled her eyes. "There's peach cake residue on his face. He ate 30 dumplings last night, and you gave him peach cake at night. Even adults would feel uncomfortable if they ate too much. Not to mention a child. If you feed him like this, even gods can't cure him." When mentioning peach cake, Chen Ailen frowned. "Peach cake? What peach cake? Didn't the peach cake at home get eaten by mice last time? Gao Shuelian, do you have peach cake in your room?" Gao Shuelian was speechless and pulled the bench back to the room. Yu Tuanjie gritted his teeth and walked back to his room. He closed the door and started arguing violently with Gao Shuelian. Early in the morning, the chickens flew and the dogs jumped. It was the second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua who came out and said gently, "Mom, I'm already cooking the porridge for breakfast. Don't be angry. I'll make some scallion pancakes later." Yu Li looked at Wang Xinghua and sighed. Why is this person different from others? Second sister-in-law is such a good person. She must protect her well in this life. Yu Tuanjie and Gao Shuelian quarreled fiercely. Gao Shuelian was so angry that she cried in the house and didn't come out for breakfast. Without her coming out, the family was much more peaceful. Millet porridge with scallion pancakes was eaten comfortably. But while eating, an uninvited guest came to the Yu family. The man was unruly and hadn't taken a bath for many days. He was smelly all over. Looking to be in his 40s, his eyes were glued to Yu Li as soon as he entered the door. He threw a stack of money on the table, shook his body and said with a squint, "This is a betrothal gift of 200 yuan. From now on, your Yu Li is my Liu Maoking's daughter-in-law." Liu Maoking is known to several nearby villages. He is a well-known scoundrel, a murderer, and has been in prison. No one wants to provoke him. But why would this man come to his house and clamor to marry Yu Li? Yu Jiefang immediately darkened his face. "Our family doesn't know you, and it is impossible for us to have any relationship with you. Please leave immediately." The brothers Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu also hurriedly stood up, trying to scare Liu Maoking away. But Liu Maoking didn't care. He spread his hands and licked his lips. "Want to hit me? Come on. I'm not afraid. Since I'm here today, I must marry Yu Li. 200 yuan is not enough for the bride price? Your Yu family has a big appetite. Yu Li is beautiful, but she doesn't have to be sold so expensive, right? Ha ha." Yu Tuanjie couldn't stand this kind of person insulting his own sister, so he punched him. Liu Makeng fell to the ground after being hit by him. But this man was really disgusting. Not only was he not afraid, but he lay directly on the ground and began to shake his legs. Well done. If you beat him to death, you go to jail. If you can't kill me, I won't leave your Yu family. It's reasonable for a son-in-law like me to recuperate in the Yu family after being beaten, right? Ha ha ha. His words were really disgusting. Everyone was so angry that they glared at him, but they couldn't do anything. This kind of shameless person often makes upright people helpless. Yu Li immediately thought that it must be Jiao Xuelian, the troublemaker, who called Liu Makeng. People like Liu Makeng are really difficult to deal with. She had to find a way to get rid of this hooligan quickly. Jiao Xuelian was leaning on the window in the house and looked out. Seeing that the Yu family couldn't do anything about Liu Makeng, she immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't believe that there was anyone in the world who could control Liu Makeng. Before the Yu family could find a way to drive Liu Makeng away, a woman suddenly came to the door with a handsome young man. Hey, Chen Ailan, didn't I tell you yesterday that I would bring my distant nephew to meet your Yu Li? Here we are. Xiao Kui works at the grain station in the town. Another woman came over, with a dark-skinned but tall young man who looked very honest. Me too, old Yu, you see we are all here together. Didn't I hear that your Yu Li broke off the engagement with the Wu family? My younger brother is not married, and he has a good character, honest and hardworking. I brought him here to see. Anyway, we are all here together, otherwise, let Yu Li choose. To be honest, for a rural marriage, the conditions of these two men are very good. The reason why they can rush to have a blind date with Yu Li is because Yu Li is indeed very beautiful. That kind of beauty is remembered by everyone who has seen her in the 10 miles and 8 villages, and they will discuss it several times behind her back and have endless aftertaste. If you can marry such a beautiful wife, which man would not be happy? So when she broke off the engagement, not only did no one laugh at her, but they were secretly happy and hurried to come and see her. But Chen Ailan hurried to receive him. Hey, coming quickly, let's sit together and drink tea. Liu Makeng suddenly stood up and shouted nonchalantly, Yu Li is my wife. I, Liu Makeng, brought 200 yuan of betrothal gifts. Which of you can take it out? Even if any of you can take it out, I, Liu Makeng, warn you, whoever dares to snatch Yu Li away, I will go to your house every day to make trouble. He pointed at Xiao Kui's nose. You work at the grain station, right? I will go to the grain station and use the loudspeaker to publicize it immediately. You snatched my wife. Xiao Kui was stunned, and his expression was a little complicated. What's going on? Chen Ailan hurriedly explained, No, he is making trouble here, it's not true. But no matter what, Liu Makeng was making a fuss there. He was not afraid of beating him, but he couldn't beat him to death, and he didn't care at all if he was scolded. He was really like a stone in the pit, smelly and hard. Soon, Xiao Kui was a little worried that Liu Makeng might really cause trouble, so he said a few polite words and left. The other young man was also discouraged by Liu Makeng's arrogant attitude. He really didn't want to provoke this big Buddha. The two people who came to see her left, and Liu Makeng said proudly, See? Your Yu Li can't find any other man except marrying me. Yu Jiefeng shouted, Tuanjie. Go to the police. Liu Makeng laughed, Go. The police can persuade me to go home, and I will come back to my home. From now on, wherever Yu Li goes, I will follow her. I don't believe my wife can run away. This rogue face made the brothers Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu so angry that they really wanted to beat him to death. Yu Li also gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid that I will find a chance to poison you? Liu Makeng touched his chin. I am willing to be poisoned by you. Chen Ailan took a deep breath. Yu Li thought that her mother died of a heart attack in her previous life, and hurried to rub her back. Mom, don't be angry. It's okay, I'll find a way. In the big house, Jiao Xuelian covered her mouth and laughed happily. This is the end of the Yu family's partiality to Yu Li. Looking at the arrogant Liu Makeng, Yu Li suddenly thought of something. It was mentioned in the original book that after Yu Li committed suicide, Wu Guohua came back to deal with things. In order to highlight Wu Guohua's image as the male protagonist, the author designed a scene for him to catch a thief. It happened to be Liu Makeng who was caught. Liu Makeng's family was caught red-handed, and more than 400 yuan was found. Yes. Yu Li suddenly had an idea and frowned and asked, "You keep saying that you want to marry a wife. Let me ask you, what kind of work do you do to earn so much money? If you can't answer, I suspect you are stealing." If it is stealing, then Liu Maokeng can't get out so easily after being arrested. Liu Maokeng's eyes flashed. How did Yu Li know that his money was stolen? Afraid of more troubles if he continued to entangle, Liu Maokeng simply rushed up and grabbed Yu Li's hand. "Don't talk nonsense, the betrothal money is all here. If you come back with me, you will be my wife." Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu immediately went to protect Yu Li. Liu Maokeng was like a loach and insisted on grabbing Yu Li. Even if he couldn't take Yu Li away today, he had to touch that fragrant little hand and discuss those who wanted to marry Yu Li. But who knew that Liu Maokeng suddenly felt that someone grabbed his collar from behind, and then the whole person was smashed out. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and his internal organs were in pain. He grimaced in pain and couldn't get up. Lu Guanshan put down the bags in his hands and walked towards Liu Maokeng step by step. He was completely different today than yesterday. He was still a polite and dignified handsome guy last night. At this moment, he was full of murderous aura, his expression was cold, and his eyes were narrowed with a terrifying sense of oppression. He stepped on Liu Maokeng's hand with his foot, and his voice was low and cold. "How dare you stand in front of her?" Then, Lu Guanshan grabbed Liu Maokeng's arm and broke it with a click. Ouch! Liu Maokeng's screams rushed into the sky. At this time, the Yu family really wanted to say "cool" in unison. Yu Li supported Chen Ailan and stared at Lu Guanshan in a daze. She felt that Lu Guanshan was so handsome at this moment. Lu Guanshan took Liu Maokeng and the 200 yuan away. "You are suspected of molesting and insulting my fiancé. I must take you to the Public Security Bureau for a thorough investigation. If the Public Security Bureau wants to investigate a person, they can dig up all his past. Normal people are afraid. Not to mention Liu Maokeng, who has a criminal record and likes to steal and cheat." The two brothers of the Yu family followed Lu Guanshan to the Public Security Bureau. Liu Maokeng looked at Lu Guanshan in panic. The man in front of him was as tall as a mountain, with a cold and majestic temperament. He looked even more terrifying than Wu Guohua. Looking at the undulating lines under Lu Guanshan's clothes and the muscles on his arms, he is definitely a martial artist. When did the Yu family get this man? Why didn't Jiao Xuelian, the bastard, tell him? Liu Maokeng begged for mercy instantly. I was wrong. I was just joking with you. I'm leaving now, right away." Yu Fendu spat at him. "Do you know you're wrong now? You, a scumbag, must go to the Public Security Bureau. Li Zi is right. Where did you get your money? Let the Public Security Bureau investigate." Liu Maokeng was still trying to struggle. I kowtow to you. I was really wrong. By the way, it's not me who has to come, it's Jiao Xuelian. She went back to her parents' home last night and persuaded me to come to propose marriage, saying that Yu Li is now beautiful, with big breasts and a thin waist. Really don't blame me. Seeing that he was talking dirty, Lu Guanshan went up and broke off a row of his front teeth with his bare hands. Liu Maokeng cried out, his mouth full of blood, and roared in pain, "I admit my mistake, I admit my mistake." It was useless to admit the mistake. The two brothers of the Yu family followed Lu Guanshan and took the 200 yuan to send Liu Maokeng to the Public Security Bureau. The first time they entered the Public Security Bureau, the two brothers of the Yu family were still a little nervous. But Lu Guanshan was calm and composed, and even had the demeanor of a big boss. Seeing this, Yu Fendu wondered in his heart, is Lu Guanshan really just a soldier? Sure enough, Lu Guanshan introduced himself. "Hello, I am Lu Guanshan, the commander of the 7th Company of the Southern 761st Corps. Today I went to my fiancé's house to discuss marriage, and I met this gangster named Liu Maokeng who insulted and teased my fiancé, and found some cash from unknown sources on him. I suspect that this man has received benefits from criminals and deliberately went to my fiancé's house to provoke, so as to affect my work and thereby affect the troops. Affect the collective." Liu Maokeng himself groaned in pain, and was shocked to hear this. "I'm not saying, buddy, I affect the troops. Affect the collective." The two brothers of the Yu family also opened their eyes wide, and they didn't expect Lu Guanshan to say that. But the next moment, they nodded in unison, yes. That's right. At the same time, they were also very shocked that Lu Guanshan was actually a company commander like Wu Guohua. But why does Wu Guohua always put on a condescending attitude, while Lu Guanshan is so approachable, modest and gentle? The director of the Public Security Bureau rushed out and shook hands with Lu Guanshan excitedly, the 7th Company of the 761st Corps. Oh my god, am I dreaming? It's the Captain Lu who won the first place in the actual combat exercises for 3 consecutive years. Don't worry. We will investigate this matter carefully. Now we will try him. Not surprisingly, Liu Maoking's theft was soon discovered, and the amount was not small. But the most serious crime was that he was suspected of betraying the organization, affecting the safety of the troops and the collective safety. This crime is not small. Liu Maoking suffered a lot in there, and confessed almost everything he could. Although he didn't confess that he had contacted some criminals in the end, the crimes he committed were enough to keep him in there for the rest of his life. Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu looked at Lu Guanshan with stars in their eyes. The two communicated in a low voice. Captain Lu wants to marry Li Zi. Has Li Zi agreed? I don't know, but let's go back and persuade him. Such a good brother-in-law must agree. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry him. Lu Guanshan has excellent hearing, and he still heard such a small voice. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his lips slightly. Use house. Gao Shuelian hid in the house and pretended to be deaf and dumb and refused to come out. Chen Ailan and Yu Jiefang were both at the door. Yu Li was also waiting for the settlement. Bench and Pomegranate were taken outside by Wang Xinghua to play, and she didn't want the children to see such a thing. Chen Ailan took a kitchen knife. Gao Shuelian, if you don't open the door and don't explain clearly, I will use the kitchen knife to cut a hole in your door. As she said that, she chopped at the door. Bang! The door was chopped and shook. Gao Shuelian was in a state of confusion inside. How did she know that Lu Guanshan would come out halfway? What was the background of this Lu Dia? It was obvious that Liu Maoking would catch Yu Li in a little while. Now her mother-in-law is starting to make trouble for her. What should she do? Gao Shuelian didn't want to open the door, but seeing that the door was about to be chopped down, she had to open the door out of heartache. How should I know? It was because Yu Li kicked over my basin that I went back to her parents' home in anger. But the news of her breaking off the engagement has already spread to several villages around. Is it my fault that Liu Maoking likes her? Who made her look like that? It's her own problem that a man likes her. Besides, isn't it true that nothing happened? You, the parents-in-law, are holding a knife and want to kill me for your daughter? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? She was about to cry and shout, so as to attract the neighbors to support her. Chen Ailan threw the kitchen knife with a clang and grabbed Gao Shuelian's hair. I told you to be mean. You have made trouble again and again, and you have made this family crazy. How can Lizzie be sorry for you? You target her everywhere. The second daughter-in-law is soft-tempered, and you bully her too. Do you really think that our Yu family is? Are you just messing with me? I have to teach you a lesson today. Chen Ailan was really angry. The eldest daughter-in-law was just a glutton for food and drink. She bullied her daughter and the younger daughter-in-law behind her back. It could be said that the tongue and teeth were inevitably fighting. But to persuade a lowlife like Liu Maoking to come to the Yu family to corrupt Yu Li, is this something human beings do? Gao Shuelian also went crazy, making a fuss about life and death. Okay, you beat me to death, beat me to death. Let everyone see that your Yu family is partial and beat to death your daughter-in-law who gave birth to your eldest grandson. Everyone else is partial to their grandson, but it's better for you to think about those money-losing things every day. If I marry Yu Tuanjie, a loser, what's the point of living? I'll die, she said and ran towards the door. I'm going to drown myself in the river. Death is impossible, but as long as the fuss gets bigger, the Yu family will have the reputation of forcing their daughter-in-law to death. Chen Ailan looked at Gao Shuelian like this, gritted her teeth, and her eyes were red. My family is unlucky. Yu Jiefang shouted angrily, if it doesn't work out, either let the boss divorce or separate the family. This is too bastard. Yu Li quickly went to persuade Chen Ailan, Mom, wait until elder brother comes back. You calm down first. At the door, Gao Shuelian looked at the neighbors who had gathered around to break up the fight, crying and complaining, feeling extremely proud. But who knew, suddenly the two Yu brothers and Lu Guanshan came back. 2 police officers followed behind him, coming to further investigate and take notes. Yu Tuanjie's expression changed and he was furious. What are you doing? Jiao Shuelian grabbed her arm and bit her, refusing to let go. It hurt so much that Yu Tuanjie broke out in cold sweat. Lu Guanshan looked at this shrewd woman and sneered. He had inquired beforehand that the eldest sister-in-law of the Yu family could not tolerate the sister-in-law Yu Li. Liu Maokeng was also recruited, and it was Jiao Shuelian who persuaded him to go to the Yu family to propose marriage. In this case, he shouted directly, Liu Maokeng is suspected of contacting criminals, leaking secrets, and endangering collective security. Are you the one who persuaded him to go? Take him away. 2 police officers immediately grabbed Jiao Shuelian's arms and took her to the Public Security Bureau. Jiao Shuelian was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she immediately struggled and shouted, I won't go, window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs, feed 01, container, tabula, below article for thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target_type, mix. Seeing that the police were about to arrest her, Jiao Shuelian subconsciously hit them, and her long nails scratched the face of one of the police. Let me go. Fuck your ancestors. Why do you arrest me? I don't know anything. She was actually attacking the police, and the reason for being arrested was more sufficient. Soon, Jiao Shuelian was taken away. Yu Tuanjie took a deep look and was about to move forward, but Yu Fendu stopped him. Brother, even if you rescue her immediately, will she be grateful to you? Will she know that she is wrong? I tolerated what my sister-in-law did before for your sake, but this time she shouldn't treat Li Zi like this. This made Yu Tuanjie silent. He was wrong to marry such a daughter-in-law. Well, let Shuelian go to the Public Security Bureau to sober up, maybe she will change in the future. Yu Jiefang and Chen Ailan were also very angry, and had a serious talk with Yu Tuanjie. What Jiao Shuelian did this time was really excessive. It was simply vicious. Inhumane. No sister-in-law would send her younger sister-in-law to someone like Liu Maokeng. Isn't pear good for Bandeng? When you go back to the mountains to pick fruits, don't you feel reluctant to eat them yourself, so you bring them back to share with Bandeng and Liu. Bandeng can eat them, but pear eats less every meal and always gives in to Bandeng. Why can't Jiao Shuelian see it? She has to make the whole family restless? Yu Tuanjie lowered his head in guilt. Yu Jiefang knocked on his pipe. After your wife comes back this time, if she thinks it through, we can still live together. If she doesn't, either you two will divorce, or you can live separately. Yu Tuanjie was shocked. Dad, Mom. In this conservative era, especially in the countryside, whether it is divorce or separation, you will have to endure countless rumors from outside. But he knew better than anyone that Jiao Shuelian was really too much. Yu Tuanjie closed his eyes and said, when Shuelian comes out, I will talk to her properly. Whether she can pass or not depends on her performance. This matter was settled. Then Chen Ailan went into the kitchen, and the 3 men of the Yu family were talking to Lu Guanshan. Originally, Lu Guanshan's performance was very good, and today it directly hit the heart of the Yu family. Yu Jiefang took out all the cigarettes he treasured. Lu Guanshan smiled and said, Uncle, I don't smoke. But our leader rewarded me with tobacco coupons, and I went to buy a carton of cigarettes early this morning to honor you. As he said this, he took out a carton of cigarettes from the pile of gifts he brought. Yu Jiefang's eyes were straight. A carton of cigarettes? That's a whole carton. He wouldn't dare to do this in his dreams. At present, everyone in their village is not in a good condition, and the Yu family is still pretty good, but he usually smokes tobacco leaves grown by himself, and rarely smokes that kind of cigarettes. Occasionally, he would put one in his ear, but he couldn't bear to smoke it even if it was soft. What man has a pack of cigarettes? He wants to shout it out to the whole village. Now his good son-in-law gave him a whole pack of cigarettes. Yu Jiefang's eyes widened, and his heart was trembling with excitement. The eyes of the brothers Yu Tuanjie and Yu Fendu also lit up instantly. They recognized this brother-in-law. Lu Guanshan smiled. Dad, big brother, and second brother, if the army leaders give me cigarettes in the future, I will send them back to you. I don't like smoking and it's a waste to keep them. Yu Jiefang was stunned. What did you call me? The 2 brothers of the Yu family? This is the big brother and second brother? But the 3 of the Yu family, father and son, all smiled and answered, Hey. Good son-in-law. Good brother-in-law. Lu Guanshan took the opportunity to introduce the things he brought and explained his personal conditions in detail again, including the betrothal money, how to hold the wedding, and the arrangements after the wedding, etc. No matter how big or small, he said them clearly one by one. He tried his best to do everything well. Since you want to marry a wife, you can't let your wife down. If a man can't make his wife happy, what qualifications does he have to marry a wife? The kitchen was steaming and fragrant. Shi Liu actively helped Yu Li to cook behind the stove. Wang Xinghua, the second sister-in-law, and Chen Ailan, Yu Li's mother, were cooking. The more Yu Li watched, the more she felt that these two people were too happy. Wang Xinghua scooped a large spoonful of lard into the pot. Mom, this dish must be delicious today. I counted, and we made a braised fish, pork stewed with potatoes, scrambled eggs with leek, 6 dishes. Is that enough? Chen Ailan immediately shook her head. Not enough. You are young and don't understand. When a son-in-law comes to your house, you must have at least 8 dishes to show your appreciation. You can be together in the future. Yu Li stood up and dropped the fire stick in her hand. She opened her eyes wide. Mom. Second sister-in-law. Son-in-law? What son-in-law? How come I don't know? Wang Xinghua looked at her with a smile and waved the spatula while smiling. Ask our mom. Chen Ailan glanced at Yu Li. Oh, our Li Zi is still shy. Look at you, as long as Xiao Lu comes, you are like a lost soul. Xiao Lu brought a bunch of gifts today just to get engaged to you. Besides, Xiao Lu helped us get rid of scum like Liu Maoking. You really have to get married soon, otherwise, with your pretty face, I don't know when someone will target you again. Chen Ailan thought about this very clearly. With her daughter's appearance and figure, it is indeed difficult for ordinary men to protect her. Living in the village, it is easy to be targeted by second-rate people. But if she marries Lu Guanshan, it will be different. She will be with the army and live together in the garrison, which is absolutely safe. Moreover, although they have only met Lu Guanshan a few times, Lu Guanshan's performance is really great. Such a high-quality man, anyone with a discerning eye will try every means to snatch him. She can't watch Yu Li hesitate and miss it. Lizzie, Mom tells you that you should cut the Gordian knot with that kind of trashy man, but if you meet a good man, you should also seize the opportunity, otherwise do you think other women are fools? While you are hesitating, they will rush over. Right? Before Yu Li answered, the cute little pomegranate next to her nodded, yes. Yu Li turned her head and looked at her. Pomegranate, do you know what your grandma said? Just say it's right. Hey, where did you get this candy? Pomegranate shook her head. So cute, my uncle gave it to me. As soon as I entered the door, my uncle gave me a handful of candy. Wang Xinghua shoveled the vegetables out of the pot and said with a smile, brother-in-law is really good, he is careful and capable, and he can even think of children. Good guy. This brother-in-law, uncle, one by one? Yu Li took a deep breath, wanted to say something, but finally shut up. Forget it, they are right, Lu Guanshan is really good in all aspects. Except that he died a little earlier in the original book, there is no regret at all. But she hasn't thought about it yet. It's only been a short time. At lunch, because Gao Shuelian didn't disturb them, the whole family was very happy, and the benches were much more obedient. The 3 of the Yu family, father and son, poured wine into Lu Guanshan one by one. In their village, pouring wine is a custom, and the more you pour, the more enthusiastic you are. Yu Li watched her eldest brother fall down, her second brother fell down, and her father fell down. Lu Guanshan, still sitting there with a smile, only a little red at the end of his eyes. His alcohol tolerance is really too strong. Yu Li couldn't help thinking in her heart, if that's the case, when Wu's mother drugged him that day, could he really not hold it back at all? Her heart was beating fast. Chen Ailan helped Yu Jiefang into the house to rest. The eldest brother returned to the big house, and the second brother and his wife also took Shi Liu back to the second house. Lizzie, Xiao Lu drank a lot, let him go to your room to lie down and rest for a while, you come to the kitchen to help me wash the dishes. Chen Ailan shouted. Yu Li quickly agreed. Her mother was reluctant to let her wash the dishes, and just wanted Lu Guanshan to take a break, but she didn't want them to stay in the same room. After bringing Lu Guanshan into her room, she raised her foot and wanted to leave, but her hand was grabbed by someone. The drunk man's large palms were burning, and his eyes were a little red. He was still a little tipsy. The man smiled at her with curved lips, and his peach blossom eyes were full of brilliance, full of bewitching spring water and autumn moon. Yu Li's heart trembled, and he pulled her into his arms with a fierce pull. I'm drunk, let me hold you for a while, just for a while, 1 minute, okay, window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs, feed is 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Lu Guanshan was sitting on the floral bed sheets where Yu Li slept. Yu Li was held tightly in his arms and sat on his lap. He rested his chin on the top of her head, gently smelling the fragrance of her hair, feeling infinitely satisfied. It was obvious that he was just hugging her, but Yu Li felt that her whole body was about to become brittle and her heart was beating wildly. For some reason, ever since she met Lu Guanshan, he could always make her become like this easily. I was nervous, yet seemed to feel very comfortable, and even had a vague sense of expectation. Yu Li bit her lip and asked in a low voice, Lu Guanshan, you have a good drinking capacity. So that day, after you were drunk by Wu Guohua's mother, you were drugged. Were you really unable to control it, or was he actually able to endure it, but he was locked up in the same room as Yu Li, and something like that happened by accident? Lu Guanshan stretched out his thumb and gently rubbed her cheek a few times. The skin was as tender and smooth as a baby. He lowered his head and looked at her face carefully. Yu Li is indeed too beautiful. Her skin is like jade, her eyebrows are like those of a classical lady, her nose is turned up and her lips are so delicate that there is no trace of error. But the most beautiful thing is her eyes, which are smart and clear. One look at her makes you feel like you are in March. On the banks of the spring lake, the willows are blowing in the spring breeze, and the beauty is so stunning that you will lose your mind. Lu Guanshan did not answer directly, but said, I was seriously injured. The bullet hit my thigh, close to the artery. There was no anesthesia at the time. If it is not taken out in time, it will affect my life. But if the anesthesia is not used, the pain may lead to shock. But I endured it alive. He, Lu Guanshan, is not a person who is easily bewitched. That day, if he had escaped in time, the Wu family's door would have been kicked open with just 2 feet. But he shook his head, and a woman appeared in his hazy eyes. She was lying on the bed, exactly as she had been in every erotic dream of his before. Charming and delicate, as beautiful as a fairy. The charming woman who had appeared many times in his dreams and was pestering him was lying on the bed, as if waiting for him. Lu Guanshan only indulged once in his life, that is, he knew that the situation was wrong, but he still pressed on her. He wanted to catch her, taste her, occupy her, and possess her completely in reality. No one knows why he still refuses to get married despite being surrounded by suitors at such an old age. But Lu Guanshan knew clearly that he identified the person in the dream. Now that I have finally found it, how can I let it go? His lips were close to Yu Li's ear. Li is so beautiful, but I couldn't restrain myself and made a mistake. You are more powerful than a bullet to me. Wife, I fell in love with you at first sight, and it was you who had to do it. Yu Li was shocked. She had never heard such bold words before. She subconsciously punched his chest twice and stood up immediately. Lu Guanshan, you are fooling around. She blushed and walked away. Lu Guanshan chuckled, leaned back on the pillow contentedly, and touched the place where she had just punched. It didn't hurt or itch, but her teeth biting his shoulder were more exciting. Thinking of this, Lu Guanshan became a little anxious. The wedding must be arranged as soon as possible. Even the dog in the Yu family's yard had to bark twice to express approval of Yu Li's marriage to Lu Guanshan. She seemed to be pushed by the waves and nodded. But if you want to talk about your own opinion, it is really such a handsome man, you can earn money just by looking at his face. Lu Guanshan was very sincere. My grandparents are old, and my home is far away from here. It is really hard to travel all the way, so what I want to do is to call them first to tell them that I am getting married. Then our wedding will be held by the army. I'll do it on the side. I still have some unfinished tasks and need to leave for a month. When everything is done, I'll come back to pick up Yu Li and complete the wedding ceremony. Before Lu Guanshan could say how much the betrothal gift was, Yu Jifeng said boldly, it doesn't matter whether it's a betrothal gift or not. You spent a lot of money on so many things you bought today. It's better not to waste it. Keep the money for the two of you to live your life. Indeed, the cigarettes, wine, brown sugar pastries, fabrics for tailoring, etc. that Lu Guanshan brought today were a lot of money. No one said that it would cost so much to get engaged. The Yu family is not the kind of unreasonable family and will not let a man be taken advantage of. But Lu Guanshan insisted, Mom and Dad, Yu Li and I are getting married this time. I don't want to give in. We still have to have what we have. Don't worry, you too, I will do what I can and I will be sure of it. Yu Jiefang and Chen Ailan looked at each other, nodded approvingly, and then left to watch the mountains. Because he still had something to do with his unit, he couldn't stay any longer and was leaving that afternoon. Chen Ailan quickly asked Yu Li to see Lu Guanshan off. Yu Tuanji also went to borrow a bicycle for the two of them. Yu Li pursed her lips. She really needed to send her fiancé off. The two walked side by side on the path between the fields. Yu Li wore a white floral dress with blue flowers and 2 braids, looking as pure as a heroine in a movie. Lu Guanshan wears a grass-green round-neck short-sleeved upper body and military green trousers on the lower body. He looks tall, handsome and very eye-catching. Blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze. It was the first time for Lu Guanshan to walk such a slow road, and he hoped to walk even slower. In the past, he didn't understand why the stupid boys in his hands always wrote letters to his little wife at home. Is there so much to say? Only now did he understand that even if he didn't speak, just looking at her quietly like this made him feel comfortable, and every pore on his body felt comfortable. Halfway through the walk, Lu Guanshan handed her an envelope. Keep this, there is my unit's phone number and my mailing address in it, just in case you need it. Yu Li said, oh, and put the envelope into the small cloth bag she carried with her. Lu Guanshan suddenly stopped, tied up his bicycle, and went to the roadside to pick some dogtail grass. Yu Li stood by and looked at him, her cheeks inexplicably hot again. What is this man doing? Is he weaving a ring? This is too old-fashioned. Dogtail grass ring. But think about it, dogtail grass rings are indeed popular in this era. She bit her lip and waited, and sure enough, after a while, Lu Guanshan had woven a dogtail grass ring and sent it to her. Comrade Yu Li, I apply to marry you, please approve. Yu Li looked at his serious look, and it seemed that sweet bubbles were bubbling in her heart. She stretched out her finger and nodded with a smile. The next moment, the dogtail ring was put on, but at the same time, a simple and plain silver ring was also put on. Lu Guanshan lowered his head and held her in his arms. Yu Li was surprised. Lu Guanshan, why did you buy a silver ring? How much money do you have? If you spend it like this, how are you going to live in the future? Before she finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her lips again. The rest of the words were swallowed. He seemed to be unable to kiss enough, pinching her waist and wantonly tasting Yu Li's sweetness in the deserted wilderness. Yu Li couldn't stand steadily for a while, and her body was very weak. She was more than 10 centimeters shorter than Lu Guanshan, and she was anxious and wanted to cry, Lu Guanshan, I can't stand anymore. He picked her up with one hand and put her on the back seat of the bicycle, so that she was level with him. Yu Li wanted to calm down, but who could calm down when kissing a handsome guy? The superb experience made her just want to close her eyes and enjoy it. Her hand was also grabbed by Lu Guanshan and placed on his neck. It's a pity that this man is really bad. Halfway through the kiss, she was immersed in it, and he suddenly left her lips, with a bit of badness in his smile. Yu Li's eyes were red with grievance. I want it. Lu Guanshan was extremely satisfied, and lowered his head to kiss her lips again, and even kissed her eyes, nose, chin. In the sun, the crops on both sides of the road were fragrant. The sound of cicadas chirped in waves, just like Lu Guanshan's kiss, making Yu Li dizzy and not knowing what year it was. Yu Li walked back panting, taking one deep step and one shallow step, only to find that they had kissed for almost an entire afternoon. Her lips were swollen. He actually didn't need to be sent off, because he had an appointment with his comrades to pick him up at the southern intersection at 5 p.m. This man did it on purpose. He deliberately pulled her to an empty path and kissed her to death. Humph, when they get married in the future, she will have to treat him well. He didn't even give her the wedding night, which made him anxious. Because she was afraid that her family would find out that her mouth was swollen, Yu Li excused herself as tired and went back to her room as soon as she got home. When she opened the envelope, she saw that there was actually 50 yuan in it. There was also Lu Guanshan's vigorous handwriting. Ali, keep this money for you. I will arrange the wedding. Just take care of yourself. Wait for me. I miss you. Yu Li stared at the short few lines for a long time. Finally, she pressed the letter to her chest and lay on the bed in a daze for a long time. Originally, traveling through time was not a very happy thing, but now she seemed to feel extremely happy. Asterisk after Gao Shuelian was detained, the Yu family fell into a rare peace and harmony. There was no more quarreling. The bench was also much more honest. Although no one said it, everyone knew it in their hearts, and even hoped that such days could last longer. Yu Li went to the mountains and brought back a lot of pears. She said that they were wild pears picked from the mountains. The pears were large and golden, with thin skin and tender flesh. They were sweet and delicious. She kept 6 at home and took the other 10 to sell in the town. Because the pears were good in appearance and large in size, they were a rare thing, and they were sold for 5 yuan. Yu Li proposed to take Chen Ailan to the town hospital to check her body. Because Chen Ailan had heart pain from time to time, she usually didn't take it seriously, but if she was stimulated, she could easily die suddenly. Chen Ailan was reluctant to go because she felt bad about the money, but she went after Yu Li's persuasion. In addition, Yu Li also called her eldest brother Yu Tuanjie, her second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua and Shi Liu. Because the wound on Yu Tuanjie's arm bitten by Gao Shuelian was really scary, the skin and flesh were all exposed, and the whole arm was swollen. Wang Xinghua had been unable to conceive a second child, and Shi Liu was prone to fever. Ban Deng saw that his grandmother, father, second aunt, and cousin were all on the street, and he wanted to go too. Yu Li agreed, then let Ban Deng go too. Check Ban Deng's health by the way, isn't he prone to stomachache? Ban Deng nodded immediately, I'll go too, I'll go too. The whole family went to the town in a grand manner. Although Chen Ailan felt bad about the money, she also knew that health was the most important thing. Money is all external things, and she really couldn't bear to let her die now. She also wanted to see her daughter get married and see what her grandson looked like. Chen Ailan's examination went smoothly. It was indeed that there was something wrong with her heart. The doctor prescribed some medicine for her to take when she got home. Wang Xinghua's problem was more complicated. After a round of examination, the doctor just told her to go back and observe. The matter of having a child depends on fate. As for Shi Liu, after the examination, it was found that she was a little anemic, and there was also a sign of poisoning. The whole family was shocked. How could Shi Liu be poisoned? This can only be checked when we get home. Yu Tuanjie's arm was an external injury. The doctor treated the wound, applied anti-inflammatory drugs, and prescribed oral medicine. It was not a big deal, but Yu Li still secretly told the doctor to test Yu Tuanjie's blood, saying that Yu Tuanjie was prone to dizziness. The doctor agreed directly. Yu Li took Ban Bench alone to have a blood test, using candy as bait, and Ban Bench agreed. She also found a place for blood testing privately, added money, and wanted to test Ban Bench and her brother's blood types. Since they were in town, Chen Ailan also agreed to take everyone for a walk and buy some snacks. The children were all very excited because it was a rare opportunity to go to the market. Yu Li found an excuse to get the results of the blood test. Her eldest brother Yu Tuanjie was type A, and Ban Deng was type B. Now all she needed to know was Gao Shuelian's blood type. If Gao Shuelian's blood type was also different from Ban Deng's, then it could be confirmed that Ban Deng was not her eldest brother's child. But if Gao Shuelian's blood type was the same as Ban Deng's, then she could only think of other ways. Yu Li secretly hid the results of the blood test. Then she went to find her family. Her mother Chen Ailan bought ice cream for Shi Liu and Ban Deng, and even brought one for her. Li Zi, eat it quickly, or it will melt. Second sister-in-law, eldest brother didn't have any, only Yu Li had one, and she was embarrassed to eat it. The second sister-in-law laughed and said, I won't eat that. It's cold, and it will make me sicker. Eat it quickly, little sister. The eldest brother also said, when have you seen me eat this kind of thing? I'm a grown man, I drink water when I'm thirsty, why should I eat ice cream? Yu Li felt soft in her heart, and she persuaded her mother to eat half of the ice cream, and then she ate the other half. Although life at home was considered good in the village, it was really not good enough. Even ice cream could not be free. Yu Li thought that before she got married, she had to find a way to arrange for her family and improve their lives. Nowadays, doing business has been allowed, but the secular perspective still looks down on people who do business in the sea. In fact, you can't make much money by digging for food in the soil. The first batch of people who were brave enough to do business almost all became rich later. Yu Li took Chen Ailan's arm and thought to herself as she walked. Not noticing that Wu Guohua's sister also came to the market and was secretly looking at Yu Li from behind a stall. Wu Tong gnashed her teeth when she thought of Yu Li. All the things in their Wu family were taken away by Yu Li, the little bitch. She also smashed the vegetable garden and the kitchen. If Yu Li didn't go to the Wu family these 2 days, they couldn't even afford to eat. Wu's mother was not in good health before, and Yu Li has been treating her better in the past 2 years, but she fell ill again because of this anger. As for her, she was a widow with a child, and she never liked to cook. She only liked to dress up and go shopping. How could she serve her mother and son? Originally, her mother and son were served by Yu Li. Why did Yu Li stop serving them just because she said she didn't want to? Wu Tong was hungry for 2 days. She finally asked Wu's mother for some money. She wanted to buy some steamed buns and other things when she went out, so she didn't have to cook when she went home. Who knew she would meet Yu Li? The Yu family even bought ice cream for Yu Li. How shameless! Still eating ice cream at such a big age? In addition, Wu Tong heard that Liu Maokang went to the Yu family to make trouble, and was taken to the Public Security Bureau by Lu Guanshan, and then Lu Guanshan brought a lot of things to the Yu family to propose marriage. Wu Tong was so angry that she was mad. Lu Guanshan had just arrived at the Wu family that day, and she fell in love with him at first sight. Her mother said that she would use Lu Guanshan to force Yu Li to break off the engagement first, and then consider other things. By then, it would be a natural thing for Lu Guanshan to marry Wu Tong, a widow, after holding Lu Guanshan's handle. But Wu Tong didn't expect things to turn out like this. She was so angry. As she was angry, Wu Tong suddenly thought, did Yu Li's sister-in-law's family know that the Yu family sent Gao Shuelian to the police station? If the Gao family knew, it would be really exciting. Yu Li has been studying how to make money. She closed the door as soon as she got home and quietly entered the Pear Palace. I have to say that this space is really great. After entering, she automatically has the ability to fly. But in this Pear Palace, in addition to the pear tree, there are only medicinal herbs and medical books. In addition, there is a bluestone slab engraved with golden words, which seems to be able to shop on it. But Yu Li has no money now and cannot shop. After thinking about it, she can only take the pears out to sell. But time and time again, taking too many pears will easily arouse suspicion. What if the whole pear tree is taken out? Then let the family pick it together. Yu Li sat up from the bed with a carp. She did it right away. She immediately went to the back mountain to try it and found that it really worked. As long as she thought about it, a whole pear tree would appear where she wanted. Yu Li hurried home to call her father, eldest brother and second brother together. I found another big pear tree on the mountain. There are at least hundreds of pears. Maybe it's because it's on the top of the mountain, the sun is strong, and the pears grow very well. The Yu family had eaten the pears before, and they really tasted good. They immediately pulled the cart and took the bamboo baskets and took a shortcut. In the era of scarce resources, we definitely can't make a big fuss. When everyone went up the mountain and found the pear tree that Yu Li mentioned, they were all shocked. The tree was full of yellow pears. They were big and beautiful, and people were salivating. Which Chinese wouldn't want to pick the fruit when they see it? Without time to think about anything else, the family quickly started to pick pears like crazy. It took 6 large baskets to pick almost all the pears, and some unripe ones were left. The Yu family was so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Yu Jiefeng kept saying, "Pear is so smart and lucky. He can find such a tree." Chen Ailan happily calculated, now we don't have to worry about not having enough food this winter. This big cart of pears can definitely sell for a good price. She even calculated that last year the whole family only bought new clothes for the daughter-in-law, daughter, and grandchildren, and this year everyone can make new clothes. Looking at her mother's excitement, Yu Li felt sour in her heart. I couldn't help but think silently, Mom, this is just the beginning, and we will have a long good life in the future. The pears were hurriedly pulled back and had to be pulled out to sell quickly. If they were kept for a long time, they would not be fresh. Because the eldest brother Yu Tuanjia's arm was injured, Yu Jiefeng took the second brother with him and planned to go to the county town. Because the pears are so good, they are worth a good price, but there are not many people in the town who are well off, and many people are still reluctant to buy such good pears. If they are pulled to the county town to sell, it will be more difficult, but there are many rich people in the county, so they will definitely sell faster. Yu Li urged her second brother to take her second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua with him. Second brother, my second sister-in-law is busy every day and has never been to the county town. If you take her with you, she can help you to take care of things. Wang Xinghua blushed and waved her hands. No, it's a waste of money to go to the county town. But Yu Li insisted that she go. Second sister-in-law, when you get to the county town, go find a doctor there to see him. Chen Ailan also thought so and paid Wang Xinghua extra money. In the end, Wang Xinghua had no choice but to agree to take him with her, and she was touched. After the three people took the pairs away, the children at home went out to play. Chen Ailan went to the vegetable garden to weed and told Yu Li not to go out. If you are exposed to the sun outside, how can you get married when your face is tanned? Just embroider your pair of insoles. Xiao Lu and his family usually have high work intensity, and it is comfortable to wear shoes with 1,000-layer soles. Bring them when you get married. Yu Li's face was a little red. Although her mother dotes on her, she likes to do many things. She learned from Chen Ailan when she was a child, and she is really good at sewing. But Yu Li is not in a hurry to make the soles of shoes. Because she doesn't know how big Lu Guanshan's feet are. She doesn't know what size clothes he should wear. Anyway, she feels that he is so tall, so he must need large sizes in all aspects. Yu Li has already planned that after arranging the family affairs and marrying Lu Guanshan, she will go to the army. She will take care of the daily life of the small family and make good use of the books in the Li Palace to learn Chinese medicine knowledge. There is another plan she hides in her heart, that is, to take the college entrance examination. Although there is space, Yu Li is a person who loves learning very much. Everything may abandon you, but the knowledge in your mind will not abandon you. The college entrance examination will be resumed next year, and she has to hurry up to learn the knowledge of high school by herself. When the original body was admitted to high school, it was Jiao Shuelian who hid the admission notice, which caused the original body not to go to high school. Jiao Shuelian will not easily admit it without evidence. She will keep this account with Jiao Shuelian. When Yu Li walked into the yard, she saw her elder brother weaving a hat with the new wheat straw left over from the wheat harvest in May. Although her elder brother usually does manual labor, he is actually very skillful. When he has nothing to do, he likes to make some handicrafts and sell them. His original intention was to give the money to Chen Ailan and use it for the whole family. But Jiao Shuelian made a fuss and took the money into her own hands. Yu Li walked over and squatted beside her elder brother, learning to weave hats together. Brother, have you ever thought about making more money? Yu Tuanjie was stunned, looked at Yu Li, and smiled. Little sister, making money is not as easy as you think. Look at us river diggers, we work so hard and only make a few cents a day. Our life in the village is considered good, you don't have to worry about these. In the future, you will follow the army, and we will feel more at ease. If there are any difficulties with your brother-in-law in the future, just call your elder brother and he will fly over immediately. Yu Li pursed her lips and smiled. Brother, I know you are good to me. I mean, you can make money by weaving hats, but what if you choose something more profitable to sell? For example, those river diggers, do they have anything to buy? Yu Tuanjie was stunned, and something seemed to light up in his mind. Yes, my sister is right, isn't that a small business? When they were digging the river, some people were already selling steamed buns and tea on the roadside. Although many people look down on those who do business, those people are making real money. Just when Yu Tuanjie was hesitating, someone suddenly came to the door. Yu Tuanjie, come out here. My sister is marrying you. Is this how you treat her? Your whole family beat her into the police station. Today I will hack you to death, you coward. A dark-skinned man rushed in with a machete in his hand and started to hit Yu Tuanjie. Yu Tuanjie hid immediately and shouted, Little sister, come in quickly, I'll talk to him. Yu Li did not go in, but stood up and shouted at Jiao Daliang, just beat him, if you hurt him, you have to pay money, if you are disabled, you will go to jail. If you kill him, you will be shot. Jiao Daliang looked at the Yu brothers and sisters angrily, I won't talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and rescue my sister. Otherwise, I will destroy your Yu family. Yu Tuanjie took a deep breath and tried to explain, brother-in-law, Shuelian was indeed wrong about what happened that day. You don't know, she went to find that Liu Maoking. But Jiao Daliang didn't listen to the explanation at all, and kept yelling. Yu Li looked at him coldly, and suddenly had a weird feeling. This Jiao Daliang doesn't look like Jiao Shuelian, but Ban Ben looks a lot like Jiao Daliang. both of them have squinting eyes and are extremely fat. It's good to say that nephews look like their uncles, but this is a bit too similar. Gao Daliang was making a fuss when another woman came in. It was Gao Daliang's wife Ma Yufan. Ma Yufan pulled him and scolded, "What are you making a fuss about?" Gao Xuelian was arrested by the police. "Why are you making a fuss about the Yu family?" Whispered a warning, "Don't you know that Yu Li is engaged to a police officer?" Liu Makan was taken in. "Why do you want to go in too?" Gao Daliang was indignant, "I don't care about his mother's legs." Yu Tuanjie, I tell you, if you don't take out 50 yuan to apologize, I won't let Xuelian go back to your Yu family. After saying that, he turned around and left. It happened that Ban Bench came back after playing, and Gao Daliang took Ban Bench away directly. Yu Tuanjie was about to stop Ban Bench, but Ban Bench rolled his eyes at him. "I don't like my father. I only like my uncle." Ban Bench and Gao Daliang stood together, and their faces looked even more alike. Yu Li's mind was working fast, and she just felt incredible. No, she must have thought too much. Ma Yufan was quite reasonable and hurried over to apologize to Yu Li. "Yu's sister, don't bother with him. Gao Daliang is just like that. I will definitely talk to him when I get back. We really don't know about Xuelian and Liu Making. Xuelian is spoiled by her parents. Sometimes she doesn't know the importance of things. I guess she has learned her lesson this time and will live a peaceful life in the future." Yu Li smiled lightly. "The eldest brother of the Gao family really dotes on my eldest sister-in-law." Ma Yufan hadn't seen Yu Li many times. This time, she just felt that the girl in front of her was the kind of stunning beauty. No wonder she just broke off the engagement with an officer and found another one. She must not offend such a person. Therefore, she was very kind to Yu Li. "Yes. My mother-in-law didn't have a daughter at first, and she always envied others for having a little cotton-padded jacket. After a lot of effort, she adopted Xuelian and brought her back. Isn't this a pity?" Yu Li was stunned, thoughtful, and smiled. They are not siblings, but Ban Deng and his uncle look alike. Ma Yufan also paused, her eyes flickered, and smiled. Maybe Ban Deng and his uncle are both fat. The two didn't say much. Ma Yufan left quickly, but her face was a little wrong. Yu Tuanjie looked depressed. "Little sister, you are making fun of yourself again. If you ask me, you are right to break off the engagement with Wu Guohua. You will never be happy in your life if you marry someone who is not suitable." At the beginning, he married Gao Xuelian because he accidentally ran into Gao Xuelian, who fell into the water while walking on the road, and jumped down to save her. A woman's reputation is important, and the Yu family is all upright. In addition, Gao Xuelian was very gentle at the time, so the Yu family nodded and agreed to marry her. Not long after getting married, Gao Xuelian got pregnant. At first, her personality was pretty good, but after giving birth to Ban Deng, her temper became more and more domineering. Yu Tuanjie felt miserable, but he didn't know what to do. Divorce. Where will Gao Xuelian go? What will happen to the rest of her life? How pitiful is Ban Deng without his mother? He can't do such a thing. Don't divorce. No one can stand such a quarrel every day. Otherwise, the only way is to separate the family. But in this era, separation is too shameful, and there are few separations in the village. Yu Tuanjie was overwhelmed when he thought of this. Yu Li advised him, "Brother, you should think about making money first. People still have to do a good job in their careers to stand up straight." Indeed, Yu Tuanjie also agreed with Yu Li's words. He thought about it carefully, and with Yu Li's encouragement, he planned to go to the river digging place to sell sesame cakes tomorrow. When he was a child, his parents went to work in the fields, and Yu Tuanjie was the eldest. He was responsible for cooking for his younger brothers and sisters at home. His cooking skills were still good. Yu Tuanjie prepared the things needed to make sesame cakes, and then used mud to make a stove in the yard. However, the sesame cakes baked on the dried mud stove were crispy and delicious, and they were very delicious. Chen Ailen came back from the vegetable garden and saw that she did not criticize her children for making trouble like other parents. Instead, she thought this idea was very good. The three of them worked hard and tried to bake a stove of sesame cakes that night. The scallion crispy sesame cakes tasted delicious. Pomegranate, who usually had a normal appetite, couldn't help but eat a whole one. Chen Ailen looked at Pomegranate and was a little worried. The doctor said that Pomegranate might be poisoned, which made it easy to get sick. We haven't found out why Pomegranate was poisoned yet, and I don't know. All the things in the house have been checked. Almost all of them are fine. Yu Tuanjie was also worried about his niece, so he turned around and asked, "Shi Liu, tell your uncle if you ate anything messy." Shi Liu shook her head and said in a thin voice, "Uncle, Shi Liu didn't eat anything messy, she only ate delicious food." Chen Ailan was helpless and sighed, "What delicious food can you eat?" Usually, all the delicious food was taken away by Bandeng and Jiao Xuelian. Shi Liu pursed her lips and didn't speak. Yu Li keenly discovered that she must have lied. Children can lie, but if you look closely, you will find the difference. Because everyone else in the family went to sell pears and hadn't come back until dark, Yu Tuanjie had dinner and hurried to prepare things for the first day of selling sesame cakes tomorrow morning with Chen Ailan. Yu Li was cleaning the main room, and Shi Liu followed to wipe the table. While the little girl was in a good mood, Yu Li teased her, "Pomegranate, several people are not at home now. Do you miss them? Who do you miss the most?" Pomegranate stretched out her short fingers seriously. "I miss my mother, father, grandfather, brother Bench, and my aunt." Yu Li was surprised. "Why do you miss brother Bench and aunt? Don't they bully you and steal your food?" Pomegranate shook her head and said nothing. Yu Li took out a candy from her pocket. "Pomegranate, tell your aunt secretly, this is our secret, okay?" Pomegranate hesitated, swallowed her saliva, and struggled for a while. Yu Li said again, "Aunt will never tell anyone. This is our secret." The little girl finally couldn't help it, and whispered in Yu Li's ear, "Brother Bench and aunt will secretly give me biscuits to eat, and won't let me tell others, otherwise they won't give me biscuits in the future." Yu Li's heart skipped a beat. According to Jiao Xuelian's personality, she would not easily give Pomegranate anything delicious, so there must be something wrong with that biscuit. Yu Li couldn't bear it for even a minute, so she dragged Shi Liu to find her elder brother and her mother. Pomegranate is already 6 years old, and Yu Li does not intend to hide it from her, but will use this opportunity to teach her how to distinguish between good and bad things that others treat her. She told everything, and then asked Pomegranate to tell the truth. Yu Tuanjie immediately became anxious. It is impossible to give pomegranates to eat on the bench. With Jiao Xuelian's temper, how could he be willing to give pomegranate biscuits? Chen Ailan also held Pomegranate's shoulders. "Pomegranate, don't be afraid, because there is something wrong with your body, so we all need to know what you ate. Tell Grandma, what do the biscuits that the aunt gave you look like?" Yu Li also asked, "Is it sweet? Does it smell good?" The pomegranate's big eyes were still a little scared, but after thinking about it for a long time, she said, "It's not very sweet, it's a little fragrant, and it tastes different from what Grandma gave me before. It's a little delicious, but it doesn't seem to taste right." She looked nervously at her grandma, aunt, and uncle, and then suddenly said, "I know where my uncle's biscuits are hidden." Yu Tuanjiu immediately said, "Where? Tell uncle and I'll go take a look." It happened that Jiao Xuelian and Bench were not at home. Pomegranate went to the uncle's room and pointed under the bed and said, "It's hidden inside the bed board. My uncle always found it from the hole in the wall inside the bed board." Yu Tuanji quickly moved the bed away and touched the bricks one by one. He found a loose one and took it. There was really a hole inside, hiding something. A small bag of broken biscuits. When I opened it, I saw something was smeared on the biscuits. Chen Ailan was so angry that she yelled, "Beast! This beast! Unity, if you still live with such a woman, I will not recognize you as a son. She harms pears and pomegranates, she is not a human being." Yu Tuanjie was also struck like 5 thunders. Jiao Xuelian, the woman he shared the same bed with, had such evil thoughts. When Yu Li entered this house today, she wanted to seize the opportunity to find her high school admission notice. It was also a coincidence that the notice happened to be folded and placed together with the poison cookies. She picked it up and opened it, her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Brother, look what this is." As he spoke, tears were shed. That was the original emotion integrated into her body. If I had gone to high school, I would not have been engaged to Wu Guohua, nor would I have been framed, caught, raped and died miserably by the Wu family. Yu Tuanji quickly took it over and took a look. He had only been in junior high school for 1 year, and he could clearly see what was written on it. Chen Ailan was anxious. Seeing her daughter's red eyes, she quickly asked, "What's wrong? What is this?" "I can't read either, so don't worry about me." Yu Tuanji couldn't even say anything, he punched the wall. "Mom, this is the admission notice from when Lizzie was admitted to high school." Chen Ailan slapped her thigh. "Lizzie passed the exam?" Then why is the notice here? Didn't it say she didn't pass the exam? Ah? How could this happen? How could this happen? She said, Pear is so smart and has good grades, why didn't he pass the exam? Yu Li looked at Yu Tuanjie without saying a word. Brother, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't call her sister-in-law. It's up to you to handle this matter. But Jiao Shuelian, I will never regard her as a relative in this life. Look, she will only be my enemy. Chen Ailan was so angry that she clenched her fists. This vicious house rubber. I have tolerated her enough for this family. Unite, while she is in the situation, I advise you to think clearly about what to do in the future. With that said, the mother and daughter went out. Yu Tuanjie sat down alone. I couldn't help but lower my head and burst into tears. He didn't want to be laughed at or looked down upon, but how could the marriage of a woman like Jiao Shuelian continue? After a while, Yu Jiefang and his second wife, who had gone to the county town to sell pears, came back. Yu Fendu was so excited. Mom! Little sister! Guess how much we sold it for? Several of them ran around until late at night, and all the pears in the cart were sold out. Wang Xinghua couldn't help but kept saying, we first went to the door of the machinery factory and sold part of it, and then we went to the door of the school. In the end, we found that the best sales were at the door of the hospital and canteen. There was a unit canteen where we bought it directly. £10. Yu Jiefang took out the money and couldn't hide his smile. Today, this cart of pears was sold for 32 yuan. Such a large sum of money is equivalent to a month's salary of a city dweller. This good news made Yu Li and Chen Ailan feel better. The money was handed over to Chen Ailan for safekeeping. Because it was too late and tired, I quickly let a few people eat, took a shower and went to bed. Regarding Jiao Shuelian's matter, neither Chen Ailan nor Yu Li plan to force you to unite. He needs to think clearly about this. For a person trapped in a marriage, others cannot help him much. Yu Li thought about it. Her eldest brother was actually a good man in nature, and she couldn't just watch her eldest brother being cheated. Early in the morning, Yu Tuanjie and Chen Ailan prepared to make sesame seed cakes and sell them at the river digger's place. Yu Jiefang couldn't stay idle and had to go to the fields to weed again. Yu Fendu went to the fields with his father, while Wang Xinghua went to work. Pomegranate ran to play with the little girls in the village. Yu Li cleaned the yard at home, took the quilt out to dry, and then planned to go out. She had to go find out about Jiao Shuelian and Jiao Daliang. First, Yu Li went to see Mrs. Shu, who had delivered Jiao Shuelian's baby. The bench was only 8 years old, but Mrs. Shu remembered the time she delivered the baby to the daughter-in-law of the Yu family. There is a reason why she remembers it clearly. Seeing Yu Li coming to ask and bringing a few eggs, Mrs. Shu sighed. I shouldn't say too much about this kind of thing, so I didn't say it at the time. Your sister-in-law has always said that she was born prematurely. But according to my experience, she didn't have a premature birth at all. The child was born normally. Premature children will not be so healthy. And she is a person. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Yu Li quickly handed over another bag of brown sugar. Aunt Shu, keep this brown sugar for your body. Mrs. Shu accepted the brown sugar and whispered, she must have had a miscarriage before giving birth to your nephew. If you don't believe it, find an experienced doctor to see her, and you will know it at a glance. Yu Li was surprised. She didn't expect that the matter was more exaggerated than she thought. She nodded. Aunt Shu, thank you. It was the first time for Yu Tuanjie and Chen Ailan to sell sesame cakes. Both of them were authentic farmers. It was their first time to do business, and they felt a little bit uncomfortable. When they arrived at the digging site, they were timid and didn't dare to speak loudly. But they didn't expect that as soon as they took out the warm sesame cakes, a very hungry man rushed over. Are you selling them? Chen Ailan nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. 3 cents each. The man immediately came with 2. He ate them with big mouthfuls. The scallion-flavored butter sesame cakes tasted better than steamed buns. Soon, the fragrance of the sesame cakes attracted customers one after another. Chen Ailan and Yu Tuanjie hadn't reacted yet, and they began to entertain the guests non-stop. One wave after another, the sesame cakes were sold out. A total of 60 sesame cakes, earning 1.8 yuan. If they come to sell every day and the business can be maintained so good, wouldn't they be able to make dozens of yuan a month? Thinking of this, the mother and son were excited. This life is really promising. You don't know if you don't try in life. Many things are not as difficult as you imagine. The Yu family has discovered a new world these days. At lunch that day, everyone was beaming with joy, planning for the future. Yu Fendu ate with big mouthfuls, full of fighting spirit, and said, "I found that city people can't eat the good things in our countryside, so they like to eat some fruits and vegetables in the countryside. Some people also asked me if I have wild chickens. Patients in the hospital love to drink pheasant stewed soup. I'm thinking, why not take advantage of my free time to go to the mountains to reclaim a piece of land, plant fruit trees, and raise chickens?" Wang Xinghua was the first to support Shi Liu's father. "I think your idea is good." Yu Li also strongly supported, "Second brother, you work hard, I can see that you will be a big boss in the future. Don't worry, even if you can't do it, your family will cover you, we all support you." These days, if you really go to reclaim mountains and forests, plant fruit trees and raise chickens, the future development trend will be really good. Because many people guard 1 acre and 3 points of land, they are afraid that they will have no food to eat if they don't farm well, and they have no backing and no way out behind them. But the Yu family members are united together, and they can be each other's way out, so they are not afraid of this. Yu Tuanjie's bad mood was also dispelled by the joy of selling sesame cakes. She said excitedly, "I discussed with my mother that we will not only sell sesame cakes, but also stew a pot of mixed soup tomorrow. Our mother's cooking skills are good, so it will definitely sell well." Looking at the smiling faces of her family members, Yu Li was very happy. She knew that her family members could do things beautifully immediately with just a few pointers. But some things cannot be avoided. After dinner, Yu Li found Yu Tuanjie. "Brother, there is something I need to tell you." Yu Li knew that what happened to Jiao Shuelian was very cruel to her eldest brother. A man works hard to support his family and tolerates his wife's unreasonable troubles, but he can tolerate it for the sake of his children. Who can bear to tell him at this time that the child may not be his? But the longer things are delayed, the greater the tragedy will be. After she planned to tell her eldest brother, she would keep it secret and would not tell anyone about it again, so as not to let outsiders point their fingers at Yu Tuanjie. "Brother, that day you and Bench went to the town health center for a blood test. I saw the doctor checked your blood types. Your blood type was different from Bench's. I wonder if his blood type is the same as my sister-in-law's? Also, I met Mrs. Xu. Do you remember who Mrs. Xu is?" Yu Tuanjie immediately said, "Of course I remember that both Bench and Pomegranate were delivered by Mrs. Xu. At that time, Mrs. Xu also told me several times how the baby Bench didn't look like a premature baby. I said we were good to our daughter-in-law. What's the point? Eat all the food close to the snow lotus." Suddenly, he paused, and his expression changed in shock. Yu Li said clearly, "Brother, Mrs. Xu said that it's not just that the dates don't match up, Bench doesn't look like a premature baby. In addition, sister-in-law should have had a miscarriage before giving birth to Bench. Mrs. Xu said that any experienced doctor can check it. Gotta come out." Yu Tuanjie gritted his teeth in an instant. Although he knew that his sister was telling him this in private to save her face, she was still shocked, angry and filled with hatred. He forced himself to hold back the collapse in his heart. "Little sister, I know this matter. I will investigate again, don't worry, I won't be so stupid and be bullied all the time." Yu Li said what she needed to say. Seeing the water in her elder brother's eyes gradually clearing up, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This is the eldest brother who has loved her since she was a child. In just a few years of marriage, even though they were still less than 30 years old, they had gone through many vicissitudes of life. "Brother, I know that we in the countryside have very serious views on marriage now, and I'm afraid of being laughed at. But if you stick to an incorrect path and live in confusion for the rest of your life, isn't that a good thing? In just a few decades of life, you still have to choose to be happy. Some days." Yu Tuanjie nodded, "Little sister. I understand. Brother knows that you are doing it for my own good. Please let me think about it." After Yu Li went out and closed the door, Yu Tuanjie collapsed on the bed helplessly. How dare he believe it? How dare this woman Jiao Shuelian bully him like this? Tears fell silently. Yu Tuanjie closed his eyes, and his throat seemed to be blocked by cotton. "But after staying up all night, I got up early the next morning and followed my mother, Chen Ailan, to prepare food and bring it to the river digger to sell. Today they prepared sesame seed cakes and a large pot of chowder vermicelli soup. They put the fragrant food into a large wooden barrel, closed the lid and shipped it over. Because there was no time, Yu Li was responsible for cleaning the kitchen after their busy work. There was no work in the fields today. Yu Fendu was busy reclaiming the mountains and forests, planning to actually plant a piece of land to plant fruit trees and raise chickens and ducks. Wang Xinghua hadn't gone to work yet, so she was cleaning the dishes with Yu Li in the kitchen. "Little sister, please stop washing the dishes. Your hands will wrinkle and look ugly after being soaked for too long. Just sweep the floor. I'll wash them." Wang Xinghua was obviously not in a good mood, but she was still so considerate. Obviously, she was also a young woman in her 20s, but she only thought that Yu Li's delicate hands needed care. Yu Li was heartbroken. "Second sister-in-law, I know you feel uncomfortable because my sister-in-law poisoned the pomegranate. Don't worry, my eldest brother said that this matter will be handled well." Wang Xinghua's eyes immediately turned red. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and choked. "I know she is a daughter. Without her, Gao Shuelian would not be able to give birth to a boy, but my pomegranate is also a human being. My salary from work is also given to my mother, and it is shared by everyone. Why does she think that only the bench can eat and drink from home, but not pomegranate? Why is she so cruel?" Yu Li felt a pain in her heart, thinking of what happened in her previous life. Her second brother and second sister-in-law had devoted their lives to the bench, but in the end they ended up losing all their personal wealth. This kind of white-eyed wolf mother and son must never get involved again. She quickly comforted Wang Xinghua. "Second sister-in-law, I know you are the gentlest person, but being gentle is useless. You must be strong. I will definitely support you this time. The source of pomegranate poisoning has been found. Let's stay away from this just raise people. If the eldest brother and the sister-in-law divorce, we will still be a family. If they refuse to divorce, we will separate the family." With Yu Li's comfort, Wang Xinghua felt much better. She couldn't help feeling that although her sister-in-law was a troublemaker, her parents-in-law, husband, and sister-in-law had nothing to say. Yu Li followed Wang Xinghua to clean up the kitchen. She thought of the medical books she read and couldn't help but grab Wang Xinghua's hand. "Second sister-in-law, I don't know if the Chinese medicine I taught myself is useful. How about I practice it on you?" Wang Xinghua has a soft temper, so she naturally agreed. In this era, there are also many people who are self-taught. Because the learning conditions are not good, many people learn by themselves by relying on a book. There are several famous books circulating among the people. One of the books about Chinese medicine, Selected Famous Secret Recipes of Old Chinese Physicians, contains a wealth of knowledge about Chinese medicine. Many barefoot doctors also taught themselves by reading books while treating people. Therefore, Wang Xinghua didn't suspect anything. Yu Li quietly felt Wang Xinghua's pulse, and asked about Wang Xinghua's menstrual status, etc. After analyzing all the symptoms, she almost confirmed a condition in her mind. "Second sister-in-law, I compared your situation with what the book said. You probably have infertility, emotional discomfort, liver dysfunction, menstruation only comes once every 40 to 50 days, and the blood volume and color are abnormal, which leads to the inability of Chong and Ren to support each other. That's why you have never had a child since giving birth to Shiliu. You have a gentle temper, but in fact you still have internal consumption in your heart to digest those grievances, right?" Wang Xinghua was stunned, and suddenly felt that Yu Li was right. "It is true that after I gave birth to Shiliu, my sister-in-law often made things difficult for me. I could only endure it for the sake of peace, but I felt really uncomfortable. I know that our mother and your second brother have tried their best. If I am not more tolerant, life will not be possible." Yu Li told her, "In your case, you need to take medicine to adjust, but the most important thing is to relax. I will teach you a trick. When you see your sister-in-law again, you slap her hard. Remember?" Wang Xinghua was stunned. I. Yu Li interrupted her. "Are you going to slap her? If you don't slap her, you will feel uncomfortable, and you will be depressed every day because of these grievances. If you slap her, you will feel good." Wang Xinghua hesitated, thinking of Shiliu being poisoned, gritted her teeth. "Okay, I will slap her." Yu Li prescribed a prescription for Wang Xinghua according to what she had learned: 1 gram of guangmuxiang, 10 grams of Angelica sinensis, 3 grams of buplurum. Wang Xinghua took the prescription and happened to get medicine from the town when she went to work. That night, she started to cook the medicine herself. The Gao family took the bench away, and Gao Shuelian was released 2 days later. Gao Daliang took Gao Shuelian to his home. You can't go back easily this time. Either let the Yu family compensate you 50 yuan, or let you manage all the money of the Yu family. Otherwise, let Yu Tuanjie, the loser, be a bachelor and be laughed at by others. Jiao Shuelian stayed in the detention center for a week. At first, she was very arrogant and aggressive, but later she was taught a lesson and was not given food. She was starving to the point of skin and bones. She lost 8 pounds in 7 days and her body was rotten. She hated it so much that she cried with grievance, "Brother!" She threw herself into Jiao Daliang's arms, gnashing her teeth and shaking her shoulders and said, "It's not just Yu Tuanjie, the loser, who is useless. All of them in the Yu family bullied me, especially that little bitch Yu Li. I can't let her marry that Lu. Otherwise, how can I survive in the future?" Seeing his sister crying, Jiao Daliang felt really bad. He quickly comforted Jiao Shuelian, "Don't worry, I'll find someone to destroy her and see if Lu Di will still marry her. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if she gets dirty, she's just a piece of rag. Who would want her?" Jiao Shuelian went back to her parents' home and settled down peacefully. She decided that she would not go back unless Yu Tuanjie came to kneel down and give her the money. Jiao Daliang was such a good brother. He would give Jiao Shuelian and Ban Deng all the delicious food. He would say to his wife and son, Shuelian was bullied and went back to her parents' home to stay for a few days. Why are you fighting with them for it? Don't you worry about being laughed at if you tell others? Ma Yufan watched from the side and felt very uncomfortable. But what worried her most was not that her husband was nice to his sister-in-law, but Yu Li's words. Ban Deng looked very similar to Jiao Daliang. It was different from the resemblance between uncle and nephew in other families. It was a kind of resemblance that the more you look at it, the more it looks like. Even some small habits, hair color, and tooth shape are almost exactly the same. The more you look at it, the more frightening it is. Look at your own son again. He is obviously Jiao Daliang's biological son, but he doesn't look that much alike. But the most important thing is that Jiao Daliang and Jiao Shuelian are not siblings. Once something is torn open, it will ferment very quickly. Ma Yufan recalled Jiao Daliang's attitude towards Jiao Shuelian over the years, and she was going crazy. In fact, among the 3 brothers of the Jiao family, the other 2 brothers were very ordinary to Jiao Shuelian. So is there really any secret in this? Ma Yufan decided to stay put and observe first. But Jiao Shuelian couldn't hold back her temper. Because when she went to the market with a bench, she met Wu Guohua's sister Wu Tong. Wu Tong went to the Jiao family to inform them that Jiao Shuelian was arrested just to see the Yu family in trouble. Unfortunately, things did not develop in the direction Wu Tong thought. The Yu family quickly resolved the matter and still lived a very comfortable life. On the contrary, their Wu family's life was getting worse and worse. Yu Li, this bitch, said she would not go, and Wu Tong's mother was so angry that she fell ill and immediately caught up with the last few years when she was terminally ill and needed people to serve food, drink, bathe and massage. Wu Tong couldn't do this kind of service at all. Every time she was exhausted, she would just pretend not to see it and not serve after a few days. She secretly found the salary sent back by her younger brother Wu Guohua and used it to buy clothes, eat in restaurants, and have a love affair, ignoring her mother and son. When she was done playing, she just had to bring some food for the 2 of them. Wu's mother was not happy, and she yelled at her breathlessly, saying that she had no conscience and was worse than Yu Li. Wu Tong hated Yu Li even more, and she wished that Yu Li would get into trouble. She immediately told Jiao Shuelian about the situation of the Yu family. "Sister-in-law, you don't know, the Yu family is really a piece of shit. After you were arrested, none of them came to see you, but they ate meat and fish every day. Your husband and your mother-in-law are now selling sesame cakes and stews at the place where the diggers are working. I went to see them, and the business was so good that all the money they made must have been spent on Yu Li, right? You say Yu Li is also ignorant. Shouldn't the Yu family's money be spent on their grandson? How can she, a girl who is about to get married, know how to suck blood from her mother's family?" Jiao Shuelian was so excited, really. They went to do business? She didn't believe it. How could Yu Tuanjie, that coward, dare to do business? But when she ran over to see it herself, she really found that Yu Tuanjie and Chen Ailan were busy greeting guests. Yu Li also came today, helping to collect the bowls and entertaining guests with a smile on her face. Oh, your sesame cakes with mixed soup are really delicious. And they are filling. Come again tomorrow? I'll order a bowl. Aren't you? Your cooking skills are better than those of the restaurants in town. So delicious. Make way, make way. Any more? I'll have 3. Seeing everyone scrambling to put money into Chen Ailen's hands, Gao Shuelian was going crazy. This is her man's business, how can the money be given to Chen Ailen? She was the first to disagree. No, she had to go back immediately, otherwise the Yu family would be in chaos. Gao Shuelian went back to the Gao family and pulled the bench to go back. Gao Daliang was about to stop her. Shuelian. What are you going back for? Wait for Yu Tuanjie to pick you up. Gao Shuelian immediately told him about Yu Tuanjie's business, and Gao Daliang agreed, and told her to call him if there was anything. Ma Yufan watched coldly from the side, and the chopsticks in her hand almost broke the steamed bread. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that her man and sister-in-law were not normal. But if that kind of thing really happened, it would be embarrassing to make a scene. Ma Yufan hoped that Gao Shuelian could go back to the Yu family and live a peaceful life with Yu Tuanjie, and not come to her mother's house to make trouble again. Gao Shuelian rushed all the way back to the Yu family. It was just in time for lunch. The whole family was busy for a long time, but they were all smiling. Because everyone else in the family was busy, Yu Li went home early and took the initiative to cook. Chen Ailen originally planned to cook after she finished her work, but when she saw Yu Li cooking, she rushed to check if Yu Li's hands were burned. Li Zi, wait for Mom to come back, Mom will cook. Don't do it next time. After tasting it, she said proudly and pleasantly, oh, my daughter's fried potatoes are delicious. Yu Li happily brought out several dishes. Potatoes fried with bacon, green peppers and eggs, sweet potato vines fried with lard, a large plate of steamed bread made of 2-grain flour, and watermelon sauce fried with chili peppers. It was so delicious. The life of the Yu family was not so good originally. It was because everyone had made money in the past few days and was very tired, so the food was better. Yu Tuanjie took a bite of steamed bread, and all his unhappiness was cured by the staged success of his career. Do you know how much my mom and I sold the stew and sesame cakes today? 8 yuan. Ha ha ha, if we continue like this, won't we make 200 yuan a month? After deducting the cost, we can at least make more than 100 yuan. Before, I sold pears for 30 yuan, but pears are not available every day. But this snack business can be done every day. Yu Jiefang's eyes were full of surprise, then this business can be done. I will take care of the work in the fields, and you can be bold to do business at ordinary times. Let me know when you need my help. Yu Fendu also smiled and said, I cut all the weeds and messy branches in the front mountain today. It just so happens that the pear tree is in that area. When I finish the fence, plant fruit trees, and raise some chickens and ducks, I can make money in the future, but it will take me a longer time. Wang Xinghua was also in a good mood. It doesn't matter. I have my salary. You can rest assured. Even if you don't do well, my salary can support the family. Today, the factory is going to promote me to be a team leader. It was originally 28 yuan a month, and it will be 38 yuan a month in the future. I will give all my salary to my mother. Chen Ailen smiled from ear to ear. She didn't drink, but she was drunk as if she had drunk fine wine. Oh, the children are all capable. As a mother, I am so happy. If we all work hard, our lives will definitely get better and better. When the time comes, we will build a few big houses and live comfortably. But I can't say that I took all the money. I have agreed with Tuanjie that he will hand over part of the money earned from the business and keep part for himself. The same goes for your salary, Xinghua. You should keep part for yourself and not hand it all over to the public. After all, it's not easy for you to work. The breeze is blowing, and the home-cooked dishes on the table exude a delicious aroma. Everyone is talking and laughing, accompanied by the cicadas and sunset outside the house. It seems particularly warm. Yu Li smiled, and at this moment, she felt that her heart was filled with happiness. At this moment, Gao Shuelian took Banchan's hand, kicked the door open, and cursed in a veiled tone, Yu Tuanjie. You are eating happily. Get up, window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed is 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. The appearance of Gao Shuelian made everyone stop laughing. Yu Tuanjie stood up immediately. Do you still have the nerve to come back? Gao Shuelian stared at the delicious food on the table. In an instant, Wu Meiniang became a widow and lost Li Vi. She was so hungry when she was detained. The Yu family really had no conscience, yet they ate so well. There was only one thought in her mind: she couldn't eat it, and neither could anyone else. Gao Shuelian rushed forward and was about to overturn the table. Unfortunately, before he even touched the table, he was slapped to the ground by Yu Tuanjie. You dare to hit me? Yu Tuanjie, you loser, you dare to hit me. Yu Tuanjie said unceremoniously, you are the one who is being beaten. You know what you did. Gao Shuelian instantly went crazy and sat on the ground crying. What did I do? What did you say I did? I served your family. I gave birth to a grandson for your Yu family. I also made mistakes in serving and giving birth to the wrong child. Must those losers who look like fairies do nothing to be praised? Does it have to be praised by someone who only wants to make movies about girls if he doesn't live up to his expectations? Yu Tuanjie, you are a bastard. Your whole family are bastards. Are you attracted to your sister? Are you so protective of her? Or do you have a crush on your sister-in-law? So partial to them? What she said was so dirty that the entire Yu family became angry. Wang Xinghua was so angry that she originally wanted to wait for her eldest uncle to deal with it, but when she saw Gao Shuelian coming to throw dirty water again, she couldn't help but go up and question her. Let me ask you, Gao Shuelian. Was my daughter poisoned by you? What happened to the poisoned cookies? Why are you so cruel and bad, poisoning a child? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Gao Shuelian's eyes flashed, but she didn't expect that the poisonous biscuits would be discovered. She frowned. What poisonous biscuits? I don't know. You, your mother, have wronged me. Wang Xinghua blurted out, I found it in the hole in the wall in your room. Pomegranate told me that you secretly gave it to her. Gao Shuelian snorted, can't you get in my house? Why don't you say it was him who harmed you? They framed it on me one by one. You are so shameless. Did you hook up with your eldest brother, so you came to slander me? Why are you so mean, Wang Xinghua? Wang Xinghua never fights with others, but this time she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer, so she raised her hand and slapped Gao Shuelian. Gao Shuelian was like an irritated old rooster, wailing and pounced on Wang Xinghua and pushed her to the ground. Even you dare to hit me? Are you worthy of it, you slut? Why are you pretending to be gentle? It's not enough to seduce her own man, but you still want to seduce her. My man, I will beat you to death. Seeing her elder sister-in-law bullying her second sister-in-law like this, Yu Li couldn't sit still. She grabbed Gao Shuelian's hair and slapped Gao Shuelian's face back and forth. Bang bang bang. You have such a vicious mouth. Did the donkey at the entrance of the village kick you in the head for something impure? You have done something immoral and you still have the nerve to yell here. I have to beat the water out of your head. Gao Shuelian was beaten until she was dizzy. It happened that the neighbors also gathered around because of the movement, and they all tried to persuade him. We are all a family. We can't quarrel and fight like this. We have to live our lives. Yes, the tongue still touches the teeth. Didn't Shuelian just go in? You all should give her some space. Gao Shuelian sat on the ground and cried like a dead mother, wanting to die. The Yu family were all livid with anger. Yu Li sneered and threw the bag of biscuits on the ground. If any of you want to persuade us to forgive her, just eat this bag of poisonous biscuits. Or let her eat it by herself, otherwise there will be no forgiveness. Also, when I was admitted to high school, the high school notice was hidden, and she told me that I didn't pass. How to calculate this account? It's you, will you forget it? The people who originally tried to stop the fight also fell silent. What Gao Shuelian did was indeed too much. Seeing that no one supported her, Gao Shuelian also felt guilty. Especially this time Yu Tuan ignored her, which made her even more flustered. She definitely can't go back to her parents' house to live permanently. After all, she has a sister-in-law. She can be the boss in the Yu family. But now that he has indeed been caught for doing something wrong, it will not do any good if the trouble continues. She closed her eyes and fell to the ground, pretending to faint. The bench immediately rushed up and cried, Mom! Mom! Yu Tuanjie looked at all this without moving. He picked up a basin of water and poured it on. Sure enough, Gao Shuelian screamed and opened her eyes, and cursed again, "You Tuanjie, you loser, why did you throw water at me?" Everyone looked at this scene and understood that Gao Shuelian was pretending. Who dares to speak for her? Seeing that she couldn't pretend anymore and was beaten innocently, Gao Shuelian could only walk into the house shamelessly. There's no one to pick her up, why can't she just go back to her own house? Who knows? Yu Tuanjie grabbed her arm and said with a cold face, "Gao Shuelian, don't come back to this family again. Let's get a divorce." Gao Shuelian opened her eyes wide. "What did you say? Divorce? Why do you divorce me? I gave you children, and you want a divorce now that you do some business? Are you a man?" Yu Tuanjie had a splitting headache. He didn't want to expose the scandal and make others laugh. But he said firmly, "You usually like to bully my family. You deliberately went to Lu Making to come to our house to cause trouble. You poisoned pomegranates and hid Pear's high school notices. You know what else you did. I want to divorce you, I must divorce." Gao Shuelian was like being struck by lightning. She was the only one who didn't want Yu Tuanjie, how dare this loser not want her? She collapsed and screamed, "I won't divorce. I won't divorce even if I die." After saying that, she wanted to rush into the big house, but Yu Tuanjie stopped her tightly. In front of so many people, Gao Shuelian felt that she was ashamed. She turned around and ran away with tears. Ben Bench looked at Yu Tuanjie, then at Gao Shuelian, and ran away with his mother. This farce made the whole family lose their appetite. The people who watched the fun in the village dispersed, and Chen Ailan felt extremely tired. Muttered, "Having such a troublemaker will tire the whole family to death, and life will not be good. Boss, you should solve this matter as soon as possible." Yu Tuanjie's face was also heavy and painful. Half an hour ago, he was still smiling and full of fighting spirit. Yu Li watched this scene quietly. She knew that things had come to this point because of her push behind the scenes. But no matter what, as long as she can save the Yu family, she must do it. Otherwise, when she leaves with the army, won't the whole family be harmed by Gao Shuelian? Unknowingly, half a month has passed, and Lu Guanshan said he would pick her up in a month. I don't know what he is doing now. Has he thought about her? Yu Li was thinking about it, and Lu Guanshan was also thinking about it. He finally finished his work and went to the communication office to ask, "Do you have my phone, telegram, or letter?" The communicator joked, "Captain Lu, really no. You come to ask every day, what's the matter, are you dating? Captain Lu's girlfriend is really a little cold." Lu Guanshan did not answer directly, but just smiled. Now he finally knows what it means to suffer from lovesickness. This little girl didn't miss him at all. Fortunately, he left Yuli Village's phone number. It's just that it's inconvenient for Yuli to answer the phone. He called and asked the person next to the phone to ride a bicycle for 10 minutes to tell Yuli. If Yuli had time, he would rush over and wait until the agreed time before answering the phone. No more than half an hour is enough for the entire process. But Lu Guanshan is very busy, and his time is fragmented, so he doesn't have that long to wait. But today he felt really itchy, so he still picked up the phone and planned to give it a try. "Hello, I'm Lu Guanshan, looking for Yu Li from Team 3 of Hongxing Village." "Oh, okay, Yu Li? I'll call you, and you'll call back in half an hour." Before Lu Guanshan could answer, another young female voice on the other end of the phone asked vaguely, "Who is it?" "Looking for Yu Li?" "Yes, it's a young man. He wants to find Yu Li and says his surname is Lu." It was also a coincidence that Wu Tong happened to be here waiting to make a call. She just called Wu Guohua and learned that Wu Guohua was busy and had no time to answer the phone. Just when he was unhappy, he heard that Lu Guanshan was looking for Yu Li. She rolled her eyes and immediately said, "Yu Li is not at home. I am her cousin. How about I tell Xiao Lu?" The phone was set up in the village, but the whole village was very large, with hundreds of people, so the person keeping the phone didn't know much about the situation of Yu Li's family. He just thought it was a coincidence and hurriedly gave the phone to Wu Tong. Wu Tong held his throat and smiled at the other side. "That's Xiao Lu, right? I'm Li Vi's cousin, are you looking for her?" "She's not at home now, she went shopping in town." Lu Guanshan was a little disappointed. "Really? Then could you please tell Comrade Yu Li to call me at this time tomorrow?" Wu Tong sneered in his heart, but his voice was still sweet. Oh, it might not be convenient for Li Zi. Something happened to her recently. Lu Guanshan immediately asked, "What's going on?" Wu Tong said hesitantly, her family saw several men for her, and she chose the best ones to go shopping with. Originally they were too embarrassed to tell you, but I'll tell you for them, they don't like it. I think you are just a soldier, it would be too hard for Yu Li to follow you there. But something is different with the gay man Yu Li went on a blind date with recently. His father is the principal of a primary school in the town, and his family is in a very good condition. The gay man comes to pick Yu Li up every day to go shopping in the town. Can you compare to that? You'd better consider your conditions. Yu Li doesn't like you at all, he's just playing tricks on you, don't have such wishful thinking. After saying that, Wu Tong quickly hung up the phone. The person watching the phone next to her felt that her tone was a bit strange when she said this. Wu Tong was afraid that someone would see something, so he ran away quickly. After running for a while, I felt so happy again that I couldn't help but cover my mouth and bend over with laughter. Ha ha ha, God is really helping her. Originally, she was envious and jealous that Yu Li could marry Lu Guanshan. But now God has given her the opportunity to destroy Lu Guanshan and Yu Li. People who serve in the military are very stubborn and will never tolerate anyone who looks down on them and makes fun of themselves. After hearing this, would Lu Guanshan still fall in love with Yu Li? He will definitely stop coming in a fit of anger. Didn't Yu Li wait for Lu Guanshan to marry her? Just wait slowly and wait for nothing. Ha ha ha. Wu Tong walked home happily, and suddenly a bolder idea came to his mind. Now that Lu Guanshan and Yu Li's marriage is over, doesn't she have a chance? If she took her mother to the army to defect to Wu Guohua, and after living there, she would find an opportunity to contact Lu Guanshan and show concern for him, wouldn't the two of them have a chance? Lu Guanshan's conditions are really good, he is handsome and has strong working ability. If she, Wu Tong, can marry Lu Guanshan, she will definitely be happier than marrying the boyfriend she is with now. Thinking like this, Wu Tong hurried home to discuss the matter with Wu's mother. Lu Guanshan didn't expect that the phone call he made with expectations would get such a result. For a moment, his face froze and his blood vessels burst out. But after hanging up the phone, he forced himself to calm down. No, the Yu family he came into contact with in those days was definitely not of such quality. Except for the sister-in-law of the Yu family, everyone else is upright and upright. As for Yu Li, Lu Guanshan couldn't bear to think about her holding his neck, sitting in his arms aggrievedly, letting him lower his head and kiss her wantonly. Even if Yu Li doesn't want him, it's still his fault. He didn't do a good job. He won't blame Yu Li. But he will never give up. Lu Guanshan turned his head and strode towards the political commissar. He had to seize the time, complete the task as quickly as possible, and then fly over and hold his wife tightly in his arms. When the political commissar heard Lu Guanshan's request, he was shocked. You don't want your life. You are trying so hard. Lu Guanshan stood up straight. Report. I must hurry up and go back to get a wife. The political commissar was stunned for a moment, then laughed in anger, and waved his hands after a while. You can do whatever you want. Your marriage is also a headache for us. It's rare that you are getting married, so you can do whatever you want. Yu Li thought about it, waited, and finally decided to send a telegram to Lu Guanshan to remind him not to be too extravagant and wasteful. This was what Chen Ailan reminded her. Xiao Lu is such a down-to-earth person. You see, he sent so many things when they got engaged. He doesn't have parents, only grandparents. The old couple must have little money when they are old, so money should be spent wisely. Write a letter to tell him not to be extravagant. Just show your appreciation. Life depends on the future. The most important thing is that Yu Li will be with the army directly, so they can't bring any big dowry, not even a quilt, so they want Lu Guanshan not to buy too many things. When the time comes, just set up a few tables of wedding wine at her mother's house. The money for the wedding wine at her mother's house will be paid by their own family. Yu Li thought about her silver ring and the 50 yuan left by Lu Guanshan, and agreed. Lu Guanshan really doesn't know how to spend money, so she has to remind him. Spend less and eat more. Yu Li sent a 6-word telegram. Unfortunately, Lu Guanshan has devoted himself to the fully closed mission, and he didn't receive the telegram immediately after it was sent. But Yu Li received a letter from Lu Guanshan. She opened the letter with trepidation and saw only a few words written on it. Comrade Yu Li, you are engaged to someone else and your marriage is not innocent. My family disagrees. The marriage is cancelled. Wang Xinghua glanced at it and opened her eyes wide. Little sister, this is written by Captain Lu. Chen Ailan heard it and hurried over to ask, what's wrong? What's going on? Yu Li frowned slightly, and her palm-sized jade-white face was gradually stained with a hint of frost. Wang Xinghua whispered, Mom, this letter seems to be from Company Commander Lu. The letter says that. I want to break off the engagement. Chen Ailan's heart skipped a beat and she immediately said, impossible. Xiao Lu's character is reliable. Although I have only met him twice, his energy at work, his attitude in dealing with Liu Maoking, and the amount of money he brought to our family during the engagement with so much stuff and so much integrity, how could you break off the engagement? Also, she could see that Wu Guohua's attitude towards Yu Li was just like ordinary men and women dating on a blind date, indifferent. But things were different between Lu Guanshan and Yu Li. Anyone who has experienced the relationship between a man and a woman knows that the kind of ambiguity that can't suppress the pounding of the heart, even if you don't say anything, just a look, there are some clues. Lu Guanshan must like Yu Li very much. And Yu Li also has a good impression of Lu Guanshan. Wang Xinghua pulled Chen Ailan aside. Mom, the letter said that his family disagreed and said that the younger sister broke off the engagement and was not clean. Maybe it is true? The same goes for Company Commander Lu. He said at the beginning that his grandparents were very good people, absolutely no problem. How could this happen? If it is said that the family does not agree, it is really possible. Chen Ailan thought for a while and felt unhappy, but she still went up to comfort Yu Li. Daughter, if he wants to retreat, let him retreat. I also dislike him for being a soldier too far away and I'm not worried. There are so many people who can introduce you to someone. I'll let the news go out tomorrow, and we'll continue to see each other. But Yu Li stared at the words on it carefully, and suddenly said categorically, this word is not Lu Guanshan's. Chen Ailan and Wang Xinghua were both startled. Huh? Yu Li, he left me a letter before he left. The handwriting is much prettier than this. And the address on this envelope says the location of the 761st Corps, but the postmark is actually wrong if you look closely. The address also seems to have been altered. Pass. No, I'm going to the post office to find out where this letter came from. When she said this, Chen Ailan and Wang Xinghua also became happy. Who was it? Lu Guanshan was the one they were most satisfied with. Yu Li thought about it for a while. There were too many people who could pass this letter into her hands, and it would be difficult to check it. She'd better give Lu Guanshan a try first. When they arrived at the village to make a call, Uncle Zhao, who was guarding the phone, didn't say anything. After collecting the money, he asked Yu Li to make the call. Yu Li dialed the number left by Lu Guanshan. Hello, I'm Yu Li. I'm looking for Lu Guanshan, the commander of the 7th Company. The other party's voice was obviously full of surprise. Ah. Hello. Are you looking for Company Commander Lu? Yu Li clearly heard several people over there gathering together, as if something big had happened, and discussing something in low voices. Yes, I'm looking for Company Commander Lu. Could you please help convey this? The other party smiled and said, Sister-in-law. I'm really sorry. A while ago, Company Commander Lu came every day to ask if he had a phone call or letter. He has been waiting for it. But unfortunately, he went to participate in a closed mission 2 days ago. It will be a while and a half. If you can't get out, if you have anything convenient, tell me and I will help you convey it. Correspondent Xiao Qi winked at several of his colleagues, who all held their breath with gossipy faces to hear what Yu Li had to say. This is a fairy-like existence that makes the #1 male god in their area bow down. Everyone was curious about who it was that made Captain Lu fall under her pomegranate skirt. Lu Guanshan isn't here. But a while ago, I had to wait for phone calls and letters every day. Yu Li's heart felt hot, and she felt an inexplicable sweetness. She held the receiver, hesitated and said, then please tell Lu Guanshan that Yu Li will call him back when he is free. Thank you. The girl's voice was as sweet as an oriole. The phone was still hanging up, but the correspondent over there was still excited. I guess Captain Lu's partner is definitely a beauty. Whether it's beautiful or not, the sound is beautiful first of all. No wonder Company Commander Lu is so obsessed with it. When Company Commander Lu comes out, hurry up and send him a message. Hey, the most beautiful person in our station right now is Company Commander Wu's daughter-in-law Xia Yuying. I wonder if Company Commander Lu's daughter-in-law is as beautiful as Comrade Xia? Are Lao Wu and Comrade Xia Yuing planning to get married? Why did I hear that Lao Wu was in his hometown before? Yu Li hung up the phone, feeling even more certain that the letter was not written by Lu Guanshan. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed that Uncle Zhao, who was guarding the phone, glanced at her, and his eyes seemed a little complicated. Just as he was about to leave, Uncle Zhao suddenly started coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Hey, cough, cough. The coughing sounded heartbreaking, and it can be heard that it makes people feel uncomfortable. When it's so powerful, I can't even straighten my waist. With a thought in her mind, Yu Li walked up and handed over the water glass on the table. Uncle, please drink some water to moisten it. I saw that you were coughing so badly, didn't you go and take a look? Uncle Zhao took a sip of water and his expression became better. He waved his hand and said, "Oh, I've looked at it. I've looked at several places, but it just doesn't feel better." Yu Li observed Uncle Zhao carefully and suddenly asked, "Uncle, I know some Chinese medicine. How about I check your pulse?" Uncle Zhao actually didn't believe her very much. Looking at the pretty young girl, how could she know anything about Chinese medicine? But he was in so much pain from the cough that he agreed. Yu Li took his pulse and combined it with Uncle Zhao's cough symptoms, complexion, eyes, etc., and almost came to a conclusion. "Uncle, you probably have chronic asthma, which is different from acute asthma. Treating it as a cough will definitely not cure it completely. Do you usually cough with a lot of phlegm, chest tightness and shortness of breath, and the symptoms get worse as soon as you lie down? You can't sleep for more than an hour, right? It's even worse in the hot summer?" Uncle Zhao was a little surprised and nodded repeatedly. "You are right. I will definitely wake up after an hour of coughing, it's so uncomfortable. It's even more painful in the summer, and I can't lie down. Girl, what do you think I should do with this disease?" Yu Li prescribed him 5 grams of pure ephedra, 10 grams of almonds, 6 grams of platycodon grandiflorum. "If you believe me, take this prescription twice and see if it works. You will see the effect in about 2 or 3 days." Uncle Zhao was overjoyed and immediately put the prescription away. "Thank you so much, little girl. You said your name is Yu Li? A few days ago, someone named Lu called you, but a young female comrade said that your cousin answered the phone for you. It's just strange. The last call from this female comrade was to a person named Wu. How come she became your cousin in the blink of an eye? I think this is strange. I happened to meet you today, so I'll tell you about it. To avoid any misunderstandings." Yu Li paused and immediately became furious. No wonder she was still wondering who was so bored to do such a thing. It turned out to be Wu Guohua's bitch sister. Yu Li gritted her teeth, thanked Uncle Zhao, and immediately rushed to the Wu family. She would never admit defeat if she didn't teach Wu Tong a lesson today. Wu Tong is packing his luggage. Her son was so hungry that he nibbled on a piece of cold steamed bun next to him. It was so hard that he could hardly bite it. It had only been half a month since Yu Li severed ties with the Wu family, and Wu Tong's son was so hungry that his complexion became sallow and skinny. In fact, it wasn't just him, Wu's mother also lost a lot of weight due to hunger. On the contrary, it was Wu Tong, whose face was glowing red. She stuffed her skirt into the box. "Mom, I told you. Let's go directly to Guanhua. He is the company commander. Can we still miss the time of joining the army? There is a canteen there and there is no need to cook, safe and face-saving. Guohua is getting married soon and his wife can still take care of you. It's not like what we are doing now. The vegetable garden and the kitchen were smashed by that bitch Yu Li, and it's hard to live a good life." Wu's mother was lying on the bed, dizzy and hurting all over. Her disease itself is rather weird, and the doctor can't see it right. Wu Guohua took her to the county hospital before, but the doctor couldn't tell what was wrong with her. See a Chinese medicine doctor. They either say she has confinement syndrome or a disharmony between her spleen and stomach. The prescribed medicines are of no use to her at all. However, a few years ago, Yu Li prescribed medicine from someone unknown to her. Her health and bones improved a lot. She was able to go out and run through the door, and she was no longer afraid of fighting with others. Wu's mother thought she was cured for a time, but she didn't expect that Yu Li would make such a fuss, and the medicine would be discontinued, and her body and bones would be damaged again. Why is Yu Li so inhuman? He knew clearly that she was in poor health, yet he was still so angry with her. I'm going to join the army. It's such a long journey. Can I hold on? Also, it's more remote and it's harder to find a doctor. What should I do with my health? Mother Wu was so angry that she almost shed tears when she thought of this. She was also hungry, but Wu Tong didn't know how to cook, and even if he managed to cook it, it wouldn't be delicious. Yuli's hands are really good, the millet porridge she cooks is fragrant, and the simple egg pancakes are so delicious that you can't help but think about them. Mother Wu hates me, tell me why Yuli is so restless. Just leave as soon as you say it, without missing any old feelings. Such a selfish, ruthless, and unjust woman will not have a good life in this life. But she couldn't help but ask, Yuli has really never been here? I don't believe she has no feelings for Guohua. Otherwise, how could she have served me for 2 or 3 years before? If she comes, don't let her, she comes in easily and gives her a good cold shoulder. Wu Tong thought of Lu Guanshan and then Wu Guohua. In fact, he felt in his heart that Yuli would never choose Wu Guohua again if she knew Lu Guanshan. But he still echoed, how could I let such a bitch come into our house? Just as he finished speaking, Yuli actually appeared. She fought her way into Wu's house from outside and threw the letter into Wu Tong's face. Mother Wu was pleasantly surprised, followed by pride and comfort. No matter how much trouble Yuli makes, she still can't bear to leave Guohua. Okay, Yuli, stop making trouble. If you really can't let go of Guohua, come back and serve me well. When I get better, I can help you persuade him. Yuli pouted at Wu's mother. Wu Tong opened his eyes and came up to hit Yuli. Who are you talking about? That's my mother. Yuli, you shameless bastard. Yuli slapped her in the face. You have such a poisonous mouth. Did you drink several bottles of dichlorvos? Wu Tong, was this letter forged by you? Deliberately driving a wedge between me and Lu Guanshan? Are your family so mean from top to bottom? First, your brother got engaged at home and then messed around outside, and then you were a widow with a baby living in your parents' house, and you secretly tried to steal my man. Wu Tong didn't expect that things would be revealed so quickly. What was going on? She clearly planned it carefully. Subconsciously denying, what letter? I don't know how many times you accuse people. How many times have you hit me, Yuli? Come on, let's go to the Public Security Bureau, I want to sue you. Yuli smiled, okay, let's go. Not only do we go to the Public Security Bureau, I also have to call their troops and ask them to check Wu Guohua and check this letter. Find out what's going on. This is obviously the Wu family's weakness. It's related to Wu Guohua's future, how can you make a joke? Mother Wu stared at Yuli viciously, and she patted the bed angrily. I finally know, you damn girl has no conscience at all. It's a shame that I treat you so well. I speak for you everywhere, and you are repaying your elders. Yuli looked at her mockingly. The only way you're nice to me is to leave the bucket of urine for me to pour out. If you were really nice to me, you should drink the urine. It's really like burning newspapers to the grave and telling nonsense. Licking Jong, you are not ashamed to say such things. I haven't settled with you yet. In 3 years, even if I hired a nanny, I couldn't take care of her as well as I did. Since you two, mother and daughter, keep jumping around like toads, don't blame me for being rude to settle accounts with you. Come on, 3 years of nanny fees, I will give you a discount of only 10 yuan a month, 3 years plus a total of 360 yuan. You give me this money immediately, otherwise I will call you immediately and make it impossible for Wu Guohua to survive in the army. See if that woman will marry him. Mother Wu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Scumbag, scumbag. There is no scumbag like you in the world. Wu Tong was also filled with hatred and rushed forward to tear Yuli's face apart. You want money? I'll kill you first. My brother doesn't even want you for shameless things. It's just because you're cheap. But Yuli was now full of fighting power. She grabbed Wu Tong's head and pushed it into Wu's mother's urine bucket next to her. Wu Tong took a big gulp of urine. Because she was lazy, she hadn't entered the urine bucket for several days. As soon as his head was pulled out of the urine bucket, Wu Tong couldn't help but vomit. Yuli was disgusted and took 2 steps back to make a phone call to report. Wu's mother was still holding on to a trace of rationality. Even if they were angry, they were indeed caught by Yuli, the shameless dead woman. Guohua was about to get married, a critical moment for promotion, and there must be no problems. Her voice was trembling, and her teeth were trembling. "Come back. Give you money, give you money." Wu Tong rushed to the river to wash her head like crazy, vomiting all the way, and the child next to her was almost scared to death. When she came back after washing, Wu's mother was already looking for money. "But where is the money?" Wu's mother was shocked. "Where's the money? Where's the money Guo was sent back?" Wu Tong's eyes dodged. I took some of it." Wu's mother looked at her in shock. "Wu Tong, you took the money without asking me? Do you know that it is your brother's salary? After the date of his wedding is set, the betrothal money will also come from here. The woman wants 168 yuan for the betrothal gift. How can you touch this money?" Wu Tong took out the money reluctantly. However, of the more than 600 yuan saved by Wu's mother, only 300 yuan was left. In just a few days, Wu Tong actually spent 300 yuan. Wu's mother looked at her in disbelief. "When you came back with your son as a widow, your parents-in-law gave you all your husband's pension, right? More than 800 yuan, isn't it enough for you to spend?" Wu Tong didn't speak. Yu Li knew very well that Wu Tong was a very beautiful person. She lived in the countryside, but she didn't do farm work. She dressed up in various ways every day, wearing coats, leather shoes, and dresses. She could buy at least a dozen dresses in a summer. It seems like she feels uncomfortable if she doesn't buy things. She also likes to go out, go to the town, go to the county town, and make an appointment with any man who has some ambiguity to enjoy life together. With such a lifestyle, how much money can she spend? But what Wu's mother said also made Yu Li feel ridiculous. In the past, Wu's mother always criticized her, saying that the daughter of someone's family not only did not want a dowry, but also gave money to her husband's family. But now, Wu's mother has planned it early, and Wu Guohua's current marriage partner wants a dowry of 168 yuan. It's really not worth it for the past self. Yu Li was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. "Okay, you don't want to give it, right? Then I'll report it." Wu's mother was driven crazy, and there was no other way. She counted 360 yuan with trembling hands. Her eyes were vicious as if she wanted to stare a hole in Yu Li. "Here's the money for you to buy a coffin. But remember, if you dare to mention the Wu family again, I will kill you. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed is 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix." Yu Li snatched the money and took out the pen she brought with her. "Come and sign. This money is for the 3 years of work I did for your Wu family. You owe me. If you sign, I promise that I will never tell anyone about Wu Guohua. If you like to buy a coffin, you can buy a coffin and lie in it and curse as much as you can. But if you dare to have any ideas about me again in the future, I will hit your head into your stomach if I catch you." For safety reasons, the Wu family really signed an agreement with Yu Li. Even if the Wu family paid the wages for 3 years of work, Yu Li would never expose Wu Guohua's messing around in the army, nor would she pursue Wu Tong's writing of letters to destroy the military marriage. After taking the money, Yu Li left happily. 360 yuan. This large sum of money is really a surprise. You can buy a lot of things. But she knew that the Wu family would not let it go. Just now, she was emotional. In order to calm her down, Wu's mother agreed to give her money. But after calming down, Wu's mother and Wu Tong will definitely go crazy for the money. They may even kill for money. Then she must take the initiative before these two people do it. Thinking of Wu Tong's dry son, Yu Li still felt sorry. That child Mao Dan is actually quite well behaved, at least better than Ban Bench, and he doesn't look like the same kind as the people in the Wu family. It's a pity to keep him with Wu Tong. She thought about it and secretly let someone leak the news to Mao Dan's grandparents. Mao Dan is not doing well now. Yu Li guessed correctly. As soon as she left, Wu Tong and Wu's mother had a falling out. "Mom, how can you give her such a large sum of money?" Mother Wu was so angry that she was about to die. Her chest kept heaving. "Do I want to give it to her? It's you who is looking for trouble. Why do you have to pretend to be Lu Guanshan to write a letter? If she really calls Guohua's unit and Guohua is fired, how can we live? Fortunately, don't you have the subsidy from your parents-in-law? You can pay it first and give it to Guohua as a betrothal gift." Wu Tong stomped her feet fiercely. "Why? My parents-in-law gave me money to raise children, why should I give it to him as a betrothal gift? Mother Wu covered her chest and yelled at her uncomfortably, "Why don't you know it in your heart? It's because you stole my savings, because you offended Yu Li, and the money Guo was sent back was gone." But Wu Tong cried and said, "You have no money in your hand, do I have it? I have no money in my hand. I have spent it all." Looking at the clothes in her daughter's two big suitcases, Mother Wu finally understood. Daughter is not the kind of person who is good at managing life like Yu Li. All the money her in-laws gave her and the money she took from her were spent. That is to say, all the money she and Wu Tong had now was only about 20 yuan left, which was only enough to buy a train ticket to go to Wu Guohua. Wu's mother screamed, collapsed on the bed, and cried and beat her chest. What a sin! What a sin! How could it be like this? How can I live my life? How can I live? Seeing her mother so sad, Wu Tong also panicked and knelt down quickly. "Mom, I will find a way, don't cry. I was wrong, it shouldn't be like this. But wouldn't it be better not to give that large sum of money to Yu Li? I will find a way to get it back. Yu Li doesn't deserve so much money." Wu's mother wanted to say something, but her heart was beating too fast, and she was so uncomfortable that she closed her eyes and couldn't say anything. Wu Tong was in a panic, and her son Mao Dan even ran to grab her clothes. "Mom, why did my aunt leave? I want to eat the egg custard made by my aunt." Looking at Mao Dan's skinny face, Wu Tong burst into tears and said viciously, "You still call her aunt? She is a bitch, a scumbag with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. She doesn't care if you are hungry or not." Wu Tong pondered for 2 days, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided to throw a poisonous snake into Yu Li's window. It would be best if it bites her to death without anyone noticing. Then go and get the money back. Wu Tong didn't dare to catch the snake herself, so she spent money to buy a poisonous tongue and put it in a cage. But before she could take action, someone came to her house. The ex-husband's parents couldn't wait to come after receiving the news. At the time, their son died unexpectedly and was washed away by the flood. Their grandson was only 1 year old, so they meant to respect Wu Tong's wishes. If Wu Tong stayed to raise the child, they would definitely treat Wu Tong's father's daughter as their own. But if Wu Tong wants to remarry, they have no objection and will raise their grandson well. But Wu Tong asked to take the child back to her parents' home. And she wanted to take all the 800 yuan pension from her ex-husband. The Xie family hesitated for a long time, thinking that Wu Tong was also very pitiful, so they agreed. But they didn't expect that after Wu Tong brought the child back to her parents' home, she didn't allow them to see the child. She said that seeing them would remind them of her ex-husband's tragic death, which would be bad for the child. She promised to raise the child well and wait until the child was 18 years old before visiting grandparents. The old couple believed Wu Tong for the sake of their son and grandson. But they didn't expect to hear a piece of news by accident, saying that the daughter-in-law had spent all the money, but Mao Dan was so thin. Both of them were heartbroken. When they entered the door, they happened to see Wu Tong beating Mao Dan. Mao Dan hugged her legs and cried, "Mom, I'm hungry, I'm really hungry." Wu Tong slapped him, "Are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? When that bitch Yu Li hit me, you didn't even rush over to bite off her flesh, and you still have the nerve to tell me you're hungry. I'd rather starve you to death. Go find your damn father." The old couple who just came in saw their grandson being abused like this, and their hearts were broken. Immediately went to take the grandson away, and at the same time, to take the pension. Wu Tong. If Jiawei were alive, he would not agree to your treatment of the child. Give us the pension back, and we will raise Mao Dan ourselves. Wu Tong was unwilling to do so, and pointed at her parents-in-law and cursed, "Why should I give it to you? Your son, that short-lived ghost, died and made me a widow for life, and I haven't bothered you yet. I can raise my son however I want. It's none of your business." The two sides started to fight. Mao Dan was so scared that he cried loudly. The Xie family's mother-in-law rushed to Wu Tong's room to look for cash. Wu Tong went in to stop them, and the two of them fought so hard that they didn't notice the cage containing the snake. The snake inside hissed and ran out and got into the quilt. The Xie family's mother-in-law was not the kind of person who would just throw a tantrum. Seeing that Wu Tong was so shameless, she simply didn't ask for money, and the couple took their grandson and left. Wu Tong's face turned green with anger, and she cried out of grievance. Mother Wu tried to crawl out of the room, but she fell under the bed and fainted. As Wu Tong was crying, a snake came out and bit her leg. "Ah, Wu Tong screamed and collapsed. There is a snake. It's a poisonous snake. Help me, window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix. The Wu family is a mess. Yu Li is very happy here. She gave her eldest brother 50 yuan as a startup fund for selling snacks. I gave 50 yuan to my second brother to use it to buy fruit saplings and hatch chickens and ducks. In addition, she bought a new set of clothes for her parents, the second sister-in-law bought a dress, and Pomegranate was a cute polka-dot princess dress with bows. The eldest brother and the second brother are not particular about clothes, but they are terrible at wearing shoes. Yu Li bought them both a pair of brand new Jiefeng shoes. They look better than cloth shoes and are stronger than cloth shoes. Yu Li felt sour in her heart when she thought about how her two brothers often skipped shoes to save shoes when they were little, but her mother always made her, a daughter, beautiful new embroidered shoes. In fact, even now, the eldest brother and the second brother like to take off their shoes when doing dirty work, for fear of getting the shoes on their feet dirty and damaged. They never seem to think of these hardships as hardships, and always hope that their little girl can eat well and be well clothed. The deep love of family members that is never revealed can always make people live more powerfully. Yu Li could clearly feel that she and her original body seemed to have become one. She carefully packed up all the things she bought and took them out. In the yard, the whole family had just returned from work, with smiles on their faces. Second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua took the food out. Yu Li took out the things one by one and couldn't wait to finish the meal. Mom, Dad, eldest brother, second sister-in-law, and Pomegranate. Look at what I bought you. Do you like it? Chen Ailen took one look at it and said immediately, "You girl. Are you spending money indiscriminately? Don't you know how to buy yourself two skirts to wear? The skirt you are wearing is from last year. Your second sister-in-law said today, I didn't give you a new dress this year." Yu Li smiled and said, "I'm getting married soon. Lu Guanshan must have chosen the skirt with me. I won't buy another one. I will also buy him new clothes by then. I bought these for you. Yes, after all, when I get married, I don't know how often I can come back. Please take a look and see if it looks good." Her words made everyone feel uncomfortable. Yes, once Yu Li leaves, she won't be able to come back even during the Chinese New Year. The next time we see her again may be several years later. It's inexplicably uncomfortable. Yu Jiefeng looked at the new clothes and compared them to himself, with red eyes. Okay, the clothes my daughter bought for me are so beautiful. The eldest brother and the second brother put on the new shoes directly, stood up and walked around, their faces full of joy. I can only wear these shoes during the Chinese New Year. Yu Tuan was full of pride. Yu Fendu quickly took it off and put it away carefully. I will wait until the New Year to wear it. Yu Li was amused. Oh, why are you waiting for the Chinese New Year? If you buy it, wear it, otherwise what would I do if I bought it? I thought you didn't like it. Wang Xinghua and Chen Ailen both liked their new clothes. Who doesn't like delicious food and new clothes while alive? At such a young age, Pomegranate knows how to hug Yu Li and kiss her. Auntie, the dress you bought is so beautiful. Wang Xinghua picked up an egg with chopsticks for Yu Li. I've been running around a lot these days, and I'm tired and thin. Eat more, otherwise it will take a long time to take the train back to the army. It's very hard. She was smiling and talking when she suddenly smelled the fishy smell of eggs, turned around with an ugly expression and started retching. Everyone was shocked. Chen Ailen was the first to put down her clothes and came over. Xinghua, what's wrong with you? Is it hot and suffering from heat stroke? Come on, I'll help you into the house, and you can eat on the bed in the house. Wang Xinghua couldn't tell what happened. Yu Fendu quickly stood up and supported his wife. Maybe it's too hot. You should have a good rest these 2 days and don't go to work. There was only Yu Li. She was startled and said happily, second sister-in-law, could it be that you are pregnant? Wang Xinghua paused and looked at Yu Li in disbelief. How could that be? Yu Li immediately walked over to take her pulse, and soon discovered that although Wang Xinghua's pulse was not obvious yet, she could still tell that she was pregnant. Joy filled her heart. She held Wang Xinghua's hand and smiled from ear to ear. There are really 2. I'll go to the town hospital for a blood test in a few days. Second sister-in-law, congratulations. This news made the entire Yu family excited. Really? Xinghua, go in and lie down quickly, Mom will bring you food. Chen Ailan almost cried. Yu Fendu was so surprised that he walked left and right like an idiot. He didn't know what to do for a while. Wang Xinghua couldn't stop crying. Really? I can't believe it. Little sister, the medicine you prescribed for me really works. The whole family is curious. What kind of medicine is it? Wang Xinghua told Yu Li about prescribing medicine for herself. This surprised everyone. Lizzie actually treated people? Yu Jiefang said slowly, Lizzie, seeing a doctor is not a trivial matter. If you make a mistake, the other party will definitely not forgive you. You can show it to your second sister-in-law now, but if you want to show it to others, you still have to be careful. Yu Li was very happy. She helped her second sister-in-law cure her infertility, and a new member of the family was about to be born. This was a great joy. Dad, I will be more careful and I will never let anyone catch me. As he was talking, someone suddenly came outside the house, carrying a bag of potatoes, a bag of brown sugar, and a watermelon. Comrade Yu Li, I'm here to thank you. The medicine you gave me to treat my cough last time was really useful. You don't know, I slept all night last night without being woken up by a cough. It's been more than 10 years. I finally got a good night's sleep, and my cough has eased a lot today. People who are suffering from diseases, when they meet a doctor who can help them, they just want to kneel down and say thank you. Uncle Zhao looked at Yu Li with gratitude. Chen Ailan quickly called Uncle Zhao in and said in surprise, has my daughter been cured by you? Good guy, her daughter is even better than she imagined. Yu Li quickly smiled and said, Uncle Zhao, I accidentally read about your symptoms in a book. It's a good thing that I can help you. Uncle Zhao also brought an acquaintance over. This is my third brother. He has had stomach pain for more than 10 years. He can't be cured no matter what. He took a lot of medicine and look how thin he is. Comrade Yu Li, I wonder if you have any what solution? When Yu Li saw that everyone was begging for help, she did not refuse and went up to check Mr. Zhao's pulse. Observing Mr. Zhao's appearance symptoms again, he made an inference based on Mr. Zhao's condition. Your situation should be caused by disharmony between the bile and stomach, an evil stagnation in the stomach and wrist. I will prescribe you a prescription that can soothe the liver, regulate qi, and stagnate acidity, protect the membrane, and you will be fine after one course of treatment. Here is the prescription, 80 grams of chicken shells, 80 grams of licorice, 20 grams of fritillaria. Mr. Zhao happily took the prescription and forced Yu Li to pay 50 cents. The whole family looked at Yu Li in shock when they saw how easily Yu Li treated Master Zhao and prescribed medicine. Uncle Zhao also brought so much food. Lizzie, you are so awesome. Yu Jiefang couldn't help praising his daughter. Chen Ailan's eyes shone, our family can actually produce a self-taught doctor. In my entire life, I have never seen anyone smarter than my daughter. The eldest and second brothers also praised Yu Li. Wang Xinghua was even more grateful to Yu Li for changing her life. Originally, she thought she could only have one child, Pomegranate, in her life, but she didn't expect she would get pregnant again. Outside the Yu family's yard, Jiao Shuelian crouched and listened secretly. She had been angry and left with her bench for a few days, but Yu Tuanjie, a loser, still refused to apologize to her. Does he really want a divorce? Isn't he afraid of being crushed to death by gossip? Jiao Shuelian waited for a long time, and finally waited until Yu Tuanjie went out, and immediately rushed up and grabbed his sleeve. Stop! Yu Tuanjie was originally planning to go to the back mountain to chop some firewood. When he turned around and saw Jiao Shuelian, his face changed immediately. He asked coldly, what do you want to do? Jiao Shuelian looked at Yu Tuanjie with gritted teeth. What does she want to do? Do I need to ask this? Why doesn't Yu Tuanjie give her the money he makes from business, but gives it to the Yu family instead? Yu Tuanjie, I won't divorce you. Ban Bench is your son, you have to support him. Didn't you make money from business? Where's the money? Ban Bench wants to buy new clothes, and Ban Bench wants to eat meat. When Ban Bench was mentioned, Yu Tuanjie's blood rushed to his head. His face turned black, and he pushed Jiao Shuelian away. I am determined to divorce you. Jiao Shuelian, don't think about making trouble anymore. Just because you harmed Li Zi and poisoned Pomegranate, I will never forgive you. Our Yu family will not want a vicious daughter-in-law. Vicious? Jiao Shuelian's tears flowed down. I am vicious? For whom? Everyone loves the eldest son in the family, but your mother always favors Yu Li, that little bitch, under the banner of fairness. You are not ashamed to say that I harmed her? She broke off the engagement with someone. What's wrong with marrying Liu Makeng? Who would give her 200 yuan as a betrothal gift? You are so noble and great, now that 200 yuan has flown away, you feel comfortable. Yu Tuanjie looked at Jiao Shuelian coldly, her voice full of anger. Don't force me to hit you. Jiao Shuelian knew that Yu Tuanjie really wanted to hit her now. So she took a step back and said viciously, I will never divorce. I know it was Yu Li who instigated you to divorce me. Anyway, I won't divorce, and you'd better keep the money you earn for me to raise a bench, otherwise I will make your business unable to continue. Yu Tuanjie clenched his fists. This woman is still so vicious. He endured, and finally pierced his scars. Jiao Shuelian, do you think you are the only one who will make a scene? If I am as shameless as you and make a big deal out of it, do you think you, your third brother Jiao Daliang from your adoptive parents' house, and your son Ban Bench will have any face? Jiao Shuelian was stunned, and her face immediately turned red, and she cursed, Yu Tuanjie, what are you talking about? You slandered me. Who taught you to frame me like this? Yu Tuanjie's eyes flashed with strange pain. What did I say? What did I frame you for? What did I slander you for? Obviously he didn't say that, but Jiao Shuelian jumped up and down because of his guilty conscience. He could only understand at this moment that he didn't need any other proof at all. Ban Bench is the child of Jiao Shuelian and Jiao Daliang. And he, Yu Tuanjie, fell into someone else's trap from the very beginning when he went into the water to save Jiao Shuelian. No wonder Jiao Daliang and Jiao Shuelian are not biological siblings at all, but they have such a good relationship and are so close. Seeing Yu Tuanjie suppressed in anger, Jiao Shuelian also panicked. He walked over step by step, pointed at her, and warned gloomily, I don't want to expose this kind of thing and let everyone laugh at it. Jiao Shuelian, Ban Bench is 8 years old. You jumped into the river on my way home, and I saved you and married you. All this was your plan. It was your trap. I have never done anything to let you down. It's you and the Jiao family who let me down. If you still want to stay in this area, I advise you to divorce early tomorrow morning. I won't give you a penny, and you can support Ban Bench yourself. Otherwise, you think about it. After saying that, he shook Jiao Shuelian's ear hard and turned away. Jiao Shuelian covered her ears and fell to the ground, her heart pounding, and she couldn't say a word. She was thinking frantically in her mind, what's going on? What's going on? Who knew about this? And who told Yu Tuanjie? No, how could anyone know? Ban Bench is 8 years old, and the people of the Yu family have never suspected it. If this matter is really exposed, her life will be ruined. In her nervousness and terror, Jiao Shuelian suddenly thought of the look Yu Li gave Ban Bench that day. Yu Li also said that Ban Bench looked neither like his father nor his mother. Could it be that Yu Li found out and told Yu Tuanjie? Great! She knew it was this shameless bitch. Jiao Shuelian panicked and hurried back to find Jiao Daliang. Brother! That thing was discovered. She threw herself into Jiao Daliang's arms with tears in her eyes and repeated everything Yu Tuanjie said. And she swore to death, it must be that bitch Yu Li who discovered it and suspected it, but she directly slandered me without any evidence and told Yu Tuanjie. She wanted to kill me. Jiao Daliang's dark face was stained with a touch of viciousness. His family adopted Jiao Shuelian at the beginning, and he didn't feel anything since he was a child. But when he grew up, he accidentally saw Jiao Shuelian taking a bath, and suddenly he had a feeling for her. His parents firmly opposed him being with Jiao Shuelian. They said they were afraid of being laughed at by outsiders. After all, she was his sister now. Jiao Daliang married Ma Yufan under the pressure of his parents. But Jiao Shuelian never got married, and the two did some things in private that no one knew about. Until that year, Jiao Shuelian became pregnant. If her parents and the villagers knew about this, how would they live? Seeing Jiao Shuelian crying, Jiao Daliang set his sights on the Yu family. This family is very honest and kind-hearted. Such people are the easiest to be morally kidnapped. He successfully helped Jiao Shuelian marry Yu Tuanjie. At first, they just wanted Jiao Shuelian to give birth to Ban Bench smoothly. But now their appetite is not just that. They hope that the entire Yu family will earn money for Ban Deng to spend alone. They hope that Yu Li can earn a dowry by getting married, and it would be best if she can also support her family after marriage. They hope that the second child of the Yu family will never get pregnant, and that the little girl Shi Liu will die soon. But now things have gone off track. Not only will they not get any benefits from the Yu family, but their Gao family may also face the exposure of scandals. No, Gao Dalian will never allow this to happen. Shui Lian, calm down. There is only one way now, that is to let Yu Tuan die. Only when he dies, the problem can be solved. It can no longer be proved whether Ban Deng is his child, and you can use Ban Deng to control the entire Yu family. Gao Shui Lian was stunned. How can I make him die? Gao Daliang whispered a few words, and Gao Shui Lian nodded. Brother, I will listen to you. Chen Alan cut the watermelon sent by Uncle Joe and brought a few pieces to Yu Li. The sweet watermelon, after being chilled in the well, tastes so good. Yu Li ate the watermelon, but she felt a little confused. She always felt like something was going to happen. She had already inquired about Wu Tong's situation. The Xie family took Mao Dan away with them, and Wu Tong was bitten by a poisonous tongue for no reason. He almost died and could not be saved. Now he can only lie in bed, and Wu's mother's health has become worse. If it weren't for the pity of the Wu family, she would not be able to survive. So Wu Tong should not have the energy to cause trouble for the time being. Then there is only the variable on Gao Shuelian's side. She waited for a while, and when she saw her elder brother carrying the firewood back, she immediately went out to help and whispered, Brother, what are your plans? Yu Tuanjie was silent for a while, and put the firewood away. Tomorrow I will divorce Gao Shuelian, the bench will belong to her, and the rest will be written off, and we will never have any contact again. Looking at her elder brother's expression, Yu Li felt a little distressed, but still advised, Brother, the bad things are over because good things are about to begin. Don't be too sad, and your life will definitely be better in the future. Yu Tuanjie forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I don't plan to get married again in this life. In the future, I will make money and spend it on you, on pomegranate flowers, and honor our parents. This is enough. He will never believe other people again. 8 years. For 8 years, he raised someone else's son for 8 years. Thinking of this, Yu Tuanjie felt his hands shaking and his eyes were sore. Yu Li sighed deeply in her heart. She really regretted that she didn't find out about Gao Shuelian earlier, and let her elder brother be harmed like this. Brother, believe me, you will definitely meet the right person. But I always feel uneasy in my heart. Will tomorrow go smoothly? According to their temperament, I'm afraid they won't divorce so easily. Yu Tuanjie really didn't want to trouble the family again, don't worry. They have the handle in my hand, so they dare not do anything. I will go to the divorce procedures early tomorrow, so that I can come back and sell food with our mother to dig the river. I will solve my own problems. Don't tell my parents. Because of Gao Shuelian's affairs, they have been troubled too much, especially our mother can't be angry. He said so, and Yu Li agreed. The next morning, Yu Tuanjie got up early at dawn. He arrived at the entrance of the village, and Gao Shuelian came too. But she cried when she saw him, and even knelt on the ground. Tuanjie, I know you want to divorce me right away. I agree. But you help me find Ban Ben first. This kid knew I wanted a divorce last night, and he ran away from home and went to the back mountain. He has called you dad for 8 years, can you bear to see him disappear? Please, help me find him. Yu Tuanjie narrowed his eyes. Where is Gao Daliang? Why doesn't he go to find him? Gao Shuelian cried. Everyone went to find him, everyone who could go up the mountain went. We only found out that Ban Ben was missing early in the morning, and the footprint showed that he ran to the back mountain. Please, Tuanjie, help me find Ban Ben first, and when you find Ban Ben, you can beat him or kill him as you like. As she said this, she kowtowed to Yu Tuanjie several times. Yu Tuanjie hesitated. Gao Shuelian is such a fierce and selfish person, and she can kowtow to this extent. I'm afraid Ban Ben is really in trouble. And she is right, he is indeed a soft-hearted person. Although Ban Ben is not his biological child, he has watched him grow up in the past 8 years. When Ban Bench was little, he also changed his diaper and held him to sleep. The child is innocent. Yu Tuanjie turned and walked up the mountain. Gao Shuelian immediately stood up and followed the old man. He laughed viciously in his heart. You Tuanjie, you coward. I asked you to divorce me. I asked you not to give me money. Those few bangs just now were to send you off. Gao Shuelian hurried up the mountain with Yu Tuanjie. It was just dawn, and the sun hadn't come out yet. The mountain seemed a little depressing. Soon they reached the middle of the mountain, and Yu Tuanjie shouted at the top of his lungs. Gao Shuelian also pretended to shout ban bench. But as he was shouting, a man who had been following behind him raised a stick and hit Yu Tuanjie on the back of his head. Gao Shuelian looked at him excitedly, waiting to see Yu Tuanjie fall to the ground. But in just a moment, there were two bangs. Gao Shuelian and Gao Daliang both fell down. Yu Tuanjie turned around suddenly and gasped at the sight in front of him. You Jiefang cursed, stupid! We have advised you so many times, and you still believe this vicious woman. Yu Tuanjie looked at the stick in Gao Daliang's hand and the big black bag in Gao Shuelian's hand, which was ready to kill people and hide corpses. He was so shocked that he raised his hand and slapped himself. Dad, you are right. I am stupid. I really deserve it. Yu Li seized the opportunity and stuffed some medicine into Gao Daliang and Gao Shuelian's mouths. The medicine was not a strong medicine, but it would make people more excited. If there is nothing wrong in your heart, you can naturally restrain that kind of excitement. But if you have something wrong, it will become worse. Yu Fendu came up and carried Gao Daliang. Let's go, let's send them to the cave. Yu Tuanjie thought that if his little sister hadn't told his second brother and father, he would have died on this mountain today, and he was also scared. He was so angry that he kicked Gao Daliang in the head. The family then carried Gao Shuelian and Gao Daliang to a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was blocked with a big stone to ensure that no one could get in. Then, several people hurried down the mountain. Soon, the roosters crowed everywhere, and in the morning mist, an old man led a cow to eat grass. The leaves with dewdrops were blown by the wind. Every household got up to make breakfast, and the smoke was curling. Yu Li also helped Chen Ailan to cook when she got home. Chen Ailan glanced at them and glared at Yu Tuanjie. If it weren't for your sister, would you still be alive to come back? Yu Tuanjie felt guilty and had a taste of surviving a disaster. He went up and smiled. Little sister, I'll cook the pot, you take a rest. Chen Ailan said unhappily, we're having leek-fried dumplings this morning. You better cook them evenly for me, otherwise I'll smash your head with a spatula. Yu Li smiled and watched her mother and eldest brother bickering. Yu Tuanjie didn't talk back, and quietly took out a handful of wild fruits from her pocket. Little sister, this is the girl fruit I just picked, you can eat it. The ripe girl fruit is sweet and sour, and Yu Li peeled it and tasted it, and it was delicious. At the same time, something was wrong with the Gao family. Ma Yufan has been keeping an eye on Gao Shuelian and Gao Daliang these days, fearing that there is something wrong with the two of them. Fortunately, Gao Daliang usually works and comes back at mealtime. Gao Shuelian is quite honest at her mother's house. She thought that maybe she was overthinking and misunderstood Yu Li's meaning. But she didn't expect that the man next to her disappeared early this morning. And Gao Shuelian disappeared too. Someone in the village was talking. Oh, I don't know what's going on, there is blood at the foot of the mountain. Is there anyone in your family who went up the mountain and didn't come back? Ma Yufan's mind buzzed, and she didn't care about her face. My husband and my sister-in-law are not at home. How could it be lost? Soon, the villagers began to help Ma Yufan look for it. But they only found the handkerchief that Gao Shuelian usually used to tie her hair at the foot of the mountain. Ma Yufan's heart was like dumpling fillings. The villagers were afraid that something might happen, so they quickly said, everyone help go up the mountain to look for it. Because the Yu family and the Gao family are from the same village, although the distance is not close, but if something really happens, the village chief will call everyone to look for it together. If you can help me today, I may need your help tomorrow. The villagers all think this way. So a large group of people went up the mountain to look for Gao Daliang and Gao Shuelian. Gao Daliang was hit on the back of his head with a stick, and his head still hurt when he woke up. But he didn't expect to see Gao Shuelian lying on him when he opened his eyes. Because she likes to grab food and drink, Gao Shuelian is very plump. She is also 10 years younger than Ma Yufan. During this time, the two of them didn't dare to talk much because of Ma Yufan. Suddenly in such a private place, and still in close contact, Gao Daliang felt his whole body gradually burning. When Jiao Shuelian woke up, she was so scared. Brother! How come we are here? Jiao Daliang swallowed his saliva, and the thought in his mind almost overwhelmed his reason. He tried to analyze. When I wanted to fight Yu Tuanjie, I was beaten from behind. Then I didn't know anything. Did they lock us up here? They must want our lives. Shuelian, we were ambushed. Jiao Shuelian couldn't help crying. What should we do now? We can't even see things clearly here. Why would someone come to find us? While she was groping, she accidentally touched something she shouldn't touch. Jiao Daliang couldn't help shivering and pressed her down. Shuelian, anyway, no one will see us, let's think about other things first. He really couldn't wait. When Ma Yufan led people to the mountain to look for it, it was actually simple, because there were traces left along the way. When we found the entrance to the cave, we happened to see a big rock. The village chief reminded everyone, move gently. Don't wake up the things inside, in case there are wild animals. So everyone moved very gently. The big rock was gently moved away. The sunlight suddenly broke through the darkness. Inside, a man and a woman were in a passionate mood. Jiao Shuelian's pants were still hanging on her calves. Jiao Daliang's head was covered in blood, like a wriggling fleshworm. Everyone was stunned. Good guy, everyone didn't eat breakfast and work to come to them early in the morning, and these two people are just standing here. It's really a knife, it's really eye-opening. Jiao Shuelian was the first to find so many people, she screamed, the. Ma Yufan rushed in and smashed Jiao Daliang's head with the stone in her hand. Beast! Beast! She also smashed Jiao Shuelian's nose with her backhand, fuck your mother. You two are beasts. She was extremely brave and punched and kicked Jiao Daliang and Jiao Shuelian. Jiao Shuelian was only concerned with putting on her pants quickly and had no time to protect herself. She was beaten by her sister-in-law Ma Yufan and screamed. There were dozens of people who came to the mountain to find them, and each of them was full of contempt, and some even spit directly at Jiao Shuelian. Bitch! Some people rolled their eyes at Jiao Daliang, it's so fucking disgusting. This day was so exciting. The village chief scolded the two people severely, and a group of people went down the mountain. Ma Yufan wanted to beat the two people to death. Everyone saw what happened with their own eyes. Didn't Jiao Daliang and Jiao Shuelian get so angry that they crawled out of their beds and ran to the mountain to have an affair? These two people couldn't make excuses. They did it, and everyone saw it. How to explain it? Besides, they absolutely couldn't tell anyone that they originally planned to harm Yu Tuanjie. For a while, everyone felt very sorry for Yu Tuanjie and put themselves in his shoes, scolding Jiao Daliang and Jiao Shuelian as worse than pigs and dogs. Yu Tuanjie took the opportunity to go to Gao's house again and asked for an immediate divorce. Now, Jiao Shuelian had no face to delay any longer. If she refused to divorce, she would be scolded even more harshly by the villagers, and she was afraid that she would not be able to raise her head when she went out in the future. She could only endure the pain and go to Yu Tuanjie to complete the divorce procedures. But when they separated after completing the procedures, she still warned fiercely. Yu Tuanjie, do you think you won like this? I tell you, your Yu family will never deserve a good life. If you treat me like this, the whole family will suffer retribution. Yu Tuanjie looked at her coldly. People do it, God sees it, who will suffer retribution only know. Jiao Shuelian limped and didn't know where to go for a while. The Yu family is no longer her home. Ma Yufan in the Jiao family wants to beat her and kill her. But she must never admit defeat. She must live a better life than Yu Tuanjie in this life. Let Yu Tuanjie kneel down and beg her to reconcile. But she was disdainful and stepped on Yu Tuanjie's face. Jiao Shuelian kept cheering herself up in her heart. But she collapsed when she reached the entrance of the village. Yu Li went to buy wine, tofu, and meat today. There were a few aunts and grandmas sitting at the entrance of the village gossiping, and they asked her when they saw her. Yu Li, why did you buy so many vegetables today? What good thing happened at home? Oh, don't you know? Yu Li's elder brother went to get a divorce today. If you ask me, a woman like Jiao Shuelian is really a troublemaker. She was arrogant and domineering before, making the entire Yu family restless. Now her true face is revealed. She is so slutty, so cheap, and so shameless. It's good to divorce this marriage. TSK, Gao Shuelian fell into the water at the beginning, and Yu Li's elder brother saved Gao Shuelian, so they got married, right? Such a woman is really disgusting. Yu Li didn't say it directly, but just smiled and said, nothing good happened, it's just that everyone is tired these days, and they need to replenish their bodies. Gao Shuelian looked at Yu Li holding a bag full of vegetables with a knife, and the fire in her eyes was about to burst out. She didn't dare to provoke Yu Li now, and rushed up to fight those women. Gossiping woman. You are the troublemaker? You are shameless, the most coquettish and the cheapest. If you dare to talk about me behind my back, I will beat you to death. But she didn't expect that she always had the upper hand in the past when she was throwing a tantrum in the Yu family, because the people in the Yu family didn't like to throw a tantrum. This time, she was slapped in the face. Then, a sturdy woman rode on her and beat her. Ouch! You took off your pants and slept with someone on the top of the mountain early in the morning, and you still think you are right? I said it, why can't I say it? I'm telling the truth. You want to show off in front of the bully in my Red Star village, Gao Shuelian, you want to die. Gao Shuelian was beaten and screamed, like a struggling old sow. Yu Li couldn't help laughing, but she held it back, and went home briskly. Yes, in fact, anyone with eyes can see that their Yu family got rid of Gao Shuelian, the cancer, and life became sunny in an instant. That noon, Yu Li personally cooked braised pork. Stir-fry the rock sugar until it is colored, fry the cooked pork belly, add star anise, cinnamon, garlic and other spices, stew for an hour, and simmer for another half an hour. After the pot is opened, the braised pork is fragrant and melts in the mouth. It is fat but not greasy. Served with the scorched rice crust cake, it is really enjoyable to eat. Except for the second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua and Shi Liu, the rest of the Yu family drank some wine to some extent, and they were in a good mood. Yu Tuanjie was originally a little depressed. Divorce did make him feel relieved, but he was also afraid that the villagers would laugh at him and look at him with strange eyes. But after being encouraged by his family, and thinking about his good business of selling food, he relaxed after a few glasses of wine. Damn it, what is there to be afraid of in life? Just go up and do it. As long as you don't get cuckolded, you can live any life. Yu Tuanjie devoted himself wholeheartedly to the business of selling rice and made money every day. He was so motivated. The Yu family also ushered in another change. That is, Wang Xinghua had been infertile for many years, and her sudden pregnancy attracted the attention of several women in the village who had similar experiences. The news that Uncle Zhao's cough was cured spread even more widely. Who asked him to guard the phone? At first, only 1 or 2 people came to see Yu Li for medical treatment. But gradually, more and more people came to the Yu family, and most of them came to Yu Li for treatment of some difficult and complicated diseases. She does her best to use the knowledge she has learned to help everyone. Some diseases were really difficult, so Yu Li went to the Pear Palace at night while she was sleeping and flipped through books desperately to find the answers. The medicine she prescribed was extremely effective. Some elderly patients who had taken Yu Li's medicine had obvious effects in 2 or 3 days. Yu Li's reputation spread instantly. Wu Tong and Wu's mother also knew. The 2 of them were lying in bed recuperating from their illness, and they didn't have much money left. An aunt from the Wu family brought them some food every day, so they could only guarantee that they wouldn't starve to death. Wu Tong begged his aunt to help them send a telegram to Wu Guohua, asking Wu Guohua to come home as soon as possible. Mother Wu had a hope, this watery Yu Li actually knows medical skills. No wonder the medicine she gave me before worked. When Guohua comes back, Yu Li will definitely come to ask Guohua for forgiveness. Let her pay back the money. Then continue to serve me. After Wu Tong was bitten by a snake, his whole body was severely damaged and he couldn't even speak while lying on the bed. I can only curse Yu Li in my heart. After Wu Guohua received the telegram, he was a little confused. Why did his family send a message return urgently? What's the emergency? Seeing that the Wu family wanted Wu Guohua to go back, Xie Yuing was anxious. She couldn't let Wu Guohua see Yu Li now. But Wu Guohua comforted her, I can just go back. My salary over the years has been with my mother. I will get the money back so that I can prepare a betrothal gift for you. Xie Yuing's face turned red with embarrassment. Why don't you give a betrothal gift? What I value most is you. But if you go back, what if Yu Li entangles you and won't let go? When it comes to Yu Li, Wu Guohua doesn't really care. In my memory, Yuli still looked cautious and dull. She was slender and hard-working, but she didn't have much femininity. She could only be said to be relatively delicate. He touched Xie Yuing's hand. I have already filed the marriage report. From now on, my wife will only be you. Even if she pesters me, I will not pay attention to her. These words made Xie Yuing feel very comfortable. Wu Guohua was obviously Yu Li's engaged fiancé, but now he only likes her and loves her. This stolen happiness made her feel proud and happy, proving that she was much better than Yu Li. But she was still feeling uneasy. How about I go with you? Our hometown is not far away. Although my parents have passed away, I still have other relatives. I just happened to go back to visit them. Look at your family too. But what I want most in my heart is to see Yu Li's grief-stricken and helpless look. Wu Guohua thought about it and nodded. That's okay, I'll take you back to meet my mother and sister. They must both like you very much. The two of them made a plan and went to make a report immediately, buy tickets, and planned to set off on the third day. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the gate of the station, Wu Guohua saw a familiar person and immediately shouted, Lao Qiu. What are you doing? In such a hurry? Company Commander Qiu of the 4th Company saw him and immediately came over with sweat on his face. Something happened to Lao Lu. He was injured on the way to the execution. Now he is unconscious and there is a lot of blood on the back of his head. I don't know if he can wake up. Come. Wu Guohua was stunned, his eyes widened, and he didn't know what expression to use for a moment. Fortunately, Company Commander Qiu said, I have to find the political commissar quickly. Lao Lu needs to be transferred to another hospital. We need to send a car quickly. Okay, then go quickly. Human life is at stake. Seeing Captain Qiu's undisguised concern, Wu Guohua subconsciously wondered if others would be as worried about him as they were about Lu Guanshan if something happened to him. Xie Yuing's voice beside her was filled with joy. Guohua, something happened to Lu Guanshan? If he can't wake up, wouldn't your promotion be more secure? I have been saying good things about you in front of my uncle these days. This time you will definitely be promoted smoothly. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu. Chen Ailin turned around and touched Yu Li lovingly. Lizzie, are you hurt? This person doesn't have eyesight. He bumped into me without even looking. Yu Li curved her lips and smiled, her face as snow-skinned as gelatin, her eyes clear and charming, with willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, and her lips were like delicate and fragrant rose petals, opening and closing gently. Mom, I'm fine. She smiled, like flowers and trees piled with snow, and the crescent moon was dizzy. She was so charming and soft that people couldn't take their eyes away. But further down, there is an even more thrilling curve. Even though Yu Li is only wearing an ordinary white dress, her figure is slender and graceful, with her round waist forming a sharp contrast, and her slender legs are even more slim, like a fairy descending from the earth, incredibly beautiful. Wu Guohua opened his eyes wide, as if he had been struck by lightning. He hasn't been back for 2 years. Why did Yu Li grow so much? It's like a woman's 18th transformation. Xie Yuing walked over from the side with a smile of Guohua. Have you bought the popsicles? I went to buy a piece of soap. Suddenly, her whole body froze. Looking at Yu Li, her nails couldn't help but dig into her palms. Why have Yu Li become beautiful again? It's like half-opened roses blooming all at once. Then, Xie Yuing looked at Wu Guohua, feeling nervous, very disappointed and angry. Because Wu Guohua stared at Yu Li motionless, as if he had lost his soul. Yu Li looked at the two of them with contempt, sneered, and took Chen Ailin's arm. Mom, don't care about it like a pest. We have something to do, so let's go first. After saying that, he left directly without even looking at Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua held his breath and then slowly came back to his senses, but he still felt that the sweet fragrance of Yu Li still lingered in the air. Today's Yu Li is so beautiful. Turning his head and seeing Xie Yuing with red eyes, Wu Guohua quickly said, I just accidentally bumped into them. Saying this, I can't help but compare in my heart. Originally, Xie Yuing's facial features were not as good as Yu Li's, but she was hotter, bolder, and more feminine than Yu Li. But looking back now, Xie Yuing is dimmed by Yu Li. Xie Yuing felt so uncomfortable that she couldn't help but hate Yu Li and herself for not stopping Wu Guohua from coming back. She said coldly, you just met Yu Li, do you regret it? If you regret it, it's still too late. You can go apologize to her and win her back. She will definitely be very happy and proud. Wu Guohua was also a little unhappy. How can you say that? Am I that kind of person? You are the only one in my heart. Xie Yuying is the niece of political commissar Xiao, and he must marry Xie Yuying. But Xie Yuying was not satisfied. The two of them walked to a place with fewer people, and the atmosphere was still a bit deadlocked. Really? If you really love me, you will scold Yu Li until I am happy. Wu Guohua frowned. How could I scold her for no reason? It's because I feel sorry for her? Xie Yuying was anxious. I'm sorry for her? How have you ever felt sorry for her? She has been showing off her power in the village for a long time because of her engagement to you, right? She pesters you, and you are the one who suffers. Wu Guohua, do you still like her in your heart? Wu Guohua had no choice but to scold Yu Li a few times in order to comfort Xie Yuying. Okay, I'll scold her. Yu Li must be restless, selfish, and immoral. Whoever marries her will be unlucky for the rest of his life. Xie Yuying was happy now, holding Wu Guohua's hand and acting coquettishly. I am jealous because I love you. Guohua, you are mine, and I cannot accept that you like others. Especially Yu Li. You know, I was jealous before I told you. Yu Li is not a good person. Wu Guohua nodded numbly, but from time to time he recalled Yu Li's delicate and bright face. I couldn't help but wonder, was the choice he made the right one? This doubt was dispelled when Wu Guohua returned home. Because Wu's mother hugged him and cried loudly and complained, Yu Li, this little bitch. Not only did she hook up with Lu Guanshan and get engaged to Lu Guanshan, but she also beat me and your sister. The kitchen and vegetable garden were all smashed. It's going to be a mess. In addition, she extorted more than 300 yuan from us, claiming that it was her wages for helping our family in the past few years. Guohua, if you don't come back, your mother and I really won't be able to live anymore. His sister Wu Tong also cried and scolded, Guohua, you have to make the decision for me and my mother. Our family has been terribly harmed by Yu Li. Aren't you the company commander? Go to the leader to respond and ask the leader to fire Lu Guanshan. Then go to the village to find someone, and you must avenge us. The snake bite on my leg must have something to do with Yu Li. Seeing the mess in his house, Wu Guohua was so angry that he punched the table with his fist. She is engaged to Lu Guanshan? Lu Guanshan is so mean. It's so bad that the leaders usually praise him. Is this woman so unwilling to be lonely? Doesn't she even dislike being embarrassed? And she has made our family like this. Xie Yuying was secretly happy beside her, but she still advised her, Guohua, Yu Li is really too much. I thought she just had some minor problems, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. How can she hit such an old woman like my aunt? This is what a person can do. Something? Seeing his mother and sister crying so hard, Wu Guohua stood up. I'll go find her to settle the score. Xie Yuying wanted to follow, but Wu's mother seemed to have caught the savior, calling her with a smile on her face. Yuying, I heard Guohua say on the phone that you are very nice. You used to be from the next village, and you were classmates with Yu Li in elementary school, right? It just so happens that your cousin's husband is a political commissar, so you went to him? Oh, you are a perfect match for our Guohua. Wu Tong also said, that's right, my mother hasn't tasted the food you cook yet. You must be more filial than that, Yu Li, otherwise you can cook a meal for my mother. Xie Yuying was immediately unhappy, but she and Wu Guohua were not married yet, and the relationship between her and her future mother-in-law and elder sister-in-law was a little delicate. If she didn't handle it well, Yu Li would laugh at her. She had to make a sacrifice. Xie Yuying endured the unhappiness and went to cook. But she still comforted herself that they would not stay here for a few days anyway, and when they got the money and left, they would not have to deal with the mother-in-law and elder sister-in-law. Wu Guohua knocked on the door when he arrived at the Yu family. But the people in the Yu family were busy at this time. Even Shi Liu followed her father to the orchard to play with the chicks and ducks. The gate was locked, no one was there. Wu Guohua waited at the door of Yu's house in great anger, with a lot of curse words prepared in his mind. He wanted to ask her carefully, he worked hard to defend the country outside, is this how Yu Li treated him? Changed her heart. Abused and beat his mother and sister. And extorted a large sum of money. Even animals can't do such a thing. Wu Guohua waited for a long time. Because Yu Li and Chen Ailan were very excited about buying in the town. Yu Li had a large sum of money from Wu's mother, as well as the money she earned from treating people recently, and the 50 yuan left by Lu Guanshan. She was like a little rich woman. She not only bought cloth to make clothes for Lu Guanshan, but also bought some more, so that when someone needed clothes at home, Chen Ailen could make one for them. The mother and daughter were carrying a bag of things they had bought, chatting and laughing as they arrived at the door of their home. They saw Wu Guohua, who was waiting impatiently. Wu Guohua's anger dissipated a little when he saw Yu Li's face. But he still said coldly and hard, "Yu Li, I have something to tell you." Yu Li smiled, stuffed the things to her mother, then moved her wrist, walked up and slapped Wu Guohua. Slap! She had waited too long for this slap. Wu Guohua's anger burned instantly. "I didn't even take action, but you hit me. Yu Li, good on you. Fortunately, I broke off the engagement with you. You family members have such evil intentions. I work hard at home to protect my family and my country. You abused my mother and beat my sister at home. He also extorted money from my family and smashed my house to pieces. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything about Lu Guanshan, but you're still engaged to him. How do you want the rest of the army to see me?" Yu Li looked at him with disdain. It's like a toad yawning so loudly. "Wu Guohua, are you working so hard outside? Why, were you too tired when you were hooking up with Xie Yuying? You know exactly what happened with Lu Guanshan. How do I treat your mother and sister? You will know if you use your brain to find out. I'm the one who's been working so hard these past few years, right? In the end, you two, mother and son, used such despicable methods to deal with me. According to your plan, I can't resist and can only accept my fate, right? You can find someone else. Why can't I get engaged to Lu Guanshan? He is 1,000 times 10,000 times better than you. The things I broke were all purchased by me, and they don't belong to your Wu family. What does it matter to you if I break them? Also, the more than 300 yuan is the money I paid for your mother to be a nanny. No nanny can do such a hard and tiring job, taking care of 3 meals a day, giving medicines, and seeing a doctor, coaxing and holding her, and even emptying the urine bucket. I'll give you more than 300 yuan, which is already a bargain. If you don't agree, let's go to your army and make a fuss, talk it over clearly, and see who is right." Wu Guohua was speechless after talking. Sure, that plan was his, but he also acquiesced. I originally thought that Yu Li didn't dare to speak out and could only endure it silently. Unexpectedly, Yu Li would resist with Lu Guanshan and even get engaged. Wu Guohua's eyes flickered. "I know you can't let go and are deliberately angry with me, but you believe me, Lu Guanshan is not suitable for you. If you really can't let me go, Before she finished speaking, Chen Ailen held up a pole and beat her out of the yard hard. "Shameless beast! If you dare to pester my daughter, I will beat you to death today." A pole hit Wu Guohua on the back. He was so hurt that he ran out immediately and was chased by Chen Ailen for 2 miles before escaping. Yu Li really felt unlucky. Chen Ailen felt even more unlucky. He cursed for a long time. That night, after Yu Jiefeng and the 2 brothers of the Yu family came back, they were immediately furious when they heard about this. Even the second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua felt angry. "Little sister, he still has the nerve to pester you. If not, let your second brother teach him a lesson." Without saying a word, the 3 men of the Yu family went directly to the door and snatched Wu Guohua out. Although he has been training for many years. But the 3 men of the Yu family were so angry that they beat Wu Guohua until his head was covered with bruises. "I let you bully my little sister. If you dare to go to my house again, I will break one of your legs. Wu Guohua, you coward. My pair has nothing to do with you anymore. Don't forget to get close to her for a scum like you. Remember?" Wu Guohua staggered home panting. "My heart is full of anger." In the past, when he came back, the entire Yu family rushed to care about him, and Yu Li was always busy working in the Wu family. Why are they all like this now? He walked slowly and uncomfortably, and before he entered the house, he heard his mother and his sister talking. Mother Wu was very dissatisfied. "Guohua always says that Xie Yuying is so good, but I think she is not as good as Yu Li. The food she cooks is like shit, and I asked her to empty the urine bucket, but she didn't seem to hear it. If it weren't for the fact that she is the niece of the political commissar for my own sake, I won't agree with her marriage to Guohua at all." Wu Guohua was stunned when he heard this. So what Yu Li said was true. She cooked for his mother and sister and even emptied the bucket of urine. But in the past, his mother always complained about Yu Li every time she called her, so he had a bad impression of Yu Li. Xie Yuing ran to the station and was very proactive with him, caring about him, comforting him, and enlightening him. Before he knew it, he fell. How could this happen? Wu Guohua closed his eyes in pain, opened them again, and took a deep breath. It is impossible for him to be with Yu Li now. But fortunately, something happened to Lu Guanshan, and there was a low chance that he would wake up. There was a high probability that Yu Li would not be able to marry Lu Guanshan. As long as he repairs the house at home, settles the affairs of his mother and sister, and gets the bride price, he can go back to marry Xie Yuing and get promoted and live a happy life. Wu Guohua was a little anxious. He endured the pain and walked in with a bruised nose and face. Mom, the total salary I have saved with you over the years is more than 800. You can give me 600. I want to use it for my wedding. You can keep the rest and spend it with my sister. Wu's mother was stunned, and Wu Tong immediately turned around and pretended not to hear. Wu Guohua looked at their strange reactions and said again, Mom, where did you put the money? I plan to give Yuing a gift of 168 yuan, and I also want to buy some things for the wedding. You give me the money. Mother Wu's eyes dodged. Didn't Yu Li extort that money? Wu Guohua was a little unconvinced. She extorted more than 300 yuan, so what about the remaining 500 yuan? Mother Wu hesitated, then said, the rest is gone, it's all spent. You should ask Yu Li for money and get back the more than 300 yuan, which is enough for you to get married. Before, she threatened that she would go to your army to make trouble if she didn't give her the money, so I gave it to her. But the money is yours, why should I give it to her? Wu Guohua looked at her in disbelief. Spend it all? Mom, how did you spend it? Living in the city, it's a big deal to spend 50 yuan a year. How can there be no more than 500 yuan? Mother Wu didn't say anything, just looked at Wu Tong. Wu Tong hurried to go out. Wu Guohua grabbed her. Sister, did you touch the money? This made Wu Tong angry. Why would I touch your money? If you have the guts, go ask Yu Li for it. Didn't I tell you that the money is all with Yu Li? Wu Guohua almost understood the situation. He looked at Wu Tong's outfit, and a suffocating feeling came to him. But before Wu Guohua could say anything, Wu's mother didn't hide it. Don't let your imagination run wild. After your sister got divorced, she had to dress up to find a partner. She was not in good health after being bitten by a snake, and I was so easily blown down by the wind. I've made up my mind. You go ask Yu Li to get the money back for your wedding. Then this time, I'll go with your sister to join the army. Wu Guohua was stunned, with a complicated look. You guys go too. I'm afraid Yuing won't agree. Wu's mother opened her eyes and cursed. Don't agree? Why doesn't she agree? I live with my son, and she should serve me as a daughter-in-law. Wu Tong also joined in. Guohua, my mother and I have suffered so much for your affairs. Is it appropriate for you to leave us alone? The mother and daughter chattered, causing Wu Guohua a headache. The wound on his body hurt even more. For some reason, the more this happened, the more he wanted to see Yu Li again. In the past, when they had little time alone together, Yu Li was always very quiet. He felt bored at that time. Now I know how rare that feeling of peace of mind is. That night, Wu Guohua couldn't sleep. He knew that he was indeed in the wrong. The money was to shut Yu Li up so that she wouldn't go to the army to expose that he was engaged in his hometown and was dating Xie Yuing outside. Once this matter was exposed, he really couldn't get by. But he really couldn't accept that Yu Li and Lu Guanshan were together. Fortunately, God was looking after him, and Lu Guanshan was dying. Suddenly, Wu Guohua sat up. If Yu Li knew that Lu Guanshan was dying, would she regret it? Would she still want to marry him more? For a whole night, Wu Guohua found that his mind was full of Yu Li. Yu Li didn't take Wu Guohua seriously at all. She embroidered a pair of pillowcases. Before getting married, it is popular for young girls to embroider pillowcases and bring them to the man's house. The pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water makes people blush. Yu Li folded the pillowcase and put it in her bag. In addition, Chen Ailan made a new set of clothes for Lu Guanshan. Now it is August, and summer is not long, so Chen Ailan made autumn clothes. There are also 2 pairs of cloth shoes, which Yu Li stuffed into her bag. In addition, she had to bring her own clothes, otherwise it would be a waste of money to buy new ones when she arrived at the station. While packing, there were patients who came to see the doctor, and Yu Li hurried out to receive the patients. One patient after another, until the meal time. Thinking of the fact that my eldest brother and mother cooked a big pot of porridge and took it to the place where the diggers were selling, there were really a lot of things, and I was afraid that it would be troublesome to pack. Yu Li quickly closed the door and ran over to help without eating. She didn't expect that the stall, which usually had a lot of business, had few people today. Yu Tuanjie and Chen Ailan stood silently beside the stall. The prepared meals were all placed, but there was no business. Not far away, there was a stall surrounded by people. A familiar voice was calling out, "Hey, come and see! Our sesame cakes and stewed soup are cheap and delicious, which are not comparable to those black-hearted vendors. Eat with confidence and comfort, come and buy." It was obviously Jiao Xuelian. Yu Li was stunned and asked, "Brother, Mom, what's going on?" Yu Tuanjie was silent. Chen Ailan sighed angrily, "It was fine today. I don't know why Jiao Xuelian pushed the cart out to sell food. She didn't cook much before, and her cooking skills were average, but I don't know why. Those working people rushed to buy her food, and they looked at us with strange eyes." Yu Li thought of it immediately. "I'm afraid Jiao Xuelian was cheating behind the scenes." She immediately grabbed Yu Tuanjie and said, "Brother, weren't you also digging the river here before? Why don't you ask someone you know what's going on? Did someone say something behind your back?" Yu Tuanjie thought about it and agreed, and walked over to find two people he knew. "Why didn't you guys go to my place to eat today? Did you feel that the food wasn't tasty or what?" The two men were a little embarrassed, but seeing that Yu Tuanjie asked so directly, they answered. "It said, there are many rats in your kitchen, and there are often dead rats in the pot. It also said that the reason why the sesame cakes you make are delicious is because you add rat meat in it. I don't know who spread it, but it's disgusting. There happened to be a new stall next to us, so we went there to eat." "Yu Tuanjie, don't be angry. This matter is anyway. This kind of rumor is the most disgusting. It's hard to say, but it makes people feel sick instantly." Yu Li had heard of many vicious competitions in food business in her previous life. No matter how good the business is, it can't withstand such rumors. Yu Tuanjie immediately guessed that Jiao Xuelian did this to compete for business, and clenched his fist to overturn Jiao Xuelian's stall. Yu Li grabbed him, "Brother, if you overturn her stall, there is no way to explain that there is no problem with our food. It's better to treat her with her own way." She whispered to Yu Tuanjie and Chen Ailan for a few words, and immediately came up with an idea. Immediately spent money to find a young man and went to Jiao Xuelian to buy a bowl of mixed soup. Then, he found a bug and threw it in. The young man shouted loudly, "Boss! Why do you want bugs in this rice? How to eat this? So disgusting." Jiao Xuelian was full of energy and extremely happy. She has had a hard time since divorcing Yu Tuanjie. Sister-in-law Ma Yufan was furious and beat her whenever she saw her. She even almost split Jiao Daliang's head. Jiao Daliang yelled in anger that he wanted a divorce. Jiao Xuelian was still thinking that if her brother and sister-in-law really divorced, she would live well in her parents' home with a bench. But Ma Yufan, the persistent woman, threatened them viciously. "I have only been a widower in my life and never divorced. You two shameless things, you have to work like cows and horses for me for the rest of your lives. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." According to Ma Yufan, Jiao Xuelian and Jiao Daliang will have to serve her everywhere and make money for her to spend, otherwise she will not let them live a good life. Jiao Xuelian had no choice but to endure it. After all, she had nowhere to go now. Seeing that Yu Tuanjie's business was so good, she was also tempted. She immediately used her savings to buy ingredients to make stewed soup and sesame cakes to sell. Because she knew that the taste of her own food would definitely not be as good as that of the Yu family, Jiao Xuelian thought of a wonderful way. She spread rumors in advance, saying that when she was at the Yu family, she knew that the Yu family's kitchen was very dirty and many rats had died in the pot. Sure enough, those people disliked the disgusting food and no longer went to Yu Tuanjie's stall to buy food. A whole beehive came to buy her food. Looking at the money handed over by customers one by one, Jiao Xuelian was so excited. But who knew that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway, and someone actually said that there were bugs in her rice. Jiao Xuelian instantly cursed, "You fart! There can't be bugs in my rice." The young man took Yu Li's money and insisted that there were bugs in Jiao Xuelian's rice. "This bowl is right here. Open your eyes and see if there are any worms in it. Get your money back immediately. I won't eat such disgusting food. The young man opened his mouth and many people came to watch. Oh, there are really bugs. It's disgusting, it's the same kind of yellow bug with pus. I won't eat it either, boss, I'll refund my money. How come such a disgusting person sells food? Don't you know? She is Yu Tuanjie's ex-wife. She got divorced because she had an affair with her mother's family. This kind of woman must be dirty. Oh, so Yu Tuan was selling rice. Someone said there were mice in his kitchen, and then this woman came to sell rice. Is it such a coincidence? A group of people pressed forward to ask for their money back, and threw their meals in front of Jiao Shuelian. Her stall quickly became a mess and the money boxes were knocked over. All the money inside was robbed. Jiao Shuelian was so angry that she was shaking all over. Calculating this, not only did she not make any money today, she also lost a lot, and even worked for most of the day in vain. Looking up, Jiao Shuelian met Yu Tuanjie's eyes and immediately rushed over in anger. Is it you who are responsible? It must be you. You family are so disgusting and despicable. If you can't do well in your own business, you will be jealous of others. Are you still shameless and not afraid of retribution? Chen Ailan went up and slapped her. Keep your mouth clean. Which of your eyes saw that we did it? Yu Li also asked, you blame us for poor business, so do you blame us for poor business? Then I have to ask, who spread the rumor that there are rats in my kitchen? She shouted loudly, can anyone testify? Who passed the news? I will be rewarded with free meals for 3 days. Someone immediately jumped out, I testify. It's Jiao Shuelian. She came early today and sneakily said that she saw mice die in the pot when she was at Yu's house. Jiao Shuelian blushed, I didn't. You are all in the same group. Join forces to bully us, why don't you go to the 18th level of hell? She refused to admit that she had harmed Yu Tuan and the others. But he insisted that it was Yu Tuanjie and the others who harmed him. At this moment, a thin but capable woman next to him said something lightly. The day before yesterday at noon, I happened to meet Jiao Shuelian when I went to grind flour. She also went to grind flour, and she used moldy wheat. The boss advised her not to eat this kind of wheat. She smiled and said that she didn't eat it herself. You can go to the wheat grinding place and ask. Jiao Shuelian was stunned and her face turned red. Who are you? What do you care about? What do I do have anything to do with you? You fucking fart. But the capable woman stared at her with bright eyes. It's not easy for everyone. Digging rivers here is very hard. I spend money to buy your food just so that you can have the strength to do more work. Making biscuits and cooking chowder with moldy noodles is harmful. Who deserves to go to hell? At this point, everyone understood that this matter was very simple. Jiao Shuelian deliberately grabbed Yu Tuanjie's business and spread false rumors. A few hot-tempered men went up and smashed Jiao Shuelian's stall, crushing the pot. Jiao Shuelian went up to stop him, but was thrown out and his waist suddenly jumped. He was so painful that he kept shouting ouch. This time the gain outweighs the loss, and a lot of medical expenses will be spent. Yu Tuanjie's stall became lively again. After a long time of fussing and getting hungry, Chen Ailan made the decision, I'm wasting everyone's time today. Let's give them half price. Just treat everyone to dinner. A group of people were also hungry and rushed over immediately. The business of Yu Tuanjie's stall returned to its previous boom. Jiao Shuelian's waist hurt so much that she groaned for a long time. She stared at Yu Tuanjie fiercely but could do nothing. Finally, she asked a kind person to send her to the hospital. Yu Tuanjie was busy here for more than half an hour. With the help of Yu Li and Chen Ailan, all the rice was almost sold. I kept the remaining portion for myself. The three of us were really hungry now that we were so busy. But suddenly someone not far away exclaimed. Hey, big girl. Why did you faint? Big sister, wake up. Yu Li and Yu Tuanjie also hurried over to take a look. Only when they got there did they realize that it was the young girl who spoke for them. She hurriedly squatted down to check, and saw that the girl's facial features were good-looking, but her skin was rough from the wind and sun, and her hands were covered with calluses. She was also wearing men's clothes, with tattered patches. Wear patches. Someone nearby said, hey, this girl has a hard life. Both her parents are sick, and she and her younger sister are just two people. The younger sister is still in high school. Every household has to have someone to dig the river. In other families, men do it. Where can a woman do this? But she gritted her teeth and did it, and I watched secretly. She didn't eat at noon every day, no wonder she fainted. Yuli quickly took out a candy from her pocket and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. When I took another pulse, I felt that this girl's pulse was weak and beating very fast. Her body was tortured to the extreme and she was severely malnourished. If she continued to be depleted like this, something big would happen. She hurriedly discussed with Chen Ailen and Yu Tuanjie to take the girl back to rest, have a meal, and take some medicine. After all, it was the girl who really helped them today. Naturally, Chen Ailen and Yu Tuanjie had no objection. They hurriedly loaded the tables, chairs, cauldrons, etc. onto the cart, and took the girl with them. Yuli cooked the medicine when she got home, and when she brought it over, the girl just woke up. The girl's eyes were bright and her facial features were very regular, but her skin was badly exposed to the wind and sun, and her eyes were red. You brought me back? No, I have to go to work. Chen Ailen held her down. Girl, you must rest, have a good meal, sleep, and take some medicine, otherwise you will not be able to hold on in the future. Yu Tuanjie brought a bowl of brown sugar poached eggs. You are so young, how can you do the work of a river digger? Eat something first and then talk. Put the hot and sweet poached eggs in front of her. Yi Fangfang felt that she was almost starving to death and fainted from hunger. Everything in front of her seemed to be an illusion. But she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to get up, enduring the dizziness, and said, "No, thank you, I." Just after she finished speaking, she fell headfirst into the bed again, dizzy and unable to get up. Yu Li and Chen Ailen both sighed, looking at this stubborn and strong girl with great heartache. Yu Tuanjie said bluntly, "What are you doing? Isn't it because you don't have money? I won't take your money. You can help me today. Isn't it right for me to treat you to a meal? I know you are in a hurry to go back to dig the river. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, I will help you dig the river in the afternoon after selling the meal. The task of your family stall will be completed soon. Young people can fight, but they must cherish their lives." Yi Fangfang's throat was sore. She was indeed struggling to support, but what else could she do besides supporting? Seeing that Yu Tuanjie's words were so direct, she choked and said, "I really can't eat your food, and I don't need you to help me, because I can't pay it back." Her family is so bad that she can't pay back anyone's kindness. Chen Ailen looked at Yi Fangfang. She was obviously about the same age as Yu Li, but their appearance was completely different. It's also a miserable child. Yu Tuanjie suddenly said, "How about this, you can come and help me in the future. I will pay you. You can always exchange your labor for money, right?" Yi Fangfang was stunned, and nodded slowly for a long time, which was considered as agreeing to this matter. She ate her meal and took medicine obediently, and rested at Yu's house for an afternoon before going back. Yu Tuanjie also gave her an advance on her salary, but Yi Fangfang refused, and Yu Tuanjie scolded her with a cold face. Looking at this scene, Yu Li and Chen Ailen couldn't help but sigh that the relationship between people is really different. In the past, Jiao Shuelian was fierce, and Yu Tuanjie was very tolerant in front of Jiao Shuelian. But now Yu Tuanjie can also be this upright and unyielding character in front of other girls. Chen Ailen thought about it and couldn't help asking Yu Li, "What do you think of Yi Fangfang?" No matter what, she still hopes to marry another wife for her eldest son. Yi Fangfang returned to her home, her heart beating so hard that she couldn't calm down. As soon as we arrived at the door of the house, my parents coughed one after another. She remembered what Yu Li said, "I'll check with your parents later to see if they can take care of it. Maybe it can be cured later and your life will be easier." Yi's mother heard the footsteps and said distressedly, "Fang, are you back? Don't go to the river worker. How can you, a girl, do such a heavy job?" Mom said, "You need to find someone, get married. Just live your own life. Your father and I are in this physical condition. The more you worry about us, the worse it will be for us all. Why should you?" Mother Yi's back pain was so severe that she couldn't get out of bed. Yi's father suffered from severe rheumatism and was paralyzed in bed without saying a word. He had refused to eat and wanted to die so as not to be a burden to his daughter. Yi Fangfang walked to the house and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable seeing her parents like this. "Mom and Dad, I found a job to help others, and they gave me 8 yuan a month. Our lives will be better in the future. Yimu asked and couldn't help but said in surprise, isn't that the boss of the Yu family? Are you still thinking about him? Yi Fangfang was silent for a moment. He and Jiao Shuelian are divorced, but no one can predict what will happen in the future. I will just do what I should do. Yimu didn't know what to say for a moment, so she just sighed softly. Her daughter is very stubborn. That night, Yu Jiefang called the whole family together. Because according to the time Lu Guanshan said before, it is almost here. We have to prepare for the wedding in advance. We don't want to buy anything that is difficult to bring with us as dowry and gifts, but we have to decide on the banquet for the guests. When Xiao Lu comes, we will seize the time to hold the banquet so as not to delay his work. Yu Li listened, feeling a little embarrassed. Wang Xinghua originally had a serious reaction during pregnancy, but she was so happy when she heard this. Little sister, I told your second brother that we won't give you anything when you get married, and it won't be convenient for you to take him to the station. Let's just give you 30 yuan. Yu Li was shocked, second sister-in-law. You need money to raise children. Now the second brother's orchard has just started to be harvested. The chickens and ducks have not grown up yet. You can keep it for yourself and don't have to give it to me. Wang Xinghua touched her hair lovingly. I live with my parents, and they help take care of the children. How can we still be hungry? But you don't know when you will come back after leaving, so you have to put more money on me, good money. The eldest brother Yu Tuanji also said, I don't have to raise children, I will give you 50. Yu Li quickly refused, brother, you can stay and marry a wife. My life is simple when I arrive at the station. Lu Guanshan gets a salary every month, so why do I need so much money? Seeing her two sons loving her daughter so much, Chen Ailan couldn't help but smile. Okay, what Lizzie said is that you two have kept their money for useful purposes, so there is no need to pay for it. I have discussed it with your father. If Lizzie doesn't buy anything that is not easy to bring with her for her dowry, just give her 80 yuan, because the wedding gifts for you two brothers were also 80 yuan, okay? The eldest brother, the second brother and the second sister-in-law all immediately had opinions. Isn't it too little? Wang Xinghua shook her head. Mom, we got married several years ago. No matter what, we have to add more now. Besides, Li Zi is married far away. If not, I should add my share to Li Zi. The dim flame of the kerosene lamp made the whole room extremely warm. The whole family is discussing how to make Yuli's life better in the future. She sat next to him, her eyes sore and her heart warm. It wasn't until my father and the eldest and second brothers finalized the dishes for the banquet, who would be invited to cook, and who to borrow benches and tables from, that everyone dispersed. Yu Li slept deeply, and early the next morning she heard someone seemed to be getting up, still in a daze. Until 6 o'clock, Chen Ailan was the first to get up and was shocked when she saw the neat and tidy yard. Ouch! The yard has been swept. Who washed the clothes? Why are there still these piles of fresh wild vegetables? The water has also been picked out? Looking again, Yi Fangfang stood there a little shyly. Auntie, I took Brother Yu's salary, so I can't just do a little work. From now on, let me do all the housework in your family. I work very hard. She was really quick at work and kept the whole yard spotless. Chen Ailan is satisfied and appreciates it from the bottom of her heart. But I still advise, Fangfang, you don't have to work so much. You are young and have fine skin and tender meat. You can't make it like this. Unity will give you wages, and you can be responsible for helping him sell food. Just take a rest. Later, I'll make breakfast, and then we'll prepare the food for lunch. Yi Fangfang was not one to take a break. She followed Chen Ailan into the kitchen and started working. Chopping vegetables, kneading and rolling dough, cooking and cleaning the kitchen at the same time, the work is neat and tidy. It can cure people's obsessive-compulsive disorder. The more Chen Ailan watched, the more she liked it. She had never seen a young girl who worked so well. This morning, Yi Fangfang's breakfast also successfully conquered everyone's stomach. Yuli is the best cook in the family, but now that Yi Fangfang comes out, her cooking skills are on par with Yuli. Even some Yuli can't. For example, that pot of scallion flour rolls is fragrant, soft and delicious. As soon as you tear it open and look at the layers, it is tempting. Yuli doesn't have that much strength to knead the dough, so she can't make this kind of steamed buns. Yu Tuanji's eyes changed when he looked at Yi Fangfang. He wasn't stupid, so he saw something. He originally wanted to tell Yi Fangfang that he had just divorced and had no idea of getting married again, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't help swallowing them back when he saw Yi Fangfang's energetic look. That day, with Yi Fangfang's help, selling food became much easier. Yu Tuanjie also specially asked Chen Ailan to stay at home to rest and prepare for Yu Li's wedding. Chen Ailan was also happy to give her son and Yi Fangfang some time to be alone. She took Yu Li with her and fried several kinds of sauces. Chili sauce, beef sauce, and bin paste. When you arrive at the base in the future, these things can be used for a meal, and they can be used in critical times. Seeing Chen Ailan busy and sweating, Yu Li was moved. The family had prepared too much for her wedding. Now all that was left was Lu Guanshan coming. This person hasn't called her back yet. Did something happen? Anyway, the whole family thinks that Lu Guanshan's character is absolutely reliable. Yu Li helped Chen Ailan put the sauce outside to dry, and then she could put it in the jar when it was not hot. She didn't expect that Xie Yuing would dare to come to her house. Yu Li, long time no see, I came to see you. Xie Yuing walked in with a high attitude and a smile, and greeted Chen Ailan. Chen Ailan wanted to beat Xie Yuing as soon as she saw her. Xie Yuing was not from this village, but she was a primary school classmate with Yu Li. After growing up, they often played together and were considered besties. But because Xie Yuing's family was not well off and she liked to play the victim, she often went to Yu's house for dinner. Chen Ailan also made shoes and clothes for Xie Yuing, just because she had no mother since she was a child and was very pitiful. But some people just have no conscience and repay kindness with hatred. Chen Ailan looked at Xie Yuing covetously. You still have the face to come? Get out! Xie Yuing burst into tears. Auntie, at least you treated me like a daughter before. Why are you talking so badly now? People who don't know think I did something treasonous. Guohua likes me and doesn't like Yu Li. This is not something I can decide. Yu Li was so angry that she almost laughed. When the mistress likes to show off the most is that the man likes me. But they often don't know that the man's love is actually worthless. Yu Li didn't want to cause a conflict that would be ugly and cause discussion, so she asked Chen Ailan to go back to the house. Mom, I'll tell her. She was also afraid that Chen Ailan would feel uncomfortable because of the stimulation. After being persuaded, Chen Ailan went back to the house. Before leaving, she glared at Xie Yuing. Xie Yuing's eyes were full of tears, but she was jealous to death. She had snatched Wu Guohua away now, but in fact she was also very jealous of Yu Li's family. Why did Yu Li's parents, eldest brother, and second brother love Yu Li so much? Originally, she wrote that Yu Li's sister-in-law was very vicious and knocked down everyone in the Yu family. How could it change? Did the plot collapse? Xie Yuing looked at Yu Li with grievance and pity. The unloved person is the third party. Yu Li, I know you still like Guohua, but I hope you can help us. She wanted to see anger on Yu Li's face and was unwilling to collapse. But Yu Li's bright and delicate face did not show any jealousy or anger, but rather a kind of indifference. Xie Yuing, you are right. We were very close before. I helped you a lot and never asked you for anything in return. No matter how nice you say now, you did something shameful and stole someone else's fiancé. I don't compete with you, not because I am afraid of you or I am not as good as you, but because I look down on Wu Guohua. You are the only one who holds this rotten thing as a treasure. Can you two dogs and bitches stop appearing in front of me? I really want to vomit after seeing it. Xie Yuing gritted her teeth after being scolded. Yu Li, you don't admit it, but I know that you still like Guohua in your heart. But unfortunately, the person he wants to marry is me. I hope you won't act on impulse again. You got the more than 300 yuan unjustly. Guohua couldn't bear to embarrass you, so he asked me to take the money back. If you take out the money, we will draw a clear line and never owe each other again. Yu Li smiled. Xie Yuing, how can you say that? She turned back to the house, flipped out a book, and took out a few pieces of paper from it. Remember these? This is all the money you borrowed from my family before. Your mother was sick, you had to pay tuition. Your father was sick, your family had to repair the house. Your family had no money for the new year, etc. Anyway, you came to borrow money for everything. My parents felt sorry for you and lent you everything. You wrote the IOU hypocritically, but never paid it back. Now you have the nerve to ask me for the more than 300 yuan? That was the compensation given to me by the Wu family. If you want, just report it to the police and go to the army to make trouble. If you don't dare, shut your dog mouth. Since you are here today, pay back all the money you borrowed from my family before. The total amount of these IOUs is 56 yuan. If you dare not pay it back, I will report it to the police and beat the gongs and drums at the entrance of the village. I will see how you get married. Xie Yuing looked at the IOUs, each of which had a loan statement written by her. Her lips trembled with anger. Yu Li. How can you be so insidious? You still keep these things, you don't consider me a friend at all. Yu Li laughed. I am a human and you are a dog, why should I be friends with you? 3 keys cost 10 yuan, do you want to make them? Who? I didn't want to pay attention to you, but you insisted on barking at me, so don't blame me for being rude. Are you going to pay back the money? If you don't pay it back, I will go to publicize you now, and I will call your base to report it. Xie Yuing came here to ask for money today, but she didn't expect to be counterattacked by Yu Li. She was so angry. But the IOUs are real, she can't deny it. If she wants to marry Wu Guohua smoothly and keep her reputation, she can only spend money to avoid disaster. But she really has no money. Her mother died early, and her father left a few months ago. She went to her cousin's house and hasn't found a job yet. She still makes some pocket money by making matchboxes for people. Where can she give money to Yu Li? Yu Li, since we were friends before, can you give me some time? I really don't have any money now. Please? Xie Yuing used her trump card again, crying pitifully. Yu Li looked at her with a smile. Okay, kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will give you an extension. Xie Yuing gritted her teeth and looked at Yu Li. Yu Li now is completely different from before. No matter how she cried, she would not give in at all. In the end, in order to prevent Yu Li from making trouble and to extend her debt, Xie Yuing had to kneel down and kowtow. When she kowtowed, a huge humiliation made her nails dig deep into her palms, and she kept cursing Yu Li's tragic death in her mind. Looking at Xie Yuing's aggrieved and angry look when she knelt down and kowtowed, Yu Li found it very funny. I was also very happy. But the more pleasant thing was yet to come. Xie Yuing stood up trembling, her voice full of hatred. Tears kept falling. Yu Li, you forced me to kneel and kowtow. I knelt and kowtowed. Can you promise me not to make trouble? I want to postpone the IOU to 3 years later. Good guy, this is too shameless. Yu Li smiled and said, No, you misunderstood. How could it be 3 years later? Xie Yuing looked at her fiercely, expecting Yu Li to take the initiative to say that she didn't need to pay back the money. But Yu Li looked at her with a smile. 3 years? These money have been owed for more than 3 years. Will you pay it back in 3 years? You just kowtowed once, I will give you a 1-day extension. If you kowtow more, I will extend it for a few more days, how about it? Xie Yuing collapsed instantly, and could no longer maintain a decent and high attitude, staring at Yu Li with red eyes. You are so shameless. Shameless. Insidious villain. Yu Li's expression suddenly turned cold. Apologize. Otherwise, I will immediately take the IOU to the village entrance to make trouble. Xie Yuing held back her breath and could only tremble and swallow her anger and said, I was wrong. You give me an extension. I don't need to extend it for 3 years. Give me a week, I will definitely pay you back. Yu Li looked at her with disgust and nodded. Okay, I'll be merciful. 1 week, if you delay again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, seeing that Xie Yuing was still not leaving, she said impatiently, Are you done? If you're done, get out, I don't want to see you. Xie Yuing stared at her. The humiliation and pain she suffered today will never be forgotten by her. Yu Li trampled on her like this, she will definitely retaliate. But Xie Yuing smiled at the corner of her lips. Yu Li, I know you and Lu Guanshan are engaged and planning to get married. But there is one thing you may not know yet. Lu Guanshan will not marry you. He may be dead. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix. Yu Li's patience with Xie Yuing has reached its limit. She didn't want to fight. But this Xie Yuing is so disgusting. Not only did she borrow money and not pay it back, she also jumped around provocatively and showed off, and cursed Lu Guanshan to death. She went up and slapped Xie Yuing. You are dead, your whole family is dead, you live and die once, you are so cheap, believe it or not, I will knock out your teeth. Xie Yuing was even more excited when she saw Yu Li's big reaction. She covered her face and said word by word, "It's useless for you to hit me. He is dead. When Guo and I came back, we met the company commanders of other companies. They said that Lu Guanshan was seriously injured and unconscious during the mission, and I am afraid he will not wake up." To be honest, when Yu Li heard this, she seemed to be shocked to the spot. But the next moment, she felt that Xie Yuing must be talking nonsense, intentional. So she didn't believe it. "Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death. Don't come here to be a jerk." She threw the stick in her hand away. Xie Yuing ran away quickly. But she was so excited. She heard these days that the Yu family was preparing for a wedding banquet, and they had bought red paper and firecrackers. What a pity, Lu Guanshan can't come back. This is Yu Li's retribution. The first fiancé didn't like her, and the second fiancé died tragically. Ha ha ha. The more Xie Yuing thought about it, the happier she felt. Yu Li was confused. She didn't believe Xie Yuing, but she was really worried about Lu Guanshan. Without saying a word, she ran to the phone booth and called Lu Guanshan's unit. Unexpectedly, the other party reacted so strongly. "Is that Comrade Yu Li? Captain Lu has not woken up yet. But our leader has ordered that if you call, you should call the hospital. Please write down the phone number." For a moment, Yu Li felt dizzy and her nose was sore. She forced herself to calm down, wrote down the number, and called it quickly. Hospital. Lu Guanshan has been in a coma for more than a week. He had no other injuries, but he was unconscious. Everyone tried to wake him up, but the effect was very weak. Only when he called Yu Li's name in his ear, his eyelashes would move. Everyone wanted to find Yu Li's contact information, but they couldn't find it for a while. Fortunately, Yu Li called. Chief Fu personally told Yu Li, "Comrade, we ask you to call his name as much as possible on the phone, okay?" Yu Li had a premonition that something was wrong. For a moment, her mind was full of the brief but beautiful moments when Lu Guanshan was with her. He pressed her down and kissed her in the alley. He hugged her and kissed her on the back seat of the bicycle. He made a dogtail grass ring for her, with a silver ring inside. He held her in her room and talked drunkenly. He talked freely in front of her parents and brother, promising to treat her well. Yu Li felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to cry, and her emotions collapsed instantly. She shouted to the other side, "Lu Guanshan, are you there? Lu Guanshan, why don't you speak?" No one answered on the other side. Her throat choked, tears fell to the ground, and she held the telephone receiver tightly and cried out. "Lu Guanshan! You liar! You said you would come back to marry me." A room full of people surrounded the bed. Yu Li's crying voice on the phone made everyone feel uncomfortable. They were most afraid of such scenes. When a comrade-in-arms got into trouble, the family members of the comrade-in-arms were heartbroken. Commander Fu personally held the telephone receiver to Lu Guanshan's ear, his face tense, and pursed his lips. Yu Li's crying came intermittently. Suddenly, the man on the bed slowly opened his eyes. He heard the voice of the girl he had been thinking about on the phone. "Lu Guanshan, if you don't come back, I will go find you. I want to ask you why you didn't keep your word. You said that you wanted me to wait for you." He smiled with difficulty. The voice was hoarse, but gentle. "Ali. Wait for me." Everyone in the ward suddenly became excited. "Doctor! Doctor! He's awake. Quick, quick, Xiao Lu is awake." Yu Li was stunned and raised her hand to wipe her tears, but found that the tears still fell after wiping them. She trembled in her voice, happy and wanting to cry, Lu Guanshan? Are you awake?" Lu Guanshan said weakly to the phone, I will go back to marry you. Please, wait for me." Yu Li bit her lip tightly to hold back her tears. "Okay. I'll wait for you." Chief Fu was completely relaxed. Seeing the doctors rushing in, he quickly said to the other end of the phone, "Comrade Yu. Thank you so much." The doctor said that Xiao Lu didn't have any injuries. It was mainly a brain injury that caused him to be in a coma. As long as he wakes up, there will be no big problem. Your organization will arrange your marriage. Don't worry. Yu Li was instantly relieved. "Okay. Thank you. Then please treat him first. If necessary, I can rush over immediately." Hearing the girl's firm voice, Chief Fu knew why Lu Guanshan, who had refused to get married for so many years, suddenly changed his temper. Don't worry, the organization will take good care of him, and you are responsible for taking care of yourself, because you are a very important person to him. Seeing that Lu Guanshan's leader said this, Yu Li's ears warmed and she also agreed obediently. After Lu Guanshan woke up, he was very weak because he had only relied on intravenous drips and had not eaten for a week. After eating a meal, he had another checkup and slept. When he woke up again, he felt much better. The doctor also sighed. We have encountered this situation before, that is, the patient was injured in the brain and fell into a coma, but as long as he woke up, he would recover very well soon. Pay more attention to the follow-up observation, try not to get injured or be too stimulated. At present, there will not be too many problems. Political Commissar Xiao's heart also fell into his stomach, thinking that Wu Guohua might have absolutely no hope of being promoted this time. Lu Guanshan's mind was lingering with the sound of Yu Li crying on the other end of the phone. He really couldn't help it, and called Yu Li again early the next morning. Yu Li had already told her parents and brother about the matter. After discussing it, the whole family still felt that this matter was not trivial, and they still had to go and see it. Yu Tuanjie took the initiative to propose to stop the business for a few days and accompany Yu Li to see Lu Guanshan. The family also agreed. But unexpectedly, Lu Guanshan called just after the luggage was packed. Yu Tuanjie rode his bicycle to take Yu Li to answer the phone. On the other end of the phone, Lu Guanshan was in much better spirits than when he woke up yesterday. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Lu Guanshan was full of guilt. Yu Li held the phone and heard that his voice finally returned to its previous lowness, which made her feel relieved. Are you okay? I was planning to go see you. Hearing Yu Li say that she was coming to see him, Lu Guanshan felt a little more energetic all over. The journey is too far, you don't have to come, don't worry. The doctor said that as long as I wake up, the problem is not big, and I can be discharged from the hospital after resting for 2 or 3 days. Then I will go back as scheduled to marry you. The leader said that my situation is special and he will not let me go back alone by train. He will send a driver to drive me to Hongxing village. It just so happens that we can use that car to get married, okay? Getting married by car? Yu Li's cheeks are hot. In their village, people get married by bicycle and tractor. Some people who really have no money get married on foot or in a bullock cart. No one really gets married in a car. It's too extravagant. Lu Guanshan asked to make the call alone, so there was no one around him. Seeing that Yu Li didn't answer, he asked softly, Wife, I miss you. Do you miss me? Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Yu Tuan was beside him. Uncle Zhao is also nearby. Yu Li held the phone with a calm expression on her face, but her heart was beating like crazy. How dare I say, I miss you? Lu Guanshan still asked, do you miss me? I want to hear you say you miss me. Yu Li could only say, yeah. Lu Guanshan, you said you missed me. Yu Li took a deep breath. I think, with a doctor's care, you should get better soon. My elder brother is also worried about you. Lu Guanshan understood instantly and chuckled. I understand. If it's not convenient to say it now, then you can tell me in my ear when it's convenient. Yu Li pursed her lips. You have a good rest and we'll talk about it later. If she doesn't hang up the phone, she's afraid her face will turn as red as the sunset. Over there, Lu Guanshan had a smile on his handsome face. It's great to have a wife. He has never felt that life has been so beautiful. The Yu family learned that Lu Guanshan had gone through such a dangerous thing and had woken up from a coma. The chief personally sent a car to take Lu Guanshan to get married. Everyone felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Hurry up and clean up your home overnight. Yu Jiefeng wanted to tear down the house and rebuild it. Chen Ailan caught all the dogs and took a bath. Yu Li couldn't help laughing when she saw the whole family busy. She turned around and saw her second sister-in-law Wang Xinghua was also busy, so she quickly went to persuade her second sister-in-law. You are pregnant now, have a good rest. Wang Xinghua pulled her and said secretly, well, I'm not busy with anything else, but there are some things I want to talk to you about. If you don't let me give you more money for your dowry, then I'll buy you your wedding clothes, okay? A distant cousin of mine can embroider and is also very skillful at making clothes. I asked her and she said that she could take time to make a wedding dress for you. It was Sue-style embroidery and it was beautiful. The second sister-in-law didn't wait for Yu Li to refuse. She took her hand and said with a smile, "You can't let her go. How many times can our sister-in-law see each other in the future? It makes me feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Pomegranate can't let you go, and I can't let you go either." Yu Li's heart softened. "Okay, second sister-in-law, I'll take it." "Thank you, second sister-in-law." Wang Xinghua nodded with satisfaction. Yu Li is preparing for marriage. Wu Guohua is also preparing to host wine at home. He himself planned to do it only in the army. But Wu's mother said she wanted to hold one in her hometown. They happened to have no money and could make some money. Xie Yueying also agreed. Having a wedding just in time can stimulate Yu Li. Lu Guanshan is dead and can no longer marry Yu Li, but she and Wu Guohua hold a lively wedding. Yu Li will hide and cry in discomfort when he sees it. When discussing the marriage, Xie Yueying made a request. "I don't have any ideas about material things, so I can just follow the normal process. Let's get married on a tractor? It's hard to bring dowry after 3 turns and 1 ring, so we won't want it. Just promise me. 160 yuan as a gift is enough. Guohua, do you think so?" Wu Guohua said nothing. To pay back 160 yuan, he now doesn't even have 16 yuan. "I really can't afford a tractor." But he didn't know how to tell Xie Yueying yet. She couldn't help but tell herself that Yueying was different from Yu Li. She was not the kind of person who only had money in her eyes. What Xie Yueying valued was his people, and she would definitely not care about any of this. Therefore, Wu Guohua took a deep breath and told the truth. "Yueying, you also knew last time that Yu Li wanted to take away more than 300 yuan of our family's money, so our family has no money now, so it may be easier to get married. The gift money is gone for the time being, and it will be the same when my salary is handed over to you after the wedding." Xie Yueying was stunned and didn't even react. "What? The gift money is gone? But you said before that your salary is deposited with your mother, which is more than 800 yuan. Wu Guohua paused for a moment. "My sister spent all the money, and now I really have no money. Even for banquets, I have to borrow money from relatives and friends. It's not that I don't want to give the gift money, it's that I don't have it. I can't go there just for the sake of getting married. Force my sister and mother to death, right? Yueying, I don't think you are the kind of person who cares about money. Will you understand me?" Xie Yueying was stunned for a moment. What does it mean to force his sister and mother to death just to get married? What do you mean she is not a money-seeking person? Didn't he promise the bride price? Just gone? Xie Yueying's head was shaking with anger. "Guohua, do you respect me? We only get married once in a lifetime. Do you want me to marry you without anything? What will others think of me in the future? What will Yu Li think? She definitely wants to laughing behind your back. I think it's so shabby for us to get married. Do you really want to be looked down upon by Yu Li? All I want is to marry you in style, but I definitely don't do it for myself. But to prove that you have what it takes. Guohua, do you really want people to think that giving up on you is the right thing to do?" These words made Wu Guohua fall into deep thought. Yes, he doesn't care what others think of Xie Yueying, but he cares what others think of him. After a long while, Wu Guohua said bitterly, "I will find a way to prevent our wedding from being shabby. At the very least, a tractor needs to be hired and the wedding needs to be lively. As for the bride price, no one knows how much was given. You can tell the public that you gave me 160 yuan. Anyway, he will not lose to Lu Guanshan, and he will definitely make Yu Li regret not marrying him. $window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. The entire Yu family looked brand new. Because everyone subconsciously cleaned up, hoping that when Lu Guanshan came, the family would be in the best condition to welcome him. Yu Li was overwhelmed by this. Her mother was originally very diligent and clean, but she didn't expect that Yi Fangfang would come. It was as if she had a perpetual motion machine installed on her body, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't work. Whenever she had free time, she would stare at where there was work, and she wanted to wash and clean all the dust. Yu Li was also grateful to her, and went to Yi Fangfang's home to see her parents. They were all old diseases that tortured people, but they were not incurable, as long as you were willing to use medicine. Yu Li lied to Yi Fangfang, saying that she wanted to practice with Yi's parents, so she didn't charge for medicine. What didn't Yi Fangfang understand? She didn't expose it, but all her gratitude turned into strength, cleaning up and down in the Yu family and helping with the work. Yu Tuanjie also soon discovered that her house had changed a lot in just 2 days. He is almost 30 years old, so his parents won't easily enter his house. When he lived with Jiao Shuelian in the past, he was responsible for working hard outside, and Jiao Shuelian was responsible for household affairs. But Jiao Shuelian was not a neat and tidy person. Their house often exudes a damp smell, and the table and other things are dusty. When Yi Fangfang came, she cleaned every detail in Yu Tuanjie's house, cleared the cobwebs on the roof, wiped the window gaps clean, and polished every brick on the ground. Curtains, sheets, pillows, all removed and washed clean, with the fragrance of soap. The quilt was dried soft, and Yu Tuanjie almost didn't recognize that this was his own house when he returned to the house. For the first time, he felt so comfortable lying on the bed. He felt that life was so worthwhile. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind: who would be so happy if he married a daughter-in-law like Yi Fangfang? When doing business outside, Yi Fangfang is capable and can help a lot. She is also so hard-working at home, not worrying about anything, and cooking is very delicious. However, how can he, a divorced and older man, be a good match? Yu Tuanjie suppressed the restlessness in his heart, silently thinking about giving Yi Fangfang more salary later. Chen Ailan studied it for 2 days, but still felt that her courtyard wall was a bit too old, as if it was about to collapse. Tuanjie, you go borrow a tractor, buy some bricks and bring them back, and we will repair the courtyard wall. Yu Tuanjie agreed immediately, and Yu Li also wanted to go with him. She wanted to go to the town to buy some things. The brother and sister arrived at the place where the tractor was parked in the village, and unexpectedly met Wu Guohua and Xie Yuing. Neither of them wanted to pay attention to the couple. Yu Tuanjie said directly to Secretary Chen, "Secretary Chen, can we borrow the tractor in this village?" Xie Yuing covered her mouth and chuckled, "Yu Li, why do you want to borrow the tractor? Are you still waiting for Lu Guanshan to come back to get married? He really can't come back, don't waste your time, otherwise when the wedding banquet is held, the groom doesn't come, won't it be a joke?" Yu Li narrowed her eyes, and looked at her coldly, "I'm not a straw boat, don't shoot your arrows at me." Xie Yuing immediately pulled Wu Guohua's sleeves aggrievedly. "Guohua, I'm also for her good, why is she like this?" To be honest, Wu Guohua felt like he had lost his soul again when he saw Yu Li for the first time. She was wearing a black and white plaid dress today, her skin was like jade, her facial features were delicate and bright, her eyes were crystal clear like spring water jade, her figure was even more slender and exquisite, the whole person was like a beautiful hibiscus blooming in summer, swaying gently in the wind, even scolding people looked so beautiful. But he still suppressed the inexplicable feeling in his heart. Yu Li must be unable to let him go, so she attacked Xie Yuing like this. "Yu Li, Yuing is right, Lu Guanshan can't come back, and this tractor is for Yuing and I to use when we get married, so just give it up." Wu Guohua wanted to see disappointment, fragility and regret on Yu Li's face. But he only saw indifference. The next moment, there was a roar of a car behind him. The villagers immediately got excited. "Car! Car! There's a car in our village." Yu Li smiled and looked at Wu Guohua and Xie Yuing. "Are you two so sure that Lu Guanshan can't come back? Then do you dare to bet? If he can't come back, I don't care what you do. But if he can't come back, you two will learn to bark 3 times for me." Xie Yuing's heart moved. Can it be like this? Wu Guohua was a little hesitant, but Xie Yuing immediately said, "Okay. If he doesn't come back, you will unconditionally end the postponed matter. I bet with you." She didn't want to pay back the money, so it was great that she didn't have to pay back the money by taking this bet opportunity. Wu Guohua frowned and worried, and didn't wait for him to persuade Xie Yuing. Suddenly, a car drove up to them and stopped. The car door opened, and a tall and handsome man got out. $window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Lu Guanshan is tall and walks steadily. His angular face is imposing without anger, and his eyes are sharp and cold. He wears a white shirt on his upper body and black trousers on his lower body, which is different from the military green he usually wears. This outfit makes him look handsome and has a more gentle and elegant temperament. The white shirt can best highlight the handsomeness of a man, especially Lu Guanshan's excellent figure, with faint muscle lines. Black trousers make his legs look slender and straight, and coupled with his handsome face, it really makes the dilapidated village brighten up instantly. Yu Li couldn't help but burst out with joy in her heart. Just now, she was still insulting Xie Yuing coldly, but in a flash, her ears were stained with pink, and her eyes were filled with shyness that she didn't notice, as if rose petals were wet by spring rain and swayed gently. And Lu Guanshan's cold expression turned into gentleness the moment he saw Yu Li. He walked up, and his eyes gradually became hot. "Why are you standing here?" Yu Li pursed her lips. "My elder brother and I borrowed a tractor together. My mother asked us to pull bricks." Secretary Chen looked at the driver behind Lu Guanshan, who was wearing grass-green clothes and driving a car. He immediately understood what was going on and said quickly, "Tuanjie, do you still need to borrow it? If you want to drive it, just drive it away. It will only take a few days." Lu Guanshan stepped forward and shook hands with Yu Tuanjie, brother. Yu Tuanjie was also very happy. "Hey! You are finally back. Come on, Li Zi, take your brother-in-law home to have a rest. I can pull the bricks myself, so don't go to the town yet." Lu Guanshan nodded, "Okay." Yu Li also nodded gently. She was obedient and gentle, with clear eyes and peach-like pink cheeks. She looked sweet and charming, but not ostentatious, like a kitten that makes people feel sorry for her. Lu Guanshan turned around and was about to take Yu Li to Yu's house. The driver Xiao Ju also followed him. Wu Guohua on the side finally couldn't help it. His eyes were dark and he suppressed his anger. What happened to Lu Guanshan? Wasn't he unconscious? How could he wake up? Then the two of them were competing for promotion, and Lu Guanshan was sure to win with this incident. What should he do? Yu Li used to be stupid, dull and evasive to him. Why was she so shy in front of Lu Guanshan? He even thought that the two of them had an affair before he wanted to break off the engagement. There was another thing that Wu Guohua always hated. He himself had very good conditions, with a height of 1.8 meters and a handsome appearance. There was no second young man who was better than him in the whole Red Star village. But every time Lu Guanshan appeared, he would be easily compared. Lu Guanshan's facial features were really too good-looking, but why did a man look so good? Do you want to rely on your face to make a living like a woman? He was 1.88 meters tall and more upright, and I don't know why he had so many tendons on his body. Can't he lie down for a while when he is free? Is this guy a fool? What Wu Guohua hates most is that Lu Guanshan is polite to others, but he is cold and distant to him. They are obviously on the same level. Why is Lu so awesome? He was just injured once, but the leader actually sent a car to take him back to get married. What kind of person is this? Wu Guohua decided that he must correct Lu Guanshan's mistakes. "Captain Lu, do you suddenly not recognize me, Wu Guohua?" Wu Guohua looked at Lu Guanshan with cold eyes. The man suddenly turned around and looked at Wu Guohua with deep eyes. Wu Guohua was frightened, but he still looked straight at him. Lu Guanshan sneered. "Captain Wu's package of life-saving medicine that had to be delivered to your mother in time made me know you thoroughly. What, you still think you don't know enough? Don't worry, after we finish our business, there will be plenty of time to get to know each other in the future." Wu Guohua's face froze. He gritted his teeth slightly. There was nothing he could do. He had done something wrong. He shouldn't have allowed his mother to make that plan. But even if we take a step back, is Lu Guanshan not wrong? He is the company commander. Can't he judge the situation? Didn't he know that there was something wrong with the wine he drank? He only knew to blame others when something went wrong. Although he was indignant, Wu Guohua still held it back. He was upset and had only one thought. He, Wu Guohua, could not give up Yu Li, but Yu Li must not marry Lu Guanshan. Xie Yuing's heart was also burning with jealousy. She couldn't help but look at the car greedily. How great it would be if this car was to pick her up. I wonder how many days this car will be parked. Can they borrow it on the day of their wedding? After all, this is a military car, not Lu Guanshan's alone. Yu Li looked at the two people who were about to be angry to death with their own thoughts, and laughed. Oh, you two are silent, I almost forgot. We just made a bet, if Lu Guanshan can come back, you two will learn to bark 3 times. You didn't forget it, did you? I believe that you are not the kind of shameless, treacherous, two-faced, shameless, and worse than pigs and dogs, right? She said so much in one breath, and the words she cursed were clearly scolding Xie Yuing and Wu Guohua. Lu Guanshan couldn't help laughing beside her. My wife knows so many words, so cute. He put one hand in his pocket and added 2 sentences casually. No, they are definitely not the kind of shameless, dirty, sanctimonious, and hypocritical people. Wu Guohua, show off how many words you know. Xie Yuing couldn't help it anymore. Yu Li, stop criticizing Huai. They are all colleagues, aren't you trying to alienate the friendship between comrades in the organization? If the leader knows, he will never agree to your marriage. Yu Li smiled brightly. Okay, you go and report it. Go and ask them not to agree to my marriage to Lu Guanshan. Xie Yuing was speechless. How dare she report it? These things themselves are their guilty conscience. In the end, Wu Guohua took a deep breath. Captain Lu, women have long hair and short knowledge. We men cannot let them make trouble. Don't hold on to this trivial matter. Let's talk privately if we have time in the next 2 days. Unexpectedly, Lu Guanshan directly retorted, your woman may have long hair and short knowledge, but Maya Li is the smartest and the most reasonable. She must have been wrong today. Let me ask you too, do you want to apologize and bark like a dog, or make a big fuss? His voice was low, like a sap hitting both of their heads, with an icy warning. Xie Yuing was even more angry. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that Yu Li had lost Wu Guohua and seemed to have found a better one. She kept telling herself, so what if Lu Guanshan is good? Will he die early? The louder Yu Li laughs now, the harder she will cry in the future. Wu Guohua was angry when he saw Lu Guanshan, and he didn't dare to fight again for a while. He really didn't have the confidence to confront Lu Guanshan. In the end, it was Xie Yuing who cried aggrievedly and imitated a few dog barks. Woof woof woof, that's it. Are you satisfied? Yu Li, you are really going too far. Xie Yuing stomped away bitterly. Wu Guohua hurriedly chased after him. Yu Li laughed relaxedly, it was so cool. Every time she saw Xie Yuing's angry look at being humiliated, she felt that the depression in her heart had dissipated a lot. Lu Guanshan watched her smile from the side and stretched out his big hand, let's go home. Yu Li bit her lip slightly, looked at Xiao Ju next to her, and asked in a low voice, isn't it inappropriate to hold hands? Lu Guanshan looked serious, I just injured my head, you have to hold my hand when walking from now on. Take care of your own man. Okay, Yu Li stretched out her small hand and was held tightly by Lu Guanshan's big hand. His hand was warm and dry, and he wrapped her little hand calmly, making Yu Li's heart bubble with joy. She felt that she liked Lu Guanshan so much. Although we only knew him for such a short time, when I saw him, I couldn't help but feel so happy that my whole heart felt like it was floating. She didn't notice that the corners of Lu Guanshan's lips also curled up slightly. Not far away, Wu Guohua chased Xie Yuing and comforted her with a few words. Glancing over by chance, I only saw the backs of Yu Li and Lu Guanshan, and their hands intertwined. Yu Li's hands were smooth, white and tender, as small as jade, and her fingers were as slender as onion roots. He once thought of touching her little hand. After all, I have never touched it. Now, she is someone else's. Xie Yuing was still covering her face and crying with trembling shoulders, Guohua, you have seen her making things difficult for me time and time again. If it weren't for you, I would never tolerate her. It's obvious that she is not worthy of you, why does she have to? Are you holding on to each other? We are in love, what's wrong with being in love? Wu Guohua listened to these words and looked at the hands held by Lu Guanshan and Yu Li. My heart hurt for no reason. Yu Li had never seen her parents so happy. As soon as Lu Guanshan entered the door, the two of them surrounded him. Chen Ailan's eyes were red, and she carefully checked Lu Guanshan's head. Good boy, you have suffered. Let me see your injury. Lu Guanshan called his mother familiarly. Mom, I'm fine. The doctor said that after waking up from a coma, it will be fine. Don't worry. Yu Jiefang said solemnly, it must be a big problem to be in a coma. Don't underestimate it. You can't take it lightly because you are in good health. Do you understand? Lu Guanshan smiled and nodded. Dad, Mom, I remember. He had no parents since he was a child, only grandparents. Now suddenly there is a pair of parents who care about him so much, and he naturally feels very warm in his heart. Lu Guanshan came back this time to get married, but he can't stay too long. Xiao Ju's car will stay with him for 4 days, and he will drive them back to the base after the wedding. This is just right, and he can bring more things. The Yu family doesn't have many houses, but fortunately Yu Tuanxia's house is big enough now. Let the driver Xiao Ju and Lu Guanshan stay in Yu Tuanxia's house at night, and they can make do with a mat on the floor. At noon, Chen Ailan prepared a large table of dishes. Yu Li followed to help, with a smile in her eyes the whole time. Chen Ailan watched quietly, and felt that her daughter really chose the right person this time. Whether a person is living well or not can be fully reflected by his eyes and face. Yu Jiefang called Lu Guanshan to discuss the details of the wedding. We won't hold a wedding as grandly as the wedding, just a few tables of guests, but Li is our only daughter, and we hope she can live well. You don't need to prepare the betrothal gift, just treat her well after the wedding. As for the dowry, you have a car now, and you can take the quilt her mother prepared for her. The cotton quilt is thick and can't be bought outside. And I asked someone to make an iron pot, which is very useful, you can take it all. He kept talking, and Lu Guanshan listened humbly. Chen Ailan did prepare a lot of quilts for Yu Li. Before a girl gets married, her mother basically starts planting cotton many years in advance, and gives a few quilts as a gift when she gets married. After Yu Jiefang finished speaking, Lu Guanshan nodded. Dad, I agree with what you said, but Yu Li will marry far away in the future, and we may not be able to come back once a year. I feel very sorry for you two elders. So we must give the betrothal money and leave it to you. I have saved my salary over the years and used 300 yuan as a betrothal gift. I will buy other watches, 3 turn and 1 ring watches for Yu Li. When we arrive at the station, I will take her to the city department store to buy them. Don't worry, Yu Li will marry me. I can't guarantee that she will live a prosperous life, but I will definitely not let her suffer. We have a canteen for meals. I send part of my monthly salary of 45 yuan to grandparents and give the rest to her. I will do the housework after get off work. When we have 2 children, I will hire a nanny to take care of them. As long as she is happy, that's fine. Yu Jiefang was stunned. He took a puff of cigarette. Forgive him for his life facing the lurs and back to the sky. Isn't this what Lu Guanshan said, a prosperous life? In their Red Star village, if someone dares to propose conditions like Lu Guanshan when marrying off their daughter, they will probably be laughed to death. That is something they would never dare to do even in their dreams. Perhaps, Xiao Lu was just talking. In short, Xiao Lu would not treat Li Zi badly. The family had a lively meal, and Yu Jiefang and Chen Ailan were going to find a fortune teller to choose a date. The best auspicious day should be chosen in the next few days. Only in this way can the young couple live smoothly and safely in the future. After pulling bricks, the eldest brother went to the river to dig sand to repair the yard. The driver Xiao Ju was bored and followed the eldest brother. The second brother took the pomegranate to the orchard, and the second sister-in-law went to work again after her morning sickness eased. Only Yu Li was left, and Chen Ailan repeatedly told her to take good care of Xiao Lu. The yard of the Yu family was very quiet, and the cicadas on the poplar tree at the gate were chirping desperately. In the yard, the door of a room was closed. Yu Li was pressed on the bed by him, her eyes were full of spring water, her cheeks were burning, and she was too shy to look at his eyes. I said, I'll take your pulse to see how you are. You came up and pressed me down. Her heart was beating like a drum, and her bright red lips were as tempting as cherries. Her opening and closing made the fire in Lu Guanshan's heart burn more and more vigorously. Give me the medicine first, then take my pulse. He lowered his head, his handsome face was infinitely magnified, and his voice was low and magnetic. Yu Li was so flustered that her mind was in a mess. What medicine? How can I take the medicine without taking my pulse? Lu Guanshan lowered his head and held her soft lips, and pried open her pearly teeth neatly. His big hands grasped her thin waist, and stroked her delicate skin through the thin fabric of the skirt. The man's hands seemed to have magic, causing tremors wherever they went. He kissed as if he wanted to swallow the delicate and tender beauty in his arms into his stomach. Yu Li was drowsy and had only one thought. Lu Guanshan seemed to like her very much, and it was obvious that he wanted to take her for himself. But she was almost his. The girl hugged his neck and begged for mercy. If you kiss me again, my mouth will be swollen, and my parents will see it when they come back. Lu Guanshan moved away from her, but still supported his hands above her. His eyes were still burning with a hint of strength. Then tell me you miss me. Yu Li bit her lip, cute and obedient, beautiful like a beauty in a painting. I? She hesitated, not because she didn't want to, but because she always felt embarrassed. She had never said to a man so bluntly that she missed him. The next moment, Lu Guanshan lowered his head and kissed him again. This time it was not on the face. Yu Li knew that this was his punishment. In a hurry, she hurriedly said, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. Lu Guanshan chuckled, since you miss me, I will kiss you more. He sat up, held her in his arms, lowered his head again, held her face and kissed her deeply. This time, it was very light, but lingering to the point of being intoxicated and unable to withdraw. Until Yu Li felt that her legs were very uncomfortable. Yu Li felt that her leg was painfully pushed by something hard. Her face was full of grievance. Lu Guanshan, your bones hurt me. The man looked at her deeply. Although they had already had it once, she was still too naive in this regard. I have no practical experience and have no idea what the cause of the pain is. After all, Lu Guanshan didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He endured the heat in his heart alive. Sighing, he let go of her. Yu Li checked his pulse carefully and found that Lu Guanshan might have been unconscious due to a brain injury caused by an accident, but in fact, he was still in a coma because of his heavy thoughts. He looks like a resolute, brave and upright man, but he has had no parents since he was a child, and he is also a poor person. Some people may look good, but deep down, they also have their own injuries. Lu Guanshan didn't talk about his family affairs in detail. But Yu Li secretly decided that she would use love and tenderness to make up for what Lu Guanshan had been missing. After taking the medicine, Lu Guanshan didn't want to rest. Yu Li accompanied him to the village where he grew up, and it was also good for him to enjoy the wind and relax on the grassland by the lake in the back mountain. Today, Laoguan Temple welcomed two families who were counting their days. When Chen Ailan and Yu Jiefeng arrived, they saw Wu's mother taking Wu Tong to calculate the wedding date for Wu Guohua. Guan Xia's fortune-telling here is said to be very accurate. Wu's mother was still in poor health these days, so Wu Tong took her here on a cart to tell her fortune. She not only thinks about her son's marriage, but also thinks about when her own health will be better. My son is a company commander in the army. You can tell me whether our family will be rich in the future. Guan Xiazi frowned when he heard what Wu's mother said about his birth date. I only have 8 words for you. Evil will be rewarded with evil, and good will be rewarded with good. Whether it is your son's marriage or your body, as long as if you understand these 8 words, you can't go wrong. Mother Wu glared, you blind man. What do you mean? My son is an army officer and wants to marry the niece of a political commissar. Have you ever seen such a good life and are you just talking nonsense? Guan Xiazi smiled coldly, I'm blind, but I'm better than blind people like you. I said, if you behave well, you will be rewarded in the future, and your marriage can be dull until old age. If you don't believe it, hurry up, get out. Don't be annoying here. Do you dare to act like this? Wu's mother and Wu Tong were kicked out, and they felt a little taboo in their hearts, fearing that it would be bad for them if they really caused trouble. Unexpectedly, they met Chen Ailan and Yu Jiefeng, who came to calculate their birthdays at the door. The two hurriedly eavesdropped. Chen Ailan first handed over a crutch. Master Guan, my husband made this crutch specially for you, and you use it every day. In addition, my son is getting married. To count on a good day, we will pay double the price today. Guan Xiazi actually showed a kind smile, counted his fingers for a while, looked a little hesitant, but still said cautiously, don't leak the secret of heaven. However, I also want to give you a few words. Evil will be punished, and good will be punished. If there is good deeds, your family will be blessed. Chen Ailan was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Master Guan. Thank you very much. Please choose a good day for me. Blind man Guan thought about it for a while and said, let's take it the day after tomorrow. The 9th day of the lunar month is an auspicious day. It would be great if it lasts forever. Finally, he gave another instruction. This lesbian must pay more attention when giving birth. Chen Ailan was shocked and immediately remembered it in her heart and thanked her repeatedly. Yu Jiefeng took out his money bag and stuffed double the money into Xiazi Guan. He also prepared red eggs, red peanuts and wedding candies. Blind man Guan nodded with satisfaction. Let me say one more thing, your daughter is destined to be a prosperous husband. Chen Ailan smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth from ear to ear. Oh, that's really great. Master Guan, please give me your kind words. Yu Jiefeng picked up the broom and helped the blind man clean up the messy room. Chen Ailan also worked for a while. Outside the house, Wu's mother spat hard at the threshold. Wu Tong also said with a look of disgust, Yu Li is destined to prosper my husband? Why does she prosper our family? This blind man really knows how to talk nonsense. He must be cheating. Wu's mother fell into deep thought. What the blind man said to them was not nice, but what he said to Chen Ailan was so nice. Almost all the people within 100 miles of Guanshazi are trying to trick him. That bitch Yu Li. Thinking of what happened in the past, and then thinking of the present, Mother Wu took a breath of air. When Yu Li and Wu Guohua got engaged, Wu Guohua was just a platoon leader. Later, he was gradually promoted to squad leader and company commander, and his salary naturally increased a lot. It was only after Yu Li arrived at Wu's house that her health gradually improved. But before she could think more, Wu Tong said with jealousy, Mom, don't listen to that blind man's nonsense. Yu Ying is the niece of the political commissar now. When we follow us to the station, there will be a big tree like the political commissar to enjoy the shade. What does the blind man know? Mother Wu felt reassured. You are right. How can someone like Yu Li be destined to have a prosperous husband? Both families soon began to make arrangements for the marriage. Guanshazi did not choose a day for the Wu family, but the Wu family chose the same day as the Yu family, which was the 9th day of the lunar month. Naturally, Yu Li used the car that Lu Guanshan brought back to get married. It was the first time for many children in the village to see a car, and they had never ridden in it. Lu Guanshan took them for a ride. From dawn to dusk, the entire entrance to Yu's house was full of people and bustling. While the children were playing, the adults spontaneously helped the Yu family with their work. Needless to say, the tables, chairs, bowls and dishes were all moved to the Yu family. The best chef Wang in the neighborhood volunteered to cook for Yu Li's wedding banquet because he had seen her hand pain. Yu Jiefeng brought his 2 sons, sent wedding invitations one by one, bought firecrackers, wedding candies and other things, and bought fresh chickens, ducks, fish and meat and placed them in the yard. The atmosphere of the big table quickly spread. Even Yu Li's uncle paid for a Swana player to add to the fun. The Wu family was also busy. Wu Guohua had promised Xia Yuying that the betrothal gift of 168 yuan would not change, but it would be given to her on the wedding day. Xia Yuying was very happy and deliberately publicized it. She had inquired about it when she was stationed, and the betrothal gifts of those sisters-in-law when they got married were also dozens of yuan, and at most 100 yuan. Xia Yuying asked the villagers, but everyone said that the Yu family didn't mention how much Lu Guanshan would give as a gift. She raised her eyebrows and couldn't help laughing. Lu Guanshan would definitely not be willing to give Yu Li so much. If he gave enough, Yu Li would have shown off long ago. She couldn't say it, maybe it was too low. A gift of 160 yuan would definitely make her feel proud and put Yu Li down. Xia Yuying was proud in her heart. But she didn't know that Wu Guohua didn't have 160 yuan at all. Even the money for the wedding banquet was stretched, because Wu's mother was not a good person, and tables, chairs, and benches could not be borrowed. If it weren't for Wu Guohua being an officer, relatives and friends would not want to associate with their family. Wu Guohua could still tolerate all these. But he couldn't accept Lu Guanshan using the army's car to get married, so he could only use a tractor. No, the tractor broke down yesterday, so he could only borrow a bicycle to get married. Wu Guohua thought about it and went to find the driver Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju, Lao Lu, and I are getting married on the same day. Can you go to my house first and then attend Lao Lu's wedding banquet? Wu Guohua felt that there was nothing wrong with his request. That car belongs to the army and is a collective asset. Lu Guanshan doesn't belong to him alone. Being able to send him back is already an advantage for him. It's unreasonable for him to keep it all to himself after getting married. Xiao Ju didn't know Lu Guanshan very well, they just nodded their heads, and now he smiled honestly. Well, Captain Wu, I want to help you too, but it may not be convenient for me that day, because when I came, Battalion Commander Zhao Qiandingjie Wan asked me to bring a camera to take photos of the wedding ceremony for Captain Lu. Let's do this. If you can find someone else who can drive, I'll let Captain Lu use the car first, and then you can use the car to get married, okay? Wu Guohua couldn't help but clenched his fists. Battle Commander Zhao? He asked you to take pictures of Company Commander Lu? Did you bring a camera? Xiao Ju said sincerely, yes, Battalion Commander Zhao was saved by Captain Lu. He entrusted me with his personal camera to take pictures as a souvenir. Captain Wu, if you also want to take pictures, I will go to your house after the pictures are taken here. Shoot too. Battalion Commander Zhao should agree. Wu Guohua felt so uncomfortable. In what way is Lu Guanshan better than him? Yu Li has such a good attitude towards Lu Guanshan, she smiles like a flower in front of Lu Guanshan. The organization arranged a car for Lu Guanshan, and Battalion Commander Zhao also sent a camera to take pictures. This is looking down on him. Wu Guohua suppressed a smile and said, okay, I'll drive the car on the wedding day, and you can take pictures for us after Company Commander Lu finishes taking pictures. Xiao Ju also smiled and nodded. He turned around and told Lu Guanshan about this. Lu Guanshan didn't say anything. The wedding car was only used for a short period of time. The car itself belonged to the army, so it was reasonable for Wu Guohua to use it for a while. He had no objection to the photo taking, after all, it was Xiao Ju's decision. We are all comrades in arms, and it would not be good if the relationship becomes too tense. As long as Wu Guohua didn't jump in front of him and disgust him and his wife, Lu Guanshan didn't want to talk to him. But Yu Li thought of one thing, Wu Guohua has no problem using his car, but can't the car pass in front of his house? His mother deliberately dug the road very narrow to prevent people from pulling carts from his house. Who can usually use it? People get scolded when they walk past their house, and cars can't drive past. Xiao Yi was stunned and quickly went to the door of Wu's house to take a look. Sure enough, the road was deliberately dug to be very narrow, and cars could not pass at all. When it comes to the road to the door of country people, big problems can often be seen. Xiao Ju found Wu Guohua and told the problem truthfully. Wu Guohua was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that it was indeed impossible for cars to get past his door. He looked embarrassed and finally gave up. Xiao Ju comforted him, Company Commander Wu, don't worry. When the wedding ceremony over at Company Commander Lu's side is completed, I'll take some commemorative photos for you. Wu Guohua had no choice but to agree with a calm face. The wedding day soon arrived. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan both put on new clothes. She was wearing a red bow suit skirt, a doll collar shirt, and a wavy skirt, which made her black hair and skin look so charming. It's like the most beautiful butterfly fell into Yu's house today. Lu Guanshan was wearing the uniform of the army. He was a talented man with outstanding temperament. When the two of them stood in the crowd, they looked like a perfect couple. The handsome man and the beautiful woman could not get enough of it. Early in the morning, the Yu family's firecrackers were crackling, the Swana was playing vigorously, and wedding candies were sprinkled one after another. The fish were fried in the big pot, the meat was stewed, and the big bones were stewed. The aroma was so delicious that all the neighbors in the village who didn't usually have good food were all stunned. At first, some people ran to the Wu family because they disliked the fact that there were too many people there and they would definitely not be able to grab candies. But it wasn't until I went to the Wu family that I realized how stingy this family was. The Wu family was deserted, with less than 3 tables of people arriving. The wedding candy is so sweet, but the key is that it is not very sweet when you take a bite, and there is an astringent taste on the tip of your tongue. Unlike Yujia, they not only have various flavors of fruit candies, but also halva and milk candies. Every one is delicious. So it was passed from person to person, and everyone who could walk was gone. Let's go to Yuli's house to eat wedding candies. The wedding candies at Wu Guohua's house are really unpalatable. Bah! The Wu family is so stingy. Look how lively Yu Li's wedding was, and Yu Li's husband is so handsome. Let's go and have a look. They even got married in a car. Wu Guohua went to pick up Xia Yueying on his bicycle early in the morning, and heard the intermittent conversation just when he arrived at the door of his house. Xia Yueying was so angry that her eyes were red. She didn't get married in a car, and she didn't have to get on a tractor. Wu Guohua borrowed a bicycle to go there, but the tire got punctured on the way there. She was so angry that she cried all the way. The key is that her parents are both dead, so getting married alone in a broken house has no sense of ceremony. The whole process, let alone getting married, didn't even have the cheerful atmosphere of a date. Just at the intersection, they saw Lu Guanshan and Yu Li sitting in a car running around the village from a distance. A group of children ran after the car, and Yu Li sprinkled candies with a smile on her face. The children also shouted, "Bride and groom, may happiness last forever. Give birth to a son soon, and add a girl to the family." The atmosphere is really eye-catching. Xia Yuing endured it and told herself desperately that it was okay, it was okay, it was okay. Anyway, Yu Li couldn't be happy for long. After a while, Yu Li's ex-sister-in-law Jiao Xuelian will come to make trouble. Yu Li's wedding will be unforgettable for a lifetime. Wu Guowe had a sullen face and was not happy at all. His mind was buzzing. He originally thought that leaving Yu Li and being with Xia Yuing was what he wanted. But now he realized that he was not happy, and his mind was full of Yu Li. Asterisk because the Yu family was marrying off their daughter, there was naturally no such thing as a wedding ceremony. When picking up the bride, Lu Guanshan gave out a lot of red envelopes. Although the amount was not large, everyone was very happy to grab them. Then Lu Guanshan took Yu Li in the car and drove around the village. After getting off the car, they held hands and went to serve tea to Yu Jiefeng and Chen Ailan, calling them Mom and Dad. Xiao Ju took a lot of photos of them. Xiao Ju sighed. It was not the first time he took photos for others. Why didn't he find a good angle when taking photos for others, but when taking photos of Captain Lu and his wife, he felt that every angle looked good. He couldn't help but take photos crazily. There were many people from the Yu family, and the 10 tables prepared were full. They could only wait until the first group of people finished eating before the second group of people started eating again. When there were too many people, it looked a bit messy. Lu Guanshan had communicated with Yu Tuanjie in advance. Their marriage will go smoothly if nothing unexpected happens, but the only time bomb that may explode is Jiao Xuelian. This is Yu Tuanjie's ex-wife. If Jiao Xuelian really comes to make trouble, Yu Tuanjie will have to deal with it. So Yu Tuanjie was particularly careful today and specially asked 2 villagers to help him keep an eye on the place. Sure enough, when the wedding banquet just started, someone said that Jiao Xuelian was coming and would soon arrive at the Yu family. Yu Tuanjie quickly put down the work in his hands and rushed out. Jiao Xuelian was rushing over with resentment. She was bound to turn the Yu family upside down today and make the wedding of Yu Li, the bitch, impossible. But who knew that Yu Tuanjie would suddenly appear? Jiao Xuelian opened her mouth and said viciously, "What are you doing? Do you think I don't know the ugly things your Yu family has done? Yi Fangfang has been hooking up with you for a long time. You still are." Yu Tuanjie raised his hand and slapped Jiao Xuelian to the ground. Jiao Xuelian covered her face and wanted to get up and curse, "Yu Tuanjie, you are not a human. You are shameless and cheap. You are sorry for your woman. I was blind to marry you." Yu Tuanjie didn't waste time talking to her, and dragged her legs directly and dragged her to Gao's house. Jiao Daliang and Ma Yufan were both at home. During this period, Jiao Daliang was tortured to death. Ma Yufan was a ruthless person. Jiao Daliang was often woken up by her sharpening sound in the middle of the night. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. Jiao Xuelian was also very honest at home. What happened today? Being dragged all the way, Jiao Xuelian felt dizzy and had multiple scratches all over her body. She was in so much pain that tears were streaming. "Brother!" She looked at Jiao Daliang for help, but he hid in the inner room. Yu Tuanjie said coldly, "You all know about Jiao Xuelian and Jiao Daliang. Today is my younger sister's wedding, such an important day, and Jiao Xuelian still wants to make trouble. If I hadn't stopped her in advance, such a good day would have been ruined. What are you going to do with the Jiao family? If you can't control her, I'll find a way. Jiao Daliang's eldest son is also getting married, right? Then I will bring people to your Jiao family to make trouble." Ma Yufan's face was stern. The reason why she endured this matter was that, first, she was not young anymore and had nowhere to go after the divorce, and second, she couldn't bear to leave her children. Ma Yufan walked over, grabbed Jiao Xuelian's hair, and slapped her face crazily. "Shameless bitch! You are the one who cheated on the Yu family, and you still have the nerve to make trouble. Yu Tuanjie is right, I am your sister-in-law, you are divorced and live in my house, I have to take care of it. Jiao Xuelian, since you are so restless, just get married. I have also found a man for you, you will go and live in his house tonight. You are such a dirty and rotten thing, you are not worthy of any ceremony." Seeing that Ma Yufan was still determined, Yu Tuanjie left without any nonsense. Jiao Shuelian was beaten and cried loudly, "Brother! Save me! I won't marry! I won't marry!" Jiao Daliang hid in the house without saying a word. Jiao Shuelian couldn't help it, and shouted outside again, "Tuanjie! Tuanjie, don't leave! I will remarry you! I will never dare to do it again!" Yu Tuanjie had already gone far away. How could he care about her? That afternoon, Ma Yufan personally sent Jiao Shuelian to a village 20 miles away. Married a second married man who was 8 years older than Jiao Shuelian. As soon as they arrived, they were locked in the side room. Jiao Shuelian immediately started to curse, but she didn't expect that this husband was different from Yu Tuanjie. The other party grabbed the Shu with a gloomy face and beat her hard. Jiao Shuelian was beaten so hard that she fainted from crying. There was no use regretting. The only possible episode of Yu Li's marriage was strangled in the cradle. The whole day was happy, and the whole family laughed so hard that their faces were tired. She turned around several times and found that Lu Guanshan was looking at her with a look full of affection, and his big hand was always holding her tightly. The overflowing love was like honey water surrounding her whole body. What made Yu Li most satisfied was that her husband was really handsome. The young and old in the village repeatedly praised that Yu Li's man was handsome. Very face-saving. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that it turned out that being loved and cared for, and getting married was such a happy thing. Then they cleaned up the aftermath of the banquet and packed their luggage for the next day's departure to the base. Chen Ailan wanted to pull out the big tree at the door and bring it to Yu Li, fearing that she would have no place to cool off when she arrived at the base. All the people in the Yu family gathered in the main hall, looking at Yu Li and Lu Guanshan with smiles in their eyes. They talked a few words from time to time. For a while, the room was full of happiness and warmth. Wu's family. Xie Yuing was originally very dissatisfied. She pushed her bicycle to the Wu's house and looked at the sparse guests and the 6 shabby vegetarian dishes on the table. The guests had different expressions. The harsh discussions came into her ears from time to time. Whose wedding only has 6 dishes? Peanuts count as 1 dish, cold mixed black fungus counts as 1 dish, fried potatoes, fried eggs, what the hell is this? Stir-fried pickles with peppers? Boiled bean sticks? Bean sticked again. Who doesn't have bean sticks in the hot summer? I paid for the wedding, and you gave me bean sticks. TSK, isn't Wu Guo the company commander? How stingy. My sister went to the Yu family for a wedding today, and I smelled the meat from a distance. I heard that they bought a lot of chicken, duck, fish and meat yesterday. I should have gone to the Yu family earlier. Bah, a stingy person is getting married too. Xie Yuing was almost suffocating, pinching her palms tightly. Her marriage was so pathetic. But she still tried to persuade herself in her mind that it was okay, it was okay, it was okay. Once Jiao Shuelian made a fuss, Yu Li would still end up in disgrace even if she gave guests a state banquet. She tried desperately to comfort herself until she entered the new house and received the betrothal money from Wu Guohua, and her mood immediately improved. 160 yuan. Yu Li definitely didn't have so much betrothal money. Wu Guohua was willing to find a way to give her so much betrothal money, which proved that he loved her. Xie Yuing opened the red paper envelope, and the smile on the corner of her lips could not be hidden. But when she looked closely, she couldn't smile anymore. There was not a penny in the envelope, only a thick piece of paper folded up. Xie Yuing opened it with trembling hands and saw that it was a love letter written by Wu Guohua. The first part was all nonsense, and the betrothal money was mentioned later. Yuing, I know you really love me and will never care about money, but I will never treat you unfairly. I will definitely give you the 160 yuan betrothal gift I promised you. This is an IOU. I will definitely give you the betrothal gift money after we get married. Believe me, I will never let you down. Xie Yuing was stunned. There are such shameless people in this world. He said he would not let her down, but in fact the betrothal gift was 0? Not a dime? Marrying her with an IOU? Xie Yuing collapsed and screamed, Wu Guohua. Come in, come in. Wu Guohua was outside entertaining guests humbly. He knew that there were few dishes today, so he felt guilty. Suddenly, Xie Yuing shouted at him, and he hurried in ashamed. Xie Yuing slapped him in the face. Is this the love you talked about? You married me with an IOU? You promised to give me a betrothal gift of 160 yuan. You said you would treat me well. Wu Guohua, what do you think of me? Other prostitutes are more expensive than me. Wu Guohua immediately went up to cover her mouth. What are you talking about? He was anxious and angry. What are you making a fuss about? Xia Yuying. We are in love, not for money. When did you become like this? My monthly salary is 45 yuan, so wouldn't it be 160 yuan in 4 months? Is this all you see? Xia Yuying almost fainted from crying, and swung her fist at him and beat him to death. Liar, liar, liar. Love? Can love be eaten? If it weren't for him being an officer, would she have painstakingly snatched him away from Yu Li? The two were crying and entangled when suddenly a few people came outside. The 3 men were all scoundrels, and they shouted as soon as they entered the door. Where's Wu Tong? You lied to me so badly. Come out and explain it to me. Wu Tong was hiding in the house and eating a large plate of eggs. Her brother was getting married, and the wedding was so shabby, she didn't want to go out and embarrass herself. Hearing the familiar voice outside, Wu Tong trembled instantly, and the eggs in her hand fell. All the guests looked over. The man in the flowered shirt shouted loudly, Wu Tong, you bitch. Now I know that you hooked up with 3 men at the same time. Pay me back. A man in a plaid shirt next to him was also very angry, Wu Tong. You said we would part ways in peace, but you took my money to eat, drink and have fun with other men. Come out and explain it clearly. The man with a crew cut was the most excited, and he rushed into the Wu family's door to look for Wu Tong everywhere. Bitch! I divorced for you, and you want to break up with me. You look down on my identity. It turns out that there is someone else behind you. These 3 people were all men Wu Tong had hooked up with before. The letter received today learned that Wu Tong was cheating on 3 men at the same time. They were all very angry and rushed over immediately. It just so happened that what Wu Tong was wearing today was evidence. The head flower, dress, and shoes were bought by these 3 men respectively. When Wu Guohua heard these unbearable words, he rushed out immediately. What are you doing? The 3 men looked at each other, and seeing the uniform on Wu Guohua, they didn't dare to be too arrogant, but they were right. The man in the flowered shirt said casually, ask Wu Tong yourself. Ask her what's going on. Wu Guohua quickly called Wu Tong out. How could Wu Tong dare to come out? I won't go out, I don't know them. But who knew that the 3 people took out love letters? Wu Tong wrote 3 identical love letters and gave them to 3 men respectively. Now Wu Guohua didn't know what to say. The 3 men were all furious, and they kept rushing in to settle accounts with Wu Tong. Wu Guohua could only stop them, and they still fought while pulling and tugging. Fuck you. You think you can cheat me? This bitch must pay me back today. You owed me money first, we are not afraid even if we report it to the police. Let's go. No matter how powerful Wu Guohua is, it is a bit difficult for him to fight 3 people at once. Especially on a big day like today. Soon, the benches were kicked away, the wedding tables were overturned, and the whole yard was filled with screams. The sparse guests ran away in fear. Wu's mother walked to the door with crutches and said, What a sin! What a sin! Stop beating me, stop beating me. Xia Yuying didn't care about the betrothal gift. Today was her wedding day. How could it be like this? Wu Tong, it's all Wu Tong's fault, this shameless thing. She rushed over and grabbed Wu Tong. You caused the trouble yourself, so you should solve it yourself. What are you doing hiding in the house? Wu Guohua was still fighting with Wu Tong's 3 lovers, and Wu's mother was also annoyed. Wu Tong, if anything happens to your brother today, I will kill you. Seeing that his mother had spoken, Wu Tong was also afraid that he would be left without support if something happened, so he quickly grabbed a small stool and smashed it over. Coincidentally, Wu Guohua turned around and the stool hit him directly on the head. Bang! Blood was flowing. Son! Ah! Guohua! Wu Guohua fell to the ground in response. Wu's mother was also frightened and paralyzed. The 3 men saw that Wu Guohua was in trouble, and immediately waved their hands. We didn't fight him. It was Wu Tong who beat him. You were lucky for what happened before, so I won't bother with you. The 3 men ran away quickly. Xia Yuying was terrified and rushed to hug Wu Guohua to check. Guohua, How are you? Blood. So much blood. Although she was very angry about the betrothal gift, they were now married and Wu Guohua's future salary would be hers. She didn't want to be a widow. Wu's mother was anxious. Did you get shit in your head? Guohua's head is full of blood, hurry up and send him to the hospital. This was too harsh to hear. Xia Yuing's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't care about anything else and quickly asked someone to send Wu Guohua to the hospital. When Xiao Ju came to take pictures, he found that the Wu family was rushing to the hospital. The ground was covered with blood, and the yard was in a mess, with broken dishes all over. Some people were crying and shouting. He frowned. Isn't this a wedding? How did it turn out like this? Captain Lu was very happy over there, but why was it like a war here? That day, Wu Guohua underwent emergency surgery and bandages in the hospital. Although his life was not in danger, he needed to be hospitalized for a few days. The farce at the Wu family wedding was almost spread throughout the village. Naturally, everyone couldn't help but compare the Yu family with the Wu family. Some people shook their heads. Wu Guohua was engaged to Yu Li before, and it was very ugly before. Wu Guohua's mother bullied Yu Li so much, Yu Li broke off the engagement with him, and then married such a good man. The Wu family is really retribution. As a person, you should not be too insidious, otherwise you will be in big trouble one day. Wu Guohua stayed in the hospital, while Yu Li and Lu Guanshan were preparing to leave. The car will be useful when she returns, so she can't wait any longer. After Yu Li packed the clothes she needed to bring, she didn't expect her family to bring so many things. The second brother caught 6 chickens from his orchard, and the car couldn't fit them at all. Not to mention the farm vermicelli, rapeseed oil, dried beans, chili sauce, peanuts, millet, etc., and 100 local eggs that Chen Ailan stuffed in, all of which she bought from door to door. Yu Li was so thirsty from persuasion that she said, "Mom, I really can't take so much." Chen Ailan still said, "Isn't Wu Guohua in the hospital? He certainly can't take the bus with you. You 3 can squeeze in and fit more." Lu Guanshan spoke again, "Mom, the weather is hot, and it would be a waste if we can't finish the food we take. The army has a canteen, and we may not have many opportunities to cook. We appreciate your kindness, but we can't waste it now because of the shortage of supplies." Chen Ailan thought about it and could only nod, Okay, then I won't take so much." After hesitating for a long time, she reluctantly took down some of the things. Yu Li smiled, but she was actually starting to feel uncomfortable. She also left things at home. She left 50 yuan for her mother under her mother's pillow, and bought a few boxes of cigarettes for her father and put them under her father's pillow. There were a few books on business in the eldest brother's room, and 2 pairs of carved silver bracelets in the rooms of the second brother and his wife, 1 pair for Shiliu and 1 pair for the unborn second child. There were also 2 bottles of malted milk for the second sister-in-law to replenish her body. As for her second brother, she gave him an even more precious gift, which was to secretly transplant a few more pear trees from the pear palace. When the harvest came, her second brother would definitely be very happy. The car was about to start. Looking at the eager eyes of her family, she couldn't even say goodbye. Lu Guanshan couldn't say it either. He knew that Yu Li was wronged, and asked her to suddenly leave her parents and go to a remote station with him. Xiao Ju smiled and said, "Captain Lu, it's time for us to leave, otherwise we may be too late." Yu Li's heart jumped, and the Yu family members' expressions instantly became serious. Lu Guanshan walked up and held Yu Jiefang's hand. "Dad, Mom, I'm taking Li Zi away. Take care of yourselves. We'll come back to see you when we have a chance." Yu Jiefang quickly said, Okay, you two live well. If Li Zi does anything wrong, please be more tolerant." Chen Ailan said indifferently, "Let's go. I'm still waiting to work." Shiliu was still hugging Yu Li's legs. Wang Xinghua held back her tears and persuaded Shiliu to let go of her aunt. Yu Li held back her sadness. "Mom and Dad, big brother, second sister-in-law, Shiliu, I'm leaving. Don't worry, I will definitely live well." Lu Guanshan opened the car door, and Yu Li stepped in with 1 foot. Suddenly, Chen Ailan rushed up and stuffed a bag of boiled eggs into her arms. "I forgot to give you this." She whispered quickly in her ear, "If you are wronged, call me, and Mom will take your brother to pick you up immediately." After saying that, the middle-aged woman who had worked hard for half her life turned around and walked into the house and never came out again. If she was a second late, she was afraid that she would cry out loud. Yu Li's eyes suddenly felt sore at that moment, and she quickly got into the car. She didn't want her family to see her tears. The car started slowly. In the rearview mirror, the family members were silently wiping their tears. Yu Li, sitting in the car, finally cried out loud with her mouth covered. Lu Guanshan watched from the side, full of heartache, but could only hug her gently. He coaxed her for a long time and promised her that he would try to come back once every 6 months in the future. Yu Li's mood was calmed down. She opened the cloth bag containing boiled eggs in her arms and was stunned for a moment. There were other things in it. When Lu Guanshan saw the wad of money, he immediately became anxious. "Isn't this the bride price I gave you? My parents stuffed it in anyway." Yu Li's mood had just been coaxed and she almost lost her guard again. The 300 yuan gift, her parents didn't even keep a dime of the gift, they all were returned to them. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would have a good time and make more money in the future, and then send more money back to her parents to honor them. It would be best to be able to bring them to the city to see the world and live a better life. Lu Guanshan was also moved in his heart. "Daughter-in-law, let's honor them together from now on." Yu Li nodded, "Okay." As soon as her daughter left, Chen Ailan felt so worried. How could she still be in the mood to work? For the first time, I felt weak and went to lie down in the house in broad daylight. As soon as they lay down, they found the money their daughter had left for them. Other people in the family also discovered the things Yu Li left behind one after another, and their eyes were red. After Yu Li left, everyone couldn't help but miss her. I couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, did my aunt go to the market today? Will she be back later?" Chen Ailan felt sad and murmured, "Your aunt, she is married and will not come back every night." As he spoke, he couldn't help crying. Yu Li didn't feel well all day. The journey was too far, further than she imagined. Moreover, the current road conditions were not very good and the car was bumpy. Xiao Ju tried his best to drive steadily. He and Lu Guanshan alternated driving, but it still took more than 10 hours along the way. During the last hour of driving, Yu Li almost vomited. It was already dark, and she only knew that she had arrived in the remote north of the motherland, but she could not figure out where exactly. Fortunately, her mother stuffed a lot of cooked food in the car, so the three of them were not hungry. But Yu Li found that Lu Guanshan didn't look good. She quickly asked, "Does your head feel uncomfortable?" Lu Guanshan pinched his eyebrows. "It's not that kind of uncomfortable, it's just... I can't tell. Maybe I'm too tired from traveling all day, and I'll be fine when I get some rest." Yu Li quickly massaged the Higu and Waiguan points for him gently. Xiao Ju also said, "Company Commander Lu, sister-in-law, if you keep holding on, we will be there soon." Yu Li hurriedly said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Ju. We will treat you to dinner after we have settled down in 2 days." The two laughed and said a few words and then stopped talking. Because it was obvious that Lu Guanshan was so uncomfortable that he closed his eyes. Yu Li was worried. She checked Lu Guanshan's pulse and felt that his pulse was not bad now, but he was uneasy. Lu Guanshan's mind was indeed buzzing with confusion, and it was hard for him to express it in front of Xiao Ju. Ever since he woke up from his injury, he had been vaguely dreaming about a scene every night when he went to sleep, in which he was running after someone and crying while he was a child. You will forget it all when you wake up. He was picked up by his grandparents. I don't know if it was because he was stimulated when he was a child, and all the memories before he was picked up were gone. Just for a moment, a tall figure of a man flashed in his mind. The man lifted the thin man onto his shoulders and said with a smile, "Ride a big horse." Immediately afterwards, the screen disappeared. No matter how hard I try, I can't think of it. On the contrary, he was getting more and more dizzy. It was Yu Li's massage that relieved the discomfort. It wasn't until midnight that the three of them finally arrived at the station. Except for the comrades on guard duty, almost everyone else was asleep. The family courtyard was quiet. Yu Li came here for the first time, and with a sense of freshness, she followed Lu Guanshan to where he lived. The car arrived at the entrance of Lu Guanshan's small yard. Because it was too late, several people unloaded the things. Lu Guanshan urged Xiao Ju to go back to sleep. Then he turned to Yu Li and explained, "Because I am now the company commander and have filed a marriage report, the organization assigned me a separate small courtyard before I went back. Although it is not big, it is a single family house and should be pretty good." Before I left, I just moved my belongings and asked other sisters-in-law to help me clean them. Yuli followed him into the house. It was convenient to use electricity here because electric lights had been installed. When the light cord was pulled, the whole room was bright and it was indeed clean and free of dust. There is a main room, 2 bedrooms, a side room, and a kitchen. The couple can live very comfortably. Yuli hurriedly went to boil water. It's too late, you have a headache again, let's wash up and go to bed. Lu Guanshan nodded, turned out the quilt and started to make the bed. They both took a simple shower. Originally, Yuli was worried that after taking a shower, it would be time to get married. Unexpectedly, Lu Guanshan's head started to feel dizzy again. She was so worried that she quickly gave him a massage. The two just leaned against each other and fell asleep unconsciously. Not sure whether it was because he slept with his wife for the first time, or because Yuli's massage was very effective, Lu Guanshan had another very pleasant dream. In the dream, he was chasing the man again. The man suddenly turned his head and faced him with a familiar smiling face, "Call Daddy." At this time, in the distant Hongqing village, the Wu family. Wu Guohua was discharged from the hospital in a hurry, despite the doctor's instructions to observe him for a few days. Because he really didn't have any money in his hand, and Wu's mother didn't have any money either, so she could only go home and observe. But I didn't expect that Wu Tong's incident would come out. Someone in the village had nothing to do and wrote the word cheap on the door of Wu's store. Wu Tong was so angry that he went up and wiped it hard, but he couldn't erase the word. Wu Guohua almost couldn't get up in one breath. How did he get to this point now? Xia Yuing sneered in her heart, this wedding is so ridiculous. Fortunately, she doesn't have to live here all the time. As long as she goes to the station, she doesn't have to deal with this crazy and selfish mother and daughter. Guohua, you have an injury on your head. Let's go back as soon as possible. The medical skills at the division hospital must be better. When we get there, I can also tell my cousin that their nanny's cooking is delicious. Let's go there a few more times to replenish your health. Wu Guohua was also very angry when he came back this time. He nodded, okay, then we can go back as soon as possible. Mother Wu heard Xia Yuing mention her cousin. Is there a nanny at home? Then can't she have a nanny to take care of her when she goes there? She immediately became energetic, then Tong Tong, hurry up and pack your clothes. Let's set off as soon as possible. Xia Yuing was stunned, what do you mean? Where are you going to pack your clothes? Wu Tong rolled his eyes, we are also going to the station, otherwise what will we do in our hometown? You also saw it today, because your wedding made the people in the village look down on us. There were also unpleasant words written on the door. We have no income, and there is no labor force in the family. My brother will definitely take us with him to join the army. Xia Yuing stood up suddenly, I don't agree. Why are you doing so well at home and going to join the army? Isn't it all because of you that my wedding turned out like this? Wu Tong immediately became angry, pointed at Xia Yuing and shouted, what are you talking about? What do you mean because of me? Mom is not in good health, shouldn't Guohua fulfill his filial piety? I will go and take care of Mom, what's wrong? It's you, why can't you tolerate your mother-in-law just after you get married? It's a shame that you are the niece of the political commissar. Xia Yuing didn't even get the gift. If she brought 2 more oil bottles to the station now, Yuli would definitely laugh to death if she found out. So she firmly disagreed with Wu's mother going to the station this time. No matter how Wu's mother and Wu Tong scolded her, and Wu Guohua tried to persuade her, she would not agree to it, and would even seek death. In the end, Wu Guohua was about to collapse, and the family quarreled until dawn. He slapped his head crazily. Are you trying to force me to death? Ah. Wu's mother and Wu Tong looked at each other, whispered a few words, and decided not to join the army for the time being. Anyway, I won't go with you this time, but if I go there a while later, when I get to the station, will Xia Yuing have the nerve to drive them away? At dawn, Xia Yuing packed her luggage and found out that Xiao Ju's car had left. She cursed in anger and forced Wu Guohua to leave her hometown with her and boarded the train back to where she was stationed. Wu Guohua had a wound on his head and suppressed a mountain of bad emotions in his heart. He didn't speak to Xia Yuing all the way, and his face remained tense. Xia Yuing sat on the train for a full 28 hours. She was exhausted and almost ran out of tears. She gritted her teeth and persuaded herself that everything would be fine once she got to the station. From now on, she will receive Wu Guohua's salary, and she is the niece of the political commissar. According to the plot, Wu Guohua will definitely be promoted this time. When the time comes, she will be fawned over and complimented every day, and she will definitely be a leader. During the time they were wasted on the road, Yu Li tidied up her new home, put pictures on the walls, laid out the daily necessities she brought, put their toothbrushes together, and put all the pots and pans together. Complete placement. Lu Guanshan was afraid that it would be hard for her to cook, so he didn't start the fire yet. They both ate in the canteen. But there was one thing that made Yu Li feel strange. Except for the discomfort when Lu Guanshan's head first came back on the first day, he was in good condition and full of energy the rest of the time. But he didn't move his hands or feet, and he held her to sleep honestly at night. Is it because his head is still uncomfortable that he is so restrained? On the night of the third day, Yu Li planned to wait until Lu Guanshan finished taking a bath to ask. But who knew that when the man walked into the bedroom after taking a shower, he wiped his hair and leaned down. "Daughter-in-law, I got something." Yu Li was stunned. "What?" He took out something like a rubber ball from under the pillow. "Here, how about we not have children for the time being? I haven't fallen in love with you yet, and I want to live a life of two." Yu Li's cheeks gradually turned red, she pursed her lips and said nothing, and her eyes gradually turned spring color. Lu Guanshan lowered his head and kissed her lips, his big hands all the way into the soft fragrance. Yu Li was so nervous that she subconsciously hugged his neck. The man's deep and pleasant voice intertwined with the kiss. Yu Li was so shy that she closed her eyes and dared not open them. Her earlobes were pink, and she was obedient and sweet, like a shy little rose that was willing to be picked. Lu Guanshan asked in a low voice, "Ali, do you know how to fall in love?" Yu Li felt that her whole body was getting hotter and hotter, and she said vaguely, "I have never been in love, so I don't know." He took her hand to touch his abdominal muscles. Strong, hard, and very good to the touch. "Kiss here." Yu Li trembled all over and was guided by him step by step. He said in her ear in a voice that could almost be regarded as bewitching, "I have never been in love either, but we learn and practice together." That night, Yu Li was exhausted. It was completely different from their first time. At that time, because of the influence of drugs, she was unconscious and couldn't even feel the pain, and it ended quickly. But today is different. They had feelings for each other, and it was the first night after their wedding. They were lying comfortably on the big bed in their own home. They didn't need to be afraid of anything. It was the most comfortable and relaxing state. He told her, "Here, here, and here. Ali, these are all yours." In the first half of the night, Yu Li was still secretly happy. Married a superb man, gentle and strong. His body was so good that she couldn't help kissing his handsome face when she lay on her back. Choose from various modes at will. In the second half of the night, she cried and was honest, begging for forgiveness. The next day, Lu Guanshan was refreshed and put on his clothes to go to the meeting. He also regretted that he had gone too far last night. He brought back 7 balloons and used them all up at once. He had to go to the director of the Women's Federation to ask for more today. Yu Li was so tired that she couldn't straighten her waist and couldn't open her eyelids at all. She slept until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. When she woke up, she found that Lu Guanshan had changed her clothes into clean ones without knowing when. Her sticky legs were also washed clean. Her face instantly turned red, and she saw the lunch box and note that Lu Guanshan had sent back at noon on the table next to her. "Remember to eat when you get up. If you feel tired, just lie on the bed. I have washed the clothes. I have a meeting today. I will accompany you when I get off work." The signature was still "Your husband Lu Guanshan." Yu Li couldn't help but want to laugh. "Your husband." But these 2 words still make people feel inexplicably sweet. She was too tired yesterday and was indeed hungry today. Yu Li opened the lunch box and saw stir-fried winter melon, tomato and egg, braised pork, and a sweet soup. The smell was fragrant. She smiled and picked up the chopsticks to eat. After taking a bite, she heard a murmur from the window behind the house. Yu Li walked closer to listen bravely. Only then did she realize that several women were talking about her under her window. Xie Yuing arrived at the station early this morning. She originally planned to accompany Wu Guohua to the division hospital to see the head injury, but who knew that Wu Guohua had a cold war with her and left as soon as he put his things down. Xie Yuing shouted, "Guohua! Where are you going? Wu Guohua ignored her. Xie Yuing burst into tears instantly, feeling very wronged. She was too lazy to clean up the house, and went to bed to sleep in a daze. She woke up from hunger on the way, so she thought about going to her cousin's house to eat. Who knew that she met a few sisters-in-law chatting under the window of Lu Guanchan's house on the way? Captain Lu's wife has been here for 3 days and hasn't left the house. I don't even know what she looks like. I went to see her secretly. She's so beautiful. Her eyes are so sharp, like gemstones. Her skin is as white as snow, and I don't know if she has lipstick on her lips, but she looks good. No wonder she married Captain Lu. HMPH, what's the use of being good-looking? You don't know that before Captain Lu left, he paid a sister-in-law to clean the house. After he came back, he didn't see this young wife working. For 3 consecutive days, Captain Lu got up in the morning to wash clothes and brought back 3 meals a day. He just woke up from a coma after being injured, and this woman is not a caring person. Look, it's already 12 o'clock in the morning, and we've been listening here for a long time. Has she gotten up? She hasn't even moved her butt. Marrying a wife like this, it would be strange if you can live a good life in the future. Hearing that so many people disliked Yu Li, Xie Yuing's mood suddenly improved a lot. She walked up and greeted gently, "Are all the sisters-in-law here?" Several women turned around and asked in surprise, "Oh, Xiaoxia, you are back?" Xie Yuing looked haggard, smiled and nodded, "Yes, I just arrived this morning." She coughed a few times and looked very weak. Immediately someone asked, "Xiaoxia, what's wrong with you? Is it so tiring to go back and get married?" Xie Yuing smiled bitterly, "Getting married is fine, it's..." She hesitated, and everyone immediately became more curious. "What's wrong?" Xie Yuing said embarrassedly, "It's nothing, it's just that Captain Lu married a wife from the same place as Guohua. I thought we could take the car together when we came back, maybe Captain Lu and his men had something urgent, so they drove back first. My Guohua was injured, and I didn't know the car had left until I was about to leave. We squeezed back by train. Sisters-in-law, have you all taken the car sent by the division headquarters?" When she said this, everyone felt a little complicated. When I go to the city occasionally, I have to rely on luck to get a ride. How could I have the face to ask the division headquarters car to take me to such a far place? Xie Yuing added, "Sisters-in-law, don't think too much. Captain Lu must be a good man who knows right from wrong. Sometimes men have no choice but to consider the thoughts of the people around them. I believe that next time you sisters-in-law encounter such a thing, Captain Lu will definitely not abandon you directly." This sentence made everyone's impression of Yu Li even worse. Someone said sarcastically, "No matter how powerful she is, it is a public car. Why only send them back? Your Captain Wu is no worse than Captain Lu. This is too unfair, Xiaoxia, you dare not say anything, but I dare. I will report to the leader." Xie Yuing was quick to grab the sister-in-law and said timidly, "Sister-in-law, let's not do it. Captain Lu's wife, I really can't afford to offend." Her aggrieved and scared look made everyone guess all kinds of things. Anyway, they directly identified Yu Li as a villain in their hearts. Yu Li hid in the window and sneered. She knew that Xie Yuing, this bitch, would not be content. In this case, she will be a villain to the end. Yu Li opened the window and poured a basin of water on Xie Yuing's head. Xie Yuing screamed and was instantly soaked in the rain. Yu Li said in surprise, "Ouch! Why is there someone under this window?" Several sisters-in-law immediately looked up, and their eyes lit up when they saw it. Someone couldn't help but hiss. There is such a beautiful woman in this world. I originally thought that Xie Yuing was one of the most beautiful in her family's courtyard, but I didn't expect that the appearance of Yu Li made Xie Yuing look dull. Even though Yu Li only casually tied her hair into a low ponytail and didn't wash her face seriously and put on any cream, her tender face was like delicate jade-smooth porcelain. Her cherry lips and nose were as clear as a pair of apricot eyes. Reflecting the bright moonlight, the delicate facial features are delicate and refined, sweet and charming. It's not just her face that's pretty, her whole body is pretty. Her neck is white and tender, her hair is black and silky, her hands holding the basin are small and slender, and her arms are white and shiny. Just in terms of appearance, there's nothing wrong with her. She looked lazily at the 4 or 5 sisters-in-law under the window, and she heard what these people just said. Yes, Xia Yuing deceived these people, but she decided that she, Yu Li, was a bad person just based on the words of an intermediary. She didn't want to make such a stupid and blind friend. Anyway, she came to the station to live with Lu Guanshan. Yu Li didn't think it was necessary to make friends. When fate came, they would get along naturally. If fate didn't exist, she still had to live her own life well. So she didn't deliberately greet her sisters-in-law, but looked at Xia Yuing with a half-smile. Have you forgotten what I said last time? We agreed within a week. If you don't pay back the money, I will. Xia Yuing trembled, and she had no time to complain that Yu Li had drenched her with water. If Yu Li, a crazy woman, really revealed the matter of her borrowing money and made Wu Guohua's matter worse, her life would definitely be difficult. Xia Yuing said quickly, I know. Give me another half day, I will find a solution now. After saying that, she turned around and left in embarrassment. Yu Li didn't bother to pay attention to the others and closed the window directly. Sisters-in-law, you look at me and I look at you. One of them curled her lips and whispered, she is really fierce. Let's ignore her. Let's see how she hangs out in the compound in the future. Soon, everyone dispersed, but actually they were a little worried. If Yu Li was really unreasonable and told Company Commander Lu the matter, it would be embarrassing for Company Commander Lu to seek an explanation for his wife. Fortunately, no one saw any movement. Xia Yuing, on the other hand, was so angry that she couldn't stop crying when she arrived at her cousin's house. Her cousin looked at Xia Yuing in surprise. Yuing, why are you crying? Didn't you go back to marry Wu Guohua? When did you come back? You're covered in water. Xia Yuing threw herself into her cousin's arms and told all her grievances. Wu Guohua's sister hooked up with a man, and the wedding day was ruined. The bride price was also spent by Wu Guohua's sister. I originally thought that when I got married, I would have money as a gift, so I would pay off the more than 50 yuan in medical expenses my parents owed when they were still alive, but who knew that the plan would not keep up with the change? Company Commander Lu's wife forced me to pay back the money and poured a basin of water on me. The money I owe is my fault. Cousin Li Hongmin suddenly said angrily, is there such a person? You said that Company Commander Lu's wife knew you before? Did she lend you money? Xia Yuing nodded aggrievedly. It's not that I don't want to pay it back, it's actually that my father has been sick in the past few years and the family has no money. If I hadn't gone to my cousin here, I would have starved to death. I swore to her that when I have money I will definitely pay it back. She doesn't believe it. Li Hongmei took a deep breath. This person is so bad. He has evil thoughts. Xiao Lu is not like this. Why did he marry such a wife? I will pay back the money for you, but I have to worry about her getting wet all over you. Go tell me, you can't let such a woman ruin Xiao Lu. Xia Yuing quickly grabbed her. Cousin, it's better not to go. She is very troublesome. Company Commander Lu has just woken up from a coma. It's not good if something happens. After all, I do owe money. No matter how she bullies me, it's all me. It should be. Besides, we military wives also need to be friendly. If I am as fussy as she is, won't it affect our unity? Seeing Xia Yuing's compromise, Li Hongmei felt even more distressed and couldn't help comforting her. Yuing, you are sensible. This Xiao Lu really doesn't know why he suddenly got married. I heard that he has not known this lesbian for a long time. Chief Fu's niece Bai Lingling is so good, and she is also a doctor in the division hospital. Well, after pursuing him for so long, he didn't even look at her. Hey, this Bai Lingling is completely devoted to Lu Guanshan and has a strong temper. She will definitely cause trouble when she comes back from studying abroad. Just wait and see. Lu Guanshan's daughter-in-law can't get any benefits from Bai Lingling. Xia Yuing listened to this in surprise and almost couldn't hold back her smile. Cousin, is there such a thing? I don't even know. In this case, she had to find a chance to get to know Bai Lingling well. It was best to let Bai Lingling drive this bitch Yu Li back to the countryside. Li Hongmei used to have a deep relationship with Xia Yuing's biological mother, and she didn't have a daughter. Now she touched Xia Yuing's hair and said with a smile, in the future, you should stay away from Lu Guanshan's wife. Naturally, everyone will dislike her if she is such a morally corrupt person. There is another happy thing I want to tell you. Your family Guohua is getting promoted. Xia Yuing was startled and laughed in surprise. Really? I originally thought that because of Lu Guanshan's meritorious service this time, Wu Guohua would not be promoted, but I didn't expect that Wu Guohua would be promoted in the end. Her bad mood disappeared immediately. After eating at her cousin's house and taking the money to pay Yu Li back, she couldn't help but show off. Yu Li, I wonder if your company commander Lu has received a promotion notice? My Guohua is about to be promoted. Yu Li collected the money and counted it, looked at her with a neutral expression, and said with disgust, "Okay, I got it, get out." The smile on Xia Yuing's face disappeared and she stamped her foot. Are you a barbarian? Even if Company Commander Lu is not promoted, you can't take it out on me. You are so polite. Yu Li folded the dried clothes in her hands and looked at her seriously. I'm sorry, Comrade Xia Yuing, I'm not a savage. She paused and opened her red lips slightly. I am your father. Otherwise, why would you like to cling to me so much? You can't understand even if I tell you to get out. Xia Yuing knew that there was a sister-in-law listening in the corner next door, so she deliberately felt aggrieved and did not resist, wiping her tears and left. But she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart, so she took the opportunity to visit other sisters-in-law's homes and hinted that Wu Guohua had been promoted, which attracted a burst of praise. Xia Yuing felt very happy, especially when she thought that Lu Guanshan was not promoted, but Wu Guohua was promoted, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud at home. Yu Li didn't have much worries in her heart. Because she knew what an outstanding person Lu Guanshan was, and he was completely incomparable to Wu Guohua. Even if Lu Guanshan is not promoted for the time being, he will definitely develop better than Wu Guohua in the future. What she has to do now is to take good care of this small family so that Lu Guanshan can live a happy and comfortable life after hard work and ensure good health. She collected the clothes in the yard, turned over the muddy ground in the yard, and sprinkled rape seeds on it. The chairs and stools were sewn with soft cushions to make it more comfortable to sit on. Looking at Lu Guanshan's poor sets of clothes in the closet, there were many holes in the threads. He quickly used needles and thread to mend them. The kitchen was cleaned inside and out again, and a lot of food was brought from home. Even oil, salt, sauce and vinegar were installed by her mother, Chen Ailan, so that she could cook after taking them out. The food in the resident canteen tasted good at first, but after eating it for several days, to be honest, it was a bit boring. Yu Li decided to make a meal by herself in the evening, just simple scallion pancakes and multigrain porridge. Her mother packed it with cereals and cooked the porridge directly on the aluminum pot on the stove. There were wild onions in the corner of the yard. She plucked a few stalks, rolled them out, made pancakes, and spread them with the sauce her mother brought. Yu Li worked for more than half an hour and finally cooked the cakes and porridge. Afraid that Lu Guanshan would bring back another meal, Yu Li simply carried the lunch box and walked to the cafeteria, planning to pick up 2 dishes and eat them with green onion pancakes in the evening. After all, Lu Guanshan's appetite was really big. Lu Guanshan had a long meeting today. When he came out, several men walked to the cafeteria together. Wu Guohua is also among them. Lu Guanshan's face was calm, but Wu Guohua's expression was a bit complicated. Someone nearby joked, Lao Lu, are you bringing food back to your wife again? You really dote on her. You are the first in our family home to treat your wife like a child and hurt her. Wu Guohua frowned more closely beside him. He was a little glad that he was not marrying Yu Li. Because he knew something when he just arrived today. Everyone was joking, saying that Lu Guanshan had been bringing food back to his wife every day for the past few days, and Yu Li was too lazy to go out and didn't even bring a meal. Is this a way of life? Wu Guohua would never tolerate such pretentiousness from a woman. Lu Guanshan didn't care at all. He rarely relaxed his brows and said with a smile, What, is it illegal to spoil your wife? As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly pointed at the beautiful lesbian who was looking around with a lunchbox not far away and said excitedly, Hey! Look, who is that girl? Is there a new relative from the family home? She is so handsome. No, I have to go up and say hello. Lu Guanshan grabbed his shoulders and said in a deep voice, That's my wife. The next moment, Yu Li walked up to her with bright eyes, Lu Guanshan. I cooked and brought it to the cafeteria for you to eat together. The rough guys around Lu Guanshan were shocked. This place is remote, and both men and women have to peel off a layer of skin and be covered in dirt when they come here. I have never seen such a fair and tender girl. Especially her eyebrows and eyes are like paintings, sweeter than the orchids blooming in the mountains. Good guy. No wonder Lu Guanshan delivers meals every meal. Who would be reluctant to let such a delicate and beautiful wife get tired? Lu Guanshan took the lunchbox from Yu Li and introduced, "Wife, this is Zhong, the company commander of the third company. This is Xiao, the political commissar, and this is Li, the deputy battalion commander." The only thing he didn't introduce was Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua awkwardly pretended to look elsewhere, but he smelled an unconcealable aroma of food wafting out of the lunchbox. Yu Li smiled and greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Lu Guanshan's lover. I just arrived at the garrison and haven't had time to get to know you. I will invite you to the wedding in a few days." Yes, they still have to set up a few tables at the garrison. Because Yu Li is so beautiful, Zhong, the captain of the third company, is not married yet, and he can't help staring at her. Lu Guanshan blocked his sight calmly. "Okay, I'm going to take my wife to dinner, so I won't tell you." After he said that, he took Yu Li's hand and walked into the cafeteria. Wu Guohua glanced at their figures, and for some reason he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't stop rolling. Yu Li really disappointed him. Not only did she turn around and marry Lu Guanshan, but she really planned to live a good life with Lu Guanshan? Then what was their previous engagement? Captain Zhong next to him bumped into Wu Guohua's shoulder. "Hey? Old Wu, why do you look so unhappy? Didn't you just get promoted to deputy battalion commander? Also, can you help me ask Captain Lu if his wife has any sisters to introduce to me? Captain Lu's wife is so beautiful, she is so beautiful." Wu Guohua couldn't help it anymore and said stiffly, "Go ask yourself, I don't have time." After that, he turned around and walked away quickly, feeling extremely depressed. Yu Li went to the cafeteria and ordered 2 more dishes with Lu Guanshan, and found a seat to sit down and eat. As soon as the lunchbox was opened, the aroma of the pancakes with a strong sauce flavor tempted other tables to look back frequently. A familiar comrade couldn't help but come over. "Old Lu, what are you eating? It smells so good." Everyone was used to being careless, and someone went up to pinch a piece. "Let me try it." Then, the second hand, the third hand. Lu Guanshan immediately reached out to rescue it, and only managed to taste 2 pieces. Yu Li was stunned watching from the side, whispering, "I will make it for you next time." After eating, the group of men couldn't help but praise, "This cake is so fragrant. Is it made by sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, you are really talented and beautiful. No wonder Lao Lu has not married yet, just waiting for you." "Oh, Captain Lu. What is this cake made of? It smells so good. Do you have more? Let's ask Captain Lu when the wedding will be held. Then we can taste sister-in-law's cooking skills." Some people were brave enough to talk to Yu Li directly and asked her if there were any sisters in her family who were good at cooking and so beautiful. Lu Guanshan closed his eyes. He knew that it was not the right choice to let his wife come out. "Eat up and leave." He was serious, and after this order, everyone didn't dare to make a fuss, and went to eat with a smile. He couldn't eat this meal, so Lu Guanshan decided to go home to eat. Yu Li also felt that the cafeteria was really messy. There were many people looking at her, rushing to eat cakes, and talking. She really didn't expect it to be like this. The 2 took the food and went home quickly. As soon as she arrived at the door of her house, she thought of a key word she had just heard, Captain Lu, and immediately asked, "Did you get promoted?" "Captain?" Lu Guanshan put the food on the table, went to wash his hands, and nodded lightly. "Yes, I was notified at the meeting in the afternoon, and I didn't have time to tell you. Those bastards are really noisy, try to stay away from them in the future." Yu Li nodded, and her mood became happy. "If I had known that you were notified of the promotion today, I would have made you something delicious. Tomorrow, I will make you a big meal." The man came over and hugged her, and his big hand gently stroked her lips. Looking down at her bright and beautiful face, "Do I get a reward for my promotion?" Yu Li knew what he meant by this action, and whispered, "Aren't you hungry? Or you should eat first." Lu Guanshan picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. "I am a little hungry, I want to eat something better first." Yu Li's bed, which she had just made in the afternoon, was soon messy again, and her skirt fell to the ground. At first, she was still somewhat rational, but later she was coaxed to call her husband, and her bones were about to be broken. She begged for a long time before it ended. Lu Guanshan brought dinner to the bedside and fed it to her. Wu Guohua was in a very bad mood today. He did get promoted, but the battalion commander of the battalion he was assigned to was not young anymore and had no hope of promotion. If he was suppressed like this in the future, I am afraid it would be difficult for him to make further progress. But Lu Guanshan was different, because he had made meritorious service in his last mission and was seriously injured and unconscious for several days. The organization gave him special praise and a bonus of 200 yuan. Not only was he promoted to the youngest battalion commander in the entire division, but he also went to the battalion with the strongest combat effectiveness in the entire regiment. It can be said that even if Lu Guanshan did nothing, the backbone of the camp alone could bring him a lot of honor. Is this fair? There is no fairness at all. In addition, he saw Lu Guanshan and Yu Li's affectionate look at the entrance of the canteen, and he felt very upset when he returned home. Xie Yuing was in a good mood. She cooked a meal on purpose. Today, her aunt not only lent her more than 50 yuan to pay off the debt, but also gave her some rice, flour, and oil. But the variety was too small, so she could only have a simple noodle for dinner. Looking at the bowl of unappetizing noodles, Wu Guohua inexplicably remembered the fragrance in Yu Li's lunch box. He knew that Yu Li's cooking was delicious. He felt even worse. It was like hanging himself and tying a knot, which made him even more energetic. Xie Yuing came up happily. Guohua, you are back. Do you have good news to tell me? I know you got promoted. Deputy Battalion Commander, congratulations. I made noodles, let's eat. When it comes to promotion, Wu Guohua becomes more unhappy. I have something to go out, so I won't eat. He left immediately. Xie Yuing felt puzzled and her original happiness was gone. Wu Guohua actually didn't know where he was going. After wandering around outside for a long time, he suddenly thought of going to Lu Guanshan's place. He felt that Lu Guanshan and Yu Li's good relationship outside today was completely fake. These two people have only known each other for a few days? They can like each other? It must be Yu Li who is angry. Wu Guohua thought for a long time and found a reason. He wanted to discuss the promotion dinner with Lu Guanshan, otherwise it would save money if they both invited him together. But he didn't expect that he could only walk under the back window of Lu's house and heard the sound of the bed hitting something when he got close. There was also a woman who was gasping for breath and crying, Lu Guanshan, you bastard! Wife, be good, it will be fine soon, call me husband. Wu Guohua was like being struck by lightning. Until Xie Yuing chased him and found that he was actually eavesdropping on Yu Li and Lu Guanshan's affair, she couldn't help but raise her hand in anger and slapped Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua actually just walked to the foot of the wall, and before he could hear clearly, he was woken up by Xie Yuing's slap. His face turned red and he woke up instantly. Before Xie Yuing could cry, he covered her mouth and took her home by force. The two families lived not too far apart, with only 2 or 3 houses in between. Wu Guohua closed the door as soon as he entered the house. Xie Yuing collapsed and aggrieved, pointed at him and cursed, Wu Guohua. What do you want to do? Did you eavesdrop on what Lu Guanshan and Yu Li were doing? Did Yu Li seduce you in private? I knew she would not give up. How can she be a good woman if she can sleep with Lu Guanshan and get married as soon as she turns around? Why don't you understand that I am your wife and I love you the most? Have all my sincerity been fed to the dogs? She was so sad and exhausted that she couldn't help crying. It's been a lot of hard work along the way. After finally marrying Wu Guohua, life was not a harmonious one. Obviously before they returned to Hongxing village together, Wu Guohua was responsive to her requests, considerate and gentle. Wu Guohua has changed since he went back to see Yu Li. He is often absent-minded and perfunctory, and his relationship with her is not as sweet as before. Xie Yuing collapsed and beat Wu Guohua. Say it. Speak. Do you still love me or not? It was you who wanted to break off the engagement with her and marry me. Could it be that you regret it? Do you want both of us to be exposed? Do you look down on Li? She cried uncontrollably, and Wu Guohua gradually came to his senses. Yes, the path he takes now is his own choice. He really liked Xie Yuing before, so he decided to give up his marriage to Yu Li for her. His choice was not wrong. Yu Li was definitely not a good woman suitable to be a wife. In order to firmly believe in this idea, Wu Guohua held Xie Yuing's hand. I'm sorry to make you feel wronged, but I really didn't go to eavesdrop on anything just now. I just wanted to go to Lu Guanshan and ask if we can treat each other together. After all, we have both been promoted. Treating alone is too expensive. We are now not much money. Seeing Wu Guohua's submission, Xie Yuing threw herself into his arms and cried. As she cried, her soft body rubbed back and forth on the man's chest. Wu Guohua also felt a little soft-hearted, hugged her and kissed her. The two struggled for half the night, and the conflicts disappeared a lot. Xie Yuing acted coquettishly in Wu Guohua's arms with her bare shoulders. Guohua, I will definitely be a good wife, don't worry. The two of them are together for some reason, but we are different, we are because of love. Aren't you going to pay your wages tomorrow? At that time, we will invite nearby colleagues and sisters-in-law to have a wedding banquet, and then start living peacefully. My cousin told me to find someone to arrange a job for me, which is to take care of the children in the nursery where we are based. When the time comes, both of us will have a salary. After the baby is born, I will take him to the nursery to work. I have so many exciting days to look forward to. Wu Guohua was also a little moved. Really? That's really good. The couple hugged each other and said nothing, but they both thought of Yu Li. Wu Guohua comforted himself that Yu Li graduated from junior high school like Xie Yuing. Xie Yuing could rely on her cousin to find a job, but Yu Li had no background. There are very few jobs suitable for lesbians here, and Lu Guanshan is a person who deliberately appears to be selfless, so the jobs that are suitable for lesbians here are definitely not for Yu Li. A woman who can take care of her family and earn a salary is a good woman. Over time, Lu Guanshan naturally understood. He held Xie Yuing's hand tightly. Yuing, let's live a good life and let everyone see. Xie Yuing looked at him happily. Yeah. Yu Li was so tortured that she not only had no energy to eat, she couldn't even take a bath. Lu Guanshan wanted to take her to take a bath, and Yu Li resisted very much, but she didn't expect that this man usually seemed very easy to talk to, but occasionally he couldn't decide whether he wanted to do something or not. He put the hot water directly into the tub, hugged Yu Li and went there. Yu Li struggled and resisted at the beginning, but later she sat comfortably in the tub and found that it was really comfortable to have someone waiting for her to take a bath. Lu Guanshan tried to be as gentle as possible, pressing her legs, waist, and shoulders. While soaking in the hot water, the fatigue all over his body was gradually dissipated by Lu Guanshan's big hands. She was drowsy, and was finally carried to bed by Lu Guanshan. Yu Li had never enjoyed such service before, so she couldn't help but dreamily hugged his handsome face and kissed him. Husband, you are so kind. Lu Guanshan curled his lips and smiled, carefully placed her on the bed, and looked at her with his deep eyes, kiss her 2 more times, and call her husband twice. Yu Li was not polite. As for the title, she was very shy the first time. But after calling him a few times, she got used to it. She even enjoyed the ambiguous and sweet atmosphere between the two when calling her husband. So, she hugged Lu Guanshan's face, kissed him on both sides, and shouted sweetly, "Husband, husband!" This makes Lu Guanshan so beautiful and refreshing. Oh, wife, wife. He held her face and kissed her a few times. Then he followed her to the bed and lay next to her. The little girl, who was as fair as jade, slid into his arms. In the warm room, the couple just hugged each other, and the joy of newlyweds overflowed in their hearts. Yu Li immediately pulled his arm over and began to massage his acupuncture points. You say there is no problem with your head, but you still have to be careful. I will massage your acupuncture points every night to ensure that the blood vessels in your brain are unobstructed. There will be many benefits. Lu Guanshan, you have to be obedient. Lu Guanshan did not deny this and listened to his wife obediently. While massaging, Yu Li told Lu Guanshan the truth about what happened during the day. Before I came here, I knew that Xie Yuing would definitely say bad things about me behind my back to other sisters-in-law. I did hear it today, but I want to tell you what I think. Where there are many people, there will be rivers and lakes, whether in the city or in the countryside. I don't want to deliberately make friends with anyone, and it's troublesome to explain it back and forth, not to mention that my relationship with Wu Guohua is really hard to explain. People's words are terrible. Even if I say a lot, as long as everyone knows that I have been engaged to this person, they will definitely have wild thoughts. It is easy to attract strange eyes. I know that you have a broader mind, but not everyone is like you. As long as everyone knows that I have been engaged to Wu Guohua, I don't know how many things will be made up behind my back, which will affect your work and disturb our lives. You are such a good person, I don't want anyone to use this as an excuse to slander you behind your back. I won't take the initiative to bring up this matter. I just want to live a good life with you, but if Xie Yuing slander behind our back hurts us, I will fight back. It's not even limited to her, but also to others. Can you understand me? Lu Guanshan's face with bright features was thoughtful. He knew that although the family courtyard looked harmonious, there would be some troubles from time to time. When there were many people, conflicts would easily arise. That's human nature. Besides, his wife was indeed too beautiful and eye-catching, which would arouse the jealousy of others. Lu Guanshan pinched her smooth cheek. I married you to make you happy, my wife, you don't have to think so much. Whether you want to tear your face directly or live your life quietly, I support you. Just be yourself, and I will take care of the rest. After that, he took out the 200 yuan he was rewarded today and handed it to Yu Li. The salary will be paid tomorrow. In 2 days, I will take time to take you to the city. We will buy some furniture that needs to be purchased, and also buy you a watch, autumn clothes and shoes, and some candies and snacks that you like to eat. Looking at the money handed over by her man, Yu Li was surprised. This man can make money and hand it over voluntarily. She really picked up a treasure. She did not refuse. Lu Guanshan asked her to manage the money, so she did it. She also had to work hard to find ways to make money, as there would be many places to spend money in the future. Lu Guanshan got up early the next morning. Yu Li was still sleeping. He kissed her gently on the forehead, went to the cafeteria to get breakfast and brought it back, and then went out again. Wu Guohua was in a much better state than yesterday. He had a thorough talk with Xie Yuing, and both decided to live a good life. But he did not expect to meet Lu Guanshan when he went out early in the morning. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu, can we talk? Looking at Lu Guanshan's cold and emotionless face, Wu Guohua inexplicably felt that this Deputy Battalion Commander was very harsh. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix. Wu Guohua's eyes flickered. I? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Guanshan punched him. Bang! This punch was extremely heavy and the attack was extremely ruthless. Wu Guohua was beaten so hard that he staggered a few steps. It was very difficult for him to stand firm. Why do you beat people? Wu Guohua gritted his teeth. Even though Lu Guanshan is now the battalion commander, he is not his direct leader. Lu Guanshan stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. His eyes were cold, like knives. Wu, you know why you received this punch. I was not familiar with you at the beginning, and you came to ask me to bring life-saving medicine to your mother. Then my mother set me up. Yu Li is also a part of your plan. Do you want to force Yu Li and me to death at the same time? Because are you afraid that I will block your promotion, or that Yu Li will block your shady relationship with Xie Yuing? Wu Guohua's face was swollen, but he couldn't say a word no. Lu Guanshan looked at him coldly. Such a scandal had never happened in the entire 761 Corps. The regiment leader's thumb was blown off by a bomb for the year-end competition, and the entire regiment was risking their lives. Xiao Hu from the 6th Company almost lost his life for training. Xiao Kui suffered a broken thigh and was unable to walk for the rest of his life. If I call the police and let this matter come out, do you think the 761st Corps will have a future? Since you joined the army, you have been training life and death in order to become a shame that the entire regiment will never be able to wash away. Wu Guohua, I might as well tell you that this matter will not end so easily. If you call the police, your road will be blocked for the rest of your life. If I don't take action, some people will take action to vent their anger on you. If you don't call the police, I, Lu Guanshan, will never let you have a good life. Watch your mouth and your woman's mouth. If you let me hear anything I shouldn't say, you should be able to guess what will happen. Wu Guohua used to be very disgusted with Lu Guanshan's cold and repulsive look. But now I know that if Lu Guanshan really loses his temper, he will die. And every word Lu Guanshan said was deafening, like hail hitting his temples. Yes, that's right, he has endured countless hardships since he joined the army to get to where he is now. He has trained hard day and night, and has fought with his comrades through life and death and vowed to be worthy of the collective fight for the record and glory for the entire 761 regiment. At that time, he never imagined that one day he would do such a thing. Lu Guanshan's words gave him no excuse to resist. No matter how unconvinced he was, he didn't dare to refute the reprimanded words. Camp Commander Lu, I know I was wrong. I won't bother you again in the future. Please forgive me. Wu Guohua didn't know how difficult it was to say this apology. After that, it's time to even it out, right? Wu Guohua was a little worried again. I apologize to you. Can you promise not to expose this matter? Otherwise it will have a bad impact on you and me. It will be bad on the entire army. Lu Guanshan saw him looking a little scared and sneered coldly. I won't poke him out, but things won't be that simple. If you go out to fool around, you have to admit your mistakes, and you have to stand upright when you are beaten. As a man, you should know this. After saying that, he left directly. Wu Guohua pondered on the spot for a long time. What did Lu Guanshan mean? He touched the corner of his mouth. No matter what, he had been punched and apologized. What else did Lu Guanshan want? What else? Wu Guohua had just been promoted to deputy battalion commander and had no time to think too much. Seeing that the time was coming, he quickly endured the pain at the corner of his mouth and went to the camp to lead the troops for training. After a busy day, I went to collect my salary when I was about to get off work. The rich man was very happy. Unexpectedly, when he was about to go to the canteen hungrily, someone suddenly came and stopped him. Deputy Battalion Commander Wu, I am Li Dao from the picket team, please come with us. Wu Guohua immediately froze in one breath. What soldiers fear most is the pickets. But he couldn't resist at all and had to follow immediately, speeding up his pace and following Li Dao to the picket team's office. The hanging heart finally died. Lu Guanshan sat next to the conference table with cold eyes. I report to Wu Guohua with my real name that he has no strict discipline and improper behavior. It affects the reputation of the organization and endangers my personal safety. Wu Guohua's legs were shaking. He was so nervous that he didn't know what to do. He never expected that Lu Guanshan would sue the pickets. It turns out that Lu Guanshan said he would not expose him, but that did not include not telling the pickets. Lu Guanshan really would not publicize this matter widely. Because it not only affects personal reputation, but also affects collective reputation. Therefore, he wants to deal with it privately. Wu Guohua will never escape the punishment he deserves. Comrade Wu Guohua, please truthfully explain the facts about your relationship with Comrade Yu Li, as well as your relationship with Comrade Xie Yuying. Wu Guohua was sweating constantly on his forehead, and he had only one feeling, that it was over. Xie Yuying went to the division hospital early this morning. Commander Fu's niece Bai Lingling had just returned from studying abroad when she was approached by Xie Yuying. Are you Dr. Bai? You are so beautiful. Even more beautiful than Battalion Commander Lu Guanshan's wife. She is definitely the most beautiful flower in our division. Bai Lingling originally thought it was very presumptuous for this woman to come out of nowhere and praise her. When she heard Lu Guanshan's name, her heart trembled, and she turned to stare at Xie Yuying in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Guanshan's wife? Before she went out to study this time, she went to see Lu Guanshan. He rejected her coldly as always, but Bai Lingling was sure that she could catch up with him. Who made Lu Guanshan so cold-tempered? Other women didn't dare to approach him, but she did. Besides, she had already asked her uncle, who was the chief, to be the matchmaker. In just 2 months, Lu Guanshan got married? Impossible. Looking at Bai Lingling, whose face changed drastically, Xie Yuying smiled and said, yes, Lu Guanshan got married, not long ago, but the sisters-in-law in the compound don't like this daughter-in-law. She has a bad temper and is very squeamish. She lies down and sleeps late every day. Captain Lu buys meals from the canteen and sends them back to her. Some people say that this female comrade may have insisted on relying on Captain Lu. Bai Lingling's tears rolled out all of a sudden. She didn't care about anything. She put down the things in her hands in a hurry and ran to the family compound like a fly. She wanted to find Lu Guanshan and ask him why he didn't agree to her pursuit for so long. Other women would marry him if they pestered him. She also wanted to see what kind of woman dared to snatch Lu Guanshan from her. Yu Li was really busy, concentrating on her own life, and her mentality was calm and gentle. She woke up at 9:30 in the morning, and the breakfast box that Lu Guanshan left for her was wrapped in a towel and was still warm. After eating, Yu Li started to get up and do things. First, she went into her pear palace to check the maturity of the pears. There were not many pear trees in her palace, but there was a certain number. She had transplanted some of them to her second brother's orchard before, and then she left some land empty. Yu Li tried to sow rapeseed in it. Unexpectedly, the rapeseed sprouted in just a few days, and it grew much faster than the land she planted in the family compound. It seems that the land in this pear palace is really different. After checking the seedlings, Yuli went into the back hall again. Before the shelves of the herbal medicine store were stored, she made some effective first aid pills according to the steps in the ancient books, and selected a few books and put them on the bedside table in reality, so that she could read them at will every day. Lu Guanshan didn't know what luggage she brought, so Yuli was not afraid of him suspecting anything. After finishing these, she took out a piece of the cloth she brought, took out the needle and thread, and the ruler, and made 2 pairs of pants for Lu Guanshan. The top is more complicated, but the pants are very easy to make. The reason why she didn't make a top but only pants is because Lu Guanshan has enough tops to wear now, but the pants are too expensive. He trains every day, crawling, and almost every pair of pants is scarred. Yu Li observed and added an extra lining to the places that are easy to tear. With a wife, there is no need to wear tattered clothes, even if the face is beautiful. While working, Yu Li also had some small ideas. She sewed a mountain in Lu Guanshan's pocket, and simply repaired a heart with red cotton thread next to it. Yu Li held up the red heart and couldn't help laughing. It was hidden in such a dark place, and Lu Guanshan was a rough man. I don't know if he can find it when the pants are worn out. If he can't find it, she will use this to make fun of him for being stupid in the future. Thinking of this, Yu Li couldn't help but curl her lips. Doing things for the person you love, 2 people forming a small family, 1 busy outside, 1 managing the home, this is the simplest happiness that most people pursue. Then Yu Li went to make the dough. Nowadays, there is no yeast powder. Making steamed buns and dumplings with fermented rice wine or old dough is done. Yu Li's mother brought her a piece of old dough, so she stuffed it into the flour. When making steamed buns, she could use it after soaking it. The steamed buns were very delicious. She made buns with the snow vegetables that Chen Ailan brought her, and she couldn't help thinking of her mother while making them. I have to say that Chen Ailan is really a very good mother. I couldn't help but say in my heart that now that I am married, I am trying to learn to cook like my mother. An hour later, the snow-white, soft, fluffy and delicious spicy snow vegetable buns were out of the pot. Yu Li took out a part and left a part in the pot. When Lu Guanshan came back in the evening, he could eat it. She ate 2 buns and drank some water for lunch. After dinner, I rested for a while, got up to read a book, and learned some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. When I looked up at the window in the house, I suddenly blushed when I thought about what happened last night. Lu Guanshan pampered his wife to death during the day, washing clothes, bringing her food and water, and bathing her, but at night he was really demanding. In fact, she refused, but he didn't force her, just seduced her step by step, and when she couldn't stand it anymore, he began to shirk responsibility. Wife, this is what you said, then I will continue. Thinking of this, Yu Li blushed. She got up to check the window. I don't know if this house is soundproof. It would be embarrassing if the neighbors heard it. She quickly found rags to plug all the gaps in the window, so that the soundproofing would be better. While she was busy, she suddenly heard bursts of miserable crying from outside the window. Son! My dear son! You can't die. Don't scare me. Fu Bao, wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Yu Li quickly put down the things in her hands and walked out quickly. Soon, she saw a woman in her 30s holding a 3- or 4-year-old boy crying. She staggered and held the child in her arms who was twitching all over, foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes, and happened to bump into Bai Lingling who had just rushed over. Seeing that Bai Lingling was still wearing a white coat, she quickly knelt down with the child in her arms. Doctor! Are you a doctor? Hurry up, please save my son. Bai Lingling also squatted down immediately to check the child's condition. The child was twitching violently, his whole body was stiff, the white foam he spit out was scary, and both eyes were rolled up, which looked very scary. Relying on experience, Bai Lingling immediately pinched the child's renjong with the nail of her thumb. But the child's mother Chen Ernie had already pinched the child's renjong according to the old method. Bai Lingling pinched the child hard several times, and the child bled, but still did not respond. She was a little panicked, or, send him to the division hospital. The child's body is too hot, the fever is 40 degrees. Yu Li rushed over, let me take a look. In a hurry, Yu Li checked the child's condition, touched the child's forehead and pulse, took out the silver needle from her purse, and pricked the child's left-hand finger several times until bleeding. Bai Lingling was amazed at a glance, just because the woman who suddenly appeared was so beautiful. She herself is a great beauty, but Bai Lingling is very aware that her natural appearance is not perfect, so she usually likes to study some beauty things and is very good at makeup. It can be said that she will never go out without makeup. As soon as she saw Yu Li, she was shocked that someone could be so beautiful even without being naked. Her face is flawless, her facial features on her palm-sized delicate cheeks are as if they were carved, her 3,000 blue hairs are just like dark clouds piled with snow, her lips are like vermilion, and her eyes seem to be filled with spring lake water in March. Just one look at her makes people secretly admire her. Even though she didn't wear any makeup and her hair was tied up casually, she was more elegant and charming than a fairy. Bai Lingling suddenly felt a sense of frustration, but she recovered her thoughts in time. Who are you? Are you a doctor or a nurse? You can't prick him randomly. I just pinched his philtrum to no avail. Now he needs to go to the hospital for an injection immediately. Otherwise, someone will die. Bai Lingling was a little unhappy. Yu Li flicked her jade wrist and pricked Fu Bao's Zhongcheng acupoint and Shaoshang acupoint a few times respectively. Dark black blood slowly flowed out. Chen Ernie was so frightened that she was at a loss. She subconsciously felt that she should believe Bai Lingling. After all, she was wearing a white coat and was a doctor at the division hospital. Okay, let's go to the hospital, hurry up and get the injection. The two were about to take the child away from Yu Li's arms. Suddenly, the child's twitching hand slowly stopped, the whites of his eyes returned to normal, and he let out a slight cry. Mother, mother! Chen Ernie was stunned, burst into tears, and hugged him tightly. My son! My son! Bai Lingling opened her eyes wide. They have encountered many convulsions in young children. To be honest, this is a very dangerous disease. Most of them pinch people immediately, and some can be saved, but many children will suffocate to death. She just proposed to take the child to the division hospital, but she was not very sure because the child's convulsions were too severe. Yu Li quickly reminded Chen Ernie, Ms. Fu Bao, let go of him first. Although the child has recovered, he still has a high fever. I have to give him another injection, otherwise the fever will be severe and it will be dangerous to the body. It is easy to induce other diseases. Chen Ernie now saw Yu Li as a lifesaver and immediately agreed, turning around and handing the child over to Yu Li. Yu Li gave the child a small amount of stimulation in Juyin injection and warned, take the child back to rest quickly and feed him water in small amounts and many times. I will send you some medicine later, but I don't know which family you are from. I am Lu Guanshan's daughter-in-law Yu Li. Bai Lingling originally wanted to stand up and leave. Since this woman saved the child, there was no need for her to join in the fun. But when she heard Yu Li's words, she subconsciously took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but ask, are you Lu Guanshan's wife? Yu Li turned around and saw Bai Lingling's shocked, jealous, and painful eyes. After Yu Li delivered the medicine to Chen Ernie, she thanked him profusely. Then, she returned to her home without staying for long. Bai Lingling was already waiting. The white coat was taken off and put into the bag. Bai Lingling in the white coat was a beautiful doctor. When she took off the white coat, she wore a dress with intricate craftsmanship and exquisite embroidery. She looked rich and beautiful, like a lively peony in the garden. Before Bai Lingling came, she came with anger and suspicion. When she arrived here and saw Yu Li, she felt a huge reluctance in her heart, but she knew clearly that Lu Guanshan probably liked Yu Li. No wonder he didn't get married for a long time and didn't accept anyone. Was it just to wait for a daughter-in-law like Yu Li? Pretty, tender, beautiful to the point of not being able to say anything wrong, no need to dress up, just standing there is charming and sweet. Her skin is as white as snow, her waist is slender, her chest is full, and she seems to have her own fragrance. Which man doesn't like her? Even if Yu Li is an empty shell, a vase, men will like her. But how can Lu Guanshan be like this? He is different from ordinary men. He has a bright future and will become a figure in history in the future. How can he covet the superficial beauty of a woman? What's more, after Bai Lingling dresses up, she is not much worse than Yu Li. How did he manage not to be moved by her at all? No, she can't accept this result. Yu Li looked at Bai Lingling's red eyes, and her eyes almost saw a hole in her, and sighed in her heart. In fact, she knew when she came that her man's face, figure, and style must have more than one secret admirer. Although Lu Guanshan is self-disciplined and knows how to refuse others. But there is a saying that once you see Yang Wei, you will ruin your life. If you have seen the best in the world, how can you easily settle? TSK TSK. Sure enough, this suitor has come knocking on her door. But since she has made the choice, she has no choice but to face it. What do you want to do with Lu Guanshan? Yu Li asked first. But Bai Lingling put down the cup, seeming not to want to talk to her. Let me get straight to the point with you. I knew Lu Guanshan first, and you came later. You don't know him at all. Maybe he felt sorry for you for a while, thought you were beautiful, and hurriedly married you, but I want to ask, how long can passion last? What happens after the passion? How do you plan to communicate with him? Do you understand his ideals? Do you understand his future development direction? When he encounters problems, are you able to help him run around? If he is injured, are you able to contact the hospital to arrange the best treatment for him? Do you know what Lu Guanshan went through after joining the army? He joined the army at the age of 17, and 10 years have passed. If it weren't for his lack of background, he could have climbed higher now with his qualifications. He shouldn't have been delayed, but I know all his sorrows. I can support a better future for him, but you can't, do you understand? Yu Li looked at her calmly and fell silent. I felt a little uncomfortable. It's not that I doubt anything, but I was infected by Bai Lingling's words, and I even wanted to cry. Yes, it was indeed not easy for Lu Guanshan. He had no parents and no background since he was a child. He must have suffered a lot to get to where he is now. She must love him well in the future. Bai Lingling did not expect that Yu Li's personality was completely different from her weak appearance. What she said just now was clear enough. This woman did not react at all. Bai Lingling simply stood up and looked down at Yu Li, who was sitting. My uncle is Chief Fu. I don't need to say much about the help I can bring to him, right? You are new to him now. When you encounter problems in the future, what can you do? Hide and cry? Wait for him to hate you? When you are old, it will be difficult to find a good man after divorce. It is better to divorce as soon as possible while you are young and beautiful. We are all lesbians, and I am also sincerely considering you. If you agree with my proposal, I can also help you find a job or introduce you to the next marriage. Yu Li was almost laughed out of anger. She looked innocent and opened her clear and bright eyes, but he liked to see me cry. Bai Lingling was stunned and almost choked herself to death. Yu Li was not wrong, Lu Guanshan really liked to see her cry. At night, as long as she cried, he would be more excited and work harder. Yu Li smiled. I really don't have any advantages, but he said he likes me, and I like him too. That's enough. Bai Lingling was almost mad. She was so angry that her fingers were shaking. She grabbed her backpack and looked at Yu Li coldly. Ridiculous. Like? Look at how many people in this compound get married because of love. Marriage is about suitability. Don't blame me for not reminding you now when you are abandoned in the future. Yu Li blinked. Then, don't you want him to like you? Bai Lingling felt that her heart was stabbed and bleeding. How could she not like Lu Guanshan to like her? I dream about it. Yu Li, this woman, is really not a good person. She used Lu Guanshan's love to pierce her heart. Bai Lingling endured the bitterness and left a sentence, then you should pray that he will always like you. From ancient times to now, no outstanding man has only one woman in his life. She can endure, can wait, and cannot be Lu Guanshan's first woman. But the last one, maybe it's her? With such a thought, Bai Lingling left Yu Li's place angrily. Yu Li snorted, and had to torture Lu Guanshan severely at night to ask him what was going on. This woman is so arrogant, is she going to die? She never thought of relying on love, just enjoying the present. Do you have to pretend to be unhappy when you are happy? The most important thing for people is to be yourself. That day, Lu Guanshan came back late because of the patrol team. Wu Guohua didn't go back at all. After Xie Yuing went to Bai Lingling to stir up trouble, she went to the nursery to try out for a day. She is the best at pretending to be gentle, and the children like her. Teacher Sun, the director of the nursery, means that Xie Yuing can go to work tomorrow. This makes Xie Yuing feel so good. Wu Guohua planned to get his salary today, and she also found a job, so good days are coming, right? On the contrary, Yu Li has Bai Lingling, and the couple will definitely be angry. But Xie Yuing didn't expect that she would be stopped at the door of her house. Comrade Xie Yuing, we are from the patrol team. Your husband Wu Guohua has been investigated there. Please come with us. Xie Yuing immediately struggled. I don't know anything. Did you make a mistake? But the patrol team would never let her go. They took her away directly. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs, feed 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. After Xie Yuing was taken to the interrogation room, she realized how terrifying this place was that made all her comrades fearful. Serious and cold, the light from the incandescent lamp was very dazzling, shining directly on the top of her head. The interrogator looked serious and looked like the king of hell. It seems like she has committed such a big sin. Comrade Xie Yuing, please tell the truth about your relationship with Wu Guohua and Yu Li since you met. Xie Yuing cried aggrievedly. Seriously? Don't cry. Her tears were scared away. At first, she wanted to discredit Yu Li and portray herself and Wu Guohua as clean and pure. But the examiner's face was really scary. If your subsequent confession is inconsistent with Wu Guohua's, or inconsistent with the facts we investigated, you will be severely punished. I hope you remember this. Xie Yuing was almost stunned, panting, her scalp was tight, and she was covered in sweat. She originally wanted to carry it to death, but this interrogation lasted for 6 hours, until late at night. Several very fierce-looking people took turns interrogating her and asking repeated questions. Xie Yuing had no choice but to tell the facts piecemeal. But she felt aggrieved after all. It was Wu Guohua who told me that he and Yu Li have no relationship and will break off the engagement sooner or later. I didn't mean to interfere with them. What's more, they are not married, they are just engaged. The unloved one is the third party. On Wu Guohua's side, he knew the power of the picket team better than Xie Yuing. This is the group of people who get on the train early every year because they are afraid of being beaten. He usually does things without mercy and his methods are quite ruthless. He was silent for a while and then told the truth. I was obsessed with making a mistake and fell in love with comrade Xie Yuing. Yu Li is the fiancé my mother set for me, and I have no feelings for her. As for Camp Commander Lu, it was my mother who made a mistake and did something like that. I have been here for so many years, how could I risk everything for something like this? I tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen to me. But everything is my fault after all. I am willing to apologize to the organization, to Camp Commander Lu, and to Comrade Yu Li. I accept all punishments imposed by the organization. The interrogator slammed the table with a blue face and yelled at Wu Guohua, you are the one who went out from the 761 Corps, and your face was thrown into Java. Can you do such a thing? What do the people think of us? The organization trusts you so much that it promoted you to deputy battalion commander. Look in the mirror and see if you look like this. If the people under your command knew about it, who would obey you? Wu Guohua, if this kind of thing was not said to affect the face of our 761 Corps, you must be allowed to accept everyone's criticism. The two of them were in 2 separate rooms, sweating profusely and suffering mental and physical torture. In the end, it was Political Commissar Xiao who bailed them out, ensuring that they would never make any mistakes again. But this time, he was still punished. Wu Guohua went directly from the newly promoted deputy battalion commander to the squad leader, and he had to live in the detached house he was originally assigned with the family of another squad leader. In addition, 3 months' salary will be used as compensation, and the accountant will directly deduct it and transfer it to Lu Guanshan. Overnight, Wu Guohua seemed to have returned to a few years ago. He struggled hard and sweated countless times. All the efforts he put in so many days and nights were wasted in an instant. Xie Yuing was not much better. She was the woman, so she was half the victim. But when she and Wu Guohua were getting along, she knew that the other had a fiancé. After they got married, they spread unfavorable rumors in the family courtyard and instigated unity among the family members. These are moral mistakes, but they also violate the regulations of the family home and need to be punished. The women's director came forward and after discussion, it was decided that Xie Yuing should be responsible for cleaning the family's courtyard. The entire courtyard should be cleaned every morning and evening, and all garbage should be cleared away. Lasts for 1 month. When Xie Yuing walked out of the picket line, her feet were so weak that she fainted. Wu Guohua was like a walking zombie, his eyes were red, and he carried Xie Yuing back after being reminded. She woke up when she got home. You looked at me, and I looked at you. Wu Guohua's eyes were cold and depressed, showing deep despair and suppressed anger. If you hadn't been sowing trouble everywhere, Yu Li and Lu Guanshan would have let us go. From the day we came back, you started to sow discord in front of the sisters-in-law in the family home. Xie Yuing was so aggrieved that she immediately cried, her pale face filled with resentment. Do you blame me? Blame me? It's not because of your mother. Who told her not to do things carefully enough? Do you know how much you suffered today because of me? She was treated like a prisoner. Interrogation, have you ever cared about me? Wu Guohua sneered, so you care about me? How many times have I told you, stay away from Yu Li? Now that I have become the squad leader, my salary has been fined and I have been warned. Are you satisfied? It's obviously the same thing. Why didn't Yu Li make a fuss? Instead, you made such a fuss. Do you have any brains? I heard him comparing himself to Yu Li and scolding himself for being brainless. Xie Yuing raised her hand to slap him again. But this time, Wu Guohua grabbed her hand and gritted his teeth and said, don't you know that a man's face is very important? Look at some woman who slapped her husband in the face. After saying that, he slapped Xie Yuing mercilessly. Xie Yuing's ears were buzzing and she cried even more in pain. She rushed forward and screamed fiercely, I will fight you. Wu Guohua. You coward. You are the one who let me down, and you still dare to hit me. If it weren't for my cousin's husband, would you have come out? The two of them started to fight, and Xie Yuing used her long nails to cut a cut on Wu Guohua's right cheek. They smashed tables and chairs, thermoses, and porcelain basins like a competition, and soon the floor was in a mess. Xie Yuing squatted on the ground and cried, and Wu Guohua kicked the door hard and went out directly. The Lu family was only a few dozen meters away. Lu Guanshan ate the big buns made by Yu Li and praised them highly. After taking a bath and brushing their teeth, they lay down on the bed. I want to tell you something. Let's talk about it later, let's get down to business first. Yu Li held his hand helplessly, Lu Guanshan. I'm talking about business too. Then let me eat the buns, I'll tell you business after I finish eating. He said seriously. Yu Li was puzzled, brother, you just ate 9 big buns. Still eating? He smiled playfully, his deep eyes twinkling like stars, but I want to eat better buns. After saying that, Yu Li felt that the buttons in front of her that were already tightly stretched were neatly unbuttoned. Lu Guanshan buried his head and got busy. Yu Li's face was hot, and she quickly reached out to pull the light cord beside the bed, pretending that she couldn't see anything. But in the dark, the sense of touch is more sensitive. Yu Li never knew that there was a kind of eating in the world that would be like this. She closed her eyes and went with the flow. Although she didn't speak, she could clearly feel that the two of them had become more skilled and fit each time in the past few days, and the sparks of collision were more intense. It was so intense that she fainted. When she opened her eyes, it was already the next morning. Lu Guanshan went to work in a refreshed mood early in the morning. He brought for steamed buns, which were heated on the stove, and took them to the office to eat. He left 2 in the pot for Yu Li, and stewed a bowl of tender eggs for her. Yu Li had no time to tell Lu Guanshan about bilingling. But early in the morning, when Lu Guanshan arrived at the battalion office with steamed buns, he saw bilingling. She was wearing a pure white dress, with curly hair and a bow tie. Men passing by couldn't help but take a look, because she was really beautiful, pure white and weak, and her beauty made people feel pity. Lu Guanshan didn't notice it, but just thought that he had to close the door when he went into the office to eat the steamed buns, otherwise he would definitely be snatched away. Bai Lingling ran up to stop him, tears in her eyes. Lu Guanshan. You have to give me an explanation. Lu Guanshan was stunned, frowned and said, someone died? You are crying so early in the morning? What explanation can I give you? Bai Lingling was so anxious that her face turned red. Yesterday she went back and thought for a long time. Maybe Lu Guanshan liked a woman like Yu Li who was pretentious and loved to cry, so she should cry too. But I didn't expect Lu Guanshan would react like this. She gritted her teeth. No one died. I felt sad, so I cried. I have been chasing you for so long, and you got married without saying hello? It would be fine if it was someone who was better than me in all aspects, but not as good as mine in every way. How do you want me to admit defeat? How do you want me to behave? I'm not convinced. Today you have to give me an explanation. Lu Guanshan frowned and looked at her. She had run up to him several times before to show her attentiveness and get close to him, but every time he coldly rejected her. But it doesn't count as a quarrel, because considering that she is a lesbian and Chief Fu's niece, things cannot be done too harshly. But Bai Lingling still refused to give up even after knowing that he was married. Don't talk about love or not, this is a perverted thing done by a person who has no self-esteem and is extremely possessive. He thought that Bai Lingling was very likely to cause trouble in front of Yu Li, and he immediately began to pay attention to this matter. The wife I finally got married must not be disturbed by anything. Lu Guanshan's voice was cold. Since you want an explanation, I will give you an explanation. You wait for me here for a while, and I will go up and arrange things for today. Bai Lingling was a little surprised, but also happy. She knew that since her conditions were so good in all aspects, Lu Guanshan definitely had no feelings for her. She would open her heart and have a good talk with Lu Guanshan later. The wrong marriage should never have started in the first place. Soon, Lu Guanshan came down from the office on the second floor. He has long legs, a strong waist and narrow shoulders, and his body proportions are perfect. Wearing a grass-green daily training uniform, he looks absolutely handsome. Bai Lingling looked at him infatuatedly, and shyly watched Lu Guanshan drive her out of the station. She couldn't help but wonder, did Yu Li know that Lu Guanshan was watching her? But Bai Lingling didn't expect that Lu Guanshan would bring her to Chief Fu. Chief Fu is usually very serious and even harsh towards Lu Guanshan. He alone set some training standards for Lu Guanshan, scolds him for not working hard enough, etc. Many people felt that Chief Fu treated Lu Guanshan a little too much. Some people even speculated that Chief Fu disliked Lu Guanshan. But Lu Guanshan didn't think much about it. He followed the standards set by Chief Fu and made progress time and time again, becoming better and better. He admires heroes like Chief Fu. Although he has not had the upbringing of his father since he was a child, he has been lucky enough to be able to train with such a big shot since he entered the military camp. Chief Fu was lowering his head to sign the document, his face usually tense and serious, not angry but confident. When the guard said that Lu Guanshan and Bai Lingling were here, he shouted like a bell, "Come in." Lu Guanshan went in, straightened his body, and gave a standard salute. Chief Fu stood up, looked around him, and hit him twice on the shoulder. Recovering pretty well. Bai Lingling was anxious. "Uncle, how could you come up and punch him twice? We came to you today because we have something to tell you, and we hope you can fulfill it." She thought that Lu Guanshan must have brought her to her uncle to resolve the marriage matter. He must have regretted marrying Yu Li, so he took her directly to find his uncle. Lu Guanshan interrupted her and said directly to Chief Fu, "Report to Chief. I made a mistake. Comrade Bai Lingling misunderstood me somewhere. She ran to the door of my office early this morning crying and asked me for an explanation. I am married. Whether it is my lover or myself, or the entire army, such a thing has an extremely bad impact. Since Comrade Bai Lingling is your niece, I would like to ask you to witness it today and make it clear, to avoid more misunderstandings in the future." Bai Lingling opened her eyes wide and was shaking with anger. Your uncle? That's not the case." She was scared to death. Chief Fu had a sharp eye. He looked at Bai Lingling and then at Lu Guanshan, and he quickly understood. That's right, if Bai Lingling really makes a big fuss, his reputation will be affected. Xiao Lu is thinking about the overall situation. His eyes darkened. "Bai Lingling, please tell me clearly what's going on. Where did Xiao Lu provoke you? Or did he give you a promise? Or did you unilaterally pester others?" Bai Lingling's face turned red and white, and she couldn't say those words for a moment. Chief Fu shouted, "Say!" Bai Lingling cried instantly, "Uncle, I was wrong. I just wanted to ask why he would rather marry someone else than me." After saying that, she turned her head and covered her mouth tightly, trying her best to hold back her crying. Lu Guanshan said calmly, "Comrade Bai Lingling, I only like my lover in this life. I have always loved her before and will always love her in the future. In front of Chief Fu today, I hope we can make this clear so that nothing will misunderstand anyone in the future. I'm sorry for your feelings." After saying that, he left quickly, leaving space for Chief Fu and Bai Lingling. Chief Fu's only son had an accident many years ago, and it was Bai Lingling, his niece, who often came to their house to make him happy. Therefore, he was dissatisfied with Bai Lingling, but he still tolerated it. After Bai Lingling had cried enough, she said, "Okay, go out and cry, and ask your aunt to accompany you to buy 2 more beautiful dresses. Don't do any nonsense in the future." Bai Lingling got up and ran away, feeling filled with grief and anger. Ran to the office of the chief surgeon of the hospital, opened the door and threw herself into the arms of her aunt. "Aunt! I feel so bad. Woo, aunt, why doesn't the person I like want me? My uncle won't help me either." Bai Hongmian took off her mask and hugged Bai Lingling to comfort her. "Is it still the guy surnamed Lu? What does he have? He doesn't have a family background, but he looks better and has a slightly more outstanding ability. Is it worth it for you?" Bai Lingling was not convinced and raised her red and swollen eyes. "But didn't you refuse to get married at the beginning, waiting for your uncle's ex-wife to die of dystocia, and waited for several years before marrying your uncle?" Bai Hongmian immediately sank. "Bai Lingling, what nonsense are you talking about?" Bai Lingling knew she had said the wrong thing, and quickly asked, "Aunt, are you feeling better? You are almost 40 years old, and it will be difficult to give birth if you don't get pregnant." This made Bai Hongmian fall into deep thought, with sadness in her eyes. After the child got into trouble, she admitted that she was somewhat happy in her heart, because her husband could finally draw a clear line with his ex-wife. But she didn't expect that after so many years, Chief Fu was still unwilling to have children. Why, the ex-wife had been dead for so many years, and the child had been in trouble for a long time. Why did Chief Fu still have them in his heart? Bai Hongmian suddenly developed a stronger hatred for this ex-wife. Isn't Lu Guanshan's current wife the same for Lingling? Obviously, she and Lingling are equally excellent, but men always value women who are not as good as them. Bai Hongmian wiped Bai Lingling's tears. "Don't worry about it, Lu Guanshan is blind, but don't worry, the 2 of them can't live well. I'll find a chance to meet that woman." "Did she embarrass you too?" "Why did she embarrass you? You are the niece of me and the chief, and she should pay the price if she dares to bully you." Unexpectedly, the next day, Bai Hongmian met Yu Li window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed is 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. That night, Yu Li finally got the chance and told Lu Guanshan about Bai Lingling's visit to her house during dinner. Lu Guanshan frowned and told him about sending Bai Lingling to Chief Fu to draw a clear line. Yu Li didn't expect that Lu Guanshan could solve the problem so neatly when he didn't know Bai Lingling was coming home. He is indeed the man she likes. In addition, Lu Guanshan also told her about Wu Guohua and Xie Yueying. The 2 were taken away by the patrol team for interrogation for most of the night. Political Commissar Xiao bailed them out. Wu Guohua was demoted to squad leader and fined 3 months' salary as compensation to us. Xie Yueying was warned and cleaned the family compound for 3 months. Yu Li was overjoyed. She hugged Lu Guanshan and kissed him. "Husband, you are so awesome. Both male and female supporting roles can fight." Lu Guanshan couldn't help but feel proud after being kissed by her. "Of course your husband is powerful. If someone bullies you again in the future, tell me immediately and I will kill them." Yu Li's eyes were full of stars. "Okay. This is really a good place to sit with your back to a big tree." That night, because they were in such a good mood, the 2 of them went toss and turn twice. Originally, Yu Li was afraid that he would come for the 3rd time, but Lu Guanshan was a little frustrated. "The director of the women's department scolded me, saying that I didn't know how to control myself. I asked for condoms twice. I wonder if the hospital sells this stuff?" Yu Li shivered and covered his mouth. "I mean well. Indulgence is harmful to your health, young man." Lu Guanshan hugged her and asked while kissing, "Did you feel uncomfortable just now?" "Who?" The voice became lower and lower. "Who told me to go faster?" Yu Li couldn't help but beat him all over the bed in shame. "Don't say it, don't say it." "Shut up." Lu Guanshan chased her and kissed her, asking relentlessly, "You don't admit it after eating? You little conscienceless? You don't admit it, right? Believe it or not, I will prove myself again. Anyway, it's okay if you don't have that thing. At most, we can have a baby earlier." Yu Li's face was flushed, and the atmosphere became warm again as they fought and made a fuss. His kiss gradually became hot, and he grabbed her tender white hands and pressed them on her head. But no one expected that after the bed was tossed for several nights, the beam suddenly broke with a click. Fortunately, Lu Guanshan reacted quickly and immediately hugged Yu Li and rolled over. The next moment, the bed collapsed with a bang. Yu Li, I'm already obedient. Lu Guanshan touched his nose. The two stood by the bed with their clothes in disarray, staring at each other. Lu Guanshan quickly found tools to repair things, but the bed was badly broken and could not be repaired. They could only sleep in the second bedroom first. Early the next morning, Lu Guanshan asked for leave, and then returned to take Yu Li to the city. After they got married and settled down here, they needed to buy a lot of things. Lu Guanshan felt that he owed Yu Li a lot. Now, they have to buy a new bed. But of course, they can't let people know that the bed was killed by their exercise. Yu Li felt a little guilty. The two of them were too crazy. Early in the morning, she dressed up specially, wearing a light yellow floral dress and a high ponytail that made her look very youthful and lively. Her beautiful face was not made up, but still bright and beautiful. Before leaving, Lu Guanshan couldn't help but hug her, let her legs clamp around his waist, and kissed her for a long time. Yu Li always sighed that this man's waist is really amazing. As soon as the two of them went out, they unexpectedly met Xie Yuing, who was cleaning the family compound. Since returning to the family compound, Xie Yuing has been getting thinner and thinner. She was in a bad mood, didn't eat well, and had a fierce quarrel with Wu Guohua for several days in a row. She was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. How could she gain weight? On the other hand, Yu Li's face was rosy and her face was full of smiles. It was obvious that not only her stomach was well fed, but her body was also well nourished. Xie Yuing's back teeth were about to break. She got up at 5 in the morning to clean up, and her whole body was smelly, sweating, and her bangs were stuck together. Why did Yu Li stay out of it so cleanly and easily? She held the broom tightly in her hand, but could only temporarily avoid Yu Li's anger, and grievance still made her tears roll down. The wife of political commissar Xiao, who came to help her, Xie Yuing's aunt, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Guanshan and Yu Li. She held Xie Yuing's arm distressfully. Yuying, there is still a long time to live. It's just a fall. What are you afraid of? When I was young, I encountered more serious things than you. I survived and became the wife of the political commissar? Xie Yuing wiped her tears with sobs. Aunt, I just feel unwilling. If I really did something wrong, it would be fine, but I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not the one who is wrong. I'm not the selfish, vicious, and heartless person. Why didn't she get retribution? The aunt's eyes turned red and she whispered, there is still a long time to live. There are many opportunities. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be rewarded with evil. It's not that there is no retribution, but it's not that the time has not come yet. Xie Yuing listened to her aunt's words in despair. It was indeed very inspiring, but what should she do now? Wu Guohua quarreled with her so fiercely that they seemed to have become enemies. Even political commissar Xiao got angry at his cousin's aunt because of this incident and had a big fight with her. The most uncomfortable thing is that Wu Guohua has not received any salary for the past few months. What does she eat and drink? Yu Li, the culprit, even dressed up and went somewhere unknown. Why did she do that? The most despicable and damnable person is Yu Li. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan only glanced at them and didn't pay much attention to Xie Yuing and her cousin. But as Yu Li walked forward with Lu Guanshan, she asked, political commissar Xiao seems to be very good to Xie Yuing? In fact, she and Xie Yuing were best friends a long time ago, but she had never heard Xie Yuing mention this pair of cousins and uncles. If the cousin really cared about her, why didn't she care before? But if she didn't care, these cousins were really good to her since Xie Yuing came to her cousin. In the original book, the cousin was as close to Xie Yuing as mother and daughter. Lu Guanshan thought for a while and said, political commissar Xiao is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. It is estimated that his wife cares about this cousin-niece very much. But as far as I know, political commissar Xiao rarely uses his connections to intercede for anyone, and he beats his son to death when he makes mistakes. Yu Li was a little surprised, and suddenly some doubts arose in her heart. It would be disgusting if Xie Yuing continued to make trouble with the help of political commissar Xiao in the future. When she arrived in the city, she bought stationery, envelopes and stamps with Lu Guanshan, and wrote a letter to her elder brother Yu Tuanjie on the spot. She hoped that he could find time to find out about the relationship between Xie Yuing, the cousin, and Xie Yuing's mother. Then, the two began to go shopping, happily buying things for their family. The first thing Lu Guanshan wanted to buy was a watch. You have to buy a watch for marriage, I can't treat you badly. Yu Li actually felt that it was unnecessary, but Lu Guanshan was always very persistent in such matters. She wanted to argue a few more words, and he whispered in her ear, either add one more time in the evening, or be obedient and buy a watch. Choose for yourself. Yu Li was so scared that she subconsciously said, buy a watch. The salesperson looked at this pair of handsome men and beautiful women like stars walking down from a picture magazine, and smiled so happily. He quickly took out several watches. These are the ones we just got in our store, Plum, Seiko, and this most expensive double lion watch. You are so young, you must know that double lion watches are hard to get. We also waited for a long time for this one to arrive. It just so happens that you are lucky today and came across it. Lu Guanshan looked at the double lion watch and liked it very much. Then let's give this one to my wife to try first. Looking at the exquisite and elegant double lion watch, Yu Li also liked it very much. But unexpectedly, a hand suddenly stretched out and snatched the watch. Bai Lingling came out to go shopping with her aunt Bai Hongmian and unexpectedly ran into Lu Guanshan with Yu Li. She snatched the double lion watch without thinking. Auntie, I like this watch so much. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs a feed is 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Bai Lingling really likes double lion watches. After her previous one broke, she still hasn't waited for the new one to arrive. After finally seizing the opportunity, she snatched it from Yu Li. She was so excited. A few days ago, I was insulted by Yu Li and Lu Guanshan's partnership, so much anger dissipated. Yu Li was speechless and wanted to roll her eyes. Lu Guanshan's face immediately darkened. Bai Hongmian looked at Lu Guanshan and guessed that the beautiful and charming lesbian next to him was probably that Yu Li. Such a girl has nothing but good looks, no family background, and no serious job. Lu Guanshan is really a pervert with short-sighted eyes. With a kind and decent smile, she glanced at Bai Lingling dotingly and said with a smile, Xiao Lu is also shopping? Is your injury much better? Lingling has always liked double lion watches. Whenever she has time, she will run into the city. However, these lion watches are not cheap. Xiao Lu, your monthly salary is only that much. You don't have a family, so you can't squander it like other children from rich families. Otherwise, how will you live in the future? Give a woman whatever she wants, how will she live her life in the future? If one of the couple is ignorant, the other must be sensible and run the house. For the sake of your leader, I would like to say a few words of respect to you as an elder. If it were someone else, I wouldn't say this. You too, don't you think I'm too talkative? Lu Guanshan frowned. He was not familiar with Director Bai. He just knew him. How could he educate him as an elder? Yu Li couldn't help it at all, and said with a smile, Auntie, what you need to do most is not to teach us to be sensible as elders, but to educate comrade Bai Lingling well. 3-year-old children know that it is wrong to snatch other people's things. Comrade Bai Lingling, who taught you to snatch things? Bai Hongmian's expression immediately changed. Xiao Lu. Is this your lover? He comes from the countryside. So uneducated. Lu Guanshan originally wanted to save some face for her, but now he said with a cold face, what my wife said is that I think Chief Fu will never teach his children to steal other people's things. Yesterday, Bai Lingling came to provoke my lover, and today she came to snatch the watch again. I must have said that I didn't speak clearly enough yesterday. In this case, I will go to the administrative office of the division hospital tomorrow to make sure this matter is resolved properly. Bai Lingling held her watch and stood behind her aunt without saying a word. She knew that her aunt would definitely protect her. Sure enough, Bai Hongmian sneered, Lingling is willing to come and talk to her because she thinks highly of her. Is she made of gold? Are 2 words said to her wrong by others? Lu Guanshan, don't think you are so great. She looked at Lu Guanshan eagerly and warned him with her eyes. He is the chief's wife, can he afford to offend her? Who is usually disrespectful when meeting her? But who knows, Lu Guanshan is not afraid at all. Well, there is a public office outside. I will call Chief Fu first, and then call the administrative office of the division hospital. He said that he really wanted to go out. It was the first time that Bai Hongmian saw such a bold person who dared to challenge the chief's wife. This was the first time she was deflated. But if this matter really comes to Chief Fu, she will definitely ignore it. Bai Hongmian stepped forward and grabbed Lu Guanshan's arm. Do you dare to listen to the end? As he said this, his heart skipped a beat. Lingling. Give her the watch back. Bai Lingling was frightened and bit her lip in reluctance, but seeing that her aunt had no choice but to put the watch back with tears in her eyes. Lu Guanshan was not satisfied. Comrade Bai Lingling needs to bow and apologize to my lover for what happened yesterday, otherwise this matter will not be over. Bai Lingling opened her eyes wide. Lu Guanshan, you are going too far. You clearly know that I am treating you, Lu Guanshan interrupted her. I'll say it again, you have to admit it if you make a mistake. If you insist on me going to bring the matter to the administrative office, I'll do whatever you want. Bai Hongmian took a deep breath, and her face turned green. But in the end, Bai Lingling could only bow and apologize. Bai Lingling never thought that there would be such a humiliating day. Does Lu Guanshan hate her so much? Is Yuli that good? It's worth it for him to offend the leader's wife, but he must also protect her. He didn't want to think about it. His aunt was the chief's wife. Even if she didn't interfere in official affairs, just a few words from the pillow could have a great influence on Lu Guanshan. But Bai Lingling had no choice. With Lu Guanshan's tough attitude, Bai Hongmian couldn't protect her. In the end, Bai Lingling could only bow reluctantly. I'm sorry. I won't do it next time. Before Yu Li could react, someone suddenly shouted not far away. Oops! Someone's killed. Help! Help! A lot of blood. What happened? Did you fall? Ouch, there's a lot of blood on this thigh. Bai Lingling and Bai Hongmian quickly took advantage of this opportunity and left. The two rushed to the injured person's place. Yu Li also wanted to go. Lu Guanshan said from the side, Chief Fu's wife, that is Director Bai just now, is the director of surgery at the division hospital. Let her go and have a look first. The two paid for the watches, stuffed the watches into their bags, and then walked out. There was a man groaning in pain on the side of the road. Bai Hongmian and Bai Lingling performed first aid together. We are doctors from the division hospital. We can definitely save him. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan also gathered around to watch. But it was obvious that Director Bai couldn't stop the injured person's bleeding. It was very difficult to send him to the hospital immediately. As soon as he moved, the injured person's blood spurted out violently. Bai Lingling was stunned. Aunt, his condition is not right. How can we send him to the hospital? He will die soon if he bleeds so much. This was the first time that Director Bai had seen such a dangerous situation, and her hands trembled. Yu Li squeezed up at once. All of you get out of the way. I'll do it. Director Bai turned around and saw Yu Li, and her eyes instantly showed disgust. What are you doing? I'm saving people. This is a matter of life and death. But who knew that Lu Guanshan grabbed Director Bai's arm and pulled her away, leaving room for Yu Li. Yu Li immediately knelt beside the injured person, took out silver needles and alcohol from the bag she brought with her, found the injured person's acupuncture points and began to stimulate them, while treating the wounds and bandaging them with gauze. Director Bai roared, send him to the hospital. Don't waste time. If you delay any longer, this person will definitely die. Bai Lingling thought about the last time Yu Li saved the child, and now she is saving people here again. If she really succeeds in saving people, won't she be more proud? What's more, what crooked method she used. The most important thing is to send him to the hospital. She quickly persuaded the injured's family, this person doesn't know any medical skills. He is just making trouble and delaying your family's life. Send him to the hospital. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push. Mode, thumbs, feed is 01. Container, tabulas below article the thumbnail 300x250. Placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250. Target_type, mix. Yu Li took off the injured person's shoes, quickly found the Liuwan acupoint on the instep, pricked it a few times with a needle, and then found Yinbai, Kongzue, Tsuza, and other acupoints and stimulated them one by one. Under Bai Lingling's persuasion, the injured family members instantly became worried. Then, let's send him to the hospital. But Yu Li said coldly, do you listen to her? Ask her if she dares to guarantee that the injured can survive. Director Bai was dragged by Lu Guanshan and couldn't move. Bai Lingling's lips trembled. When she looked at the injured family members, how could she dare to speak? Yu Li was really frivolous. The injured man was bleeding all over the floor and was unconscious. Who can guarantee survival? But Yu Li didn't think too much and knelt down calmly on the ground. Taking advantage of the temporary slowdown of bleeding when the acupuncture points were stimulated, she quickly tore open the gauze wrapped in white and red cotton. It was a conventional bandaging method. And there is nothing wrong. But in such a serious situation as the injured, it is obvious that Director Bai is not good at medicine and is not worthy of the title of director at all. At most, he is an ordinary doctor who follows the script. She neatly crushed a pill she brought with her into powder and sprinkled it on the wound, then quickly applied a ring bandage to compress and stop the bleeding. Blood once splashed onto her fair face, and the onlookers were all heartbroken and exclaimed. Lu Guanshan was guarding her, and he was deeply shocked. His wife is indeed no ordinary person. After Yu Li's treatment was completed, the family members also found a rickshaw and hurriedly took the patient to the hospital. She and Lu Guanshan followed suit. Bai Lingling originally wanted to go, but Director Bai pulled her back with a blue face. Judging from the extent of the patient's bleeding, he will definitely die. At first, I only planned to bandage it and let his family members send him to the hospital. Otherwise, if he dies in our hands, his family will definitely cause trouble for us. This Lu Guanshan's wife is stupid and expressive. Let her go and see how she handles it afterwards. Bai Lingling was also a little scared, so she went home with her aunt without saying anything more. But the aunt and nephew were really unhappy as they went shopping today. Even when the nanny at home brought food to her after she returned home, Bai Lingling couldn't eat it. Bai Hongmian snorted and gave her a piece of fish with chopsticks. Are you so angry over such a trivial matter? That criminal below Lu Guanshan grabbed my arm in the street and prevented me from saving people. I'm not even angry. Bai Lingling drooped her face. Aunt! I want to tell my uncle about this. Anyway, my uncle is very strict with Lu Guanshan, and he will definitely teach Lu Guanshan a lesson. Bai Hongmian frowned. Is it useful to complain when something happens? Chief Fu, will you listen to complaints? If she had listened, she would have used this trick long ago. Bai Hongmian said thoughtfully, we girls from the Bai family, if we like someone, we don't need to pursue him in a lowly manner. You just need to wait, and when he falls in the mud, he will naturally know how to analyze the pros and cons. Cherish yours. Who is Lu Guanshan? He's just a new battalion commander with no foundation. He's just a quick talker. Do you still need to use your uncle? She got up and went directly to call the wife of Captain Chen, Lu Guanshan's immediate superior, and asked her to have coffee together in the afternoon. Then, in front of Bai Lingling, he hinted to Mrs. Chen that Chief Fu had a strong opinion on Lu Guanshan and felt that this person had bad character and hoped that Chief Chen would give him a hard beating. Mrs. Chen was stunned, but thinking that Bai Hongmian was Chief Fu's lover, she didn't doubt that the others would tell her husband about it when they got home that night. Captain Chen rubbed his face. The chief is indeed very strict with Xiao Lu, but when Xiao Lu was injured, the chief personally went there and cared about Xiao Lu. This matter is really fucking confusing. But in order not to offend the chief and Director Bai, he decided to give Lu Guanshan a beating. In addition, Director Bai also found the female director of the family hospital and made it clear that people who are not from the division hospital will not delay other people's illness in the family hospital with some earthly tricks. The women's director was frightened by the reprimand, so she turned around and asked around, only to find out that it was Lu Guanshan's lover Yu Li who was treating patients in the family hospital. She had a big head and decided to talk to Yu Li as soon as possible. Bai Lingling was so impressed that her aunt was so awesome. There is no need to use my uncle at all, just moving his lips is enough for Lu Guanshan and that Yu Li to drink from a pot. She was in a good mood, waiting for Lu Guanshan and Yu Li to apologize to her. After Yu Li and Lu Guanshan sent the injured to the hospital, the emergency doctor immediately began to rescue the injured. Fortunately, because Yu Li stopped the bleeding in time, the patient's life was not in danger. Before leaving, Yu Li also left a prescription and a few pills. If after your operation in the hospital, the injured person continues to have a low fever or is in a coma, you can boil a dose of medicine and drink it. This pill is for pain relief. If the injured person wakes up and the pain is severe, take one. The family members of the injured were extremely grateful. Benefactor, you are really our family's benefactors. Please leave your name and home address, and we will come to thank you in person later. Yu Li curved her lips and smiled. No need, I didn't do anything. You just need to take good care of him. Just as they were talking, Lu Guanshan came to pick up Yu Li, and the two of them said goodbye. While walking downstairs, Yu Li looked at Lu Guanshan. Did you just go buy medicine? What medicine do you want to buy? If you feel uncomfortable, you can come to me first. The corners of Lu Guanshan's lips curled up, and he laughed softly. I really want to ask you for this kind of discomfort, but some things can only be bought by the hospital. The women's director at the station said that I received too much and wouldn't give it to me. Yu Li. Her cheeks instantly heated up, and she quickly coughed. Lu Guanshan. This is outside. Seeing that his wife was embarrassed, Lu Guanshan chuckled twice. My fault. Let's go buy a bed. Yu Li. But we do have to buy a bed, a new and sturdy one. The two of them went to the furniture market for a while, and finally chose the latest Siemens bed. This bed is much more comfortable than a wooden bed or an iron bed. There is nothing wrong with it except that it is expensive. Originally, Yu Li was reluctant to spend it. Although they have some savings in their pockets now, it still hurts to spend so much money at once. Lu Guanshan thought it was worth buying, otherwise, if it collapses again later. Yu Li was completely speechless and was also convinced. The two bought a Siemens bed, a sewing machine, a wardrobe, and a desk. All in all, it cost 500 yuan. Yu Li secretly made up her mind that she had to hurry up and make money. Because he couldn't be too high profile in the family compound, Lu Guanshan made an agreement with the furniture seller to have them deliver it at night, so as to avoid being watched by others. The two of them had another meal in the city and then returned to the family compound early. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Zhong Wenli, the director of women's affairs, standing at the door and looking at their house. Yu Li didn't know her, but Lu Guanshan did. He paused and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Could this person be here to teach him not to indulge himself? Anyway, the first 2 times he went to ask for family planning supplies, Zhong Wenli seriously criticized him for not being too excessive. Seeing Lu Guanshan like this, Yu Li couldn't help asking, who is this person? When the couple walked to the door, Zhong Wenli turned around and said calmly, are you back? Captain Lu, I haven't seen your wife since she came to the base, so I came to talk to her. The director of women's affairs is responsible for some affairs of the sisters-in-law in the family compound, and it is normal to chat with the military personnel. But Lu Guanshan still asked directly, Director Zhong, my wife is shy, you can ask me if you have anything to say. Let's go in and sit down first. Zhong Wenli said, that may not work, Commander Chen is also looking for you, if you want you to come back, go to him. Lu Guanshan and Yu Li looked at each other. Yu Li smiled quickly, then you go, if it's something urgent, I will chat with Director Zhong. Lu Guanshan could only go to Commander Chen, thinking that Director Zhong usually works in a disciplined manner, and it should be just some daily chats. It won't embarrass Yu Li. Anyway, he will go to Commander Chen as soon as possible, and come back to accompany his wife after solving the problem. As soon as Lu Guanshan left, Yu Li politely let Zhong Wenli in. It was evening now, and the sunset glow was in full swing. Zhong Wenli couldn't help but be surprised when she walked into the small courtyard. Many houses nearby have similar layouts. The courtyard where Lu Guanshan lived was previously occupied by others, and Zhong Wenli had also been here. At that time, it was messy and looked ordinary. But now it has been cleaned up by Yu Li. The green seedlings in the vegetable garden are growing well, red dried peppers are hanging under the eaves, and there are noodles made by Yu Li on the ropes. When I entered the main room, I saw a checkered tablecloth on the table, a painting of peony flowers on the wall, the teapot and water cup were polished to a shine, and a lotus crocheted with wool was placed next to it, standing tall and graceful, making the whole house look elegant. What surprised Zhong Wenli the most was that the room was not only clean, but also filled with a pleasant fragrance, and she couldn't help but sniff it a few times. Yu Li had previously used the pears in the space to boil some autumn pear paste, and now she took it out and made a cup of water. Director Zhong, please try this. I boiled pear paste and mixed it with water. It can clear away heat and moisten the lungs. When Zhong Wenli heard Yu Li's voice, she sat up slightly. She didn't drink the water, but said, Comrade Yu Li, are you used to the days you have been here? If you have any difficulties, you can come to us. Yu Li smiled and nodded, thank you Director Zhong for your concern. I am quite used to it. Zhong Wenli nodded, and then changed the subject, but our family compound also has some rules about family members. I have to tell you about it so that you can get along with everyone in the future. I won't say much about harmony and love. There is one thing I heard. You used folk remedies to treat people in the family compound without authorization? This is strictly prohibited. People in our family compound can go directly to the division hospital when they are sick. Men are fighting on the front line, and their families are what they are most worried about. This can't be fooled. I hope you can make a self-criticism this time and write a self-criticism. When the time comes, it will be published in the regiment newspaper and used as an example to warn everyone. Yu Li was stunned, not anxious at all, but smiled instead. She opened her red lips slightly, drank 2 sips of water, and then looked at Zhong Wenli's face. A person's physical condition can be reflected in many things from his complexion. Yu Li took the initiative to ask, Director Zhong, do you often have headaches, nausea, and vomiting, and painkillers are useless when you have pain? This kind of pain is often caused by fatigue, cold or bad mood. Every time it occurs, your mouth is bitter, your vision is blurred, and you are afraid of light, as if someone is piercing your temple with an awl. In addition, is your menstrual period not normal, at least 20 days at a time? Zhong Wenli was stunned, her eyes widened. You? How did you know? Who told you? People around her may know about headaches, but her menstrual period is absolutely private. How could Yu Li know? Yu Li was quiet and took a sip of water. Did Director Zhong go to the division hospital? Was it cured? Zhong Wenli stared at her nervously. How are you? You can tell what disease I have just by looking at my face. How is it possible? You must have heard it from someone. Yu Li smiled. Then who did I hear it from? If Director Zhong trusts me, I can help you find a way to treat it. If you don't trust me, just treat it as someone I heard it from. Zhong Wenli was shocked. Although I couldn't believe it, I couldn't help but want to try it. Things like headaches, who knows, it's deadly when it comes. The continuous menstrual bleeding is also a matter of great trouble for her. She has been to the division hospital 800 times, but it's useless. After hesitating for a while, Director Zhong spoke, if you can help me cure it, you are my benefactor. Yu Li immediately prescribed a prescription for Director Zhong. 30 grams of chuanxiang, 15 grams of Angelica sinensis, 15 grams of Angelica dihurica. These medicines do not need to be decocted, just grind them into powder and take them once every 6 hours. Your headache has been so severe recently that it occurs at 4 or 5 in the morning every day, right? You will have a meal later, and then take it again 6 hours later, that is, before going to bed. The symptoms will be relieved tomorrow morning. Zhong Wenli looked at Yu Li in disbelief, her head was buzzing. But she subconsciously grabbed the prescription, she had to try it. For the problem of your menstrual bleeding, wait until your headache is relieved, and then come to me for medicine. Zhong Wenli nodded quickly, okay. Then I'll go back and try it first. As soon as she left, Lu Guanshan came back. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, Wife, what did Director Zhong talk to you about? Yu Li had just boiled the bath water, nothing, just asking me if I'm used to being here, and then I checked on her. When she mentioned the headache, she asked Lu Guanshan, have you had a headache again today? Just tell me if you feel any discomfort. Lu Guanshan brought the hot water and prepared to take a bath. No, these days, whenever I try to recall that man's face, I feel confused if I want to see it clearly. I simply don't think about it anymore. Knowing that those things were bothering Lu Guanshan, Yu Li simply changed the subject. What does Captain Chen want from you? It's nothing important, just let me read more books, not just focus on training, but also improve my cultural literacy. Yu Li chuckled, then do you want to start reading tonight? Lu Guanshan looked at her and suddenly became interested. You also know that a rough guy like me needs supervision when reading books. Captain Chen asked me to recite the 50 chapters in front of everyone during the meeting tomorrow morning. I can't do it tonight. Have you finished memorizing them all? If I finish memorizing them, will you reward me? Yu Li felt that Captain Chen had already spoken, indicating that it was still an important matter, so she quickly said, then take a shower and read a book. If you finish memorizing it, I will reward you. The two of them quickly took a bath. It was getting dark after taking a bath, and the person who sent the bed arrived. After Simmons has installed it, it feels so good to lie down on a comfortable bed. Yu Li turned around and took out a book and handed it to Lu Guanshan. Is it this one? You recite it and I will supervise you. Lu Guanshan took it and read it twice. I know it, I want a reward. Yu Li was shocked. You know it. So fast. She quickly checked a few pages, but she didn't expect that Lu Guanshan really knew how to do it. The man's smile got worse and worse, and he turned over and pressed her down on Simon's big bed. Only then did Yu Li react. You knew this before, deliberately lying to me and rewarding you. Lu Guanshan lowered his head to kiss her, smiling and refusing to admit it. It's true, I just carried it on my back. Yu Li couldn't believe it. I don't believe it. Who would endorse it so quickly? But Lu Guanshan actually proved to her that he actually had a photographic memory. As long as you read a page of content carefully twice, it will be remembered in your mind immediately. Yu Li was surprised. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen someone with such a good memory. But why would Captain Chen ask you to endorse him? Lu Guanshan hugged her and didn't care much about these things. I usually hide myself to prevent others from discovering that I have this specialty, otherwise someone will always be jealous and look down on you. This time someone must have snitched on Captain Chen, but I am not afraid, I will just train myself. Yu Li's eyes were shining with stars, and she looked at Lu Guanshan without blinking. She finally discovered that falling in love at first sight was just the beginning. After getting married, she realized more and more that his handsomeness was not superficial, but just like drinking tea. The more you taste, the more fragrant it becomes. Lu Guanshan melted when he saw the little girl in his arms looking at him with eyes filled with mist. His hot breath hit her ear. Honey, do you want to learn this skill? Yu Li opened her eyes wide. Isn't this something you are born with? Can you still learn it? Lu Guanshan's big hand rubbed her smooth skin, and his voice was low and seductive. Of course, we exchange bodies. After a long time, don't we become one? I can do it, and so can you. What a fallacy. This man is becoming more and more arrogant in his speech. Yu Li's heart was racing at the moment. How could she say no? But by the time she found out what reward this man wanted for kissing her all the way down, it was already too late. He got under the quilt and gave her an experience she would never forget. Asterisk on the same night, Xia Yuing and Wu Guohua slept on opposite sides of the bed. Both of them were silent with their eyes open. Xia Yuing had been cleaning for a whole day, but she couldn't get rid of the stinky smell on her body. If it weren't for the help provided by their cousin, the two of them wouldn't even be able to afford pimple soup. Thinking about the recent days, Wu Guohua felt that he could not even lift his head in the work unit. I wonder if my life would be better now if I had not broken off the engagement with Yu Li. While he was thinking wildly, Xia Yuing came over holding the pillow and took the initiative to hug him. Guohua, we can't always quarrel like this. Wu Guohua couldn't bear it anymore and pushed her away. I don't want to touch you. Xia Yuing immediately became angry. Then who do you want to touch? Yu Li? Then go and touch her. Why don't you touch her? She's so coquettish, maybe she wants you to touch her. I know, you like to be coquettish, damn it. Have you forgotten that it was she who caused you to do this? Wu Guohua didn't expect that Xia Yuing would dare to mention Yu Li, and immediately shouted in a low voice, Are you done? Am I like this because of her or because of her? If you hadn't said bad things about her everywhere, Lu Guanshan would have reported us to the picket team. Are you satisfied now? I was demoted and my salary became compensation. Everyone laughed at me. I can't even lift my head wherever I go. What else do you want? Xia Yuing was so angry that she was shaking all over. What do I want? It was you who was interested in my cousin's identity, so you chased me to marry me. You promised to be good to me. The 160 yuan promised as a bride price. Money? Woolen cloth? I will marry you without a dime. The bride price is an IOU. Are you embarrassed to say that? Go and ask, who uses IOUs as bride price when marrying a daughter-in-law? Wu Guohua's eyes were red and he was about to explode at any moment. That's why you took the initiative to seduce me. After you came to the station, you fell in front of me on the road. Do you think I can't see that you did it on purpose? And why is the zipper of your skirt broken? It's such a coincidence, let me help you pull it up. Xia Yuing was so angry that her face turned red and her neck thickened. Wu Guohua, you coward. Did I ask you to reach out and touch my son? Did I ask you to pull me into the woods and kiss me? I asked you to untie me. The two of them talked more and more outrageously, completely forgetting that their yard was no longer a family residence. Since Wu Guohua was demoted, a new couple moved in 2 rooms next door. At this moment, the sister-in-law couldn't bear to curse through the wall. You two are shameless. If you don't sleep with others, why do you sleep with others? Damn you. A man and a woman are hooked up together, how can you tell who is the one? Who is more slutty? Then let me tell you, neither of you are good. Just stop praying to heaven and earth, just pray to me. Can a dog and a man win? Wu Guohua and Xia Yuing turned red after being scolded. In the end, Wu Guohua couldn't hold it in any longer and simply went out. He would rather sit outside under a tree all night than share a room with Xia Yuing. Xia Yuing bit her pillow and cried all night. Why? Why was it that even though he had robbed Wu Guohua, he wasn't as happy as Yu Li was at that time? She remembered that after Yu Li joined the army in her previous life, the Yu family and the Wu family occasionally showed off their military days to the villagers. They all said that Yu Li and Wu Guohua had a good life. Wu Guohua was steadily promoted and often received awards. Yu Li had a very good relationship with the sisters-in-law in the family home. How come you can't even live a normal life now that she's here? Everything in the world is fake, only poverty is real. Without money, it's hard to move forward. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yuing got up dizzy and went to clean the family yard. I went late because I had to write a review. Wu Guohua, on the other hand, went to work at his workplace with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, looking as dejected as frost. Asterisk on the other side, Yu Li's calf was crossed on Lu Guanshan's lap. They were held in his arms all night, and they both slept soundly. They woke up at the same time and couldn't help but smile when they looked into each other's eyes. My wife is so good and beautiful. If you sleep a little longer, I will make breakfast. Lu Guanshan kissed her on the forehead. Yu Li knew she couldn't defeat him, so she didn't argue. She got up to wash her face and brush her teeth, while Lu Guanshan went to cook noodles and cut cucumber shreds to make noodles with soybean paste. In just a short while, 2 bowls of fried noodles were ready. Yu Li has a small appetite, especially in the morning. Lu Guanshan cooked a small bowl for her, but she still couldn't finish it. Lu Guanshan didn't dislike it and took the remaining bit from her and ate it in 2 bites. Before he went to work, he swept the house again and rinsed the cement yard with clean water, making it look particularly clean. Then he washed the clothes with a basin of water in his hand. He was determined not to leave any dirty work for Yu Li. I have to say, Lu Guanshan's work is really eye-catching. He has great strength and big hands. He can do the work neatly and cleanly. He washes clothes quickly and cleanly. The big broom used to sweep the yard was made of bamboo and was relatively heavy. It was a bit difficult for Yu Li to use it, but it was easy for Lu Guanshan to use it. However, he always wants to be rewarded for his work. Daughter-in-law, I have done all the work. Before leaving, Lu Guanshan stood in front of Yu Li to ask for credit. Like a little wolf dog, wagging its tail for rewards. Although the 2 of them had only lived together for a short time, for some reason, they felt familiar as an old married couple, coupled with the sweetness of newlyweds mixed with a hint of shyness. That ambiguous atmosphere could always easily tug at people's heartstrings. Especially Lu Guanshan is really beautiful. A high nose, thin lips, deep eyes, delicate skin, and a pair of eyes as vast as a galaxy, making people unable to help but fall in love with him. Yu Li was willing to stand on tiptoes and hugged his neck, kissing his lips gently. Then he was about to leave, but Lu Guanshan grabbed his wife's slender and soft waist, lowered his head and deepened the kiss. From a dragonfly touching water to luring the enemy deep into the fragrant soft. He is always confident and says that he is deeply affectionate. If it is not deep, where can the affection come from? Yu Li really wanted to persuade him that young people should not be so impetuous and feed juice to rats. It's a pity that his kissing skills are getting better and better, making it irresistible. Women's director Zhong Wenli got up early in the morning and hurriedly made breakfast, but as soon as she picked up the pot, she remembered something. She touched her head in astonishment. I didn't vomit today. Is the headache relieved? Zhong Wenli rushed to Yu Li's house without caring about anything. Seeing that the courtyard door was fine, she walked in directly. When she reached the main hall door, she saw the couple kissing. Zhong Wenli was so embarrassed that she quickly stepped back and deliberately made a noise. She also sighed in her heart that Captain Lu and his wife had a good relationship. No wonder they needed so many family planning products. Lu Guanshan keenly noticed the movement outside and immediately let go of Yu Li. The 2 pretended that nothing had happened. He went to work and accidentally saw Zhong Wenli at the door. He greeted her twice and learned that Director Zhong was looking for Yu Li to see a doctor. He smiled and left. Zhong Wenli rushed in excitedly, grabbed Yu Li's hand and laughed crazily. Ah, Xiao Yu. You really know how to treat people. Your folk remedy cured my headache. I had a headache for several years, and it really doesn't hurt today. Yuli smiled and pushed her to the chair. Seeing that Zhong Wenli was about to cry with excitement, she said, "It's not a folk remedy, it's a serious Chinese medicine. I studied with a master before. If Director Zhong is trustworthy, you can come to me if you feel uncomfortable in the future. But it seems that I am violating the rules?" She took a sip of the teacup quietly, with a faint smile. Zhong Wenli was immediately excited. "Fuck your legs. I, Mao Bin, who has a headache, don't know how many times I have gone to the hospital, but they only prescribed painkillers. It's useless. Let me tell you, there are many comrades in our family compound who have some stubborn and tormenting diseases, and the division hospital can't cure them at all. I'm not saying that the director of surgery." Speaking of this, Zhong Wenli suddenly calmed down and smiled awkwardly. "Director Bai is also very good, but maybe my disease is too troublesome. Anyway, Xiao Yu, if you want to treat people in the future, just go ahead, I believe in your medical skills. I'll take care of anything." Yu Li immediately realized that there was something wrong with Director Bai. But because of her identity, no one dared to expose it. Because the relationship was not so familiar, Yu Li knew it was inappropriate to ask questions now, so she talked to Zhong Wenli about her menstrual period problem, prescribed a prescription and gave her acupuncture. Zhong Wenli was very moved and gave Yu Li 10 yuan as treatment expenses. While Yu Li was busy, the regiment meeting on Lu Guanshan's side began. Regimental Commander Chen mentioned in public that Captain Lu should be the representative to speak about the 50 chapters of rules and regulations without a script, so as to encourage everyone to improve their personal cultural literacy. Just as Lu Guanshan was about to speak, Political Commissar Xiao spoke up. "Captain Lu is so outstanding in all aspects, and he must be familiar with the rules and regulations. It is also right for him to set an example for his soldiers, but the 50 chapters of the system are too simple. He will know them after reciting them in advance. Otherwise, pick a few separate sections. For example, the 10th, 20th, and 50th. And so on. Recite 50 chapters." Everyone looked at Political Commissar Xiao in unison. Political Commissar Xiao looked calm. In fact, he was a little angry about Wu Guohua. Not only was he angry that his wife's niece caused trouble for him, but he also felt that Lu Guanshan knew that Wu Guohua was his relative, but he was so ruthless. So he warned Lu Guanshan directly today. In the entire regiment, no one could recite the thick brick-like rules and regulations. It is not an exaggeration to say that since Political Commissar Xiao joined the army, he has only heard of one person who can recite the whole book. That is the current Chief Fu. Captain Chen narrowed his eyes. He did this today because of the intention of Chief Fu's wife, Director Bai, but he did not really want to embarrass Lu Guanshan. What is Political Commissar Xiao doing? So, Captain Chen slowly said, "Political Commissar Xiao, Captain Lu is still young. Who knows?" Lu Guanshan began to recite calmly. "The first rule of the rules and regulations is to abide by the collective laws and regulations, implement the 3 major disciplines, and the 8 points of attention. The 10th rule is to return the captured goods to the public and not abuse the prisoners. The 20th rule is to maintain a neat, diligent and self-disciplined image." He recited 100 rules and regulations in one breath, and they were not coherent, but someone happened to bring the book and excitedly turned the pages to check. Yes, yes. All of them are correct. Oh my God, Captain Lu can recite the next whole book. The whole conference hall was filled with Lu Guanshan's calm and slow voice. Shocked everyone. Political Commissar Xiao looked at Lu Guanshan in disbelief, and Captain Chen's eyes were full of joy. And Chief Fu, who happened to be passing by here on business, suddenly stopped. His deep eagle-like eyes suddenly narrowed. There are not many people who can recite a whole book clearly and fluently. At his age, he has seen countless people, but he has only heard of one. That is himself. Commander Fu looked at the people around him. This little Lu, focus on training him. I have told you before that he is very similar to me when I was young. He can be promoted, but he must be given some setback so that he can grow up faster. Assign him more challenging tasks and train his character as quickly as possible so that he can do bigger things and go further. Commander, don't worry, I will complete your instructions. Captain Lu is very outstanding and will not let you down. It is rare for the commander to pay so much attention to the soldiers under him and have high hopes for him. He specifically gave instructions. Others thought that the commander was deliberately making things difficult for Lu Guanshan. But only the people around the commander knew that he wanted to train Lu Guanshan as quickly as possible. And then do more important things. Commander Fu had a busy schedule and left quickly, but his heart was a little complicated. On the one hand, he was happy that Lu Guanshan was better than he thought. He would definitely surpass him in the future. But he couldn't help but think of his son who had not grown up. At that time, he was very busy. His wife died of dystocia, so he had to give the child to the nanny. The nanny secretly abused the child. He only went home once every few months. When he found out, he was furious and beat the nanny and sent her to the police station. By chance, he learned that Bai Homian, the daughter of the Bai family, had a very poor health because she donated blood to his wife, and it became difficult for her to get married. And everyone in the Bai family liked Chen Chen very much. He married Bai Homian, and Chen Chen also liked Bai Homian very much and always hugged her and called her mother. During that time, he took a month off to accompany Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen being taken care of by Bai Homian, he was relieved. When he was at home, he accompanied Chen Chen wholeheartedly every day. His son, who was only 4 years old, was so smart. Just like when he was a child, he had the ability to remember everything he saw. He taught him ancient poems, and he memorized them in a short time. He only taught guns and cannons once, and Chen Chen could remember them easily and recited them to his father in a baby voice. When he was taught to count, he rarely made mistakes. People nearby called Chen Chen a genius. They said that when Chen Chen grew up, he would definitely be better than his father. He was also an ordinary person. He couldn't help but feel proud. He often carried Chen Chen on his neck and rode a horse, laughing and shouting, "Fly, fly!" But later, Chen Chen died, and he died because of him. He didn't even get to see Chen Chen for the last time. At that time, he really wanted to die with his son. He knelt in front of his deceased wife's grave and hit his head and bled. In a trance, he almost burned the house. Later, something happened on the border and his comrades died, which made him calm down and return to the battlefield. But no matter how long time passed, he couldn't soothe the pain in his heart. He suffered from insomnia for many years, and his heart was broken when it was late at night. Until a few years ago, he accidentally discovered Lu Guanshan. He had a very similar personality to him when he was young, but he didn't look like him. Subconsciously, he wanted to train this subordinate. Chief Fu walked steadily, his posture was elegant, and he was as majestic as a leopard. But no one knew that he was sighing deeply in his heart. "Chen Chen, Dad misses you again." Lu Guanshan's performance at the regiment meeting quickly spread, and everyone was surprised to discuss it. This battalion commander Lu usually has extremely high professional qualities, and he is top-notch in all aspects. He can even recite a whole book. This is simply a gift from God. Could he be the second Chief Fu? This matter was soon known to Bai Lingling and director Bai. Bai Lingling opened her eyes wide, with surprise in the unexpected, but also a little disappointed. He can recite a whole book. In the entire Northern Theatre, only my uncle has such a strong memory ability. Bai Homian was surprised, and her heart skipped a beat. This Lu Guanshan actually has such similarities with Chief Fu. But it is absolutely impossible. Chen Chen was really dead at the time. She was very sure. Bai Lingling's eyes flashed, and she pulled her arm and said, "Aunt, you see, I said Lu Guanshan is not an ordinary person. He will definitely be very powerful in the future. I only want to marry him, and I don't like anyone else." Bai Homian thought carefully and said, "Why are you in a hurry? The people who were injured on the street that day should have died if I guessed correctly. Find someone to pass a letter to them and let them know that the person who bandaged them that day was Yu Li, a woman from the countryside who knew nothing in the family compound." After hearing this, Bai Lingling immediately became energetic. "Aunt, you are still smart and powerful. I didn't expect it. I will have someone pass the letter now." Before the family members of the injured came to make trouble that day, Bai Homian discovered something. Recently, several people in the army would apply a kind of plaster when they came to see a doctor. Because of years of training, it is inevitable that there will be various injuries, and plasters are a must for many people. Bai Homian found that the plasters used by those people recently all tasted the same. She was a little curious. Where do you get these plasters? Are they very effective? Are they popular recently? Xiao Liu, who came to see the doctor, quickly praised, "Director Bai, you don't know, this is the plaster that director Zhong Wenli bought for us from a special channel. It is very effective in relieving pain. Just apply one, and the pain will be relieved in half an hour. Apply it for 3 consecutive days, and you will basically not feel the pain. Director Bai was surprised. Is the effect so good? They are the first choice of painkillers for Western medicine. They take anti-inflammatory drugs. The division hospital does have a Chinese medicine department, but they are all crowded out. Now there is only an old Chinese medicine doctor in charge. Not to mention other people, Director Bai often has pain here and there, and painkillers are useless if they take too much. She thought about it and found Zhong Wenli. Xiao Zhong, where did you buy this plaster? See if you can get the formula. Our hospital wants to make a batch to benefit patients. Zhong Wenli was shocked, but she was also a little excited. She knew that Yu Li was really capable. Director Bai was definitely targeting Yu Li before. Whoever uses this plaster will say it's good. But Yu Li had discussed it with her in advance. Yu Li provided the plaster, and Zhong Wenli was responsible for publicity and sales, so that both of them could make some money. Zhong Wenli was originally happy to earn some subsidies, but she didn't expect to make a big deal right away. If it weren't for the fact that Director Bai was Chief Fu's wife, she really wanted to curse. Asking for the formula is really shameless. Seeing that Zhong Wenli didn't answer, Director Bai's smile faded. Or you can tell me the contact information of the person who makes the plaster, and I will go to him in person to discuss the issue of formula acquisition. If you can buy the plaster formula at a low price, you can tell with your fingers that you will definitely make a fortune. Last time, Director Bai called Zhong Wenli to criticize her for not managing the military families and for allowing people without medical qualifications to endanger everyone's health. At that time, she felt very wronged. Later, she personally contacted Yu Li, and Yu Li cured her headaches and menstrual problems. Yu Li also helped her solve them. Not only that, even Zhong Wenli's husband's eczema and the problem of the child not liking to eat were prescribed medicine, which was effective immediately. This may not seem to be a particularly serious problem, but it actually affects the mood of daily life. For example, the man's eczema, the medicine prescribed by the division hospital was effective, but it recurred repeatedly and recurred as soon as the medicine was stopped. The eczema powder prescribed by Yu Li can be cured, and she also prescribed Chinese medicine for decoction to detoxify and regulate the body, which has many benefits. The problem of the child not eating also made Zhong Wenli extremely troubled. She almost lost her temper at every meal. But Yu Li told her that normal children will eat when they are hungry. If they don't eat, it means that there is something wrong with the child's spleen and stomach, and they can't feel hungry, or they can't digest the food and have no appetite. The child took the prescription she prescribed for 1 day, and the next day he ate a whole bowl without Zhong Wenli urging him. Now Zhong Wenli is Yu Li's diehard fan, so naturally she looks down on Director Bai in her heart. If this person was not the lover of Chief Fu and the director of the hospital, she would not be talking nonsense here. Zhong Wenli smiled. Director Bai, you are really kind-hearted. You are so busy at work, but still think about the people in the entire garrison. I also want to seek some benefits for everyone. But this is an ancestral recipe, where can I sell it? Since they are willing to sell it piecemeal, as long as we need it, I can help buy it. Director Bai did not take Zhong Wenli's words to heart, but smiled lightly. I remember your husband was in the mess before. After the change, he worked in the canteen? He is in his prime, and it is not a good thing to always work in the canteen. Her words were ambiguous, but if she was really willing to help, it seemed that it would not be difficult to transfer Zhong Wenli's husband to a better job. Zhong Wenli was silent for a while. Director Bai was right. What she wanted most in these years was to transfer her husband to a better position. But how could she let down such a good person like Yu Li? This Director Bai, whose medical skills are not necessarily very good, is the director of the hospital because of the relationship with Chief Fu. Now you want to intervene and snatch someone else's plaster formula? Zhong Wenli smiled on the surface, but she couldn't help but spit in her heart. You are the best in the country. You stepped on a bench to the moon. You are the best in the world. You drink with a bucket instead of a cup. That night, Zhong Wenli discussed it with her husband He Pengfei. He Pengfei immediately said, we must be true to our conscience. Things that should not be done must not be done. How can Director Bai say such a thing? Does Chief Fu know that she did this behind her back? Zhong Wenli quickly persuaded her. I didn't agree either. I just told you, and I have to tell Xiao Yu tomorrow. She told Yu Li about it the next day. Originally, she was very anxious and didn't know how to refuse Director Bai and not offend him. Yu Li smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Whether a thing is good or not is determined by the people who use it. Even if she interferes and affects the sales of our plasters in the base, it's okay. The outside world is bigger. As long as the benefits of the things are known, sales will not be a problem." Zhong Wenli's heart was instantly opened up. "Oh, Xiao Yu, look at you, you are so young, how can you be so clear? When you said that, I figured it out all of a sudden." Yu Li took out 10 small packets of athlete's foot powder. "Sister Wenli, I'm not familiar with this place. I'll have to trouble you with these things in the future. I'll give you a commission of 10 cents for each pack of medicine sold. This is athlete's foot powder. I heard that our comrades in the base are training very hard. It's hot all day and their feet are prone to sweating. Many people have athlete's foot. Ask if anyone needs athlete's foot powder. You can buy a pack first to try." Zhong Wenli's eyes lit up. "Oh, Xiao Yu, your stuff is really timely. I didn't remember that athlete's foot is the biggest problem in summer every year. Don't you know that the feet of those stinky men are simply biological weapons, suffocating people? The division hospital does sell athlete's foot cream, but the problem is that the effect is not very good. Some people may be a little useful, and some people are not useful at all. Some people complain all the time. Their feet are itchy and they can't sleep in the middle of the night. They have to get up early the next morning when the wake-up call is blown. It's hard work." She happily took the athlete's foot powder, thinking that it would definitely sell well. Yu Li almost vomited when she heard what Zhong Wenli described. At the same time, she felt that Lu Guanshan was a rare good man. Although he was also rolling around every day, he loved cleanliness. He would take a shower when he got home, and he would apply soap 3 times, using his own towel. Even after taking a shower at night, he would not fall asleep immediately after taking her up and down, but would take another shower. So Lu Guanshan not only did not have any sweat odor, but was very refreshing, with a hormonal scent. Director Bai quickly understood that Zhong Wenli, the waste, did not get the formula of the plaster. She sneered and disdained to argue with such a small character about these things. But people who do not cooperate with her cannot exist well. Director Bai held a meeting to promote every doctor in the hospital, and specifically told them not to use any private medicine circulated outside recently. They are all harmful to the body, even poisonous. The enemy agents have planted internal thieves to destroy our health. Everyone must pay attention. Visitors quickly spread the rumor. Almost no one came to Zhong Wenli to buy plasters. Fortunately, she went to the city and found a hospital to negotiate with. She left a box of plasters there to sell first. Director Bai also asked people to inquire about it. Recently, people who come to see the doctor have no chance of using that kind of plaster. When asked, they are afraid that the enemy's stuff may have harmed the comrades, so they are unanimously determined not to give the enemy a chance. Thinking that the plaster was selling well from the beginning, but could not be sold in just a few days, Director Bai picked up the teacup and took a sip. There was a smug smile on his lips. She has never known what it means to be afraid in her life, and she can get whatever she wants. Suddenly, my niece opened the door excitedly and came in. "Auntie! The family members of the injured person from last time are here. They want Yu Li by name. I just passed by and saw a lot of people gathered around. There must be trouble." Director Bai's eyes also lit up. "Really?" She stood up and couldn't help but want to watch the excitement. "Lingling, let's go there together to rectify the bad atmosphere in the family home. Not just anyone can treat people. Isn't this a waste of human life?" The aunt and nephew rushed over immediately, wanting to see Yu Li being beaten, scolded and hated by the family members of the injured. But when the two arrived, they were dumbfounded. Yu Li herself is visiting to make noodles. She had been busy all day today, making medicine powder and medicine bags, and then went into the Li Palace to read for 8 hours and write a whole book of notes. Then she came out and planned to steam buns for Lu Guanshan. Although Lu Guanshan didn't say it, she discovered that he liked eating steamed buns. Of course. I don't mean that kind of Bowsy. Instead, he likes steamed buns with all kinds of fillings. He was so tired from training every day and had been injured before, so Yu Li decided to let him enjoy the warmth of home. Today I made big steamed buns with Chinese cabbage vermicelli mixed with tofu stuffing. The stuffing was mixed and the noodles were being kneaded when a large group of people rushed to the door of the house. "Is Comrade Yuli here?" Yuli walked out of the kitchen with her hands wet, and heard the crackling of firecrackers. A well-dressed old lady rushed over and grabbed her hand. The old lady bent down and was about to kneel down. Yuli was so scared that she quickly supported her. "What's wrong?" "This is Benefactor. Thank you for saving my son's life. The doctor said that if my son's bleeding had not been stopped in time that day, he would not have been saved according to his injuries. After the operation, he had a high fever and the infusion was useless. It was only after taking the Chinese medicine you left that he got through the difficult time. I must kneel down today to thank you for saving my life." Yuli realized that this was the relative of the injured person she saved on the street that day. "He was saved? That's great. You don't need to thank me, I just did a little bit of work, as long as he is fine." Yuli invited the person into her home, and after a conversation, she realized that the person she saved was actually the deputy secretary of the city. Today, the deputy secretary's mother brought reporters to thank them and sent a silk banner to the family compound with gongs and drums. Which unit doesn't like this kind of thing? It can be hung on the wall and people who come at any time can see it. Besides, sending silk banners to the troops is a routine operation, but when has the family compound ever received a silk banner? This is the first time in history. It was because of Captain Lu's delicate daughter-in-law who never likes to go out and never interacts with neighbors. The onlookers were all the sisters-in-law in the family compound. Everyone looked at curiously and talked in a low voice. "Oh my, this is really strange. Captain Lu's wife saved someone? When did it happen? They sent a silk banner, how could it be fake? Look, there are drums and gongs, and firecrackers. They carried several bags of gifts, and the reporter was holding a camera. Is this going to be published in the newspaper? Comrade Yu is really amazing, don't look at it normally, but it makes a big fuss. If I had created this scene today, my man would be so happy." Yuli really didn't expect that she saved someone and attracted such a big scene, but a reporter came to interview her, and Li, the propaganda department of the army, also came to interview her and take pictures, saying that it was very serious and would be published in the newspaper. She could only tell the truth about what happened that day, and that Director Bai and Bai Lingling worked together to rescue the patient first. Before Yuli finished speaking, the family member of the injured shook his head. "My daughter-in-law said that a doctor first rescued the patient, but the doctor later said that if the conventional rescue method was used, my son would not be able to hold on. So in this matter, the most important thing for us is to thank you." Officer Li keenly caught the 3 words Director Bai. He is in charge of publicity, so he naturally knows a lot about the division hospital. In fact, Director Bai has a good reputation, but those who have seen her know that Director Bai's medical skills are not that superb. But even if everyone knows this, they can't say it. So Officer Li cleverly resolved the embarrassment. "Then let's start with Comrade Yuli's rescue. We are in a hurry, so let's finish the interview quickly." Yuli roughly described the entire process of her rescue team and also mentioned Lu Guanshan's assistance. Reporters took photos with Officer Li and took notes with pens. Wow, it was so lively. The mother of the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee kept thanking Yuli. Behind the crowd, Director Bai and Bai Lingling covered their faces with scarves. The two of them came to watch the excitement, but not only did they not see what they wanted to see, but they almost saw Yuli framing them. In this situation, Yuli said that Director Bai had also participated in the rescue. Isn't it just smearing her? Fortunately, Director Li was smart. Bai Lingling said embarrassedly, "Aunt, that person was actually saved, but you were busy for a long time that day. It's impossible that it was useless. How can they only interview Yuli? This woman is so ignorant. First she robbed my watch, and then she robbed your credit. If this banner was sent to the division hospital, Director Bai's office, Bai Hongmian couldn't imagine how glorious it would be. But now, it's good enough that she didn't embarrass herself. If those people were not afraid of her, the details of the rescue that day would definitely be disclosed, and she would become a foil for the improper treatment and then Yuli's successful solution." Bai Hongmian quickly cleared the place where the crowd gathered. She felt a little breathless. "Lingling, you are right, this woman is not a good person. Think of a way to get her out of the family compound as soon as possible." Bai Lingling bit her lip. "Aunt, I think so too. If she doesn't leave, I will probably never have the opportunity to meet Lu Guanshan alone. In the past, it was all because she was too reserved, so Yuli took advantage of it in vain. The aunt and nephew walked back while discussing in a low voice. Yuli's side was lively for a while before sending away the family of the injured, but the family of the injured sent a thank you letter to the army because Lu Guanshan also participated in the rescue. In short, this time Lu Guanshan and Yuli and his wife became famous. The deputy secretary's family gave Yuli 100 yuan thank you fee, but Yuli refused. When it came to Lu Guanshan, he also refused. In the end, the money was donated to the collective as tea money. The leader was so happy. This is a matter of honor for the group. The head of the group praised Lu Guanshan well. He was just praised for his excellent memory, and now he was praised for his wife's good deeds. The couple will be on the newspapers and the news. Who wouldn't be envious? That night, Lu Guanshan just got home. Yuli brought out the hot big buns, and several comrades who lived nearby came with dishes to drink together. Old Lu, you are so glorious today. We brothers are so envious. Come, let's have a drink together. That's right, tell us how you saved people that day. And your sister-in-law is really amazing. Has she been a doctor? Lu Guanshan's eyes were smiling. He rarely walked around with people so intimately and didn't like noise. But for some reason, watching Yuli wearing an apron and smiling to entertain guests, he suddenly felt that this was good. It was a proof of having a home, which made him feel extremely happy. A few people laughed while eating and chatting. The big buns made by Yuli were fluffy and soft, with fragrant fillings, thin skin, and large fillings. One bite made people unable to help but gobble them up. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are really good. This big bun smells so good. Millimeter, delicious, really delicious. Oh my God. Old Lu, your wife is really a fairy. She can cure people and make such delicious buns. The key is that she looks like a fairy. You must have saved the Jade Emperor in your previous life. Lu Guanshan smiled and said nothing. Yuli was embarrassed and hurried into the kitchen. But both of them were happy. No one noticed Xia Yuing, who was eavesdropping with a broom tightly in the back of the house. She had been eavesdropping nearby since daytime. Knowing that Yuli saved someone, someone came to thank her, and the other party was the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. A lot of gifts were given, and the sisters-in-law in the family compound were envious of Yuli. It is said that Yuli will be on the newspaper tomorrow, and the head of the group also praised Lu Guanshan. But why? She should have been envied by everyone. Yuli would take advantage of the loopholes and rob others of their happiness. Xia Yuing almost bit her teeth. It can't relieve the hatred in my heart. She was afraid of being discovered, so she resisted her curiosity and walked away. She walked to the river aimlessly with a curse on her mouth. From a distance, she saw a child playing fishing by the river. It seemed that it was Captain Chen's child. Save people! Save people! Xia Yuing's mind was full of saving people. If Yuli saved people, then she could save people too. The emotions in her mind were getting more and more turbulent. She couldn't help but speed up her heartbeat. She walked up from behind and pushed the child down. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed is 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. Xia Yuing watched the child splashing in the water. A strange light appeared in her eyes, and she hesitated before stepping into the water. The creek was not deep, and the adults entered almost to the creaking nest. Xia Yuing dragged the child to the shore with difficulty. The child drank a lot of water. When he reached the shore, he could no longer open his eyes, and his limbs were twitching and struggling. But Xia Yuing didn't rush to save him, but hurriedly used stones to make some scars on her arms and legs. To prove how much she paid to save this child. Then, she shouted for help, national treasure! Chen Guobao, wake up! Someone is here! Help! Not far away, a woman carrying a bag happened to see the whole process. She raised her eyebrows. She really didn't expect such a wonderful scene in the family home. She won't tell anyone about this for the time being, but this woman might be useful in the future. The woman sneered lightly and turned around without thinking too much. Soon, someone heard the cry and rushed over. Xia Yuing was soaked and miserable. She was trying to force the water out of the national treasure's belly. She cried loudly and said, "I saw someone playing with the national treasure by the river from a distance. Someone pushed him. His men ran away, so I ran over to save the national treasure, but I wasn't very good at swimming. It took me a long time to catch him. National treasure, wake up." Everyone was exclaiming and trying their best to help save the national treasure. They compressed the chest, gave artificial respiration, lifted it upside down and patted the belly. When Captain Chen and his lover Su Qing arrived, they were so scared that their legs almost gave out. "National treasure!" Su Qing screamed and rushed forward. In the end, the national treasure vomited out all the water in her stomach and cried loudly, but she was also scared out of her wits. Her parents rushed her to the hospital. Someone grabbed Su Qing and said, "It is the national treasure that Comrade Xia Yueying saved. Look, she is also soaked and has injuries all over her body." Su Qing quickly asked Xia Yueying to follow her to the division hospital for examination. Xia Yueying's body was covered with skin wounds and she had a cold because she was soaked. The national treasure started to have a high fever that night and was hospitalized for 3 days before recovering. However, this fright made the child very timid and he could not explain clearly what happened that day. Su Qing was actually a little skeptical. She didn't have a very good impression of Wu Guohua and Xia Yueying. She said she saw someone pushing the national treasure, but she didn't see clearly who it was. How could this not raise suspicion? Captain Chen asked someone to inquire about it and sighed. When someone heard the shouting and passed by that day, Xia Yueying was soaking wet and giving artificial respiration to the national treasure. Who else could save the national treasure besides her? Could anyone save the national treasure? After leaving, did you let Xia Yueying go again? Although these two people have made mistakes, we cannot be prejudiced against others. Just like the day you said Director Bai told you that Chief Fu didn't like Lu Guanshan, I have reservations. I always believe that we should be tolerant and gentle when dealing with gays, and we should be grateful when others do things that are helpful to us. Su Qing waved her hand. Okay. I have to take care of the national treasure. You can come and thank me. But I warn you, don't give the national treasure a random identity as his godfather. Marrying a man 10 years older will really give you an extra father. She had to be lectured every day, as if being talked about by Tang Monk. Su Qing's brain was about to explode. Captain Chen actually brought something and went to Wu Guohua's house to express his gratitude in person. Wu Guohua was so surprised that he quickly and enthusiastically poured tea for Captain Chen. But who knew that the two of them were just quarreling during this time? No one was cleaning up the house, there were stains in the teacups, a layer of dust on the table, and there was no hot water in the thermos bottle. Wu Guohua was extremely embarrassed. It was Xia Yueying who hurried up and said, "Captain, please sit down first while I go wash the cups." She was so excited that she worked hard and worked as if she had installed a motor. She washed the cup and poured water in a few strokes. Sure enough, Captain Chen over there was already chatting with Wu Guohua with a smile. "Comrade Xia saved the life of our national treasure this time. He is the savior of our children. According to our custom, the savior must recognize his godfather and godmother, but you are still young and have no children of your own. I will discuss this with Comrade Su Qing. After thinking about it, I decided not to recognize my godfather and godmother. These fruit milk powders are reserved for Comrade Xia to replenish his body." Xia Yueying was a little disappointed. That's it? What she saved was the life of Captain Chen's son. Fortunately, Captain Chen changed the topic and patted Wu Guohua on the shoulder. "I know you have encountered something recently. Who among young people has never made mistakes? But as long as you know how to correct yourself and work hard, there will be a lot of opportunities in the future. Work hard in the actual competition next month and try to get a chance to improve." Wu Guohua simply survived from a desperate situation. "Captain, I will definitely work hard." He originally thought that he would have no chance in this life, but he never thought that there would be hope. His view of Xia Yueying also changed in an instant. Perhaps he had misunderstood her too deeply during this period. Captain Chen looked at Xia Yueying again. "Comrade Xiaoxia, you have been working hard cleaning the family courtyard during this period. The canteen is currently short of someone to cook meals. You can do it." Xia Yueying almost jumped up with excitement. "Captain! Thank you. I will go to work tomorrow." She really felt that she was so smart and brave now. If it were another person, no one would be able to turn around like her. Soon Captain Chen left. Xia Yueying looked up at Wu Guohua, and her back straightened up a lot. She said quietly, Guowa, even if you still miss Yu Li, will she consider you? She has long been a treacherous, cruel and heartless woman. Her heart is full of her new love Lu Guanshan. She wants you to die. Can't you see clearly who in this world is really good to you? Wu Guowa was silent for a while, and then said, Yu Ying, I was wrong these days. Thank you this time. In the future, I will live a good life with you. This sentence made Xia Yuing rush over and hug him tightly with grievance. She said angrily, Guowa, you must seize the opportunity and work hard. We will live a very good life in the future. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan will be mad. I believe in you. You will be promoted, return to the position of company commander, then become battalion commander, regiment commander, and become the most powerful person step by step. Wu Guowa was a little flattered by what she said, and his eyes became gentler. Really? Do you trust me so much? Xia Yuing bit his ear and said, I not only believe in you, but also believe in myself. I can definitely help you climb to the highest position. The two of them talked and rolled into the bed. After that night, they suddenly became sweet. Xia Yuing felt comfortable all over. She admired her courage, even if God was unfair and not good enough to her. But she could fight for herself, find a husband for herself, and then find a job. In the future, she will create more opportunities for herself. What Yu Li can do, she can do, and what Yu Li can't do, she can still do. Finally getting rid of the job of cleaning the family compound, Xia Yuing went to work in the cafeteria early the next morning. She was in charge of serving food in Area 1. She wore an apron and a mask. The most important skill was to shake the spoon. After working for several days in a row, Xia Yuing took advantage of the convenience of serving food to not only feed herself, but also to get closer to the sisters-in-law in the family compound. After squatting for several days, she finally saw Yu Li coming to serve food, and she couldn't help but smile. Yu Li, what do you want to eat? Xia Yuing asked deliberately. Yu Li was a little surprised. When she looked up, she found that the person serving her food was Xia Yuing. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target_type, mix. Yu Li was very busy these days. The newspaper advertisement was very popular for several days, and people always came to Lu Guanshan to drink, talk, and ask about her rescue. Later, Lu Guanshan closed the door and refused to receive anyone, so no one came. But Zhong Wenli found Yu Li in a hurry. The foot powder is really effective. A male comrade from the 5th company used it and his feet stopped itching and hurting that night, and he slept through the night. This guy is a big mouth, and he promoted it so much that they all came to me to buy. Let me show you the order names in my notebook. 1, 2, 30, 35 packs. Xiao Yu, when can you make it? I estimate that if this foot powder is effective, the sales will definitely get better and better. When you have the stock, I will go to the city to take a look. Yu Li was also happy and agreed immediately, then I will make a batch as soon as possible. She made part of it at home while Lu Guanshan was not at home, and made part of it in the Pear Palace. Together, she made 300 packs of foot powder. If sold, it would be 1 yuan per small pack, and the cost was about 30 cents per pack. Zhong Wenli would get a commission of 10 cents, and Yu Li could make a net profit of 60 cents. If all these 300 packs are sold, Yu Li can make 180 yuan. She planned to increase the commission for Zhong Wenli when the sales volume started to increase. It happened that Zhong Wenli had strong social skills, so this was not difficult. 300 packs of athlete's foot powder were directly distributed by Zhong Wenli. But she brought back another good news from the city. That is, the plaster sold very well in the city hospital last time, and all the goods sent there were sold out. Because of the good effect, people who have used it will come back to buy it, and recommend people around them to buy it. Zhong Wenli said with a beaming face, Xiao Yu, you don't know, didn't our sales volume drop here before? But there are still people coming to buy it these days. They say it's effective, you have to buy it, there is nothing else that can replace it. Ha ha! Yu Li was also happy, and quickly made another box of 300 plasters for Zhong Wenli. She calculated that just the ointment that had been sold plus the athlete's foot powder, minus the cost and the commission given to Zhong Wenli, had made a net profit of 60 yuan. The subsequent business is getting better and better, and the profit will only continue. Thinking of this, Yu Li was full of energy. Who doesn't like money? She was too busy to cook today. Lu Guanshan went out for something at noon, so Yu Li went to the canteen to get some food. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for a few days, Xie Yuing has improved and has learned how to get food in the canteen. However, Yu Li also knows that people like Xie Yuing who have no sense of morality, shameless and have no bottom line, will not be surprised by anything they do. Using any means to climb up is a common method for such people. And at this moment, Xie Yuing's smile is definitely showing off, and she is also holding back bad things. Yu Li didn't have time to fight with her, so she handed over the lunchbox directly. I want tomato, eggs and stir-fried meat with green peppers. If Xie Yuing honestly served her food, she would treat her as an ordinary canteen staff. But how could Xie Yuing be honest? Her spoon shook and finally shook off all the eggs, leaving only scattered yellow broken eggs, and the rest were tomatoes. Green pepper fried meat, full of green pepper slices, plus 2 slices of fat. Xie Yuing almost trembled with laughter. Here, your dish, it's delicious. Yu Li looked down at the dish and calmly turned her eyes to Xie Yuing. But Xie Yuing looked at her provocatively, as if to say, what can you do to me? Most of the people who serve food in this cafeteria are double standard. When they see someone they like, they will add more eggs and meat, and shake the spoon at whoever they want. Basically no one dares to make any comments. If someone dares to make any comments, there will be a lot of words waiting for you. They say you are greedy, you are calculative, and you like to take advantage. Can I give you all the meat? Can I live by yourself? Besides, Yu Li is a lesbian, so she must be embarrassed to expose it in public. But Yu Li suddenly cried. She said with a fragile face, Comrade Xie Yuing, did I offend you in some way? Every time I came to get food, the comrades in the cafeteria were very generous and never trembled. This is the first time to get tomato and egg, all of them are tomatoes. For green pepper and meat slices, all of them are green peppers. It doesn't matter if the food is good or not. I donated 100 yuan to the army some time ago. I'm just afraid that there will be some misunderstandings between comrades. Tell me, why do you treat me differently like this? There are many people in the cafeteria. Xie Yuing was stunned. She didn't expect Yu Li to be like this. Yu Li opened the lunchbox for everyone to see. Look, everyone, is she treating me differently? Comrade Xie Yuing has a problem with me. I have to clear up the misunderstanding today. Otherwise, won't I be hungry every time I come to the canteen to eat? It's okay if I'm not full, but the propaganda department has been looking for me from time to time these days. What if the interview is in the newspaper one day and affects the reputation of our canteen? The onlookers shook their heads after seeing the 2 dishes, and the anger they had accumulated in the past was vented. Anyone who is not blind can see this. Whose tomato and egg only has tomatoes? Whose stir-fried pork with green peppers only has green peppers? It's okay if your canteen shakes hands normally. This shaking is too severe. You treat everyone as fools. Yes, this female comrade is right. Whether we are full or not is secondary. If the interview is known to the outside world, it will affect the reputation of our entire resident regiment. This is not conducive to internal unity. Xie Yuing hurriedly explained, No. I didn't treat them differently. I didn't pay attention just now. Yu Li made a quick decision, okay. Now take another spoonful and let me see how you do it. There happens to be no meat or eggs in the spoonful. Xie Yuing, damn it, she has never seen anyone more troublesome and fussy than Yu Li. The old squad leader from the cafeteria rushed over, sorry. She is a newbie and has only been working for a few days. Come on, I will call you again. We will definitely pay attention to this issue in the future. Yu Li said gently, thank you, but if there is a problem, it must be solved. You can't wrong anyone. If there is anything I did wrong today that makes Comrade Xie Yuing hate me, please tell her, and we will solve it face to face. If I did nothing wrong, then she must apologize. Xie Yuing grabbed the spoon, her face livid. I was really careless. Do you have to care so much? Everyone is waiting to eat, and you are wasting everyone's time. Yu Li quickly asked the others, do you want to solve the problem of trembling hands while serving food, or do you want to wait for dinner? This is a problem that has been accumulated for a long time. Everyone naturally thinks of solving the problem of shaking hands while cooking. Let's get rid of the problem of shaking hands while serving dishes first. In the end, under everyone's insistence, Xie Yuing couldn't hit just tomatoes and green peppers with one spoonful, and she couldn't tell where Yuli had offended her, so she could only bow to Yuli in public and apologize. And the cafeteria guarantees that all waiters will never have shaking hands in the future, and it will be fair to everyone. Everyone who came to eat was very happy and looked at Yuli with grateful eyes. If it weren't for this lesbian, I guess this unhealthy trend would have continued for a long time. Yuli did not continue in the cafeteria. After seeing Xie Yuing's apology, she only said coldly, "Be a good person." After saying that, he took the repackaged meal and left directly. The old squad leader in the cafeteria knew that Xie Yuing was introduced by Captain Chen and could not be fired, but he still took Xie Yuing to the kitchen and gave her a severe lesson. No one said anything at first, but you had to go so far. If there was a piece of egg or a piece of meat in it, it wouldn't be like this. Just wait, the leader will definitely talk to me tonight. You can go out and take the blame then. Xie Yuing was unwilling to give in, and instantly became jealous, but aren't your hands shaking all the time in the cafeteria? It's not like my hands are shaking since I came here. If you hadn't come, the matter wouldn't have been so big. You have to take responsibility for this. Otherwise, go and tell Captain Chen that you don't want to do it anymore. Xie Yuing's heart fell to the bottom. How could she quit the job she finally got? In the end, I could only grit my teeth and agree to take the blame and accept the criticism. But Yuli made another note in her heart. Yuli was the one who caused her harm in this matter. That night, the superiors really criticized the canteen monitor severely. Knowing that it was the new Xie Yuing who caused the trouble, they scolded Xie Yuing to death. Finally, Xie Yuing was asked to write a 5,000-word inspection, and she was not allowed to get food in the front, but to go to the back kitchen to wash vegetables and dishes. Xie Yuing was full of anger, but she couldn't resist. Washing dishes and vegetables was really tiring. She was bent over all day and her back and waist were sore. Fortunately, her aunt comforted her and said that after a while, she would ask her uncle-in-law to find a way to transfer her to the warehouse. The work in the warehouse was easy and comfortable. Xie Yuing also told herself that at least she had a job now. It was a bit tiring to work in the canteen, but she would not be hungry and she would choose the best food. Yuli was an unemployed vagrant, and according to the development of her previous life, Lu Guanshan would die next month. What would happen if Yuli was spoiled again? As a widow, she could only go back to the countryside. Thinking of this, Xie Yuing felt much more comfortable. But what she didn't know was that Yuli's job would make her envious. Zhong Wenli was going crazy. She was originally just a women's director, but now she would go to Lu's house every day whenever she had time. Even Lu Guanshan had a problem with her. Director Zhong doesn't seem to be very busy at work recently. He only had so much time at home in a day. Several times after get off work, Zhong Wenli ran over and pulled Yuli to talk for a long time. Zhong Wenli knew that Lu Guanshan and Yuli had a good relationship, but she couldn't help it. She had to be busy with the work of the women's director during the day, so she had to come to discuss the sale of medicine with Yuli after work. She pretended not to see Lu Guanshan's eyes and bit the bullet and pulled Yuli to talk. The plasters and foot powder in the city are selling very well because the effect is visible. Now the goods are sold out immediately after they are delivered. I wonder if you can finish the production by yourself at this rate? Seeing Zhong Wenli's eagerness, Yuli smiled and said, "I know what you mean. We can become bigger and stronger, but after all, our identities are not suitable, so I think it's better to stay put for now, but as long as you have something, someone will always find you." Sure enough, a few days later, the person in charge of a pharmaceutical factory in the city came. I found Zhong Wenli and was brought to Yuli by Zhong Wenli. "Hello, Comrade Yuli, I am Xiao Meng from Qianhe Pharmaceutical Factory. The foot powder and pain-relieving plaster you made recently are selling very well. Our factory plans to purchase your formula. You can name a price." Xiao Meng is very well dressed, with a white shirt and black trousers, neat and meticulous, and a briefcase in his hand. It can be seen that he is going to discuss big business. He is indeed very discerning. When he came, he thought about giving Yuli a high price. Because anyone who knows a little about the market will understand that the foot powder and plaster, once the formula is bought, will definitely sell well for at least 2 years. It can be promoted nationwide. He prepared a psychological price of 500 to 1,000. But Yuli calmly poured him tea, I don't sell these two formulas for money, I only exchange them for shares. Xiao Meng was stunned and his mood became complicated. Shares are incredible, and they can be divided into the profits of the factory every month. But it must be said that Yu Li is very clear about the value of her two formulas. That is the method recorded in the medicine book found in the Li Palace, and it is a top formula that can't be found in the real world. Xiao Meng hesitated, but did not refuse. I will go back and report to the leader, and reply to you as soon as possible. Zhong Wenli was surprised. As soon as Xiao Meng left, she could not help asking Yu Li, Xiao Yu, you really dare to ask for it? Shares of Qinhe Pharmaceutical Factory. My God, that must be a huge sum of money. Yu Li smiled and said, this recipe is worth so much money. Don't worry, when I have shares, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food in the future. The next day, Xiao Meng came, and brought their deputy director with him. They immediately signed a contract to transfer 1% of the shares to Yu Li in exchange for two formulas. In addition, Yu Li was given 500 yuan as the first dividend. He took the formula and the remaining goods from Yu Li. Yu Li gave Zhong Wenli 50 yuan, and kept the rest of the money for herself. Zhong Wenli almost laughed out loud in her dreams at night. Oh my God, she worked so hard to work and only made 30 yuan a month, but since she worked with Yu Li for less than a month, she has earned 70 or 80 yuan in total. It's just a side job. She will support whatever Yu Li does in the future. Yu Li took the money and bought some more things for the family. She laid a carpet in the bedroom, bought a new table lamp, and bought a sofa in the living room. Now she only needs a TV. When she has more money, she will buy a TV. That day, when Lu Guanshan got home from get-off work, he thought he had walked into the wrong place the first time he stepped into the house. He walked out and looked around, and then stepped in again. His eyes almost popped out. Wife, what's wrong with our house? Yu Li was in a good mood. She welcomed Lu Guanshan in, let him sit on the sofa, and sat on his lap. She hooked her neck and told Lu Guanshan about the athlete's foot powder and plaster she made. I will be a little rich woman in the future, and I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Lu Guanshan was shocked. When he married Yu Li, he thought about letting her live a good life, but he didn't expect that he would benefit from it. My wife is awesome. I will behave well and follow you in the future. But you called me brother last night, and now you want me to call you sister? Is this address wrong? Come, let's discuss the address. He turned over and pressed her on the sofa. The soft sofa was more interesting than the bed. Yu Li smiled and tried to push him away, but was kissed so hard that her whole body went limp. In the end, she was so tired that her limbs were about to break on the sofa. After the two of them tossed and turned, they took a shower together, had dinner, and then went back to the bedroom. Before going to bed, Yu Li read a book, and Lu Guanshan did another 100 push-ups, then took a shower again and prepared to go to bed. The night was very quiet, and they hugged each other with their eyes closed. The quiet taste was really comfortable. Lu Guanshan mentioned the wedding. We still have to hold a wedding at the station. People keep asking me when we're going to have a wedding. When do you think it's a good time? Yu Li almost forgot about it. It's okay. I have free time anyway. It depends on when you're done. The wedding items have been prepared long ago, and it won't cost much to have a wedding. And they didn't plan to invite too many people. Lu Guanshan is not a person who likes ineffective socializing. He only speaks based on his strength. Yu Li has basically not gone out since she came here. There are not many sisters-in-law in the neighborhood who know her, let alone those who must be invited. The next day, Lu Guanshan roughly determined the number of people and planned with Yu Li to buy groceries and other things. The news spread quickly. Xia Yuing's heart skipped a beat. If Yu Li wants to have a wedding, then she has to have one too. Because they have no money, she and Wu Guohua tacitly didn't mention the wedding. Wu Guohua's salary for the past few months has been compensated to Lu Guanshan. Now if it weren't for her cousin's help, she wouldn't be able to make ends meet. But if she didn't have a wedding banquet, wouldn't she be outdone by Yu Li? Xia Yuing couldn't help but ask the sisters-in-law she knew, Captain Lu and Yu Li are having a wedding banquet. Did they say how they were going to arrange it? What kind of dishes and wine would they prepare? How much was the bride price when they got married? The issue of bride price has always been a thorn in her heart. She didn't believe how much bride price Lu Guanshan would give Yu Li. Yu Li didn't dare to publicize it, so the bride price must be very low, or she didn't have a bride price like her. The less she knew, the more she wanted to know. Xie Yuing had a rare day off, so she gathered with several sisters-in-law in the yard of Chen Ernie's house. While choosing vegetables, she said, women in the new era now have to rely on themselves. They can't just think about making a living. Finding a job is what they rely on. Even if you can't find a stable job, you can at least do manual work. Anyway, I don't agree with women expecting men to support them because they are lazy and lazy. Chen Ernie glanced at her and said nothing. In fact, she was struggling internally. Xie Yuing was very kind to her. She always brought her extra dishes when serving meals in the cafeteria. Now that she no longer prepares meals in the cafeteria, she would secretly give her some leftover cabbage leaves, green onions, ginger and garlic. But Yuli saved her child's life last time. After thinking about it, Chen Ernie nodded along with Xie Yuing's words. Yes, it's not okay for us women to be too lazy to work. Which woman doesn't take care of children, do housework and go to work? Even if she doesn't go to work, she still has to make a matchbox or something at home. At least she can earn a living. Money to buy salt. Camp Commander Lu's wife usually doesn't go out, she just stays at home and only goes to the canteen when eating. She can't really rely on her beauty to be supported by men, right? Xie Yuing said softly, maybe it's because the betrothal gift is too much. But if the betrothal gift is too much, my sister-in-law was in a hurry to borrow money a while ago and couldn't find it, and I didn't see the couple reaching out to help. If it were me, I would definitely borrow it. Sun Xiaomiao, the daughter-in-law of the second company commander next to her, looked up at Xie Yuing and felt really unhappy. Her kitchen was burned down a few days ago, and she was in a hurry to borrow money to buy and repair the kitchen, but couldn't get it anywhere. When she knocked on the door of Lu Guanshan's house, Yu Li didn't come out as if she hadn't heard. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaomiao felt a little uncomfortable and said angrily, she has a crush on the female director and sees the female director running to her house all day long. Does she like other people? Oh no. If you don't want to borrow, you won't borrow. Who? Rare. Xie Yuing looked at another sister-in-law who also lived nearby. Sister-in-law Lu, your instructor Gong and battalion commander Lu were in the same company before. They have such a good relationship, don't you have any contact? Liu Yuzhen got angry when she mentioned this. Lao Gong went to their house for 2 meals a while ago. When he came back, he said that the food I cooked was not delicious and that Comrade Xiao Yu's cooking was good. Why did I have the nerve to go? Liu Ying, my beloved, didn't invite me either. Xie Yuing quickly comforted her, sister-in-law, don't be angry, come to my house for dinner next time. Some people may look down on us, but I am definitely not that kind of person. We should unite and help each other. Sun Xiaomiao, the daughter-in-law of the second company commander, said abruptly, Comrade Xie, how about you lend me some money? Aren't you just getting married? How much is the bride price? At least you have to be 50 or 60, right? Xie Yuing felt uncomfortable thinking about the gift, but she still curled her lips and said with a smile, Guowa gave me a gift of 160 yuan, but I thought that my mother-in-law was not in good health and the family needed money, so I put the money with my mother-in-law. When I get pregnant, she will definitely give it to me. Sister-in-law son, why don't you ask Camp Commander Lu to borrow it first? I think they are both good people and will definitely not refuse. I just don't know how much their bride price is. Sun Xiaomiao's eyes moved. Her man had been invited to have a wedding banquet in a few days. Maybe he could actually borrow Yu Li's gift money. Liu Yuzhen thought of her man blaming her for Yu Li, so she also said, you just ask when the time comes to help. What's the point? It's not like you borrowed it and won't pay it back. After talking in low voices for several months, Chen Ernie's expression changed a bit, she pursed her lips and said nothing. Xie Yuing smiled beside her, waited for the crowd to disperse, and then caught up to Liu Yuzhen and said, Sister-in-law, Instructor Gong really shouldn't criticize you because of Yu Li. In fact, how can Yu Li compare to you? You can endure hardship, she only knows enjoy, that's her. It ruined the atmosphere of our family home. I thought about the fact that a few men went to the Lu family for dinner in those days. It wasn't Camp Commander Lu who invited them, but Yu Li deliberately seduced them. The men in our residence are all simple, how could you tell? What's on her mind? Liu Yuzhen's eyes were irritated by a few words. How dare she? She has a man and she wants to seduce other men? Xie Yuing sighed, some women just like this, enjoying the eyes of men pursuing her. I guess it's not just your old gong who admires her so much now, but the other sisters-in-law must also be unhappy. If this continues, I don't know what will happen to the family. It's a tragedy. But sister-in-law, I am saying this for your own good. You must not sell me. I feel sorry for you too. Liu Yuzhen was so upset that she said angrily, how could I tell others? It's not your fault for this. It's Camp Commander Lu's lover who is making a fuss. Don't worry, I will stab her properly on the day of her wedding. It's impossible. After being separated from Liu Yuzhen, Xie Yuing was in such a good mood. She had planned everything to make Yu Li's wedding a mess. Then she held a lively and cheerful wedding, creating an image of a loving couple with Wu Guohua. Wouldn't it be like a fish in water in the family courtyard from now on? She handles interpersonal relationships very well. When Wu Guohua got off work, he saw Xie Yuing humming a song and cleaning the housework. He glanced at the noodles on the table and felt a little nauseous. Eat noodles every day, you've already had enough. But he couldn't say. Not to mention that Xie Yuing couldn't let Xie Yuing know that he had heard many people mention that Yuli was delicious when cooked, and after eating it once, he wanted to do it again. I could only endure the nausea and eat the noodles. But I didn't expect Xie Yuing to say, Guohua, Yuli, and the others are going to have a wedding, so we should also hold one in the base, right? At least let the comrades know that we are married. Wu Guohua frowned, and the noodles in his mouth felt even more bland. What should we do? We don't have any money now. I have paid all my salary for the past few months to Lu Guanshan. You have only been working for a few days? Why don't we have a wedding? Anyway, we have already had one in our hometown. Xie Yuing was immediately unhappy. Why can Yu Li and the others do it, but we can't? How will others look at you and me at that time? Won't Yu Li laugh at us behind our backs? Otherwise, you can borrow some money to hold the wedding? You are the squad leader now after all. Find a few unmarried young people under your command. They must have savings. You can lend us their money first. Wu Guohua suddenly put down his chopsticks and looked at her solemnly. Xie Yuing, I've changed from company commander to squad leader. I don't want people to look down on me anymore, do you understand? I know better than you what the people under me come from. Few of them have a good family life. They either rely on their salary savings to marry a wife, or rely on their salary to send back home to support their family. You want me to borrow their salary? I'm not that shameless. Xie Yuing saw that he suddenly taught her a lesson, and she also put down her chopsticks. You mean I'm thick-skinned? You also know that they will save their salary to marry a wife. Where is your salary savings? The gift you gave me was an IOU. Don't you know what happened at our wedding? The dishes were shabby. We were laughed at. Your sister was beaten up for having an affair. I'm only getting married once in my life, don't I feel ashamed? Wu Guohua picked up the bowl and threw it, but he didn't curse out loud. The older sister next door started to curse again. Throw, throw, throw. Throw all day long. Is your father dead? Why do you keep throwing pots all day long? Wu Guohua stood up and was about to leave, holding his breath. Xie Yuing said firmly, I don't care what you do. Anyway, I must hold this banquet. And it must be lively and grand. She must not be worse than Yu Li. She wants to trample Yu Li under her feet in this life. The two of them had a cold war for a few days, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when Yu Li and Lu Guanshan got married. After Yu Li discussed with Lu Guanshan, they decided to invite only 3 tables of people. This way you won't be so tired, and you won't have troubling interactions with too many people. Lu Guanshan went to the canteen in advance to borrow some large round tables, stools, bowls, and chopsticks, etc. Then I went ahead to buy some ingredients that Yu Li had ordered. The couple prepared in advance and everything was in order. Lu Guanshan does all the dirty work, and Yu Li is only responsible for the spoons. Lu Guanshan washed for 5-pound wild grass carps and chopped them into pieces. Yu Li was responsible for mixing the flour with seasonings and deep frying them. A large pot of golden and crispy fried fish pieces is ready. In addition, a pot of small crispy pork was fried and a pot of big bones marinated in sauce was prepared in advance. The whole yard is filled with the aroma of food. Lu Guanshan got up early the next morning. Neither of them dared to do that thing the night before because they were afraid that they would not have the energy to do anything today. All the vegetables were washed and cut, and the braised pork was stewed in the morning. Lu Guanshan went to paste the big red words happy on several doors one after another. People who lived nearby came over one after another after breakfast to help. Zhong Wenli had something to do in the city today, so she could only come for lunch at noon, so she didn't come in advance. Yu Li had also made plans. Since she was married to Lu Guanshan and lived in a family compound, it was impossible for her to avoid interacting with people forever. Humans are social animals, and someone may be able to use someone else one day. During the day of serving wine, she would also try to talk to her sister-in-law, whom she got along well with, and pretended to be acquainted with her. But I didn't expect that the first person to come to the kitchen was Chen Ernie. Ever since Chen Ernie's son Mao Dan suffered from high fever and convulsions that day and was rescued by Yu Li, the two of them had not seen each other very often. But in fact, according to Yu Li's way of dealing with others, he must be grateful when others help him. Neither Chen Ernie nor her man said a single word of thanks. Yu Li knew in her heart, so she said calmly, "Here you come. Please come in quickly. Lao Lu and the others are talking in the main room. There are candies on the table. Take the children to eat candies. Anyway, we are just acquaintances, so we will have less contact with each other in the future." Chen Ernie pushed Mao Dan, "Then go and eat some sweets, I have to help your aunt cook." Mao Dan went to eat the candy while Chen Ernie rolled up her sleeves and helped Yu Li peel the garlic. She smiled and said something, "Oh, your kitchen is so clean. How much did you buy this kitchen knife? It looks great. You also got a wooden board specially designed for cutting vegetables? Oh, and this bowl rack is so beautiful." She was really envious when she praised her all the time. For a while, my impression of Yu Li was much better than before. I really didn't expect that the kitchen in Yu Li's house was so high-end. This must be a normal life, so every detail can be different. Look at what Yu Li is wearing today, a red silk shirt with black polka dots, and a pair of black trousers. She is charming, delicate, clean and bright. How can she be compared to Xie Yueying? Chen Ernie only hesitated for a moment and then said to Yu Li, "Xiao Yu, be careful later. I heard from those sisters-in-law 2 days ago that they seem to be planning to ask you to borrow money." Yu Li paused with the kitchen knife in her hand and glanced at her. "Who? I just came here not long ago and I don't know many people. Does anyone want to ask me to borrow money?" Chen Ernie said as if she was taking credit, "Yes, you are young and don't know that people's hearts are sinister, but I see you well, so I'll remind you." Yu Li smiled lightly. "Who is it?" Chen Ernie's eyes wandered for a moment and she laughed dryly. "I can't say that, but you should be careful." Yu Li didn't say anything, she just thought it was funny. This Chen Ernie, who slandered Yu Li with them in front of those sisters-in-law, and now asks for credit in front of Yu Li, wants to sell a favor, but it is impossible to say who it is, and thinks that everyone is a fool. But thinking about Chen Ernie's ending in her previous life, Yu Li felt dazed again. Just such a plain-looking woman from the countryside, duplicitous, talking nonsense to everyone, but she has a weak spot, and that is her son Mao Dan. In the original book, Chen Ernie's ending was not good, and she was quietly hanged under a peach tree by the river. Thinking of this, Yu Li suddenly felt that something was wrong. Soon, there was a burst of excitement outside the door. "Ouch! Mom, you're here so early. We were so delayed that we almost didn't catch up." Instructor Gong's lover Liu Yuzhen came in and spoke to Chen Ernie. The short-haired and shrewd-looking woman beside her smiled and said, "Comrade Yu Li, I am the lover of the second company commander Jian Kunyi. My name is Sun Xiaomio. You have been here for so long, and we finally know each other." Seeing Sun Xiaomio introducing herself, Liu Yuzhen also quickly introduced herself. The kitchen suddenly became lively. Children from various families outside also came, shouting in surprise one by one. "Sugar! So much sugar! Nougat, sesame candy, and winter melon candy. I want to get some more. Why are these melon seeds sweet? They are so delicious. Where is the bride? My mother said today is a wedding reception. The bride is very beautiful." Yu Li smiled and greeted several sisters-in-law. "I just arrived a few days ago. I didn't feel comfortable with it, so I took a rest for a while, which made my sisters-in-law laugh. No matter whether the food is delicious or not, let's get together today." She smiles with red lips and white teeth, and a pair of crescent moon eyes that are so sweet that people can't help but look at her again and again. Her whole body from top to bottom, even her hair, is so delicate, as if it is filled with fragrance. The lips are beautiful, the skin is as clear as jade, the eyes are like spring light, and there are many shadows of flowers. The whole person is beautiful and sweet. The sisters-in-law were also surprised. I had been peeking at them from a distance some time ago, but I was really shocked by Yuli's beauty when I saw her up close. Yuli looked at them and wondered silently in her heart. She suddenly found that in the family compound in the original book, except for Xie Yueying, the people who appeared most often died miserably. Chen Ernie hanged under a peach tree. Sun Xiaomyo was arrested for selling intelligence, but he resisted fiercely and refused to admit it, and died on the pillar at the gate of the family compound. Liu Yuzhen was deserted by her friends and relatives, and she jumped into the river in despair and died on New Year's Eve. Only Xie Yueying lived a stable life until old age, and her life became more and more comfortable. But the most terrifying thing is that these people are not actually evil people, but ordinary women who work hard to run their own small families in this not-so-rich era. They may be greedy, selfish, and impulsive, but they treat their children and husbands very well. Why did they all die so miserably in the original book? Yuli couldn't help but guess that maybe everything was related to Xie Yueying. This person was so vicious and cruel that it was unimaginable. He could force innocent people to death step by step for his own benefit. But this was just Yuli's own idea. She had no evidence and could not do anything. She could only smile and chat with her sisters-in-law about daily life. But as long as she caught any evidence, she would definitely tear off Xie Yueying's mask without mercy. While wandering in her mind, Yuli heard Sun Xiaomiao's question. Sister Yuli, how much dowry did Captain Lu give you when you married him? The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly became a little weird. Several women looked at Yuli subconsciously, waiting for her answer. Chen Ernie and Sun Xiaomiao stopped working. However, Liu Yuzhen could see that she was an extremely fast worker, peeling potatoes on the ground. Yuli smiled calmly. It's not much. We spent a lot of money just getting married, and now we've almost spent it. Fortunately, Guanshan's monthly salary is enough for us. I was just going to ask my sisters-in-law for advice. This result after getting married and starting a family, what's the best way to save money? We are young and spend a lot of money, so we can't keep any money. She sighed slightly, with a sad look on her face, as if she was short of money. Sun Xiaomyu was a little disappointed. How could she borrow money now? Chen Ernie did not comment, but Liu Yuzhen said straightforwardly, there are many ways to save money. Usually men are very energetic and eat meat. We women can just eat some pickles and radishes with our meals. I heard Lao Gong say you guys if you eat well, how can you live like that? When cooking, add oil vigorously, and it will taste delicious even if you put the soles of your shoes in it. The money is spent like water, of course there is no money left. If you don't have children yet, your finances will be even tighter once you have children. There is a difference between being married and not being married. Just wear whatever clothes are suitable for working. Don't buy beautiful clothes. She talked a lot, and Yuli smiled and said, what my sister-in-law said is true, I will keep it all in mind. But in fact, seeing Liu Yuzhen working quickly but still wearing patched clothes just felt like a pity. No matter what a woman does, she should love herself more and not just worry about her husband and children. What's the point of living like that all your life? The kitchen was busy, but Sun Xiaomiao failed to borrow money. Her face turned cold and she didn't say anything for a long time. But when Yuli started cooking and the fragrant meat smell crazily penetrated their noses, everyone was looking forward to it again. After all, eating meat is considered a luxury. Who dares to eat so much? Soon, lunch started. Yuli worked non-stop and observed privately that Chen Ernie's work was neither good nor bad, but she also helped a little, serving dishes and other tasks. Sun Xiaomiao looked busy, but in fact she did basically nothing. Only Liu Yuzhen worked very neatly, and she was clearly a very hard-working and capable woman. 3 tables of dishes were set out, hot and sour jelly, hoof jelly, mixed sausages, sweet and sour lotus root slices, soy sauce bones, braised fish cubes, braised pork, fish-flavored shredded pork. The table was full of dishes, all delicious and delicious, making everyone unable to take their eyes away and making their mouths water like crazy. Praises came one after another. Lao Lu, you are such a capable bride. The food on this table smells delicious. Oh my, these big bones with soy sauce taste really good. I have never eaten such delicious big bones in my life. Dad, I want to eat fish. Fish! This fish is delicious. Fragrant. Mom, I want this bowl of braised pork. I want it all. The adults and children were all excited, and there was no need to be polite. They picked up the chopsticks one by one and started picking them up. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan looked at each other with deep smiles on their faces. Today's dishes are prepared in large quantities, so everyone can eat them without fear. In addition, Yu Li also made a big pot of sour plum soup. The sweet and sour plum soup, with the fragrance of osmanthus, made Sun Xiaomiao feel very sad. She wanted to drink it but was afraid that it would occupy her stomach and not be able to eat meat. She was torn. Captain Chen's daughter-in-law Su Qing also came. She was originally indifferent to Yu Li, but today she realized that Commander Lu's daughter-in-law was definitely not an ordinary person. Just the fact that the whole table was full, no, the top delicacies she had never tasted in all the wedding wines she had ever had, and the big pot of sour plum soup that was so delicious that it was indescribable, were enough to impress her. The food was so satisfying that Su Qing rarely smiled and said to Zheng Yui, the lover of political commissar Xiao and Xia Yuing's cousin who was sitting next to her, this lover of Camp Commander Lu looks like a vase, but I didn't expect that he is quite capable. Yes, the house and outside are kept clean, and the workmanship is so good. Jing Yui thought of Xia Yuing's aggrieved look and still felt resentful towards Yu Li. He said without saltiness, who would marry so extravagantly? It's just for vanity and to show off. Such lesbians can't live a good life. Su Qing paused and said no more. The sarcasm flashed across her lips, and she lowered her head to feed her child, the national treasure, fish. The national treasure ate with gusto. Normally he could only eat one bowl of rice, but today he ate 2 bowls. Su Qing was in such a good mood. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan toasted one by one. The two of them are both outstandingly beautiful, and they look even more perfect when they stand together. The words talented and female are not even enough to describe them. It's like the stars and the crescent moon, shining together. Captain Chen raised his glass with a smile. Guanshan, you are finally married. Live a good life and try to have a fat boy as soon as possible. Don't let your genes go to waste. Today's banquet is the most delicious meal we have here. We will set up a few tables after you give birth to a big fat boy, and then we will get drunk before resting. I still remember that time. Su Qing frowned slightly and looked over. Captain Chen seemed to have his tongue suddenly grabbed, and he chuckled. Not much to say, it's all in the wine. Lu Guanshan and Yu Li laughed together and clinked glasses with Captain Chen. Captain Chen, we respect you. Immediately afterwards, there was Instructor Gong next to him. He loved to smile, and he smiled brightly at Lu Guanshan and Yu Li. It made his wife Liu Yuzhen feel very uncomfortable. Why didn't I see him smile so happily at home? Is he really thinking about Yu Li? Liu Yuzhen was a little irritated, but it didn't affect her feasting. Originally, she planned to stab Yu Li, but today's banquet was so good. Just now, she saw that her daughter Pei Pei was weak and couldn't grab candy from other children, so Yu Li secretly stuffed Pei Pei's pockets full of candy. She couldn't say anything sarcastic for a while. The whole room was full of smiles, and the children were eating with their mouths full of oil. At this time, Bai Lingling suddenly appeared. She was wearing a white gauze dress, which looked like a wedding dress at first glance. She came slowly, dressed exquisitely and solemnly. Captain Lu, I'm here today to congratulate you on your wedding. After all, we know each other, right? 2 years ago, you were injured in the leg and hospitalized for a month, and I took care of you. 4 years ago, I followed you on a mission, and we encountered an explosion on the way. You covered my retreat, causing you to be shot in the arm, and I took the bullet out for you. Isn't our friendship enough for you to treat me to a glass of wedding wine? The whole room suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of children gnawing bones. Chen Ernie rolled her eyes and nudged Sun Xiaomiao with her arm. Is Bai Lingling here to cause trouble? They have already obtained the marriage certificate. Today they are just having a wedding banquet in the family compound. Could it be that she wants to snatch the bride? Sun Xiaomiao snorted. Who knows? Anyway, there is a good show to watch. This Bai Lingling has always liked Captain Lu. I wonder why she gave up so easily. Bai Lingling's eyes were red, but Lu Guanshan protected Yu Li behind him and said on the spot, you are a doctor, and it is your duty to save people. I joined the army to protect the safety of the people. I saved you because you are just an ordinary person in my eyes. You and I have different values, so we can't be friends. Bai Lingling endured the pain, grievance and unwillingness in her heart, watching Lu Guanshan tightly protecting Yu Li behind him, and the fire of jealousy almost burned her to death. Why is the latecomer superior? She tried to smile. Then it's not too much for me to ask for a glass of wedding wine on behalf of my uncle, right? Is Captain Lu going to kick me out? After saying that, Bai Lingling found an empty seat and sat down. Lu Guanshan originally wanted to kick Bai Lingling out directly. Today is his wedding. On such an important day, if Bai Lingling is allowed to stay, even if he doesn't have any good impressions of Bai Lingling, it will inevitably make other people have wild ideas and point fingers at Yu Li in the future. What's more, the unkind look Bai Lingling looked at Yu Li made Lu Guanshan very unhappy. But before he could speak, Yu Li gently pulled his sleeve. Today is a wedding banquet, so it would be inappropriate for Lu Guanshan to say such unpleasant words. Even if Bai Lingling did something wrong, it would still be Lu Guanshan who would be blamed in the future, and it would be her, Yu Li, who didn't know how to behave. She had long thought this would happen. It's better to be generous and treat others in their own way. Guanshan, since we are all guests here, Comrade Bai doesn't mind if you want to sit down and try my cooking and have a drink at the wedding bar. Yu Li had already said this, and Lu Guanshan didn't say anything else. Others around him pulled Lu Guanshan to continue drinking. Bai Lingling sat down and curled her lips slightly. She didn't really come for the wedding banquet. After a while, she got up and walked around from the yard to the door of Yu Li's bedroom on the pretext of going to the toilet. She found that the door was locked. So he walked to the window and threw his agate bracelet through the crack of the window onto the table by the window in the room. Yu Li had already noticed Bai Lingling's movements and chuckled in her heart. Although today was her wedding with Lu Guanshan, if someone made trouble, she would really take this opportunity to fight back. No matter how hard she beats others, she, Yu Li, has never been easy to mess with. If you are safe and sound, everyone will be friends and you will have good food and drinks. If you are restless and always have bad thoughts, then I'm sorry, you can't eat and walk around today. Soon, the women and their children were almost full, and the men were drinking to their heart's content. Everyone was ready to say goodbye in unison. Suddenly, Bai Lingling stood up. Oh. Where's my bracelet? It's agate. It was a birthday gift from my aunt when I was 18. It's very expensive. When she became anxious, everyone immediately started to help her find her. Bai Lingling's face was full of worry and impatience. That bracelet is very expensive, but it is also of great significance. I just took it out and put it in my bag because I was afraid it would get dirty, but why is it gone? If someone takes it accidentally, it will be troublesome. Give it to me, I can give you $5 to thank you. Good guy. When Sun Saomyo heard that there was a thank you fee, she immediately actively helped to find it. Everyone else also checked their pockets to see if there was any on the table and floor. Yu Li just went to get the cigarettes and came back. Lu Guanshan took them and gave them to his colleagues. Seeing the mess, she asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lingling said bluntly, "Comrade Yu Li, I just lost a very valuable agate bracelet at your house. That bracelet is very important to me. Did you see it when you were entertaining guests and put it away? Please give it back to me." Good guy. A shit basin was pulled down directly. Yu Li paused and smiled half-heartedly. How are you sure it was me who took it? I have never seen your bracelet. Bai Lingling stared at her, but I just seemed to see you pick something up and take it to your bedroom when you were packing your things. I didn't mean that you took it on purpose, but maybe you didn't pay attention to put it away? There are a lot of things going on at home today, so I don't care if you forget for a moment. I just hope you take out the bracelet and return it to me, otherwise it won't be convenient for me to search your bedroom, right? Everyone looked at each other and were at war with each other. Lu Guanshan threw the cigarette case in his hand on the table. Bai Lingling, I told you that you were not welcome when you came here. I advise you not to cause trouble over nothing. But Bai Lingling made up her mind that today she must let everyone see that Yu Li stole her bracelet. She looked at Lu Guanshan stubbornly. I didn't plan to care about it at first, but today I must find my bracelet. It was my aunt's 18th birthday gift. I know your wife is from the country and I haven't seen her before. Good things, but no matter how good they are, if they don't belong to you, do you want to grab them if you like them? This remark is a pun, implying that Yu Li robs men as well as bracelets. Lu Guanshan's brows were filled with suppressed anger. Captain Chen immediately said, Hey, I have something to say. Maybe it fell somewhere? Look for it again. Sun Samyu was still rummaging around for the 5 yuan bonus. Suddenly, Bai Lingling looked at Yu Li like a nail. In that case, I'll make it clear. I'm sure I saw Yu Li quietly take something into the bedroom. Please take my bracelet, immediately return it to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the security department to investigate you. Lu Guanshan suddenly clenched his fists, and just as he was about to speak, Yu Li touched his hand gently. The woman's voice was calm, not irritated or embarrassed, just calm and calm. Bai Lingling, you keep saying that you saw me taking your bracelet. It seems that you can't even search my house today, so let's search it. Bai Lingling immediately rushed to the bedroom. She was sure that the bracelet was in Yu Li's bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door opened, everyone was shocked. Everyone opened their eyes as if they had seen a new world. Oh my God! Camp Commander Lu and Yu Li's bedrooms are also so beautiful. There is a carpet on the floor, the bed sheets are pink with floral patterns, neat and beautiful, and the table lamps on both sides of the bed are imported foreign goods with patterns, exquisite and high-end. The new wardrobe is eye-catching to look at. There are neat books placed on the large desk. On the wall are the calligraphy words "God rewards those who work hard," written by the couple together. There is a bouquet of roses made of wool in the vase on the table. Flowers, and a photo of Yu Li and Lu Guanshan, making everything look so beautiful. There is a brand new sewing machine next to it, and Yu Li's unfinished clothes hang on the shelf. The whole house looks like the kind of environment that only refined and elegant people in the city would live in. Overflowing with the sweet fish happiness of newlyweds. At that moment, Bai Lingling suddenly thought that Yu Li was the mistress of this house, sleeping on this big bed with Lu Guanshan every day, and her heart was broken into 10,000 pieces. She walked directly to the desk, but saw that there was no bracelet on the desk, and then opened the drawer to check. Everyone helped rummage around on the bed to make sure there was no trace of the bracelet. Bai Lingling guessed that Yu Li had hidden the bracelet, so she turned around and said, "Yu Li, you hid the bracelet. How can we find it? I advise you to give it back to me. Don't waste everyone's time here. Things are going bad. Being older is not good for you." Lu Guanshan's patience had reached its limit, and he was so angry that he wanted to burn Bai Lingling to ashes immediately. But Yu Li walked up and patted Bai Lingling's bag. "Are you sure I hid it? Could it be that you are out of your mind and insist on saying that I took it away even though you hid it in your bag? Why don't you look at your bag in front of everyone?" Su Qing next to her also couldn't stand it anymore. "Yes, Comrade Bai, look again, maybe you didn't pay attention in the bag." In order to prove that it was not in the bag, Bai Lingling immediately opened the bag, but when she saw what was in the bag, her face suddenly froze. Zhong Wenli arrived late today. After looking at it for a long time, she felt unhappy. She went up and grabbed Bai Lingling's bag. "I'll help you find it." With a crash, everything in Bai Lingling's bag was scattered on the ground. The agate bracelet fell directly to the ground, and there was also a brand new double lion watch. Liu Yuzhen was stunned. "Hey? Doesn't this watch belong to Comrade Yu Li? I saw her wearing it when she was cooking just now." Yu Li nodded. "Yes, I just put the watch back in the bedroom because I felt it was inconvenient to wear it when I was eating." "Comrade Bai Lingling, why is this watch in your bag?" A group of people gathered at the door, never expecting it to end like this. Bai Lingling had been making trouble for a long time, but it turned out that the thief was shouting, "Catch the thief!" Not only did he steal Yu Li's watch, but he also wanted to frame Yu Li for stealing her bracelet. Bai Lingling immediately explained excitedly, "I didn't. I don't know what happened. How come the bracelet and watch are in my bag? Yu Li, did you touch my bag?" Chen Ernie couldn't stand it anymore. "You come up and sit next to me. You have your bag in your hand the whole time. No one has touched your bag." Yu Li looked at her aggrievedly. "Comrade Bai Lingling, I know that when I bought the watch that day, I chose this watch first with my husband. You and Director Bai arrived later, and you also liked it, but it was because I wanted to buy a watch for my wedding. You couldn't help but come up and steal the watch. I didn't agree, and you felt resentful in your heart. But you can't do such a thing. It doesn't matter if you wrongly accused me or stole my watch, but you have affected the reputations of Chief Fu and Director Bai. How could you do this?" Everyone understood the truth at once. Zhong Wenli said rudely, "Who doesn't know that you like Camp Commander Lu? He made it clear that he doesn't like you anymore, so you are chasing him to make trouble. Today is his big day, and you framed him and stole his watch. How could Chief Fu do this? Do you have such a niece? Bai Lingling collapsed in panic and shouted, "You, Li. It must be you. You did it on purpose. I didn't take your watch, you must have taken the bracelet. Why is it in my bag? Please speak up. Otherwise I won't let you go." The next moment, Lu Guanshan found a pair of handcuffs from nowhere and handcuffed Bai Lingling on the spot. "Bai Lingling, I'm warning you. Whatever happened today, no matter whose relative you are or who you know, I will definitely investigate the matter from the security department." Enter the security department? Bai Lingling was a doctor at the division hospital and the niece of the chief and the director of the hospital. She struggled desperately and yelled, "How dare you? How dare you touch me? It was you, Li, who framed me. You all saw it, yes, she set me up. Let me go." She broke down and cried in fear, her usual noble and reserved look suddenly gone. Soon, Bai Lingling was sent to the security department. Naturally, Chief Fu and Director Bai also got the news. Bai Lingling was so angry after being taken away. She thought no one dared to insult her like this. After all, her status was there, but Lu Guanshan was really ruthless. How could this happen? Bai Lingling's mind was blank in panic. She could never steal Yu Li's watch. She also put the bracelet in Yu Li's bedroom with her own hands. How could it be in her bag? Is it really her memory that is confused? But she couldn't tell the truth, so she could only say repeatedly, "I didn't steal it, nor did I frame someone. It was Yu Li who did it on purpose. I request to see Chief Fu, he will definitely prove my innocence." However, after the investigation by the security department, everyone who went to the Lu family for the wedding banquet that day could prove that Bai Lingling was not welcome when she went there. She sat down by herself, and Yu Li never approached her, let alone touched her bag. Instead, she insisted that Yu Li took her bracelet and searched her bedroom, but she found Yu Li's watch in her bag. How could the facts seen by so many people be false? In addition, Bai Lingling and Yu Li had conflicts before, and now everyone is basically sure that Bai Lingling deliberately made trouble. When Commander Fu answered the phone, his face was as cold as ice. He usually pays the most attention to discipline. He knows that Bai Lingling likes Lu Guanshan, so it is not good to say anything too unpleasant directly. He has reminded Bai Hongmian several times to let Bai Lingling be more conscious. But she actually did such a thing. Commander Fu directly ordered, "This matter shall be handled according to the regulations of the division. No one is allowed to plead. Make sure to find out the truth, and do what you should do. You must pay the price for making mistakes." After that, he hung up the phone. Bai Hongmian was very anxious. She had said long ago that if you want to alienate a couple, you can't do it directly, you need to use indirect means to kill with a borrowed knife. Why is Bai Lingling so impulsive when she heard that Lu Guanshan was holding a wedding? But now she could only look at Chief Fu worriedly. "Old Fu, how could Lingling steal someone else's watch? In my opinion, this must be a misunderstanding. Or that female comrade surnamed Yu is jealous of Lingling. How can you let Lingling be detained? How can she live in the future? She usually respects you as her uncle the most." Chief Fu looked at her coldly. "Didn't I tell you to remind her that girls need to love themselves? Lu Guanshan has already told her clearly that it is absolutely impossible for her. Why does she still harass others? Were you there when she snatched the watch in the store?" Fortunately, Xiao Lu is upright and can distinguish right from wrong. If he encounters a confused person who messes up both sides, it will cause a bigger scandal. If you really treat her well, you should teach her how to be a human being. Bai Hongmian was frightened by his fierce tone and tears came out all at once. Every word and sentence was clearly not about her, but it still made her extremely uncomfortable. Yes, girls need to love themselves, but if she hadn't gone through so much hardship, would he be willing to look at Bai Hongmian? She had suffered so much and endured so many grievances, but now she still has no privileges in his place. Heartache came in waves. Bai Hongmian covered her chest, and the red rope on her wrist leaked out. Blame me for not educating her well. Since Chen Chen got into trouble, I have been in a trance like you for these years, always thinking that if Chen Chen was still here, would he have grown into an excellent young man. I don't have my own children either. Lingling has always been with me. I haven't done well enough. I owe Chen Chen, and I owe Lingling. Chief Fu's eyes gradually dimmed. The red rope was worn before Chen Chen got into trouble. Bai Hongmian always wore it on her wrist. It was also his fault. Although he married Bai Hongmian, he didn't agree to have another child. For this reason, he didn't have strict requirements for Bai Lingling, and let Bai Hongmian pamper and love her. After a while, Chief Fu stood up, sighed, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Don't worry, even if I don't say it, they won't make it too difficult for her. It's just that she did something wrong this time. She must realize her mistake and apologize sincerely before she can be released. Don't worry about it for the next few days. The incident did not cause any substantial losses, and according to Lu Guanshan's temperament, he would not pursue it, but Lu Guanshan must apologize. If Bai Lingling apologized, the matter would be reduced to a small matter. If she didn't apologize, she would definitely suffer more. After saying that, he went upstairs. Bai Hongmian sat dejectedly on the sofa, looking up at this elegantly decorated small Western-style building, and suddenly felt a little dazed. Is the identity of the chief's wife that she had snatched with all her efforts really good? But no matter what, she must be Mrs. Fu, and she must be buried with her husband when she dies in the future. Bai Lingling resolutely refused to admit it. She originally thought that her aunt and uncle would soon get her out, but she didn't expect that she would be locked up for a day and a night without any movement, and only people came to interrogate her one after another. She refused to eat or drink, and kept crying until she felt dizzy. I didn't do it. It was Yuli who framed me. Go check her, go check her. The people who interrogated her were helpless, and could only sigh secretly that the chief's niece was difficult to deal with. Bai Hongmian was so worried that she went to find connections behind Chief Fu's back, but unfortunately she found that it was really not that simple this time. Because Lu Guanshan was watching closely from behind, he said that he must have an explanation. Officer Qin had no choice but to persuade him, Director Bai, the difficulty of this matter lies in the fact that many people really saw it that day, and the evidence is irrefutable. Comrade Bai Lingling has to admit it. That day was also the day when Captain Lu and his wife held a wedding banquet, and it was indeed. Otherwise, you can go to Captain Lu to see if he is willing to reconcile, and this matter will be easy to handle. Bai Hongmian lowered her eyes, her face slightly cold. How could she be willing to go to Lu Guanshan? But Lingling's behavior was really not good, and so many people caught her. In the end, Bai Hongmian struggled and still endured the unhappiness to go to Lu Guanshan. She said straight to the point, Xiao Lu, Lingling's matter is actually a misunderstanding. Your Chief Fu has been busy these days, so let me tell you that Lingling is ignorant, so you don't have to bother with her. As she said, in order to appear calm, she raised her hand and casually put her hair behind her ears. But Lu Guanshan suddenly saw the red rope on her wrist. He also had a red string like that, which he had worn since childhood. He took it off before he joined the army when he grew up and left it to his grandmother in his hometown. The red string was woven in a unique way, and this was the first time he had encountered a string woven in the same way. Lu Guanshan's heart twisted slightly, and his head hurt again after a long time. Someone shouted in the distance, Captain Lu. There are 3 minutes left. Lu Guanshan said quickly, Bai Lingling will either be detained for questioning or apologize for what she did. She can choose. After saying that, he turned around and left. He subconsciously looked back to take another look at the red string, but saw that Bai Hongmian had lowered her hand and could not see it. Lu Guanshan didn't like Bai Hongmian very much. He endured a slight headache and quickly put this coincidence behind him. Bai Hongmian pursed her lips, and her eyes gradually cooled down. In the end, she went to find Yu Li again, who knew that Yu Li was more difficult to deal with than Lu Guanshan. Although Yu Li didn't mention any conditions, she never mentioned forgiveness. Finally, it was Bai Hongmian who spoke up, Lingling will compensate you 200 yuan for mental damages, and apologize in person. Is that okay? Yu Li smiled, okay, I'll use the 200 yuan to repair the road in the family compound, and I'll just do a good deed. There's no need to apologize in person, because I don't want to see her. I'll just ask her to write an apology letter and post it on the bulletin board. Bai Hongmian looked at her frivolous appearance, feeling disgusted and angry, but could only remain polite. Okay, that's it. She took the 200 yuan, and after Yu Li received it, she immediately went to find Zhong Wenli and paid someone to repair the muddy road in the family compound. When this matter spread, everyone was very excited. Because the muddy road is really hard to walk on, it's muddy every time it rains, and children always come back dirty when they go out. Now that Yu Li took out the 200 yuan to repair the road, isn't this benefiting everyone? Seeing that the money was paid by herself and the good reputation went to Yu Li, Bai Hongmian was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. When she saw Bai Lingling, who had been detained for 3 days, being sent out with a high fever and a thin face, tears suddenly broke out. Lingling. Bai Lingling's face was red with fever, her body was limp, and she cried pitifully, "Aunt, aunt." She fainted after she finished speaking. She was sick for half a month, and her reputation was completely ruined. Yu Li wanted this effect. Let Bai Lingling destroy her own Great Wall, ruin her reputation, and live in fear from now on. In this era, whether it is a man or a woman, being detained and interrogated for a few days is a stain, especially for Bai Lingling, who has been seen by others. It is obvious that Yu Li has been in a good mood these days. Even Lu Guanshan asked her to wear the red Su-style embroidered Cheongsam skirt that her second sister-in-law had someone make for her for 3 consecutive nights, and she also cooperated and agreed. Although there was an episode on the wedding day, it was still very perfect overall. On the wedding night, Lu Guanshan also prepared raw dumplings, and he and his wife also made a scene in the bridal chamber. Of course, his scene really made Yu Li blush and her heart beat fast. The skirt prepared by the second sister-in-law was really too awesome in tailoring. After wearing it, Yu Li's originally curvy body looked even hotter, the buttons were very tight, and her waist was slender and soft. The waistline went down, and the curves were also round. Lu Guanshan pressed her on the bed, lifted the delicate silk fabric, and the embroidery was like blooming on a pile of snow. She was all white, and against the red fabric, her skin looked like jade, dazzlingly white. The Cheongsam was draped over Yu Li's waist. The buttons were clearly tight, but a few inches below was an indescribable intense scene. In the evening, after Lu Guanshan gave Yu Li a bath, he went to wash the Cheongsam. The next night, it was dry, and he continued to let her wear it. After several days, Yu Li finally went crazy. "I won't wear it anymore, I won't wear it today. I'll wear your clothes and see if you will go crazy again." Yu Li angrily wore his white shirt directly. My goodness, he was too tall. His white shirt just reached the thighs of Yu Li. She could vaguely see her slender and straight legs, pure and charming. Lu Guanshan's Adam's apple rolled twice, his eyes gradually burned, and Yu Li knew that she was finished. Fortunately, her period came, successfully blocking Lu Guanshan's clutches. Then, the first rain came to the station. The weather here is really different from that in the south. Yu Li was often woken up by dryness at night. Her throat was hoarse and her nose hurt, so she had to put a few basins of water in the house. It suddenly rained, and she felt much better. The seedlings in the yard grew very well, and the leeks were edible. Yu Li took advantage of the rain to cut 2 handfuls of leeks and made big buns with leeks and eggs for Lu Guanshan to eat. Sun Xiaomia passed by the door and was eager to eat the green leeks several times, but she didn't say anything in the end. Yu Li saw it in her heart and understood that Bai Lingling's incident was a warning to the sisters-in-law in the family compound. People who are careless will think that Yu Li is simple, gentle, hardworking, capable, and very beautiful. People who are a little bit thoughtful will understand that Bai Lingling deliberately messed up that day, and after being counterattacked by Yu Li, they will also become timid and dare not mess with Yu Li easily. For example, Sun Xiaomio originally planned to ask for money a second time, so how dare he ask now? It would be more trouble than gain if he got himself into trouble. Such a life is also good. Except for Zhong Wenli, other people would not come to Yu Li easily. However, Su Qing, the wife of Captain Chen, came twice, both to ask about cooking. "My national treasure had a wedding banquet at your house last time, and he kept shouting that he still wanted that kind of braised pork when he went back. I am not here to ask you, I really don't know how to cook it." Yu Li did not refuse, and taught Su Qing how to make braised pork step by step, and the second time he taught her was braised pork ribs. Su Qing is usually cold to most people, but she is a good person when you really get to know her. She received help from Yu Li, and she also sent a small bowl of snails to Yu Li. The snail meat fried with leeks is really delicious. Roll it into the small pancake, and it tastes better and better. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan both love to eat it. When she is free, she follows Su Qing to wear rubber shoes to shallow water to touch snails. Plan to try making snail noodles again. The two of them chatted while touching snails in the river wearing rubber shoes. Su Qing couldn't help but mention the day when her son Guobao fell into the river. "I was really scared that time." Fortunately, Wu Guohua's wife saw it and fished Guobao out. I don't know which bad-hearted person pushed Guobao into the river, and I haven't found out until now. Yu Li thought of Xia Yuing's character, and didn't believe that Xia Yuing would save people. She didn't say anything in front of Su Qing easily. Suddenly, Su Qing slipped and was about to fall. Yu Li rushed to hold her up. The two of them were standing close to the shore, supporting each other and falling to the shore. Ouch! It hurt so much. Su Qing was scratched by the stones. Yu Li's elbow was also broken. The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Yu Li smiled and stopped. We fell from the river to the shore, and our bodies are all scratched. Then how come Xia Yueying had cuts on her body when she saved the national treasure? And bruises from being hit? Su Qing was stunned, looked at the stones by the river, and suddenly thought of something. The river that the national treasure fell into was deeper upstream, but adults only had to stand in the waist. How did Xia Yueying get so many scratches and bruises on her body? It looked very serious. Su Qing suddenly felt a chill all over her body. I think this person seems to have evil intentions, but she will never be so bold. But she always said that she saw someone push her, but she couldn't tell who pushed her, unless the person pushing the national treasure down is Xia Yueying. Yu Li comforted her. The safety of the child is the most important thing. You should go back and think about this matter carefully and discuss it with Captain Chen. The murderer behind the national treasure must be found out, otherwise there will still be danger. Su Qing almost trembled and nodded fiercely. If I find out who pushed the national treasure into the water, I will kill this person. At this time, Xia Yueying sneezed twice, and then looked at Su Qing's husband, Captain Chen, embarrassedly. Captain Chen, I'm embarrassed to come to you. We're actually a bit tight right now. Guohua and I are planning to hold a banquet, and we still have some money left. I used to stay up late pasting matchboxes and earn some money. But I've been coughing a lot since I fell into the water, and it's not easy to paste matchboxes. I haven't been paid yet for the job you assigned me. Captain Chen thought that the other party had saved the national treasure, so he thought about it and took out 20 yuan. What's the shame? You have helped our national treasure. When you are in trouble, we should help you. Here are 20 yuan, you take the money and use it first. Xia Yueying felt happy and happily accepted the money. She borrowed 30 yuan from her cousin, and plundered more than 150 yuan from the soldiers in Wu Guohua's hands. Adding the 20, there were 200 yuan. I heard that on the day of Yu Li's wedding, many people saw Yu Li's bedroom, which had carpets, lamps, a large wardrobe, a writing desk, and a sewing machine. She also had to buy something, and she had to buy something good and big. Let everyone visit her bedroom on her wedding day and be envious. But the money in hand is still not enough. After Xia Yueying left Captain Chen, she was still thinking about where to borrow more money. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder. Comrade Xia Yueying, let's talk. That day you pushed a child into the water by the river? Xia Yueying didn't expect that the person who found her would be so straightforward. He took out 300 yuan as soon as he came up. My wife and squad leader Wu knew each other before, but you are not familiar with me. You must have been excited when you pushed that child into the water last time, right? So I didn't tell anyone. You need money, and I happen to have money. You can use it first, and it doesn't matter if you don't pay it back. If I need your help in the future, can you still refuse? Xia Yueying looked at this person with complicated eyes. She felt that there must be some conspiracy, but the 300 yuan was too tempting. If she took it, it would directly solve her current predicament. Besides, this is a family compound. What can this person do and dare to do? Okay, I'll take the money, but I won't help you do anything that hurts the world. The other party smiled and said, of course, you know Sun Caomiao, the wife of the second company commander, right? Her husband's shooting is famous in our garrison. Some time ago, Captain Qian went to participate in a secret training. Xia Yueying went back and thought about it for a long time, holding the money tightly in her hand, and finally convinced herself. She didn't hurt anyone, just exchanged some insignificant things for some money to spend, which is nothing. If it weren't for the collective mistreatment of her, sent her to sweep the family compound, and demoted Wu Guohua and deducted his salary, would she be like this? It was others who betrayed her first, not her who betrayed others. She deserved this money. After the rain, the sky cleared and the air was particularly fresh. Yu Li cleaned all the snails caught from the river, marinated them with spices, and decided to make a snail noodle. Su Qing learned her lesson this time. She was not a troublemaker, but when she thought of the food cooked by Yu Li, she felt as if her gluttony was aroused and her IQ was about to drop. So she gave all the snails she caught to Yu Li, and also took 8 eggs and a small basket of vegetables from her yard to Yu Li. When Captain Chen learned that they were going to eat at Yu Li's house, he immediately followed. Su Qing disliked him in various ways. Just eat when you are there, and talk less. Captain Chen nodded repeatedly, but Su Qing still disliked him, and couldn't say what was wrong, so she could only shut up. The couple brought the national treasure to Lu's house. Yu Li had already soaked the dry rice noodles brought from her hometown, and the snails were also braised, and she was frying the base in the pot. Lu Guanshan was washing tomatoes, cucumbers, and small green vegetables by the well in the yard. It was the end of summer, and the last batch of cucumbers and tomatoes had arrived. The ripe natural tomatoes were bright red, and they were all sandy when they were broken open. Lu Guanshan saw a particularly good one while washing it, so he quickly broke it open and fed it to Yu Li. Yu Li was wearing an apron and was busy, so she took a bite of the tomato from his hand. The woman's soft and tender lips formed a sharp contrast with the sandy tomato. Lu Guanshan couldn't help it, and lowered his head to kiss her. He was afraid that Yu Li would hit him with a spatula, so he turned around and ran away. Yu Li's mouth was covered with tomato juice, and she was so angry that she cursed Lu Guanshan. He was getting more and more excessive now. As long as he was at home, no matter when and where, he would always kiss her and touch her, and every time she would make her heart beat faster. Lu Guanshan felt guilty, and continued to wash the vegetables while looking into the kitchen with a smile on his lips. The way his wife jumped up and down and got angry was also beautiful. The food she cooked smelled especially fragrant. He had never eaten snail noodles, but he was sure that he would have a good time today. Soon, Su Qing, Captain Chen and Guobao came. As soon as Guobao entered the door, he shouted that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. Su Qing smiled and handed the food over, and helped. Look, I can't help but come to eat. The snails I make are definitely not as delicious as yours. Don't think we are annoying. I will treat you to a restaurant in the future. Yu Li had expected her to come, and couldn't help laughing. Oh, we caught so many snails, and you gave them all to me. If you don't come to me, where can you eat snails? Okay, I'll prepare 2 soup bases, 1 spicy and 1 tomato. I'll make some fried eggs later. Just boil the noodles and put them in. You take Guobao to wash his hands and eat right away. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Yu Li really made 2 pots of snail noodles. One bowl was spicy, the other was tomato. The ingredients were the same: smooth and chewy white rice noodles, golden crispy fried eggs, very tasty marinated snail meat, plus black fungus, tofu shreds, bean sprouts, green vegetables, etc. Captain Chen's eyes lit up. Wow! Is this snail rice noodle? This is the first time I've seen it. I have to try it today. Lu Guanshan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but he first served Yu Li with a small bowl and put it in front of her, then he started to use his chopsticks. Several people didn't have time to talk, even Lu Guanshan and Captain Chen forgot to drink, and couldn't help slurping the noodles in one breath. Guobao was eager to eat, but afraid of the heat, he puffed up his cheeks and blew it, making everyone laugh. Su Qing rarely lost her composure like this. She ate with sweat all over her forehead and her eyes sparkled. Yu Li, your cooking skills are really first class. I used to always tell Lao Chen that Xiao Lu is so outstanding. What kind of woman should he marry in the future to be worthy of him? Now I understand, you two are really a match made in heaven. It's arranged by God. This made Yu Li and Lu Guanshan stunned and smiled at each other. Yes, the two of them were indeed arranged by God. A delicious meal can instantly make people's hearts fresh and full of love for life. Lu Guanshan was in charge of washing the dishes, and Captain Chen rolled up his sleeves to help. Yu Li and Su Qing took Guobao to drink tea and rest in the yard. Unexpectedly, Chen Ernie came suddenly. As soon as she entered the door, she said mysteriously, "Sister Su, you are sitting here. Why don't you go to the front to take a look?" Wu Guohua's wife bought a carload of new furniture. The wardrobe has 3 doors, which is bigger than Comrade Yu Li's. The desk is made of poplar wood. In addition, she bought a table lamp, a carpet, a sewing machine, and a radio. Comrade Xiao Xia said that she and Wu Guohua will also have a wedding in a few days. When the time comes, please invite us all to the wedding. Yu Li and Su Qing were both stunned. When did Xia Yuing become so rich? Su Qing couldn't help but, I'll go and see. Yu Li didn't like to join in the fun, so she didn't follow. Soon, Su Qing and Chen Ernie rushed over together. Xia Yuing really stole the spotlight today. She went to the city and bought a truckload of stuff to move to the family compound. She was very eye-catching from the moment she entered the door. Everything had to be the best. Better than Yu Li's. Sure enough, everyone in the family compound gathered around, admiring and envious. Oh my God, Xiaoxia is so rich. How much does so many things cost? After all, she just got married, so it's reasonable to buy new furniture, but it does cost a lot of money. But some people whispered, these pieces of furniture are expensive, but no matter how the colors are matched, Yu Li's are still better. The crowd chattered, and Xia Yueying couldn't stop the proud smile on her face, but she still tried to be humble. You only get married once in your life. Guohua said that I can't be wronged. Everyone will come to the wedding banquet in 2 days. I will treat everyone to meat. Lots of meat. Anyone can come as long as they wake up. There won't be only 2 or 3 tables. This made everyone very happy because Lu Guanshan and Yu Li didn't prepare much when they held the wedding banquet, and they didn't invite people they didn't know. People who didn't go heard that the dishes that day were very rich, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. Now that Xia Yueying said that everyone can come, everyone got excited. Then Comrade Xia, this is a deal. Let's come to the wedding banquet in a few days. There are seats for everyone. Xia Yueying smiled and nodded, of course. I'm not that stingy. Just as she was talking, Wu Guohua suddenly squeezed up from the crowd, looked at her in disbelief, and pulled her hand into the house with a stern face. Are you crazy? Where did you get the money? Buy so many things. And make a big fuss. What do you want to do? Xia Yueying was also angry when she heard this. What's wrong with me? Yu Li can buy and use it, but I can't? What law stipulates this? Wu Guohua, do you think I'm not as good as her? Tell me. Xia Yueying held her breath in her heart and glared at Wu Guohua. The gift you gave me is an IOU. I asked my cousin and relatives and friends to borrow money to buy furniture and prepare wine. Who am I doing this for? And not to live a good life with you. Do you have to be like Yu Li to defraud all your money to satisfy you? If you think I'm not good, go find her now, go. Wu Guohua felt guilty for a moment. He was indeed guilty. No betrothal gift was given to Xia Yueying when she got married. Xia Yueying cried so hard that Wu Guohua was afraid that people outside would hear her laugh, so he could only walk over and hold her arm with his big hands, and said in a rough and hoarse voice, Okay, it's my fault, I shouldn't talk to you like this. But these things are really expensive and we can't afford them. You can't use it, that's what you say over and over again. Xia Yueying said bitterly, who said we can't afford it? Why did Yu Li use it? We both work and get paid. I just want to settle down well and get it right in one step. It also saves Yu Li and Lu Guanshan. I look down on you behind my back. Do you want to be looked down upon by them? My cousin didn't ask me to pay back the money right away. I just want to live a more comfortable life with you. You train so hard every day, what's wrong with me? It turned out that she felt sorry for him. Wu Guohua felt soft and did not dare to say anything more. I understand. I won't say anything else in the future. I will work hard and strive to be promoted as soon as possible. After the salary increases, our life will be easier. Xia Yueying threw herself into his arms aggrievedly. I knew you still loved me. We are together because of love. It is the most noble marriage. Yu Li is angry and insists on overpowering us, but we don't. Love can beat it all. She's just jealous that you love me. Wu Guohua hugged her in silence, not knowing what to say for a moment. In fact, he always wondered whether Yu Li regretted it at all. Of course he hoped that Yu Li would regret it, but judging from everything he saw and heard, Yu Li was living well with Lu Guanshan and seemed to have forgotten about him. Sometimes, he couldn't help but look down on Yu Li in his heart. She had obviously worked hard to serve the Wu family for several years, but she cut off everything so easily. How much is Yu Li's sincerity worth? One day, Yu Li and Lu Guanshan will break up. The couple flirted and made up again in a room filled with brand new furniture, and even planned to serve wine together. Little did he know that there were quarrels in several places because of them. Su Qing soon discovered that Captain Chen's 20 yuan was missing. After questioning, she learned that it had been lent to Yu Li, and she almost went crazy. Even if she saved the national treasure, you arranged for her to work in the cafeteria and promised to help Wu Guohua talk when he was working in the future. Isn't this enough? What's more, the matter of her saving the national treasure has not been found out. You actually directly borrowed the money. Give her the money. Look at how extravagant she is, borrowing money to buy expensive furniture. She is definitely a douchebag. Captain Chen sighed. You always think bad things about people. She saved our son after all. Why don't I give it to her when she comes to borrow money? Human life is more important than heaven. Su Qing, sometimes you are a little unreasonable. Su Qing's eyes widened and she almost died of anger. I'm making trouble for no reason. Okay, I'm making trouble for no reason. Starting today, you sleep in the main room. Don't come into my room. On the other side, Political Commissar Xiao and Li Hongmei were also having trouble. Political Commissar Xiao's eyes were full of disappointment, mixed with anger, and he kept smoking. If Da Fei hadn't come back to ask for money, I wouldn't have even known that you subsidized mine and his salary to your niece. Pay him back. Mom means it. Li Hongmei, you've been crazy since your out-of-reach niece arrived. I was being polite. Before she got married to Wu Guohua, she stayed with me and ate and used my food. You forced me to speak for her to bail her and Wu Guohua out, and I did so. But why do you treat me like a fool and use such a large amount of money to subsidize her? Next to him is Xiao Dafei, the son of Political Commissar Xiao and his ex-wife, and Li Hongmei is his second wife. Xiao Dafei looked at Li Hongmei with cold eyes. He had always disliked this stepmother. She said she was good to him and coaxed his salary away every month, saying that it was reserved for his marriage. Now he is dating someone else, and when he comes back to ask for money, he realizes that the money is long gone. Li Hongmei sat on the chair and cried aggrievedly, it's a loan. Lend it to her. Don't you know what a good child Yuing is? She will definitely pay it back. Do you still have the nerve to say that you are good to her? She was bullied like that by Lu Guanshan and his wife. What did you do for her? Although she is only a niece, she is so well-behaved and lovable. If you were really good to her, you should have arranged a job for her long ago. Why is Dafei so anxious about getting married? His partner doesn't really want to marry him, otherwise why would he need money to get married? Political Commissar Xiao was stunned. He had no idea that Li Hongmei, who had always been considerate, would suddenly become like this. He was so angry that he smashed the teacup on the table to the ground. But in the end, he still couldn't bring himself to ask for money when Xie Yuing and Wu Guohua were getting married. After all, he was a cousin. The mute suffered a loss, but the couple had a grudge in their hearts. People who borrowed money here were in a panic, but Xie Yuing, who was holding the money in her hand over there, was overjoyed. Buy fish, meat, wine and vegetables generously. She was going to invite 10 people to the table, preferably the entire family, and the atmosphere would overwhelm Yu Li. This wedding would be something she would remember for the rest of her life. It is best to become the biggest legend in the family home. At Xie Yuing's urging, Wu Guohua went to invite his comrades. He was now the squad leader, so he planned to let all 9 of his men have a wedding banquet and a good meal. But Wu Guohua didn't expect that all 9 people rejected him. Some said it was a stomach upset, some said it was something wrong, some said it was a medical appointment. Monitor, we really can't go that day. Wu Guohua was a little unhappy. He felt that the attitude of the people in his hands towards him was very strange these days. But after thinking about it, I just thought that maybe Lu Guanshan found these people and said bad things about him. I never expected that Lu Guanshan would still be so shameless. First, he stole his fiancée, slandered him in front of Yu Li, and then talked nonsense in front of the person in his hands. Lu Guanshan was definitely afraid of his strength, fearing that he might be promoted and overtake Lu Guanshan. Wu Guohua felt disgusted in his heart. He just wanted to catch the evidence after the drinks were served, and he must expose Lu Guanshan's ugly face in front of everyone. The next day, it was time for Wu Guohua and Xie Yuing to have drinks. As expected, there were so many people there that we couldn't even sit in the courtyard, so we had to set up a few tables on the road outside the courtyard. Xie Yuing spent a lot of money to hire a canteen chef to cook. But there were more people than she expected, especially many people in the family courtyard who were not familiar with each other at all. Suddenly, families came out with their families. Some families had 3 or 4 children, and they all had enough to eat. As soon as I went up, I was eaten and taken away. Xie Yuing has never been to Yuli's wedding banquet, so she doesn't know what Yuli's wedding banquet is like. She only knows that there is a lot of meat. So she prepared a lot of meat, but Chen Ernie tasted a chopstick and couldn't help frowning. This meat is really incomparable to Yuli's. Sun Xiaomu was not picky, so she secretly put it in her pocket while eating. After the dishes were finished, someone shouted, "Bride! Doesn't this mean that the meat tube is enough? Is there any more?" Xie Yuing was so busy that she forced a smile and walked over to greet them, complaining in her heart. She finally knew why Yuli only invited for tables of people. Are these people reincarnated as hungry ghosts? Are they also edible? Yuli is really vicious. He actually knew this situation and didn't warn her in advance. Wu Guohua was also so busy that he was sweating all over. Not long ago, he had imagined that the day of his wedding would be a happy one, but when the day actually came, he felt endlessly tired and panicked. Suddenly, someone outside the room shouted, "Monitor Wu! Something's wrong. Something happened to someone in your class." Xiao Tan was hungry for 3 days without eating. He suffered a perforation of his stomach and vomited blood and fainted. Xie Yuing's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Tan? She recently borrowed 35 yuan from Xiao Tan. Wu Guohua is now the squad leader, and he will be responsible if anything happens to the people in his hands. So she immediately took off the red flowers on her chest and was about to leave, but Xie Yuing held him back. "Guohua, today is the day when we serve wine. How can you leave? Just let others look at it for you." Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhao, who came to report the news, couldn't help but squint his neck and ask loudly with red eyes, "Sister-in-law, you borrowed money from each of us. 21 yuan from me, 17 yuan from Xiao Liu, Xiao Tan's 35 yuan. Forget it for the rest of us. How could you bear to borrow Xiao Tan's money? He is honest and won't refuse, but he also told you that he is waiting to send money back to his mother for treatment. His mother has terminal cancer. Since you lent us all the money, our class has only had one meal every day. Xiao Tan ran out of food 3 days ago, and there was no way he could tell others that he was hungry for 3 days. I just fainted from a perforated stomach and vomited blood. How can you bear it? You bully Xiao Tan, who is such an honest and simple person." Wu Guohua's head buzzed. He looked at Xie Yuing in disbelief. The look in his eyes scared Xie Yuing, and she subconsciously took a step back. No, Wu Guohua still couldn't believe it. He had clearly warned Xie Yuing that she was not allowed to borrow money from the people he held. Those soldiers are all from bad families, and now he is still a small leader in front of them. He is a bit of a deterrent. It is absolutely impossible to ask the people in his hands to borrow money. But Xie Yuing pulled his face down and stepped on the ground. The guests all over the courtyard looked at each other and started talking in low voices. Chen Ernie's eyes rolled. Oh my god. It's so exciting. This Xiaoxia buys things so readily. Is the money borrowed? Go and ask squad leader Wu subordinates to borrow money? Sun Xiaomiao pouted. Oh, I really didn't expect this. That Xiao Tan is also stupid. How can he be so honest? Su Qing gritted her teeth and glanced at Captain Chen. Captain Chen also noticed something was wrong and coughed. Wu Guohua took a deep breath. Xie Yuing, where's the money? Take out the money and I'll take Xiao Tan to the hospital. Xie Yuing cried instantly. Why are you so loud? What is your attitude towards me? At this time, the veins on Wu Guohua's forehead popped out, and he shouted in a low voice, I want you to take out the money. Xie Yuing still has money, but she thinks it's just stomach bleeding and it won't kill anyone, right? Maybe it was that Xiao Tan who was just putting on airs. So she said directly, there are more than 10 banquets, which one is free of charge? So much meat, who has eaten all of it? I have no money. There are so many comrades, who stipulates that you have to pay to send Xiao Tan to the hospital? Wu Guohua looked at her in shock, feeling for the first time that Xie Yuing was not kind at all. Finally, he hurriedly grabbed the box containing the members' money and rushed out to the dormitory to pick up Xiao Tan and take him to the division hospital. Xie Yuing looked at his back, stamping her feet in anger and crying. All the guests in the courtyard thought this was really embarrassing. Just when everyone was hesitating whether to leave or continue eating, another person came. Originally, political commissar Xiao didn't come today, so it was a bit strange that Li Hongmei came to the wedding banquet alone. Xiao Dafei directly brought 2 people with him. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, there are more than a dozen tables with wine here. I don't know why some rich family is holding a wedding. Xie Yuying, you stinky beggar. You took more than 200 yuan from my house, please take it out for me. You, there are diamonds in the toilet, what a big tail wolf. Li Hongmei was sitting when she saw Xiao Dafei and immediately stood up to stop him. Xiao Dafei. What are you doing? Go back quickly. Don't be embarrassed here. But Xiao Dafei pushed her away. I'm so embarrassed. I said I borrowed it, but in fact I didn't fucking pay it back. My dad is stupid and I'm not stupid. I have to get this money today. What a bastard you are. Take it. Are you getting married here with my family's money? Brothers, come on. She moved her furniture without paying her. Who in the family home doesn't know that she bought a new cabinet and a new desk? Move the hell away. 3 men rushed into the house to move the cabinets. Xie Yuying screamed, cousin. Take care of him. Ah. That's my cabinet, I bought it. Don't move it. Xiao Dafei grabbed the new cabinet with both hands and moved it out. Xie Yuying was so angry that she vomited blood and couldn't care less. She rushed up to Xiao Dafei and bit her on the arm. Xiao Dafei kicked Xie Yuying up and sent her flying out. Li Hongmei got up and went to help Xie Yuying. The two of them hugged her and cried and shouted. The whole yard was in chaos, and everyone was watching the fun. Su Qing gritted her teeth and secretly pinched Captain Chen. See it? See it? This is an old scoundrel. If you don't get your 20 yuan back, you won't be able to go back to your house to sleep. Captain Chen looked aggrieved and endured the pain of his thigh being twisted. If he knew that Xie Yuying was like this, he would kill her without lending her any money. On this day, Xiao Fei moved all the new things Xie Yuying bought. The whole yard was in a mess, and all the vegetables, meat, wine, and sugar had been taken away. Those people had a banquet, but no one came out to help Xie Yuying. She slumped on the ground dumbfounded, crying until her tears dried up. Li Hongmei went back to settle the score with political commissar Xiao. The only person who found Xie Yuying was the scolding woman next door. She said that the leg of the stool she lent to Xie Yuying was broken and she demanded compensation from Xie Yuying. Xie Yuying's head hurt so much that it almost exploded. This time, the wedding banquet was even more tragic than the one in her hometown. She also wanted to become the legend of the family compound forever, and the happiness that everyone envied, and now she has achieved half of it. Who would forget today's farce? Xie Yuying wanted to die desperately. Coincidentally, Wu Guohua also wanted to die at this moment. He sent Xiao Tan to the hospital and found that Xiao Tan's symptoms were very serious. After the doctor at the division hospital saw it, he shook his head and sighed, the amount of bleeding is too large, the patient is in a coma, and I am afraid that he will not be able to hold on at any time. How could he not eat for 3 days? He has been hungry for a long time and has malnutrition and stomach problems. Isn't this self-abuse? Wu Guohua's other subordinates next to him surrounded Xiao Tan with red eyes. Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth, squad leader. You have to give us an explanation. Wu Guohua really wanted to die. If Xiao Tan had an accident today, he would definitely face severe punishment. But the division hospital has already said that Xiao Tan is hopeless. What should he do? On the bed, Xiao Tan opened his eyes with difficulty, and said weakly, Squad leader, if I die, don't tell my mother, she has cancer. Yu Li knew that today was Xie Yuying's wedding day, so she didn't open the door all day. In the evening, Lu Guanshan came back from get-off work, and the couple ate hot and sour potato and shredded pork noodles, took a shower and went back to the room. One was reading a book, and the other was doing push-ups on the carpet beside the bed. Lu Guanshan was doing push-ups while looking at his wife leaning against the bedside reading a book. Her hair had just been washed and dried with a towel, and it was black and smooth and fell naturally on her shoulders. The floral pajamas made her sweet and cute. Her fair and tender face looked very young. If you didn't know, you would definitely think she was only 16 or 17 years old. Yu Li was very serious when reading, and her beautiful eyes were quiet and gentle, just like a lake in the spring sunshine shining on the breeze. She was always like this, delicate and tender, and when she didn't move, the whole person looked like a work of art carved out of jade. Lu Guanshan's Adam's apple rolled twice, and he asked, Wife, it's a bit boring to do push-ups like this. How about you sit on my back to make it more difficult for me? Yu Li paused slightly, thinking of the videos about boyfriend power on a certain audio platform that she had seen in her previous life. One of the videos was that a muscular man could let his girlfriend sit on his back and still do push-ups with full sexual tension. When she saw it at that time, she was shocked. I didn't expect that a person who traveled through a book would also have a muscular husband. Yu Li immediately threw down the book, jumped off the bed with great interest, and carefully sat on Lu Guanshan's muscular back. Sure enough, he was really strong. Even if an adult sat on his back, he could still rise and fall steadily, up and down, easily and freely. Yu Li couldn't help but applaud. "Husband, you are great." Lu Guanshan trembled. It was the first time he heard her call him husband in silence. Yu Li really liked it, loved it to death. Looking at the attractive trapezius muscles on his back, she couldn't help but touch them gently with her fingers. Lu Guanshan seemed to be stimulated. He turned over and hugged her and pressed her on the carpet. His handsome face came down, with sexy beads of sweat on his forehead. "Say a husband again for me to hear." Yu Li was completely conquered by his beauty, and shouted dizzily, "Husband! Say you like husband." "Well, like husband." "Say you like Lu Guanshan." "Yeah, I like Lu Guanshan." Yu Li followed him obediently while his big hands were guided by him to feel his powerful body. He was caught off guard and lowered his head to kiss the girl's sweet lips. The kiss was urgent, fierce, and domineering, as if he wanted to eat her. At the same time, his hand grabbed her collar to take the next step. At this moment, the door was knocked on urgently. "Captain Lu." "Yu Li, are you at home?" "Something happened." "Go and see." "Xiao Tan, Wu Guohua subordinate, is in the hospital and is dying." Zhong Wenli rushed over in a hurry. When she learned about this, her first reaction was to find Yu Li. Now in her heart, Yu Li is much more useful than those people in the division hospital. Sure enough, Lu Guanshan and Yu Li quickly opened the door and came out. Zhong Wenli didn't care to notice that the two people's lips were red, and quickly told them about Xiao Tan. "That's a life. If something really goes wrong, it will involve our entire base. Captain Lu, can you let Yu Li go and see? Maybe she has a way." Yu Li and Lu Guanshan did not hesitate, immediately packed up their things, and rushed to the division hospital. When they arrived at Xiao Tan's ward, as soon as they opened the door, they saw Xiao Tan's comrades Xiao Zhao, Xiao Liu, and others around him. Several people were crying. There was also Wu Guohua standing there with a bewildered look on his face. Yu Li rushed to check Xiao Tan's body and asked incredulously, "The food in the canteen is free, how could he be so hungry?" Xiao Zhao cried and said he lent all the money he had to the wife of squad leader Wu. He had no money, so he worked hard to make money, standing guard for this person and cleaning toilets for that person. He had to rush to wash clothes and brush shoes for people during the break every day, just to earn a few cents. When he was done, it was either time to gather, or there was no food in the canteen. Xiao Tan was honest and didn't tell us until today, when he vomited blood due to stomach pain. Blame me, I didn't care about him in time, it was my fault. Lu Guanshan was shocked. "Wu Guohua, you are so shameless." Wu Guohua opened his mouth to refute but had nothing to say. Yu Li was too lazy to pay attention to this dog. It was simply a shameless mother opening the door to shameless people, shameless to the extreme. She was hanging her heart. Xiao Tan's condition was too dangerous, and the amount of bleeding was very large. According to the medical knowledge she had learned, she couldn't save him at all, because his pulse was already very weak. But she still wanted to try her best and take out the best medicine in the Pear Palace for Xiao Tan. These days, Yu Li often went into the Pear Palace when Lu Guanshan was not at home to refine some medicinal materials according to the ancient books. Among them, there were 2 life-saving pills. She immediately took them out and asked Lu Guanshan to dissolve them with water, and then poured them into Xiao Tan's mouth little by little. There is a very classic saying in Chinese medicine, the prescription for saving life is burning as 1, elixir as 2, and aconite as 3. First save life and hold the breath, then crush it with rhubarb powder and feed it in little by little with millet porridge. But Xiao Tan was unconscious and his condition was very bad. He couldn't be fed at all. Yu Li gave him acupuncture while asking Lu Guanshan to find a way to feed Xiao Tan rhubarb powder millet porridge. Even if only a small mouthful can be fed at a time, you must insist on feeding it like this. A group of people worked for 3 or 4 hours and finally fed enough rhubarb powder, and they were all sweating from exhaustion. When the people in the division hospital heard that Xiao Tan's colleagues had asked someone to save Xiao Tan, they all thought that the patient's family was unwilling to give up and had wild ideas. But when they came to the ward for rounds in the morning, they found that although Xiao Tan was still in a coma, his heartbeat had recovered. The situation has improved a lot. This. How did you do this? The director of the internal medicine department of the division hospital pushed his glasses and his eyes almost popped out. Everyone in the room looked silently at Yu Li, who was still giving Xiao Tan acupuncture. She stayed up all night, her face turned pale, and finally saved Xiao Tan. Wu Guohua also watched all night. He had heard his mother scold him on the phone before, saying that Yu Li was a bastard who actually studied the prescription and prescribed medicine for her, and also told him that if he got sick from taking it, he should kill the whole family of the surname Yu. But it seems that since his mother mentioned it that time, his health has really been getting better and better, from being unable to get out of bed to slowly getting out of bed and moving freely, no different from a normal person. With the stormy waves rolling in his mind, Wu Guohua suddenly realized that his impression of Yu Li was all from what his mother and Xia Yuing said. In fact, he had never really understood Yu Li. And at this moment, Yu Li, who was alive and well in front of her, was helping him and saving him, so wholeheartedly. Obviously Xiao Tan had nothing to do with her. Wu Guohua couldn't help but feel a surge of enthusiasm in his heart. Was it because Yu Li hadn't let him go yet? So she was willing to pay to this extent? In despair, there was a secret joy, and Wu Guohua looked at Yu Li with a soft look in his eyes. It was Comrade Yu Li who came to save Xiao Tan. She used traditional Chinese medicine, and I didn't expect her to be able to save Xiao Tan. Lu Guanshan's eyes immediately looked at Wu Guohua as if he had a knife. But the most excited person was Xia Yuing, who just arrived at the door of the ward. She rushed in shock. You didn't go home last night, and stayed with that bitch Yu Li? Did you know that we had a wedding banquet yesterday? Wu Guohua, why do you like shameless women? Everyone in the room looked at Xia Yuing angrily. Lu Guanshan's voice was like a cold blade. Wu Guohua, are you dead or disabled? If you want to get out and go back to your hometown, I will satisfy you in the afternoon. Wu Guohua's brain buzzed, and only then did he completely understand the gap between himself and Lu Guanshan. At this moment, what else can he do? He raised his hand and slapped Xia Yuing hard. Xia Yuing was so angry that she exploded. Her teeth were creaking. Half of her face was numb from the beating. She covered her face and held the door frame, shouting at Wu Guohua, you hit me. You dare to hit me for her. Don't forget what you promised me. At that time, he was with her behind Yu Li's back, and his mind was full of contempt for Yu Li. He promised to treat her well, to marry her, and to be together for life. But now he actually hit himself for Yu Li, a bitch. Although Wu Guohua was almost crazy, he still had a trace of rationality. He knew that Xia Yuing was indeed wrong this time. If he didn't save it in time, he might really have to go back to his hometown. So he gritted his teeth and said, Xia Yuing, stop talking nonsense, take out the money and return it to Xiao Tan. And Xiao Zhao and Xiao Liu have all paid back their money. Xia Yuing clenched her back teeth and sneered, why should I pay back the money? Isn't Xiao Tan lying well? You believe them when they exaggerate the facts. They are all waiting to trick you. What Yu Li said saved people. She bribed the doctors in the hospital to collude for you, right? And this Xiao Tan. He must be pretending. He pretended to be honest when he lent me money, and then he did this on the day of my wedding. He is not targeting me, but you. In their eyes, you Wu Guohua are not a leader at all. If he is really that serious, he should have died last night. How come he is still alive? In the past, Xia Yuing pretended to be gentle and kind, but now she was forced into a corner, and she couldn't vent her anger, so she simply stopped pretending and said whatever she thought. Anyway, she won't pay back the money. Who stipulates that you must pay back the money you borrowed? She has no money, so is she going to pay with her life? Xia Yuing's words shocked everyone. It's rare to see such a shameless person who talks nonsense. Without waiting for others to say anything, Xiao Zhao took off his hat, took off his military green jacket, and punched him. I will kill you, a shameless thing, even if I have to go to jail and get shot today. Xiao Zhao was really angry and punched him angrily. Xia Yuing screamed in fear and quickly hid behind Wu Guohua. The punch hit Wu Guohua's left eye directly, and he screamed in pain instantly. Others immediately pulled Xiao Zhao away. Calm down. Xiao Zhao, calm down. It's not worth it for such a person. But Xiao Zhao punched Wu Guohua twice in a row. When Wu Guohua wanted to fight back, Lu Guanshan shouted, "Stop it, all of you." In such a noisy environment, Yu Li just glanced coldly, and the silver needle in her hand continued to pierce Xiao Tan's acupuncture points. Xie Yuing was really scared, and she trembled as she grabbed Wu Guohua's hand. "Let's go. Let's go and complain. They are so shameless and barbaric. They beat people up as soon as they come." Wu Guohua endured the pain on his face and was pulled by her to the stairs, where he saw Captain Chen, Political Commissar Xiao, and others coming. He felt a pang in his heart. Captain Chen narrowed his eyes. "This matter has alarmed many people. Wu Guohua, you go back and wait for the notice of handling." This made Wu Guohua feel extremely cold. As soon as he left the hospital, he was confused and looked at Xie Yuing, who was still muttering and cursing with hatred. He said in a hoarse voice, "Either you pay back all the money owed to Xiao Tan and the other 9, and we'll go and admit our mistakes together, or we'll divorce immediately, and you have to pay back the money you borrowed yourself." "I didn't handle the money, and I didn't know about it." Xie Yuing couldn't help but yell, "You didn't know? You didn't spend it? I'm marrying myself? Why did I borrow money? It's because I gave the money to you, Li, your sister, and your mother. Is this my fault? You should blame yourself." Wu Guohua was so angry that he laughed. Okay, blame me. It's my fault. Then I can divorce you, right? We'll divorce. No more. What the hell does it matter? The two quarreled and parted unhappily. Wu Guohua went to borrow money, thinking that he must pay back the money owed to Xiao Tan and Xiao Zhao. Otherwise, he really couldn't be the squad leader anymore. At the same time, the idea of divorce in his heart became stronger and stronger. If he divorced, maybe Yu Li would also divorce. He was sure now that Yu Li must have him in her heart, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed up all night with Xiao Tan for him. No one can be so kind and selfless. Xie Yuing ran to her aunt Li Hongmei and burst into tears. "Aunt, will Wu Guohua really be fired? I don't want to go back home. You don't know what kind of people his mother and sister are. Last time I went back, his mother wanted to order me to empty the urine bucket. Both mother and daughter are lazy like coffins." Li Hongmei was also very angry. "Xiao Tan doesn't want to borrow money, can't you just not borrow it? How did it become like this? They want to force you to death." Xie Yuing was so wronged. "Wu Guohua asked me to pay back the money or divorce. But what if I get divorced? My parents are gone, where can I go? I can't live in your house anymore. Xiao Dafei moved away all the furniture I bought. Why doesn't he respect you at all? After all, you are his stepmother and the wife of my cousin's husband." When it comes to Xiao Dafei, Li Hongmei is also full of anger and has nowhere to vent. The more she looked at Xie Yuing, the angrier she felt. After so many years, she thought she had established herself and became the real mistress of Xiao Zhengwei's family. She was no longer the country girl from the countryside. But she didn't expect that when something happened, Xiao Zhengwei would still be so distant with her. Money, 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 all he could think about was money. If she, Li Hongmei, was Xiao Dafei's biological mother and spent her family's savings, she didn't believe these two people would be so noisy. "Don't worry, Yuing, you can't get divorced." Although Wu Guohua is down and out now, he was so good before and can definitely make a comeback. I will talk to your cousin and ask him to help you this time. Don't let Wu Guohua be punished too seriously. Regarding money, I'll help you figure it out. But you have to remember, my cousin is good to you, and you will support me till the end of your life. Xie Yuing felt more relieved now, and took Li Hongmei's arm and said coquettishly, "Cousin, you treat me better than my own mother." Li Hongmei smiled, feeling a little melancholy in her heart. She had never thought about taking Xie Yuing over before, she just thought that she would not have this child anymore, but who knew that the child she had after marrying Political Commissar Xiao died of illness a few years ago. It happened that Xie Yuing's parents were also dead, so she asked someone to let the news go, and sure enough, Xie Yuing came to join her soon. No matter what, between Xie Yuing and Xiao Dafei, she would definitely choose Xie Yuing. Xie Yuing and Wu Guohua will be her support in the future. That day, Li Hongmei committed suicide. A mark was made on her neck. Political Commissar Xiao was frightened and promised to help Xia Yuing on the spot, but Xiao Dafei was so angry that he threatened never to go home again. Li Hongmei gave Political Commissar Xiao's last sum of money to Xia Yuing. Xia Yuing took the money, and Political Commissar Xiao promised to help Wu Guohua put in a good word so that she could ease the relationship with Wu Guohua. In the afternoon, Xiao Tan woke up. Wu Guohua paid back all the money of Xiao Tan, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Liu, and others, and was severely criticized by Captain Chen. Because of Political Commissar Xiao's guarantee, Wu Guohua was not expelled, but he received a serious warning and his position as squad leader was removed. For Wu Guohua, this was like going to hell. He would rather pack up and go home. But isn't it shameful to go home? What have you paid for over the years? After Xia Yuing cried and admitted her mistake for a long time, he finally agreed to stay and continue working hard to see if there was any chance. But after all, most of that anger has dissipated, and the whole person feels like an eggplant beaten by frost. At the same time, Yu Li and Lu Guanshan were praised. This incident even appeared in the regiment newspaper. This is the second time Yu Li has reported it. Everyone in the family courtyard is watching it. They are envious, but also admire it very much. No one will be jealous because they can't do it even if they think about it. Yu Li was so tired that she went back to sleep and fell asleep. But this time, word spread that she could treat people with Chinese medicine. Especially Xiao Tan was able to save himself from such a dangerous situation this time. After Chi Fu heard about it, he knocked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand and said, "The lesbian Xiao Lu married is very capable. She has high moral character and has medical skills. Let's investigate and see if she is willing to work in the division hospital. Let's cherish our talents." Bai Hongmian walked to the study room with 2 cups of tea. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard Chi Fu's words. "I almost couldn't stand still. Ling Ling's mood has not recovered yet, so why should Yu Li, a country woman, be admitted to the division hospital? Can anyone enter the division hospital? Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed is 01, container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target_type, mix. The division hospital quickly found Lu Guanshan to learn about the situation. The commander heard about this incident and was very impressed with your wife. I heard that Comrade Yu Li saved people more than once through traditional Chinese medicine. The last time, the injured person rushed to the station to thank him. That incident was reported in the newspaper. Beijing and the city all knew about it. The commander was very happy. This time, it was Comrade Yu Li who saved people, so we also want to find Captain Lu to learn about the situation. If Comrade Yu Li is willing, she can come to our hospital to work at any time. Lu Guanshan raised his eyebrows slightly, and was so proud. His wife is so amazing. There are people coming to the family compound every year. Many people try their best to find a job for their wives. Some people who love face and don't want to use their connections can only worry. There are not many jobs suitable for female comrades. Whenever there is a vacant position, they will fight for it. He himself respects Yu Li's opinion very much, although he really hopes that she will not be so tired and leave the money-making to him. But Yu Li has already made so much money selling prescriptions, and now the division hospital has taken the initiative to invite Yu Li to work. Whose wife can do this? Lu Guanshan's wife can do this. Forcing his mouth to lower, Lu Guanshan said politely, "I need to go back and discuss this with my wife, and I will give you an answer tomorrow." Going back at night, Yu Li lazily leaned in Lu Guanshan's arms. Let him massage her scalp and shoulders. I have to say that his skills are getting better and better. Wife, you worked hard this time. At least Xiao Tan was rescued, which is also a great thing. The regiment newspaper has published it in the newspaper. In addition, the army has awarded you a flag, a bravery award. Although it is not cash, this flag is the first time that a military family in our entire family compound has received it. It is too valuable. Yu Li's lips curved up, and she felt happy. Lu Guanshan mentioned the invitation from the division hospital again. I respect your own opinion on this matter. But I still hope you can't be too tired. You are already very worried about the prescription, and you always make delicious food for me. I feel bad if you are too tired. Yu Li comfortably hooked his neck and nestled in his arms. Lu Guanshan couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her while talking. Let me think about it. She has actually been planning. Yu Li likes Chinese medicine very much in her heart, especially treating people. The sense of accomplishment of curing a sick person is really great. But she also likes money. Money is a good thing. It can buy a lot of delicious food and drinks, and it can also make the family live a good life. So she will continue to research new prescriptions. On the other hand, she has to keep reading and work hard to take the college entrance examination. Of course, there is another very important thing, which is to fall in love with Lu Guanshan. Although they are already married and husband and wife, the relationship after the flash marriage is as sweet as falling in love. Yu Li made up her mind and took the initiative to sit on Lu Guanshan's lap, looking at him with clear almond eyes. Husband, I decided that I would go to work at the division hospital. Only by contacting patients more can I improve my medical skills faster. I will continue to develop the formula from the pharmaceutical factory. I want to work, make money, learn, and you. I want everything. Lu Guanshan looked at her face and couldn't help kissing her again. His voice seemed to be magnetic. As long as you are happy, I will support you in everything. If you feel tired, tell me at any time. You will never be hungry with me at home. I just hope you live happily and be yourself. His voice was full of pampering, which could melt people. Yu Li nodded with a smile. Yes. I know. The two looked at each other, and their lips touched each other again unconsciously. But how can adult love be without reckless? The result was that when Yu Li went to the division hospital the next day, her waist was still a little sore. Yu Li's arrival caused some sensation in the division hospital. Bai Lingling heard the nurses talking early in the morning. The female comrade who just came to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine is the one who saved the patient with gastric bleeding a few days ago, right? She is so beautiful. She is prettier than Dr. Bai. I saw her too, like a fairy. She was wearing a white shirt and black pants, but she looked very beautiful, pure and innocent. But is traditional Chinese medicine really useful? The Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine in our hospital is about to go bankrupt, and we can't see many patients a day. I don't know how many days she can work. By the way, have you heard that this female comrade is Captain Lu's lover? Didn't Dr. Bai openly pursue Captain Lu before? Really? Then life will be wonderful from now on. Bai Lingling walked over and coughed a few times with a cold face, scaring the nurses so much that their faces turned pale and they dispersed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she immediately went to find Bai Hongmian. Aunt! Why did Yu Li go to the division hospital? Did she go to medical school? She just learned a few folk remedies in the countryside and came to our hospital. Bai Hongmian sighed, I haven't had time to tell you about this. Your aunt's family arranged for her to go to the division hospital, and I can't interfere. I thought about it, it's a good thing for her to come. Compared to her hiding in the family compound all day long, you can't reach her, it's better to let her come to work in the division hospital. This is equivalent to her coming to your territory and sticking her face out for you to hit, isn't it good? This made Bai Lingling calm down. Yes, Yu Li came to her territory. This time, it gave her a chance to deal with Yu Li. The aunt and nephew discussed for a long time before they dispersed. Yu Li had already worked half a day. The traditional Chinese medicine department of the division hospital only has one very old doctor and one nurse. There were only 2 patients in the morning, both coming for massage. The old doctor, surnamed Hu, was wearing reading glasses. He looked at Yu Li and shook his head. You are so young, why did you come to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine? Now they all like Western medicine. If they are sick, they can take 2 pills to get better quickly. They don't want to drink bitter medicine. There are fewer and fewer patients in our department. Yu Li smiled calmly. Doctor Hu, someone will come to see us. Nurse Yang next to her also sighed and shook her head. Our department has the fewest patients and the lowest salary. You will suffer when you come here. Just as he was talking, a young nurse suddenly came. Xiao Yang. There is no one in your department anyway. Can you go to the surgery to help out today? I'm sick again. I'm so dizzy that I vomited several times in the morning. I deserve to die. I keep making mistakes and can't find them out, which makes me so uncomfortable. When Yu Li heard this, she immediately walked over and asked, Can you let me see where you feel uncomfortable? The young nurse and Nurse Yang looked at each other, and Nurse Yang said, This is the new doctor in our Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The little nurse was really uncomfortable, but she didn't refuse. She just asked Yu Li to check her and briefly explained her situation. Doctor Who took a look and shook his head. I've seen her problem before. It should be a problem with her cervical spine, but cervical spondylosis is difficult to cure. Unless she doesn't work, she will get sick whenever she works. Yu Li touched several acupuncture points of the little nurse with her hands, and then said firmly, the Zhengjin acupoint and Zhengzong acupoint of your cervical spine are severely blocked. I can help you insert an acupuncture. If you take one needle, you will feel dizzy and want to vomit. The symptoms will be relieved. Before the nurse could say anything, Doctor Who frowned and said, you are so young and know how to give acupuncture? Don't let others prick you. He is already old, and acupuncture often has poor results. In his life, he has seen so many fellow Chinese medicine practitioners, but his master is the only one who can achieve results with just one acupuncture. I have seen more than one person get hurt. He kindly reminded Yu Li, if you stab her, I guess you won't be able to come to work this afternoon. When he said this, he never expected that Yu Li would directly turn the traditional Chinese medicine department of the division hospital into a vegetable with one injection. As Doctor Who said this, he gathered around to watch Yu Li get the acupuncture. Yu Li touched Nurse Xiaoji's shoulders, neck and back with her fingers, and based on her reaction, she roughly understood Nurse Xiaoji's problem. Cervical spondylosis is indeed a very difficult disease to cure. Neither Chinese nor Western medicine has a particularly good method, but that is for others. Those who are truly proficient in traditional Chinese medicine will understand that cervical paralysis is caused by exogenous evils and injuries caused by falls, which causes the meridians and blood in the neck to not flow smoothly, making people feel pain, stiffness, soreness, and insufficiency of the liver and kidneys, plus the emptiness of the governor meridian. If the qi and blood cannot nourish the brain, symptoms of headache and dizziness will occur. As long as you accurately find the acupoints such as the Du meridian and the Tailiang meridian of the hands and feet, stimulate them correctly, activate blood circulation and stimulate menstruation, and follow the principle that where the meridians pass, the main treatment will reach, you can relieve the pain of cervical spondylosis as quickly as possible. Yu Li inserted a needle into Nurse Xiaoji's neck between the ridge, Fengkai and Lily. Nurse Xiaoji cried out in pain, and Yu Li shook the silver needle gently. Nurse Xiaoji felt that along with the pain, the stiffness in her shoulders and neck gradually eased. After continuing the acupuncture for 3 minutes, Yu Li used the acupuncture method on her Taishi point, Zhu Sanli. Doctor Who's eyes widened when he saw it. To be honest, he only dared to insert needles at a few common acupuncture points. Yu Li was so bold at such a young age. Soon, Yu Li said softly, okay, sit up and take a look. Nurse Xiaoji carefully sat up and touched her neck. She felt refreshed and the feeling of dizziness, retching, shoulder and neck pain was gone. Dr. Yu. I feel really comfortable. Is this acupuncture so magical? Yu Li smiled slightly. This is the benefit of traditional Chinese medicine. It is because your meridians and qi and blood are blocked that you are in such a serious situation. I gave you an injection once, which is a short-term dredging. You have to keep taking the injections for 3 days, and I will try again later. I will prescribe some plasters for you and cooperate with daily maintenance, and it will get better and better. The little plan doctor almost kowtowed with excitement. But Yu Li added, I think you've lost a lot of hair. Shiji nodded crazily, yes, I work the night shift and my hair falls out in handfuls. Yu Li found a piece of paper and wrote a prescription for her, then follow this prescription and boil it to drink. It can replenish qi and blood. Your complexion is sallow and your hair loss is serious. There is something wrong inside. You need to take care of it in time to avoid serious problems. Question. Nurse Xiaoji was so impressed that she said, Dr. Yu, you are so amazing. I will definitely take the medicine according to your prescription when I go back, and I will come back for acupuncture tomorrow. Doctor Who was tangled beside him. Xiao Yu, which master are you studying under? Yu Li chuckled, when I saw a doctor in my hometown, I followed him to learn it. I can't tell which one it was. I also held a book and studied it myself. Doctor Who was very disbelieving. He looked at Yu Li for a while and didn't know what to think. He just felt that their Chinese medicine department had hope. Nurse Yang looked at Yu Li with admiration. When she followed Doctor Who before, she actually felt that traditional Chinese medicine could not cure any serious illness. But looking at Yu Li now, I secretly sigh that Chinese medicine is awesome. Nurse Xiaoji was even more exaggerated. After returning to her department, she excitedly spread the word. She gave the injection. My Chunlingari felt so good. Really, before the injection, I felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. After the injection, my symptoms were relieved. 190%. This Dr. Yu is so beautiful. She looks young, but she really has a lot of skills. If you have any problems that cannot be cured, just go to her and try. We are human beings, and most of them have some troublesome problems. Especially medical staff, their daily work pressure is relatively high. A few people went to the traditional Chinese medicine department with the attitude of watching the excitement and giving it a try. Some people have acne on their faces, some have toothache, some have pain in their hands, some have dizziness. Yu Li sat calmly behind the table. Your pulse condition, the 6 pulses are slow and weak, and the meridians are cold and stagnant. It should not be just the cause of acne on your face, right? Your menstrual period must always be delayed for about 10 days, and your stomach hurts every time? The lesbian opposite nodded wildly. It hurts. It hurts so much that I can't go to work every time. Even taking painkillers doesn't help. Doctor, can you cure me? Yu Liqing smiled lightly, her jade-like face full of gentleness. These are all small things. If you take care of them in time, there will be no problem. If the internal problems are solved, the problems on your face will also be solved. Don't worry, I will give it to you. Make a prescription and drink it on time, and the acne on your face will subside in 3 days. Then there was a male orthopedic doctor who had a toothache. The moment he saw Yu Li, the male doctor was stunned. This female doctor was even more beautiful than the rumors said. Do you really know how to see a doctor? But Yu Li checked his pulse, asked about the toothache, and then said firmly, you have a hot stomach and a toothache. It's not just a toothache, but also a headache, right? You like to drink cold drinks. Constipation, yellow urine, and often dry tongue. The gay man stuttered in excitement. You are right. Everything is right. I do have more than just a toothache. Doctor, what should I do if you look at this problem of mine? Not only did he see it in this hospital, but he also looked for some home remedies. He even drank child urine and ate ant feces, but it was a pity that it was of no use. Yu Li thought for a while, then took out a bottle from her box and poured out 6 pills. This is the Qingwei powder I made with Chinese medicine. You can take it for 3 days, 2 pills a day, and you will feel better. There is no need to come to me. If it doesn't get better, come back. In a short while, people from several departments of the hospital went crazy. When they were free, they would discuss this Dr. Yu from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Wow, she is like a fortune teller. You tell her one symptom and she can tell all your other symptoms. It's okay for one person, but she can tell everyone's pulse. Is this doctor so good? Who knows? I heard from Lao Kui that he has been ill for more than 10 years. Anyway, let's give it a try. Maybe this doctor can cure him? Let's go and see. Can she really tell what's wrong with a person's body by taking his pulse? The Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at the Division Hospital has more and more people, and the queue at the door is very long. Doctor Hu subconsciously turned into an assistant to help Yu Li record the case, and Nurse Yang was busy as if it was the new year. This is the first time that there are so many people in their Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. When Director Bai came out after an operation, she heard several doctors and nurses discussing Yu Li's affairs. She was a little surprised, but still disdainful. It's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. If Chinese medicine can go long-term, Western medicine will not occupy the country. Compared with those needles, plasters, etc., she still believes in Western medicine and scalpels more. Wait, Yu Li is in the limelight now, and there will definitely be problems that cannot be solved later. Sure enough, on the 3rd day, when Director Bai passed by the Chinese medicine department on his way to work, he saw someone fighting early in the morning. She chuckled, walked up and said seriously, "What's going on? Where are the doctors in the Chinese medicine department? Why do you let the patients fight at the door?" Yu Li came very early and was sitting in the department, treating patients in an orderly manner. There was a queue of people at the door. Seeing someone fighting, Doctor Hu ran out quickly and said hello to Bai Hongmian. "Oh, Director Bai, are you here to work?" "You don't know, a young doctor has come to our department in the past few days. He is very good at medical skills. People who see her for medical treatment always introduce their people to each other, and I don't know. I didn't expect there to be so many people. There were quite a few fights, and they were all fighting to get in line. As he spoke, he shouted to those waiting in line, everyone must line up in a civilized manner. No fighting. No fighting for positions. Come one by one, otherwise Dr. Yu will not show you. The two fighting men panicked and immediately apologized. Doctor, it was our fault, we shouldn't have fought. Forget it, there are rows in front and behind, it's worth it as long as I can get a look at Dr. Yu. I've had back pain for several years. I really can't find a doctor who can cure me. If I don't get a fight, I'll be at the back of the queue, but no matter what happens, I have to see Dr. Yu today. My fingers are always twitching. I don't know what's going on. It's been going on for more than a month. The other people in line around me also sighed. Oh, I also have a stomachache all the time. I can't find out the cause. It hurts in the middle of the night. I heard that Dr. Yu can check the pulse very accurately, so I came to line up to have a look. I didn't expect there to be so many people. You all feel pain here and there. I have insomnia. Even the sleeping pills don't work. I wonder if Dr. Yu can take care of me. Some people even squeezed by Homian. Are you a doctor? Don't you know how to treat yourself? Are you competing with us for position here? White-red cotton. She took a deep breath, and Doctor Who quickly smiled and said, Director Bai, we have a lot of patients here these 2 days and it's a mess. You'd better go to the surgery as soon as possible. Bai Hongmian really didn't expect that Yuli had only been working for a few days and would become such a big hit. These patients all act like fools. Do you think Yuli can really cure them? Some people's diseases are caused by old diseases that have accumulated for many years, and even gods can't cure them. Bai Hongmian rolled her eyes, didn't bother to care, turned around and left. Yuli has been busy all morning. Doctor Who and Nurse Yang were also busy arranging patients, busy helping Yuli, pouring tea, and taking notebooks. After treating some patients, Yuli became more and more skilled in acupuncture. Some patients could even be cured directly with just a few acupunctures. For Chinese medicine, it's just a matter of finding the right acupuncture points, but ordinary people will think it's really amazing when they look at it. Some patients were so grateful that they took the initiative to send banners. Especially those who have been plagued by some tormenting problems for many years and are suddenly cured. They are willing to give money, let alone banners. Naturally, Yuli would not accept red envelopes privately, so the banners of the traditional Chinese medicine department came one after another. She has only been working for a week, and the pennants are all hanging on the wall. Doctor Who looked at the banners all over the wall as if he was dreaming. Doctors and nurses from other departments come to visit from time to time. When the hospital held a general meeting, Yuli was specifically asked to attend. Director Bai saw with his own eyes that Yuli had only been in the division hospital for a week, and she was doing better than her niece Bai Lingling. You can even attend hospital conferences. The dean even took the initiative to say, the 2 new nurses will be assigned to the traditional Chinese medicine department. Comrade Yuli, do you have any ideas? Or if you have any needs, please feel free to ask. Yuli only asked for a few more benches so that patients could sit while waiting in line, because many patients suffer from back pain and leg pain and cannot stand for long periods of time when going to the doctor. Seeing Yuli caring so much for the patient, the dean was so satisfied that he agreed on the spot. But Bai Hongmian was unwilling. Dean, didn't those 2 nurses say that we would be assigned to the surgery department first? There are not enough manpower in the surgery department. There will be a practical drill next month, so the surgery department will definitely be even busier by then. The dean smiled and said, when you get busy, you will send people from other departments. For now, we will focus on the traditional Chinese medicine department. Bai Hongmian felt so angry that he almost exploded. On the other hand, Yuli was always calm and gentle, as if he never took her seriously. This made Bai Hongmian very angry. No matter what, she is Yuli's elder and leader, and her husband is also Lu Guanshan's leader. When Yuli sees her, he should be fearful and respectful. After the meeting ended, she deliberately walked to Yuli's side. When no one was around, she sarcastically said something to Yuli with an unkind look. Young people don't know how high the sky is and how high it is. They will understand when they fall. Yuli chuckled, but it seems that you are the one who is falling now, auntie. Bai Hongmian's hair suddenly exploded, and he gritted his teeth and looked at Yuli. You will cry sometimes. Yuli shrugged and curled her lips indifferently. He said lightly, I am not very capable, but my temper is not small. Bai Hongmian paused in his steps and looked at Yu Li with a look that made him want to eat someone. But for a while, there were so many patients calling for Yu Li's treatment, and she really had no choice. Bai Hongmian forcibly pressed the thorn in her heart and told herself that a little junior would not be unable to deal with it. Yu Li got off work after seeing all the patients. It was already 7 o'clock by that time. When she got downstairs, Lu Guanshan was waiting for her. Yu Li didn't feel tired at first, but when she saw him, she felt exhausted all over her body, and she could only walk while holding his hand. Lu Guanshan felt heartbroken when he looked at her almost distracted eyes. It's been a week, doing this every day. Even gods can't stand it. Doesn't the hospital let you rest? Yu Li couldn't even raise her voice. I'll rest tomorrow. Hey, the main reason is that there are too many patients who follow the trend recently, and we can't let them down. But this place is a bit remote and there are only so many people in total. It's impossible for everyone to be sick. In 2 days, the number of people will gradually decrease, and the order will return to normal, and then we won't be tired. Lu Guanshan pinched her cheek. It's only been a week, and you've become thinner. How much did you eat of the lunch I sent you at noon? What time did you eat? Since she started working, her lunch was prepared and sent by Lu Guanshan at noon. Yu Li felt a little guilty, it seems. I ate at 1 o'clock, and many patients came when I was halfway through. I put it aside and didn't eat it, and then I forgot. Lu Guanshan's face darkened, but he couldn't bear to blame her after all, so he held her hand. Let's go home, I'll make you sweet and sour pork. Although he can cook, he doesn't have many specialties, and sweet and sour pork is one of them. Yu Li liked it very much, and her eyes immediately sparkled. Okay, I like sweet and sour pork the most. The couple rode their bicycles to the family compound, and saw a lot of vegetables piled up at the doorstep. Since the news that Yu Li entered the division hospital and had first-class medical skills spread, the Lu family suddenly became lively. Many people would come to consult Yu Li about various physical problems. Anyway, they all lived in the family compound, and Yu Li would answer if she could, just a few words. In this way, she didn't need to spend any effort at all, and her popularity automatically improved. Even many neighbors sent vegetables and eggs as a thank you gift. Yu Li and Lu Guanshan didn't lack vegetables and didn't want to accept them, so the neighbors secretly sent them and put them directly at the door and left. Lu Guanshan opened the door and took the vegetables at the door in with Yu Li. There were cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, cabbage, potatoes, corn. The total amount was quite a lot. I don't know who sent them, and they will go bad quickly if they are not eaten. Lu Guanshan picked out Yu Li's favorite dishes to cook, such as sweet and sour pork, boiled corn, and scrambled eggs with peppers and tomatoes. Unfortunately, when he brought out the food, he found that Yu Li had fallen asleep on the sofa. He walked over with a distressed look on his face and covered her with a blanket, and then covered the food first. At this moment, Wu Guohua and Xie Yuing were also eating. Both of them heard about Yu Li's admission to the division hospital, and they couldn't believe it, but gradually accepted the fact. Yu Li could actually treat patients. How could it be possible? But that was the fact. Everyone praised Yu Li and rushed to please her. But everyone laughed at her, Xie Yuing. Seeing that Wu Guohua hadn't spoken to her for 3 days, Xie Yuing felt very sad and finally found a topic. Guohua, I had a dream a few days ago. In the dream, Lu Guanshan died, just next month. Sure enough, Wu Guohua raised his head suddenly. What did you say? Xie Yuing bit her lip. I dreamed that Lu Guanshan would die saving people in a practical exercise next month. I also dreamed that you would win the first place in 5 individual events in this year's military training individual competition, and then be promoted. Wu Guohua's eyes flickered. In recent days, he has indeed been thinking about how to find another opportunity to strive for personal honor and become an officer one day. Since marrying Xie Yuing, he has fallen from company commander to squad leader, and now he is no longer squad leader. He is extremely depressed. What he is ashamed to say is that because of Xiao Tan's incident, people around him have been silently isolating him these days. This made Wu Guohua's days seem like years, and life was worse than death. The only thing he can still be confident about is that he has good physical fitness. The foundation he has practiced in the past is still there, and he can still turn over as long as he has the opportunity. But Xie Yuing's words still made him unable to believe it. Will Lu Guanshan die? Seeing that Wu Guohua remained silent, Xie Yuing said tentatively, "The first places you won in the individual events were the grenade throw from 80 meters, and the parallel bars swing arm flex ion and extension 186 times." Seeing that Xie Yuing could say it in such detail, Wu Guohua believed it all of a sudden. He has indeed been practicing these quietly recently. Under normal circumstances, it can reach the level Xie Yuing said. According to the army rules, very few people can achieve this result, and they can basically meet the standards for promotion. Originally, Wu Guohua was worried that Lu Guanshan would be in the limelight and he would not be able to stand out. But now that Xie Yuing said that Lu Guanshan would die in an accident during the actual combat exercise, she felt relieved. If Lu Guanshan hadn't appeared, things would have been much smoother for him. But the next moment, he interrupted Xie Yuing. "What are you talking about?" Although his tone was not good, Xie Yuing still felt that Wu Guohua was in a better mood. She walked over and threw her arms around his neck. "Guohua, I really know that what happened before was wrong. I shouldn't ask Xiao Tan and others to borrow money, but am I such a bad person? If Xiao Tan and others don't want to borrow money, can I still forcefully grab it? I sense Tempt also feels that they must have been bribed by Lu Guanshan, so they deliberately tried to trap you. I have no enmity with them, why should I provoke them? I feel sorry for you and care about you, and I don't want to see you being bullied by others. Don't worry, my cousin has already made arrangements with her uncle. After you get first place in a few individual events in individual competitions, your cousin will take the opportunity to help you talk to your boss about being promoted. Didn't I save Commander Chen's son? I can also go to Commander Chen." Her gentle words moved Wu Guohua a little. No matter what, Xie Yuing is indeed thinking about him now. Wu Guohua's voice softened. "I'm sorry Yuing, I misunderstood you. You are right. There is something fishy about Xiao Tan, and there may be someone behind it. But I won't let the person behind it succeed. In this personal competition, you must stand out." The two of them were upstairs together, talking and looking forward to the future. Xie Yuing looked forward to the tragic situation of Yuli becoming a widow after Lu Guanshan's death. I didn't notice that Wu Guohua's thoughts were also a little wandering. He was thinking that Yuli had never let go of him. If something happened to Lu Guanshan, would Yuli look back for him? When the time comes, what attitude should he adopt when facing Yuli? He hugged Xie Yuing, but struggled inside. Yes, when he abandoned Yuli for Xie Yuing, he liked Xie Yuing very much. But looking back now, he's not sure who he likes more. Everything depends on Yuli's performance. After Yuli woke up, Lu Guanshan heated up the food again, ate with her, and squeezed her shoulders while she was taking a bath. After a lot of work, Yuli felt comfortable all over. She closed her eyes and leaned in Lu Guanshan's arms, and couldn't help but murmured, "It feels so comfortable. I just want to lie like this for the rest of my life. Holding him, I love him so much." Lu Guanshan smiled and touched her hair. "Then I will let you lie down for the rest of your life." But Yuli suddenly opened her eyes. She thought of the plot in the original book. Lu Guanshan died because of saving people. The specific details are not mentioned in the book, but only the approximate time is given. That is a day not too far away from now. Yuli hugged Lu Guanshan tightly and asked, "What are your recent plans? How do you arrange your work? Will you always stay at the station?" Lu Guanshan nodded. "If there is no urgent mission, I will always be here. It's the end of the month now. There will be a practical exercise next month, as well as an individual military ability competition. I guess you will also be busy by then. The training for these competitions is very intensive. 5 died last year, and countless others were injured." Yuli was startled and immediately woke up. 5 people died? Is it so serious? Lu Guanshan looked a little heavy. "Although safety comes first and life comes first, our existence is to protect the people. If we are not ruthless in training, we will die in the war. There are many people in the army who work hard, and they all work hard. The 400-meter obstacle course can make many people vomit blood and go into shock, let alone other events. Last year, a comrade of mine fell through a cable rope during a competition and suffered high cervical paraplegia. These are all inevitable. He also wanted to give Yuli a vaccination. He will definitely be injured by then. But I don't want her to cry or worry too much." Unexpectedly, Yuli's eyes immediately turned red, and she looked at him worriedly, biting her lip but saying nothing. She immediately thought of the scene where Lu Guanshan would get into trouble because of saving people. If he really got into trouble like in the plot of the book and died, what would she do in the future? Lu Guanshan felt pain in his heart and hugged her tightly. Wife, I will try my best not to get seriously injured, but minor injuries are probably inevitable. Don't feel bad. For us men, getting injured is a medal and a pride. Let's not cry, okay? But Yu Li burst into tears in an instant, and she hugged Lu Guanshan's waist tightly. But I had a dream some time ago, dreaming that you got into trouble. You got into trouble because of saving people. I didn't see clearly when and where it was. Husband, you can't get into trouble. Promise me that your life is the most important at any time, okay? Lu Guanshan was stunned, looking at the tearful appearance of the woman in his arms, and felt heartbroken. He kissed her tears and comforted her softly. How could anything happen to me? How could I bear to leave you? Even if the king of hell catches me, I have to escape back. We are newlyweds, and I still want to grow old with you. Both of them felt uncomfortable when they mentioned such a serious topic. Lu Guanshan repeatedly assured, even if I save people impulsively, I will protect myself and will never let myself get into trouble. Dear wife, you believe me. He repeatedly assured, and Yu Li also gave him a high-priced bulletproof vest that she had asked someone to buy in the city a few days ago, and asked him to wear it when he was on a mission. No one expected that at 9 o'clock the next morning, Chief Fu called Lu Guanshan over. A particularly serious and vicious assault case has occurred in Nanlin City, 80 kilometers away from us. There are 7 murderers, all with guns and bombs, who have killed 11 people in a row. You should immediately lead people to support the local armed police department. Capture the criminals. Lu Guanshan immediately saluted, yes. Chief, I promise to complete the task. Window._tabula equals window._tabula_tabula.push, mode, thumbs a feed is 01, container, tabula below article the thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target_type, mix. When Yu Li opened her eyes early in the morning, Lu Guanshan had already gone to work. Breakfast is placed on the bedside table, which is a bowl of tender stewed eggs with sesame oil drizzled on top. It smells delicious. There is also a stick of boiled corn. Yu Li doesn't have a big appetite, so these are enough for her. She didn't have to go to work today, so Yu Li stretched out, took out the quilt to dry in the sun, washed up, had breakfast, and then cleaned every corner of the house. Lu Guanshan usually cleans his house every morning, but he inevitably misses some details, so Yu Li wipes them again with wet linen cloth. Then looking at the clean and bright home, I felt much more comfortable. Then go to the Li Palace to make some pills, research new prescriptions, and collect all the medicinal materials and vegetables grown on the land in the front yard of the Li Palace. After finishing all this work, Yu Li knew that Lu Guanshan would not have time to come back at noon, so she ate something simple and made a serious meal for dinner. Lu Guanshan loves to eat steamed buns and dumplings. She made steamed buns several times some time ago, and today she plans to make some leek and pork dumplings. I make the dough myself, roll out the dough, and adjust the fillings for the dumplings. The dough is thin and the fillings are big, full of juice, and much more fragrant than those in restaurants outside. Especially when you mix a bowl of vinegar and add your own fried chili oil, minced garlic, balsamic vinegar, and chopped coriander, it's really great to dip the dumplings in. Thinking of Lu Guanshan coming back from a tiring day and feasting at night, Yu Li smiled at the corners of his lips. Unfortunately, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Qing came with the national treasure. Yu Li, Lao Chen asked me to tell you that your Lao Lu has gone on a mission. As long as you know the order given by Chief Fu, don't worry too much. Yu Li paused, her hand making dumplings shook slightly, and her face changed visibly. Su Qing sighed, walked in, washed her hands, and helped her pack them together. You are young and have just gotten married and are still in the honeymoon period. You must not be able to accept him going out on a mission all of a sudden, and you will be upset. So when your man left, you specifically told Lao Chen that he asked me to come and talk to you. But over time you get used to it. Wasn't our old Chen like this before? Several times, but it has all passed. There are people waiting at home, and they are not stupid. They must know how to protect themselves. Especially your Lu Guanshan is much smarter than my little elm. Su Qing was actually a little scared when she mentioned it. Captain Chen also hung on by a thread many times, almost died, and suffered minor and serious injuries countless times. But they are all lucky if they are still alive like this. Who doesn't have his head tied to the waistband of his trousers when he is running around in the army? None of the comrades I knew would suddenly become martyrs one day. Every military wife has experienced countless fearful nights. Yu Li forced a smile. Sister-in-law Su, I understand, but it is inevitable that I will be a little worried. She was so panicked that the more she tried to calm down, the more frightened she became. In the original book, something happened to Lu Guanshan. Although she warned him and gave him a body armor, if fate was really so cruel, they would not be able to resist it. Yu Li forcibly ordered herself not to think too much, but her heart became more and more painful and she had no thought of anything else. Seeing her like this, Su Qing didn't know how to persuade her. However, the national treasure was looking at Aunt Yu and his mother. The child also felt that something was not right in the atmosphere, and he suddenly started singing in a low voice. Sour beans in the morning, stir-fried beans at noon, and in the evening, stir-fry beans with potatoes and eggplants, beans with mashed garlic, beans with sesame paste. During the 3 months of summer, I eat beans every day. Mom, I don't want to eat beans. Yu Li and Su Qing burst into laughter instantly. Su Qing looked at him dumbfounded. Who taught you this? Is it your lumpy father? So the beans in our field grow well, but we can't eat beans anymore? What do you want to eat if you don't eat beans? The national treasure looked at Yu Li eagerly, and Yu Li couldn't help laughing and touched his head. We won't eat beans tonight. Your Uncle Lu won't come back. Auntie has made so many dumplings. Can we eat the dumplings? The national treasure jumped up happily. Okay. It's great. It's great. I like to eat the food cooked by Aunt Yu the most. Su Qing was originally embarrassed to eat dumplings here, but Yu Li persuaded her that the dumplings would go bad quickly if she didn't eat them, so she just kept them. You can also talk to Yu Li. The dumplings were cooked and filled several hot plates. Su Qing picked one up and dipped it in the vinegar sauce. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up, and she started eating. Yu Li, your dumpling-making skills are amazing. It's my first time to eat such delicious dumplings, full of flavor. The filling is so delicious, the leeks and pork are just right. Oops, I can't tell, anyway. Just delicious. Yu Li also likes to eat the dumplings made by herself, and she cools down the national treasure's dumplings with a smile. If they are delicious, you can eat more. The weather is still hot and the dumplings cannot be put away. I will bring some back to Captain Chen to taste later. The national treasure gave Yu Li a thumbs up while eating. Aren't you? You are the dumpling king. It made Yu Li smile, and her melancholy dissipated a lot. Asterisk behind the room, Xie Yuing was listening against the wall. Recently, she was very concerned about when Lu Guanshan would get into trouble. She almost dreamed of seeing the scene where Yu Li died and her husband became a widow. She was finally caught today. Lu Guanshan didn't come back at night. Judging from the clingy look Lu Guanshan had towards Yu Li, he must have gone on a mission if he didn't come back, which means he would have died trying to save someone in an accident this time. Xie Yuing felt so happy. At the same time, she hated him very much. She and Wu Guohua were penniless and still owed money. Su Qing, this bitch, had the nerve to ask her for money. The 20 yuan sounded nice, but Xie Yuing had saved Su Qing and Captain Chen's son, so what was wrong with asking for 20 yuan? Xie Yuing didn't dare to say she wouldn't pay it back. She was a little afraid of Su Qing, so she played the victim every time. Now she heard that Su Qing took her son to Yu Li's house to eat dumplings, and she hated Su Qing even more in her heart. When she was in her hometown, Yu Li served her Xie Yuing whatever delicious food she had. Although she married Wu Guohua, she had never thought of breaking off relations with Yu Li. It was Yu Li who hurt her again and again, forced her to pay back the money, insulted her in public, and broke their friendship. At this moment, Yu Li also invited Su Qing, whom she hated the most, to eat dumplings. These two shameless women really have the same taste. Xie Yuing was so hungry that she was planning silently in her heart. She had to avenge Su Qing, and also had to take advantage of Lu Guanshan's absence to drive Yu Li out of the family compound. As long as Yu Li left, Wu Guohua would treat her wholeheartedly. Her life with Wu Guohua would definitely get better and better. As long as she was bold and ruthless once, in a few days, Lu Guanshan would die, Yu Li would be driven out of the family compound, and Su Qing's family would be in trouble. Xie Yuing felt happy just thinking about that scene. She boldly found the home of Captain Chen while Su Qing was not at home. At this moment, Captain Chen also went out for something, and the house was empty without a single person. It was dark, and Xie Yuing successfully slipped into the yard. Window dot underscore tabula equals window dot underscore tabula dot push. Mode, thumbs feed 01. Container, tabula, below article the thumbnail 300x250. Placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250. Target underscore type, mix.